This is a world created by ancient gods. Everything here has already been predetermined. The pinnacle of immortals is your limit, but I have no limits. From single-celled organisms to humans, an incredible miracle. This is the fortress given to me by Mother Earth. This is the treasure of Earth's life evolution over billions of years. My body is the most precious drop of water in this world. For survival, life on Earth actively adapts to the current environment. A human from Earth came to this spiritual cultivation realm. His body adapted to this special spiritual energy, and this special energy of spiritual energy unlocked a certain gene limiter in his body, starting an unrestricted evolution, an evolution towards ultimate life. Prison Dynasty. In Dahuang village, I was awakened by a splash of cold water, instantly feeling a splitting headache. My whole body was incredibly sore and weak. Kid, wake up and speak to the elder, a deep, hoarse voice said. I slowly opened my eyes and looked at the person in front of me. This is a man who looks around 60 years old, wearing a luxurious blood-red robe, with a gloomy face. Who are you, Dr. Lee? I looked around and asked. Except for you, everyone in this village is dead. If I hadn't treated you in time, you would have died too. What's your name? The old man asked. My name is Zhou Tianfeng. Thank you for saving my life, sir. I quickly replied. You're welcome. Someone has poisoned your village's water source. When I, the ancestor, came over, the whole village was dead. Only you had a breath left. It was I, the ancestor, who saved you. The elder said. Poisoning? Could it be that this was not a natural disaster, but a man-made calamity? Then who was the one who poisoned everyone? This elderly gentleman. May I ask your name? Do you know who poisoned here? I asked again. Ha ha ha. I am the leader of the Blood Shadow sect. Call me Blood Shadow Patriarch. The one who poisoned is a traitor from my Blood Shadow sect. I have already killed him on the spot. I have already avenged you. You don't need to be sad. Do you have any plans next? Blood Shadow Patriarch asked. Is Blood Shadow Patriarch an immortal cultivator? But just by the name, he doesn't sound like a righteous person. The poison was given by a traitor in your sect. Who knows how true it is? Thank you, Ancestor Shuiying, for saving me. I plan to find another village and settle down first. I bowed to the elder and said, now, everyone in your village has been poisoned. The murderer is from my sect, although I have already killed him. But, Patriarch, I still feel uneasy. Fine, how about you join my sect to cultivate? Patriarch Xie squinted at me and said, damn, it really is aimed at me. But why would you take a fancy to me? Actually, I am not from this world. I transmigrated here more than a year ago. Inexplicably, I came here from Earth. This is a fantasy world. When I first crossed over to this world, I found it difficult to move, because there's a special substance called spiritual energy in this world. Spiritual energy fills the entire world. As a being from Earth, at first, I had a hard time adapting to the environment full of spiritual energy. I almost died. Every breath, I can feel a burning pain in my lungs. But fortunately, there's oxygen here, so I didn't die on the spot. But I still couldn't hold on. I fainted in the wilderness. Luckily, an old wolf who was out gathering herbs saved me. Otherwise, I would have been eaten by some wild beasts on the day I crossed over. After being brought home by this old wolf, I finally had my first meal. Had a little bit of porridge. Then my stomach showed the ultimate digestive ability of humans to this world's food. Had diarrhea for a whole week, but luckily it was just diarrhea. I'm a 200-pound fatty. Even if I only eat a little food and drink a little water, it's fine. I can still burn my own fat. Luckily, my body doesn't show any rejection to water. I can drink it normally. After a month, with the tenacity of human life, my iron stomach successfully overcame the eating problems of this world. Thankfully, the people here eat cooked food, mainly various vegetables and grains. As a result, my weight dropped from a 200 jin fat guy to a spirited guy weighing just over 100 jin. Losing weight is so easy. At the beginning of the journey, I was constantly learning the language of this world. My body was also further adapting to the environment here. In the following 3 months, I finally grasped the basics of this world's language and can have simple conversations with others. My body has also started to gradually recover, and to my surprise, I found my body getting better and better. It's completely different from the fat otaku I was on Earth. My height went from 175 cm to 190 cm, and my previously weak body is visibly becoming stronger. These amazing changes took only a few months. In the days that followed, I helped sort various herbs at the old doctor's house. In my spare time, I would ask the old doctor about the situation here. Once, when I went up the mountain to gather herbs with the old doctor, I saw some cultivators flying over my head on swords. That's when I realized I had crossed into a cultivation world. A year after crossing over, I had just begun to understand this world. Various kinds of knowledge. An accident happened. A strange illness started to spread in this village. First, the sick kept coughing up blood. Then blisters and swelling appeared on their necks. A few days later, they died. The old herbalist who took me in also started gathering herbs in the mountains, but he never came back after that. A few days later, I also got infected with this strange disease. I started coughing up blood like the ordinary villagers. My consciousness began to blur, but unlike them, My body started to develop a high fever. It seemed that my strong immune system began to take effect. My immune system is fighting against the invaders in my body. And to help my immune system, there's only one way now. That is to replenish my body's energy. Fortunately, Old Wolf's house has a lot of tonic herbs. So I cooked these tonic herbs and ate them. Then ran back to my bed and wrapped myself in the blanket, wrapped myself up tightly, and then fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up, I met this person called Blood Shadow Patriarch here. So now I'm being forced to become an apprentice? Thank you for your kindness, Patriarch. I have a distant relative in the Tianyu dynasty, and I want to seek refuge there, but I was interrupted before I could finish speaking. Join my sect and cultivate for immortality. Why are you still hesitating, kid? I, the ancestor, softened for a moment, took pity on you, and accepted you as my disciple. You better not be ungrateful. If you anger me, I will turn you into bones. Kneel down and acknowledge me as your master. The Blood Shadow Patriarch spoke angrily. At the same time, an inexplicable pressure bore down on me. I immediately felt an immense pressure. My head felt dizzy. However, the pressure came quickly and disappeared quickly. Clearly, this Blood Shadow Patriarch had some plot in mind for me, but I really couldn't resist. Disciple Zhou Tianfeng greets the master. I kneel on the ground. Under the eaves, one must bow. If I don't acknowledge him as my master, this old ghost might just kill me. Fine, I'll accept him as my master. Alright, but this ceremony, we'll hold it after the boy and I return to the sect. Ha ha ha. After the Blood Shadow Patriarch finished speaking, he conjured a gust of dark wind and swept me away. I disappeared without a trace. The Tianjiao mountain range. I, who was forcibly taken as a disciple by the old demon, was heading to the main hall to take the apprenticeship test. Along the way, it indeed looked like a scene from a demonic sect. I couldn't help but sigh. Others get transported, even if it's not a righteous sect. At least she's a beautiful master. Holy Mother of Buddhism. Why is it that when it comes to me, it becomes an evil sect? The old demon soon arrived at the grand hall for the apprenticeship ceremony. Sitting in the high place was the Blood Shadow Patriarch. Beside him were 3 inner disciples as witnesses. After paying respects for the apprenticeship, the old demon ordered the 3 disciples to leave first. Then he said to me, "Disciple, you can ask anything you want to say." "Master, I heard that without spiritual roots, one cannot cultivate. Is that true?" I asked nervously. After all, I had crossed over with my physical body, so I wasn't sure if I had them. "Don't worry, you have spiritual roots, and you possess the legendary poison spirit body," the old demon said with a smile. "What does poison spirit body mean?" I asked, thinking, could this be the reason the old demon brought me back? But I'm not even from this world. We're not even the same species. How could I possibly have a special physique from this world? It's normal that you don't know. All the poisons in this world, as long as they are touched once by the poison spirit, they will be ineffective the second time. If trained well, they will become immune to all poisons, and can even use various poisons against enemies. Fortunately, I discovered it. Otherwise, you'll be buried, the old demon said with a smile. After hearing this, I couldn't help but think, could he be talking about my immune system? After all, everyone in the village died of illness before, except me, but human immunity isn't that strong. Could it be that my immune system mutated after transmigrating? After all, my body has transformed from a 1.75-meter chubby kid to an almost 2-meter tall strong man. It's not surprising that my immunity has improved a bit. But what exactly happened to my body? At this moment, the old model couldn't help but feel emotional. Half a month ago, he went out to test the new temperature. The location happened to be my village. Everyone in the village died, but I just had a high fever and recovered. So he thought of the poison cleansing body mentioned in the records. To be safe, he took out the temperature he had released in the village before and increased the dosage before feeding it to me again. This time, I was completely fine. Only then was he convinced. He hurriedly brought me back to the sect and accepted me as a direct disciple. Additionally, there was a special discovery. My spiritual root can actually grow on its own. Half a year ago, he chose this village for his experiment. At that time, my spiritual root was of the lowest grade, but now, it has become a middle-grade spiritual root. This is even more unbelievable than having a special constitution, and he wasn't very satisfied with the few disciples he took in before, so he decided to train me to help the Blood Shadow sect rise. That's why we have the current situation. Thinking of this, the old demon said, "Good disciple. Next we need to stimulate your poison spirit body in advance. Naturally, the method is to take more poisonous substances. During this period, you might suffer a bit. I'm a little scared. After all, I'm not really a poison spirit body. I just have a slightly stronger immunity. If I can't endure it, I might die." Then the old devil took out a small red bottle of medicine and handed it to me. I instantly broke into a cold sweat. It took a lot of persuasion to stop him. I planned to start cultivating first. I would take the poison after I gained some cultivation. After all, once I had made some progress in cultivation, my chances of survival would be a bit higher. At the very least, I could buy my immune system a little more time. Improve the survival rate a bit. The old devil is still counting on me to inherit his legacy. It's not like he wants to kill me, so he naturally agreed. Then he told me about the cultivation levels and sect situation. After giving me some elixirs and cultivation methods, he let me go back to my room to cultivate on my own. Back in my room, I started my first cultivation since crossing over. I remember when I first crossed over, it was difficult to move. Even breathing was painfully burning. I probably didn't have a spiritual root, but after subsequent experiments, my body must have undergone some changes, which gave me a spiritual root in this world. After attempting cultivation, I can indeed feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowing within me. After a month of cultivation, I successfully reached the late stage of body tempering, so I went to the main hall where the old demon resided to report my progress and inquire about the previous cultivation techniques. You've already reached the late stage of body tempering. Not bad. Then the old demon raised his hand, and a segment of a technique appeared in my mind. Then he gave me a scroll of the Imperial Library's cultivation techniques. After entering the chi condensation stage, you can also try to practice some miscellaneous skills from my blood shadow. For example, poison pills and poison techniques. It will give you more methods when fighting others in the future. Following the old demon's instructions, after leaving the main hall, I went to the Imperial Library. The first level contains some basic stuff. Everyone in the sect can access it. The second level contains some secret techniques. Only the Blood Shadow Patriarch and 4 direct disciples can access it. The third level is accessible only to the sect master. I have to say, the Blood Shadow sect has quite a collection of books. There are many miscellaneous evil arts, the methods for refining and using various poison and toxin pills. I even found several recipes for sources of great evil, things like love wine, jade maiden pills, taro powder, and such. Of course, I disdain looking at them. It's just that after transmigrating here, my memory has improved greatly. I accidentally remembered them all. After memorizing all the useful spells, reached the second level. The second level contains some advanced techniques of the Blood Shadow sect, such as the method of refining demon pills, various practices, selecting suitable materials and some preliminary cultivation methods, subsequent refining methods, and some extremely malicious spells, such as a spell called mind control technique. You can control cultivators who are one level lower than yourself, and also perform soul searching and star seizing, techniques like absorbing yin to supplement yang and vice versa. Is this a cultivation method? It's simply crude and brutal, hurting others to benefit oneself. Zhou Tianfeng even found a book on how to refine a banner of 10,000 souls, soul capturing chess, and breeding ghost houses. In this world, there are still many ordinary people. If you want to collect 10,000 souls of ordinary people, a cultivator can still achieve it with some time, but whether they will be hunted afterward is uncertain. Of course, the follow-up formula of the source of all evil that Zhou Tianfeng was looking forward to has also been found, a magical formula that can affect female cultivators at the Ronling stage. As for various thunder techniques, secret sword techniques, and other spells from righteous sects, Zhou Tianfeng hasn't found any of them. Looks like I'll be a practitioner of the demonic arts from now on. After careful consideration, Zhou Tianfeng took away everything related to poisonous insects, poisonous flowers, poisonous herbs, poisonous creatures, and various poison formulas, books on the antidotes related to these poisons. The most urgent task now is that these things are the most useful to me. After all, from now on the journey of poison consumption begins. It's crucial to fully understand the various poisons in this world. This knowledge is vital for my survival. At the very least, I need to understand the toxicity of different poisons. Then I can adjust my immunity to its optimal state. However, Zhou Tianfeng didn't overlook the formulas for several sources of evil. Learning these things will always be useful. After finding the books he wanted, Zhou Tianfeng left the library and returned to his room. For the next half-month, Zhou Tianfeng, just like before, did not leave his room. He stayed in his room studying various poisons, even temporarily putting aside his cultivation. After all, once entering the period of synchronization, I would go to the Blood Shadow Patriarch to take the poison. Before that, I must understand some knowledge related to the poison. During these 2 weeks, Zhou Tianfeng discovered some things happening to himself. First is his memory. Or rather, his brain is much stronger than when he was on Earth. His memory is now extraordinarily strong. It took only half a month to read through almost all the knowledge about poisons, poisonous flowers, poisonous herbs, and poisonous insects in the Blood Shadow Library, including the preparation ratios of various poison pills, methods of detoxification, and the medicinal properties of various poisonous flowers, herbs, and insects. In terms of theoretical knowledge, he remembered everything in his mind, and he only needed to read it once. This knowledge is deeply imprinted in my mind. It's something I can't forget. Moreover, the memories from my birth to over 20 years old are vividly resurfacing in my mind. He can now easily recall things he didn't remember before. Even completely forgotten memories from when he was 2 or 3 years old, or just born. It's as if they happened yesterday. And things he couldn't understand or comprehend before. The various problems taught by the teacher, he can now understand them all. The various science popularization programs and educational films he watched before. Even every lesson taught by every teacher. Zhou Tianfeng now recalls them all clearly. After coming to this world, his body underwent a comprehensive change. After recalling all the knowledge he gained from birth to traveling through time on Earth, Zhou Tianfeng had a bold guess about his own body. He was evolving. After his body adapted to the environment of this world, it began to make certain changes on its own to better adapt to the survival conditions of this world. Life on Earth evolved from single-celled organisms to complex multicellular organisms, marine crustaceans, insects, rodents, reptiles, and mammals. Life on Earth has undergone billions of years of natural selection. The Earth's environment is not static. With the movement of the poles, the motion between planets and stars, and the shifting of the Earth's crust, the environment on Earth undergoes drastic changes every few million years, or even annually. This means that for life on Earth to survive, it must learn to proactively adapt to the environment, rather than letting the environment adapt to it. Life forms on Earth must proactively adapt to the current living environment. Whatever the environment is like, you need to change towards the environment, instead of changing the environment. If you can adapt to the current environment, then you can survive, reproduce, and expand your population. If you can't adapt to the current environment, you won't be able to adapt. You will become extinct. Survival of the fittest is that simple and brutal. All life on Earth has only one purpose. That is to survive, purify, and reproduce. To enable themselves to survive better, avoiding predators, better hunting, surviving in harsh environments. All life forms on Earth have evolved a variety of superpowers. No need to list examples here, as the current rulers of Earth, humans, back when they were still ancient apes, already began this race for survival and evolution, even eliminating more than a dozen human subspecies. These human subspecies were completely exterminated by the ancestors of Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens became the sole victor in the evolution of the human species, and in the subsequent history of human evolution, they steadfastly adhered to the concept of survival of the fittest. The most direct example, for survival, they learned to walk upright for survival. Humans became omnivores, learning to eat meat and plants. For survival, humans shed thick fur for survival, evolving nimble hands for better communication, social interaction, and brain development. Human brains became more developed and intelligent. To defend against various viruses and microorganisms, humans evolved a robust and complex immune system. As the descendant of the victors of this evolution, a descendant of Homo sapiens, I have inherited humanity's terrifying adaptability. As an Earth life form, I possess a very frightening adaptability. Zhou Tianfeng clearly remembers, when I first came to this world, how difficult life was. Eating and breathing were extremely difficult tasks for me. But after adapting to this aura-filled environment, my body started to undergo some changes. The direction of these changes was to absorb aura faster, better, and more steadily in this aura-rich world, use the aura more efficiently, and survive more perfectly, defeating all competitors. Become the final evolutionary victor. But there are still some things that Zhou Tianfeng can't figure out from an evolutionary perspective. For a species to evolve, it may take dozens or hundreds of generations, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years to gradually adapt. But as for him, it's only been over a year. My body has undergone tremendous changes. So what exactly is it? Or what is the reason for my evolution? Zhou Tianfeng currently has a hypothesis. That is spiritual energy. In this world filled with spiritual energy, my body started to evolve after absorbing this substance. And this evolution, Zhou Tianfeng felt full of advantages. As an innate human race of this world, based on what he learned from the books he read, an ancient god created the innate race in his own image. They are naturally strong. Even if all demon races cultivate to the highest level and transform into human form, these innate humans, they haven't changed for billions of years. Since they were created by ancient gods, they have no advantages of their own, no advantages of Earth's life forms, the advantages of evolution. The human body is a vast treasure. Their bodies have enormous potential yet to be unlocked. And their bodies are still constantly evolving. How far will I evolve in the future? Zhou Tianfeng doesn't know, but I will become more and more perfect. At the beginning of the journey, Zhou Tianfeng once complained why others travel to the cultivation world, always with a system at their side, and a grandpa as a cheat, encountering various adventures along the way. How did he end up back here? There's nothing here, and he was forcibly taken as a disciple by a demonic grandmaster. But now Zhou Tianfeng finally understood that after traversing to this cultivation world, the most precious thing is actually his own body. It's a gift from Mother Earth. It is the treasure of Earth's 4.6 billion years of evolutionary life. Perhaps the small Earth is nothing in the eyes of those ancient beings. But it has nurtured the human race and countless lives on Earth. One day, I will evolve beyond the level of you ancient beings. Then return to my true homeland, Earth. I must return. In a month. Zhou Tianfeng's body has completely absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his dantian, forming a sea of energy. He has also reached the second realm of cultivators, the spiritual energy stage. In this month, Zhou Tianfeng has gained a preliminary understanding of the substances in this world. The various poisons in this world are formulated using natural toxins from poisonous insects, flowers, or grasses. Due to the existence of this special substance, spiritual energy, some rare plants, poisonous insects, and some demon beasts in this world, the toxins extracted from them can easily kill high-level cultivators. So, the primary method is to use neurotoxins extracted from animals and plants to deal with enemies. But several types of neurotoxins or poisonous insects and flowers are also used to concoct special poison formulas. Including on the second level, one can only find some mid to low level poison formulas. He can't access higher level ones. Alright, it's time to test my immune system. Speaking of my immune system, Zhou Tianfeng also had a lot of questions this past month. One of them was, where did the virus in his body go? A human came to this cultivation world. Since it was a physical transfer, then it wasn't just himself that came over. In his mouth, eyes, and even some indescribable parts, there were lots of bacteria. Besides these bacteria and microorganisms, the most terrifying thing should be viruses. How many viruses are there in the human body? According to an incomplete statistic, there are at least hundreds. A single spit could contain billions of viruses. Even human DNA harbors a large number of symbiotic viruses. In the initial period after crossing over, Zhou Tianfeng was very afraid that the viruses in his body might cause something extremely terrible to the humans in this world, because he had read many novels or seen TV shows and movies that talked about viruses carried by alien species being extremely or terrifyingly lethal to native organisms, possibly causing the extinction of a species. When a sudden deadly disease wiped out the entire Huang village where he used to live, Zhou Tianfeng thought it was the virus on him that broke out, and he had killed those villagers. But the Blood Shadow Patriarch said it was a traitor from their sect who poisoned them. This finally put Zhou Tianfeng at ease. However, a question arose. That is, if he could evolve and successfully survive, did the terrifying number of viruses in his body also survive? Zhou Tianfeng considered three possibilities. The first is that the viruses in his body are still dormant. They are not adapted to the external environment, and once they leave Zhou Tianfeng's body, then they will die one after another. Many viruses form a symbiotic relationship with humans, so it's very likely that the viruses in your body have formed a symbiotic relationship with you and started to help you evolve. Second, viruses cannot survive in this world filled with spiritual energy. They can't live long in the air, let alone in a spiritual environment. These viruses were eradicated. Viruses are also life forms from Earth, or perhaps we can no longer call them life forms. Maybe they don't affect the human race of this world at all. Viruses want to split and reproduce, so they must be engulfed by cells, then reach the cell nucleus, and use the cell nucleus to replicate their genetic information. So theoretically, the human race of this world shouldn't be infected by viruses. After all, the virus doesn't even have the most basic space to survive. The third possibility is that the virus, like me, also adapted to the spiritual energy, but this possibility is very slim. When I first crossed over, I was a little fatty weighing over 200 pounds. If it weren't for those terrifying fat reserves, I probably can't even hold on until my body adapts to the spiritual energy environment. It's much more delicate than me. Viruses that can't survive long exposed to air should find it very hard to survive in this world. Well, I hope the viruses inside me, and all the microorganisms and bacteria have already failed to adapt to this spiritual energy environment and been eliminated. Please, everyone, you absolutely must not secretly play with evolution inside my body, or leave my body and play super evolution in some corner of this world. The viruses, microorganisms, and bacteria on me, I don't have a good solution for them right now, but once my cultivation is higher, maybe I can eliminate them all with my powerful immunity. After adjusting his body to its optimal state, Zhou Tianfeng arrived at the Blood Shadow Patriarch's palace. Disciple Zhou Tianfeng greets Master, rise. The Blood Shadow Patriarch looked at Zhou Tianfeng. His eyes suddenly brightened. He approached Zhou Tianfeng and placed his hand on his pulse. Zhou Tianfeng immediately felt a strange energy flow throughout his body. Haha, not bad, not bad. Good disciple, you really didn't disappoint your master, said Blood Shadow Patriarch. Good boy, in just 1 month, you've already cultivated to the initial stage of chi condensation and the spiritual power emanating from your entire body. Clearly, it wasn't just a middle-grade spiritual root. So the Blood Shadow Patriarch went forward to investigate. It was then confirmed that he had come to the sect. For 2 months, this boy's spiritual root changed again. It has now reached the level of a superior grade spiritual root. The patriarchs and ancestors of the Blood Shadow sect bless us. We finally received a disciple who can change the fate of our Blood Shadow sect. Master, my cultivation has reached the early stage of spiritual chi. I came here this time hoping you could help me activate the traits of my poison spirit body. Zhou Tianfeng said, haha, I have already prepared for this. Take it in front of me. If anything goes wrong, I can immediately use the antidote to save you." Blood Shadow Patriarch finished speaking. He took out a small bottle filled with light blue liquid and handed it to Zhou Tianfeng. Zhou Tianfeng adjusted his breathing. He slowly exhaled. He took the small porcelain bottle from the elder. What's meant to come will always come. Now, his physical fitness is at least dozens of times that of an Earth human. Accordingly, his immunity is also dozens of times stronger, and that's even after absorbing spiritual energy. So a little toxin should be no problem for you. My immunity. It's up to you this time. Don't worry, with your early-stage spiritual power, even if your body isn't toxin-adapted, there won't be any life-threatening danger, Blood Shadow Patriarch said. This kid is still so scared. If the Patriarch wasn't sure you were the poison spirit body, how could he have brought you back? Disciple will obey Master's command. After saying this, Zhou Tianfeng swallowed all the blue liquid from the bottle. Good, haha. Stay in the main hall, so I can see how this poison spirit body detoxifies. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said excitedly. After ingesting the poison, Zhou Tianfeng's body immediately reacted. A sharp pain shot through his stomach, and his body began to convulse on the ground. After the blue liquid poison was swallowed, it quickly dissolved in Zhou Tianfeng's stomach, and turned into tiny blue particles that began to flow through Zhou Tianfeng's body, trying to invade Zhou Tianfeng's body tissues. But for Zhou Tianfeng, who is a complex multicellular organism from Earth, these newly entered blue toxic substances seem a bit bewildered. This is different from the human bodies they've invaded before. These toxins are even a bit dizzy. This seems different from previous attacks. Zhou Tianfeng's powerful immune system, enhanced and purified by spiritual energy, immediately detected the intruders in his body. The entire body's alarm was triggered. The immune system immediately dispatched its army of immune cells, rushing madly towards the invaders. A silent war began inside Zhou Tianfeng's body. This peculiar blue toxic substance is much larger in size than the immune cells. An immune cell charged forward, only to be quickly killed by the blue toxic substance, but more immune cells will keep charging forward, fearlessly launching suicidal attacks on these blue toxic substances. As soon as they enter the body, these toxic substances face fierce resistance from immune cells. White blood cells, macrophages, killer cells, lymphocytes begin to be produced continuously, then join the front lines. Both sides engage in a tug of war. Zhou Tianfeng's army of immune cells can continuously receive reinforcements. When one immune cell falls in battle, more immune cells are produced and join the fight. But these blue toxic substances, after invading Zhou Tianfeng's body, cannot increase their numbers. After all, they are not viruses. They are not the old adversaries that have battled the immune system for billions of years. They are not aware of how powerful the human immune system is, nor do they know how devastating these immune cells can be. If the immune cells go berserk, they can directly destroy any of your vital organs. Zhou Tianfeng's body temperature started to rise. The immune cells entered a state of overclocked combat. All the immune cells were like they were on steroids, unleashing several times their original combat power. They began a life and death struggle with the blue substance invading Zhou Tianfeng's body. The immune system started analyzing the weaknesses of these invaders, and the body's various energies were continuously mobilizing. Supporting the body's memory cells, lymphocytes began producing new antibodies against these toxic substances. His body was unprecedentedly united, combining all its forces to fight the invaders. Under the continuous suicidal attacks of the cells, the blue toxic substance began to retreat step by step, especially after Zhou Tianfeng's body temperature increased. His immune cells' combat effectiveness was strengthened to a freakish level, and these blue toxic substances began to weaken. Soon, the immune cells evolved antibodies against this toxin, tipping the scales of victory completely. Until the last bit of blue toxic substance in the body was completely eliminated. Only then did the immune cells stop fighting. Additionally, the memory cells recorded all information about this deadly toxin, and they produced antibodies against this toxin. If this toxin invades the body again in the future, the immune cells will easily destroy it. Meanwhile, 10 hours have passed in the outside world. At this point, Zhou Tianfeng's body temperature has risen to a terrifying level. His entire body is incredibly hot, like a boiled shrimp. Relying on himself now, he's not just at 37 or 38 degrees. He acknowledges that his body temperature is over 60 degrees. Zhou Tianfeng can clearly see white smoke starting to emanate from his body. If he were an ordinary human from Earth, reaching this temperature would have already killed him. But with his cultivation at the chi condensation stage, his body, strengthened by the spiritual energy of this cultivation world, withstood it easily. At this moment, even the Blood Shadow Patriarch was a bit nervous. However, seeing Zhou Tianfeng's appearance, it seemed like there was no major issue. But he still held the antidote in his hand, prepared to observe the situation further. If Zhou Tianfeng couldn't hold on, he would immediately give it to him. The poison-cleansing spiritual body. During detoxification, will his body temperature continue to rise? The last time I saw him in Dahuan village, he looked the same. lying in bed. His whole body was burning hot. Could it be that the detoxification process of the phosphorus poison body requires a rise in body temperature? I've never heard of that before. This high fever lasted for several hours. Zhou Tianfang's body temperature began to slowly return to normal, which finally put Blood Shadow Ancestor at ease. After 20 hours, Zhou Tianfang's body temperature began to slowly drop. His bodily functions started to recover. After 24 hours, Zhou Tianfang had regained consciousness. He knew that his immune cells had won this 24-hour battle. He didn't pass out. He remained fully conscious, watching how his body fought off the intruder. He guessed correctly. It was indeed his immunity at work, and his immunity successfully withstood the world's poison. Haha, good. Disciple, you're okay now. You see, didn't I say so? You really are a poison spirit body, right? Blood Shadow Ancestor said excitedly. The poison I just used on this kid, if it were an ordinary chi condensation cultivator, they would be dead without an antidote. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would die without taking the antidote in time, and also lose their lives. But this kid just lay on the ground, with a feverish body. In just one day, he neutralized the toxin by himself. Master, I'm fine. At this moment, Zhou Tianfang's body was already drenched in sweat, and he was extremely weak all over. His own immunity did not disappoint him. Successfully handled the world's deadly toxins. It's great to be immune the first time. Then he can be immune the second and third times. As long as he continues to improve his cultivation, his body keeps evolving. Then his body can completely pretend to be a toxin-neutralizing body in this world. Isn't it just neutralizing deadly toxins? My immune system can do it too. And in the future, it will be countless times stronger than your so-called poison body. Not bad, not bad. My good disciple, in the future, your poison body will take a poison each month. Then you can neutralize this deadly poison. From now on, you won't fear it anymore. Blood Shadow Ancestor said, Master, can it be every 2 months? I feel a bit weak. Even if I recover, it might take a month. I'm afraid that continuous intake of strong poisons will affect my body and my future cultivation. It could damage my foundation. Zhou Tianfang hastily said, just take the poison once a month. Your immune system needs to function at full capacity. There's hardly any time to rest. How can this work? At least extend it to 2 months. Give your body a chance to recuperate. 2 months is fine too. After all, we have plenty of time. I have a Gai Yuan pill and a Bigu pill here for you. Take this first. To regulate your body, the Blood Shadow Patriarch took out 2 pills and fed them to Zhou Tianfang. Zhou Tianfang did not hesitate. He immediately swallowed the pills fed by the Blood Shadow Patriarch. Not afraid of poison. Would I fear ordinary pills? After the 2 pills entered his stomach, they immediately turned into 2 warm currents, flowing through Zhou Tianfang's body to every part. The fatigue and weakness in Zhou Tianfang's body instantly disappeared. Alright, I have to say, the pills in this world are truly a bug-like thing, and they're multifunctional too. Disciple. In the future, your method of confronting enemies will be to use various poisons to attack them. Many experts who cultivate poison techniques also suffer greatly themselves. Their bodies are covered with various poisons, and that feeling is anything but pleasant. So, those who cultivate poison techniques often harm themselves before harming others. But you, with your detoxifying spirit body, are different. In the future, you can cultivate various poison techniques. You can even store deadly poisons in your body. When fighting an enemy, you can launch a surprise attack on your opponent. It will catch them off guard. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said, cultivating poison techniques for a physique like the poison spirit body is the most suitable. Others who cultivate poison techniques have to worry about the deadly poison harming their own bodies or cause any negative effects. But there's no need to worry about the toxic gas from the detoxifying spirit, because the detoxifying spirit has already neutralized the poison and is no longer afraid. The detoxifying spirit is considered a top-tier special constitution for cultivating poison techniques, and my Blood Shadow sect is quite skilled in using various poisons. There are countless poison techniques recorded within the sect, of every variety. Even the Blood Shadow Patriarch himself is a master of poison. Yes, master, I understand. Please teach me all the poison techniques, master. Zhou Tianfang said, what's so good about playing with poison? It's better to be a long-range caster for ranged attacks. I don't want to engage in close combat. Moreover, medicine and poison have always been intertwined. As my poison skills improve, my medical skills will also rise accordingly. In the coming years, I won't leave the sect. Nor will I go into seclusion. I'll teach you poison skills every day, and train you well. You must work hard and learn from me attentively. Shui Ying Patriarch said. Disciple accepts the order. Zhou Tianfang said, alright, you are tired today. Go and rest. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you various knowledge about reading and pharmacology during the day, and you will practice in your room at night. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said, since you are master's disciple, I will take my leave. Go and rest well. At dawn tomorrow, come find me. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said. He bowed deeply to the Blood Shadow Patriarch. Zhou Tianfeng respectfully left the main hall. After leaving the main hall, Zhou Tianfeng didn't stop at all. He went straight back to his room and fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed. His body is currently under a lot of stress, fighting the virus with all his strength. His body's energy consumption was immense. He needs to take a good rest. The night passed without a word. Early the next morning, Zhou Tianfeng finished washing up. After getting dressed, he went to Shui Ying's room. Disciple Zhou Tianfeng greets Master. You're here. Let's start today's lesson then. First, you need to understand the special effects of various poisonous insects, flowers, and plants, and their growth cycles. How to capture poisonous insects. How to breed them. How to plant poisonous flowers and plants. How to pick them. Which parts are highly toxic and which parts are non-toxic. How to detoxify. In the first year, we'll start with the basics. You need to memorize these theoretical concepts. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said, no matter what you learn, laying a solid foundation is crucial. If you want to pursue the path of toxin arts, the knowledge of poisonous insects, flowers, and herbs must be ingrained in your mind. Reporting to Master, I, your disciple, have been studying knowledge about reading in my dreams during these days. In the first and second floors of the library, all books about poisons. I have read them all. Zhou Tianfeng said. Just kidding, my memory is not to be underestimated now. Adding the books from the first and second floors together, there are only a few dozen to 100 at most. I've already read them all. Oh, you've read them all. How much have you memorized? The Blood Shadow Ancestor nodded with satisfaction. He asked. You read them all in a month, and memorized all the books on the first and second floors about deadly poisons? This kid's words are a bit too bold, aren't they? All the books. As long as they have pictures related to poison. I've memorized them all. Zhou Tianfeng said. Memorized them all. You've only been in my sect for 2 months. And I gave you the key to the library. It's only been a month. You've finished reading all the books. I am already gratified, but don't boast. The Blood Shadow Ancestor said, I dare not deceive you, Master. If you don't believe me, Master, you can scold me as you wish. Zhou Tianfeng said, alright, then let me ask Xie Qingteng. Where does this poisonous herb grow? What are its medicinal properties? How should it be handled? Shui Ying Laozu asked. Shui Qingteng is a poisonous herb that grows in areas with moderate spiritual energy. The leaves are nearly round, oval, or egg-shaped. During growth, it needs a lot of blood to nourish it. It grows naturally, usually in places of mortal battlefields, or where many fierce beasts have died. It typically matures in 7 years. If a mortal touches it, they will immediately develop pustules all over their body. There is blood poison inside. If you want to artificially breed it, you need to find a place rich in spiritual energy, and irrigate it with human blood or fierce beast blood. But if irrigated with low-level demon beast blood, it can accelerate its growth. Usually, it will mature in 3 years. When harvesting, you need to use special shears to cut it from the root, except for the vines. The other petals are non-toxic. In the Blood Shadow Clan's records, the preparation of 7 kinds of poisonous pills requires bloodvine. There are 3 methods to detoxify it. Zhou Tianfeng mentioned the violet scorpion. Talk about how to catch these scorpions and their habits. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said that the violet scorpion is a venomous insect that likes to live near purple vine grass. The scent of the purple vine grass attracts certain insects, and when these insects smell the scent of wisteria, they fall into an extremely excited state, similar to how cats react to catnip. The violet scorpion then takes the opportunity to prey on these insects. If all the venom of a single violet scorpion is extracted, it can kill an entire village of people. The poisoned individuals first develop large purple spots on their bodies, which then spread all over. If no antidote is formulated within 3 days, then the poisoned person will undoubtedly die. To breed these purple scorpions, you need to plant some wisteria. You also need to regularly feed them a lot of food. The growth cycle of these purple scorpions is generally 1 year. Among us, there are 4 methods to extract the toxins and refine them into poison pills. Zhou Tianfeng recited the knowledge he had memorized from books fluently. Wisteria is actually also a medicinal herb, but it's non-toxic. It only makes the user feel excited. Taking too much may cause hallucinations. He remembers wisteria quite well. After all, it's an ingredient in several sinister formulas, and one of them requires this thing to induce a pleasurable excitement, and it doesn't have any side effects. This is a good thing. Moreover, it's one of the accessories of the source of all evil. I remember it very clearly. Shui Ling butterfly, tell us how to capture this kind of spirit butterfly, and how to breed them. Blood Shadow Patriarch nodded with satisfaction. He continued to ask. The snow-scale butterfly is a type of butterfly that lives in extremely cold regions. As long as the weather is cold, it can survive. But in other regions, this butterfly cannot survive at all, and it cannot be bred artificially. For a snow-scale butterfly to fully mature, it takes nearly 300 years. Its pollen contains immense cold poison. If you're infected by his cold poison, you must use a fire attribute treasure or elixir to remove the toxicity. Also, his wings are an extremely perfect ice attribute refining material. Zhou Tianfeng said, this thing is both a refining material and a deadly poison. It can also be used to make some elixirs. However, Zhou Tianfeng has not looked at the specific prescription needed for configuring the elixir, so he is also not clear about the pharmacological properties of the snow spirit butterfly. So, let me ask you about the 9-star poisonous herb. Tell me about its growth and characteristics. Blood Shadow Patriarch asked. The 9-star poisonous herb is a type of. This was not difficult for Zhou Tianfeng. As long as it is recorded in the first or second level of the blood library, knowledge about toxic flowers and herbs. Now everything is crystal clear in his mind. Just a slight recollection, and it vividly appears in his mind. Next, the Blood Shadow Ancestor asked about the characteristics of a dozen poisonous insects, flowers, and herbs. He even asked a few tricky questions, but Zhou Tianfeng answered all of them one by one. His answers were good. Now let me ask you, how many poison pill recipes do we have in total? How many types of poisonous flowers, insects, herbs, and beasts have been recorded? The Blood Shadow Patriarch asked. It seems this kid's talent is indeed exceptional. But being controlled by his own disciple is clearly not what the Blood Shadow Patriarch wanted, so he asked a rather tricky question. What if he asked about the medicinal properties of other poisonous insects, flowers, and herbs? Then this guy will definitely be able to answer. Since that's the case, I'll ask in a different way. I don't believe you can remember all of this. When the master starts teaching the apprentice immediately says he has learned everything. Aren't you embarrassing your master? Reporting to master, I don't know. Zhou Tianfeng lowered his head and spoke very humbly. To be able to ask such a question, Zhou Tianfeng noticed that Blood Shadow Patriarch was a bit angry. However, this question he could indeed answer. His super memory was no joke now. Although it was only a short half-month, he did indeed finish reading it. And if he focused wholeheartedly on it, it probably wouldn't even take half a month. There are a total of 724 poison recipes, 697 of which have antidotes, 1,200 types of poisonous flowers, 1,434 types of poisonous herbs. Poisonous insects are divided into 7 categories. There are 1,568 species. There are beasts with great toxicity and those with mild toxicity. There are a total of 976 wild beasts. This question is not difficult for me. It seems you've really read all the materials from the first 2 levels. But these are just theoretical knowledge. Learning them doesn't necessarily mean you have mastered them. Next, you need to learn how to grow poisonous plants and flowers. Breed various poisonous insects and beasts. Then collect their venom yourself. Start by preparing poison powder with the simplest recipes. Every time you prepare poison, you must also prepare the corresponding antidote. Blood Shadow Ancestor turned around and said. At this moment, a fine sweat appeared on Blood Shadow Ancestor's forehead. This kid is simply a monster. All the books and readings on the first and second floors. An ordinary person might not be able to finish them all in a few months, let alone remember everything clearly. But this kid actually remembered everything. And he remembered it in incredible detail. I asked him about more than a dozen tricky poisonous insects, flowers, and plants, but he answered all of them. In the end, I had no choice. I had to come up with a tricky question to stump this kid, jokingly asking to list all types and quantities of toxins. Even I can't do that. When I first started cultivation, just reading the books took me a year. And memorizing them all took another 2 years. Something that took me 3 years to achieve. This kid managed in half a month. Truly a peerless genius. A spiritual root that can grow on its own. A unique physique, transforming into a solitary spirit. Such a clever and exquisite mind. This child's future is limitless. Thank you, Master, for your teachings. Zhou Tianfeng said. I will instruct the outer disciples to bring you 10 types of poisonous insects, flowers, and herbs. Your next task is to cultivate all of them to maturity. Then extract their toxins. Also, you need to prepare all the possible single-dose poisons they can be made into, and an antidote as well. If there are any auxiliary herbs, if you can't find it, you can instruct the outer disciples to handle it. The Blood Shadow Ancestor said. Yes, disciple understands. Zhou Tianfeng said. Cultivating unique techniques requires focus, but your own cultivation should not be neglected. Remember, we cultivators, what you rely on the most is your cultivation. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said. Disciple will remember Master's teachings. You may go. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can come to me. For poison techniques, you can ask your senior brother. He is also an expert in this field. Blood Shadow Patriarch waved his hand and spoke of his 3 disciples. The eldest disciple is skilled in various poisons and alchemy, and could teach this junior brother well. Eldest brother. Zhou Tianfang's mouth curled into a sneer. I haven't forgotten about the demon pill. Today, he purposely carried that bottle of demon pills given by eldest brother. If I couldn't withstand the deadly poison today, and was saved by the Blood Shadow Patriarch, then he wouldn't take out this demon pill. But if I could resist this deadly poison due to my immunity, Zhou Tianfang plans to take out this demon pill and see how the Blood Shadow Patriarch handles it. From today's performance of the Blood Shadow Patriarch, it can be analyzed that he values me greatly. In this regard, he's even better than the other 3 disciples. After all, Blood Shadow Patriarch believes he has a unique physique. As for the other 3 senior brothers, he's investigated them over the past few days. They don't have any special physiques. The eldest senior brother has an ordinary mid-grade spiritual root. The second senior brother also has an ordinary mid-grade spiritual root. Only the third senior brother has a high-grade spiritual root. Blind tolerance may not lead to the other party's concession, but rather to intensification. So if the Blood Shadow Patriarch truly values me greatly, then he would definitely suppress my senior brother. Master, there is something I wish to report to you. Zhou Tianfang knelt on the ground and began to speak. Oh, what is it? The Blood Shadow Patriarch revealed a very kind smile and asked. Reporting to Master, not long ago, senior brother gave me a bottle of elixir. He said that after I enter the condensation stage in cultivation, I can take 1 pill every 7 days. It can increase one's cultivation. Previously, I didn't know what kind of pill this was. I've been reading in the library these past few days and found out that this is a demon pill. Zhou Tianfang said. What, boss? He actually gave you a bottle of demon pills. The Blood Shadow Patriarch's eyes widened directly. His expression was very grim as he said, Disciple dares not deceive master. This bottle of demon pills is with me. Zhou Tianfang took out the bottle of demon pills from his bosom and handed it to the Blood Shadow Patriarch. The Blood Shadow Patriarch took the bottle with a grim expression and opened it to sniff. Then his expression changed immediately. There are actually some enticing powders in here. Once opened, it creates an overwhelming urge for mortals to want to eat it. If one can't resist, as soon as they smell this scent, they will immediately consume this demon pill. This enticing powder isn't highly toxic. It's made just to be used as a seasoning in the food at the restaurants run by the Blood Shadow sect in remote areas. Some larger sects and ordinary sects also use this stuff, but this thing was scattered on the demon pill, tempting the 4th disciple to eat it. That is truly with ill intent. Good disciple, have you eaten this demon pill? Quickly tell your master. If you have eaten it, your master will immediately get you some medicine to stabilize your foundation. The Blood Shadow Patriarch asked urgently. If he consumed this tainted item during this period, Ancestor Blood Shadow would have to use some rare treasures to restore Zhou Tianfang's essence. Disciple Bing Shizun dared not eat it. After opening the bottle and smelling the scent inside, he indeed felt an urge to eat it, but he resisted. Zhou Tianfang said it's good that he didn't eat it. Good that you didn't eat it. Remember, my disciple, you can reward this bottle of demon pills to the outer disciples in the future, but you must never take it yourself. Also, if you go outside, never take these demon pills to any auction of a cultivation sect to sell them. It will bring deadly trouble, said the Blood Shadow Patriarch. If such a low-level demon pill were to fall into the outside world, it would definitely be discovered by Lord Tion's or righteous sects. At that time, they would follow the clues back to us, and then eliminate the source of these demon pills. Because these demon pills are a specialty of the Blood Shadow sect. And as for our Blood Shadow sect's situation outside, the Blood Shadow Patriarch knows better than anyone. His senior disciple has set up a chain of deadly traps. If this junior brother eats the demon pill and we don't tell him, he won't realize it until the foundation establishment stage. By then, he will miss the best period for strengthening his foundation. Even if he successfully establishes his foundation, his essence will still be lacking. It will be very disadvantageous for his future cultivation. If this kid doesn't eat it, if it's taken outside to sell, the Tianza army will find out. By then, they will surely be killed by the Tianza army, and the senior brother can completely deny any involvement. Even if he found out himself, he thought nothing would happen to him. But he wanted to mention one thing. If this disciple really has an accident, I'll be the first to shoot you dead. This is the hope for the future of my Blood Shadow sect. Yes, master. I understand. That was close, really close. I actually planned to take this kind of pill and sell it outside. If I had really sold it, it's likely that a lot of disciples from reputable sects or the Celestial Army would come and wipe me out. Damn it, this senior brother really had bad intentions. I've just started learning. I have no grudge against you. Is it necessary to be so ruthless? Leave this matter to me to handle. For the next few days, stay in your room and practice diligently. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said, this senior disciple indeed needs some discipline. Just a little thought. Blood Shadow Patriarch understood that his senior disciple feared that the 4th disciple would take his place as the sect leader. HMPH. Even without the 4th disciple, the position of sect leader wouldn't go to you, senior brother. Don't you know what kind of person you are? You've been here the longest. You've been following me for over 200 years. But my cultivation is just at the initial stage of the Ronglin realm. I will take my leave as the disciple of the patriarch. Zhou Tianfeng said respectfully. Wait, regarding your spiritual root grade. You must not tell anyone. I will now tell you a secret. Your spiritual root is very special, but knowing too much right now, it's not very good for you. If others ask, just say you have a top-grade spiritual root. Blood Shadow Ancestor thought for a moment, and then spoke. A self-growing spiritual root. It's better not to let others know about this. Although one must personally investigate to determine the grade of the spiritual root, but just in case, we still need to get some insurance for this kid. Yes, Master, I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Zhou Tianfeng said, it's definitely not as simple as a high-grade spiritual root. It looks like my spiritual root is quite special, but that's even better. This way, my status in the Blood Shadow Patriarch's mind will be even higher. Now we'll see how the Patriarch will handle this senior brother. After Zhou Tianfeng left, the Blood Shadow Patriarch immediately summoned an outer disciple. Go call Cheng Ji to see me, the Blood Shadow Patriarch said with a grim expression. Soon after, Cheng Ji, who was still refining pills, received a summons from the Blood Shadow Patriarch. Not daring to delay, he hurried to the Blood Shadow Patriarch's room. His master had something to discuss with him. Could it be that the matter of the demon pill for the fourth junior brother had been exposed? But this was within his expectations. He wasn't too worried about being punished by his master. Moreover, he already had a plan. Since he dared to strike against our fallen junior brother, he must be confident in his escape. Cheng Ji, your new junior brother. How are you getting along with him? The Blood Shadow Patriarch sat on the chair, looking at the kneeling senior disciple in front of him, and asked. Reporting to the Patriarch, he was very fond of this junior disciple. Previously, he even guided his cultivation. He also gave him a bottle of elixir. Cheng Ji knelt on the ground. He began to speak slowly. Oh, is that so? You even gave your junior disciple a bottle of elixir. Can you tell me what kind of miraculous elixir it was? The Blood Shadow Patriarch sneered coldly and asked. Reporting to Master, it is a top-grade demon pill that can increase cultivation, Cheng replied. HMPH, you fool. You know you sent a demon pill. And you should know what would happen if your junior disciple ate it. Those outer disciples with average talent are one thing. They may not achieve much in their lifetime. But if your junior brother encounters any mistakes in the future, can you bear the responsibility? The Blood Shadow Patriarch said. I ask Master to discern carefully. That bottle of elixir is indeed a demon elixir, but it is an improved version made by the disciple, using refined snow from a high-level snow moon gourd with 1,000 years of cultivation. It's indeed a great supplement, and there's absolutely no problem with it. After taking it, it will only increase your cultivation. It can also strengthen your foundation and vitality. I am wholeheartedly doing this for the benefit of my junior brother. What wrong is there in that? Cheng Ji said. Since I dared to give out that bottle of demon pills, there is a way to deal with it. Blood Shadow Patriarch's face changed. Immediately took out the pill bottle from his bosom, poured out the pills inside directly, held them in his hand and examined them carefully. These demon pills were coated with a thick layer of enticing powder, but after carefully peeling it away, it revealed the snow-white demon pills. It emits a charming medicinal fragrance. It is indeed a high-level demon beast core refined with the essence blood of a blood moon fox. It's completely different from those demon cores made with the blood of low-level demon beasts. This is refined with the blood of a fox demon with 1,000 years of cultivation. Earlier, in a fit of anger, I just opened the bottle and smelled it. I didn't notice the internal issue of the pill. This is indeed a great supplement. The essence blood of a fox demon with 1,000 years of cultivation is valuable for cultivators. It is indeed a highly beneficial item. Master, I truly have good intentions for my junior brother. You have seen this elixir. Taking it during the condensation stage will only enhance cultivation, strengthening the foundation. There won't be any danger. Although, like a demon pill, it needs to be taken once every 7 days. But I'm afraid my junior brother might not be able to absorb its potency. I truly had no ill intentions. He knelt on the ground and said the demon pill was indeed fine. But why did you coat it with a thick layer of enticing shield? The Blood Shadow Patriarch said, Master, please see clearly. I was just afraid the pill would be stolen, so I coated it with the enticing shield as a precaution. Moreover, this thing has no side effects. It just greatly increases one's appetite. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Cheng Ji said, it seems that my master really values this fourth junior brother. He definitely intends to groom him as the next sect leader. Damn master, I was the first to follow you. For over 200 years. I've been with you for over 200 years. My cultivation has already reached the peak of the Ronling stage. Just one more step to reach the soul refining level. You are actually going to pass the position of sect leader to someone else. This bottle of elixir was just a test. But he didn't expect his master, the Blood Shadow Patriarch, to value this fourth junior brother so much. The elixir he sent out, if he just asked and checked a bit within the Blood Shadow sect, he could have known what it was. How could I have been so foolish? Give the inferior beast core made from the blood of lower-class beasts to this fourth junior brother. This bottle of elixir has only one deadly use. That is for this junior brother to sell it outside, thus attracting the soldiers of the celestial army. Because the technique of refining beast cores like this is known only by the Blood Shadow sect in the entire Tianyu dynasty. Other sects refining elixirs. They use all kinds of spiritual herbs and flowers from heaven and earth. Top-tier demon beast inner cores. Only his Blood Shadow sect would use demon beast blood. Regardless of the quality of this pill, once discovered by the Heavenly Strategy Army, it will inevitably lead to a siege. But the chance of this plan succeeding is pitifully small. HMPH, I know what you're thinking. There are some things I can't explain to you right now. But remember, I'm doing everything for our Blood Shadow sect. You must remember one thing. When one person succeeds, everyone benefits. How could the Blood Shadow Patriarch not know what this first disciple is plotting? This boy is still too obsessed with the position of sect leader. As long as the 4 disciples of Joshin Peak can grow up, sweeping away the top 3 sects in the future, and the entire Tian's army won't be a problem. And you, at most, you cultivate the Tao, and your soul cultivation is the highest. Your achievements will be about the same as your master's. Just in terms of future prospects, the second and third are much stronger than you. Master, your disciple has always been devoted to the Blood Shadow sect, with no divided loyalties. Achievements are one thing. Stop talking about it. In the capital of the Tianyu dynasty, we have some strongholds of the Blood Shadow sect. Recently, we've been besieged several times by the Tianzi army. Now we've basically suffered complete losses. I have a task to entrust to you. Since you say you're wholeheartedly dedicated to our Blood Shadow sect, then I command you to go to the capital of the Tianyu dynasty and rebuild our Blood Shadow sect's power. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said, Master, you're actually sending me to the capital? Master Cheng. I merely gave fourth senior brother a bottle of top-grade elixir. I could hardly believe the words of the Blood Shadow Patriarch. My eyes widened, and I asked, how could this be about developing the Blood Shadow sect's power in the capital? Going to the capital of the Tianyu dynasty, right under the Tian's army's nose. That's a near-death mission. Pressure creates motivation. You've been stuck at the Ronling level for decades. It's time for you to go out and train. Just be careful. And don't attract the attention of the Tianzi army, said the Blood Shadow Patriarch. Yes, Master, I can go. But I hope Master will agree to one thing. Chengji knelt on the ground, clenching his fists, and said through gritted teeth, that if this disciple could reach the soul cultivation level, when he goes to the capital of the Tianyu dynasty, and rebuild the power of our Blood Shadow sect, he would ask the Master to appoint him as the next leader of the Blood Shadow sect. Chengji said. Chengji made one last request to his master through gritted teeth, or rather a plea, acknowledging his lack of talent. But in terms of loyalty to the Blood Shadow Patriarch and contributions to the entire Blood Shadow sect, Chengji could be said to be the greatest among all disciples, handling all outer sect disciples' cultivation, and managing various affairs within the Blood Shadow sect, planting poisonous flowers and herbs, hunting and raising some poisonous insects and low-level monsters. I've managed all of that by myself. Even if I don't have achievements, I've worked hard. I was just testing this junior brother, but my master wants to exile me to the most dangerous place. Fine, Master, I can go to the most dangerous place, but I also want what I deserve. There was a loud bang. The Blood Shadow Patriarch slapped the chair in front of him with great force. The entire chair instantly shattered, scattering in all directions. The Blood Shadow Patriarch, with a cold face, asked in a low voice, Chengji, how dare you negotiate terms with me, your master? Is this your place to speak? Master, it's been so many years. Even if I don't have merit, I have worked hard, right? Please, Master, try to understand my position. The second brother only knows how to create all kinds of corpse puppets. He is completely focused on that. When has he ever cared about the sect's affairs? As for the third brother, he thinks about nothing but how to kill the Tianzi army every day, just to avenge his family. Only I am wholeheartedly dedicated to the development of the Blood Shadow sect. Shouldn't disciples strive for it? Chengji said. Hearing his senior disciple's words, the Blood Shadow Patriarch also fell silent. What this senior disciple said was indeed correct. But can you understand your master's difficulties? I have already explained it to you very clearly. When one person attains enlightenment, everyone around benefits. Once your junior brother attains enlightenment, our entire Blood Shadow sect will prosper. At that time, you will reach the transcendent realm and become an immortal among men. That's not impossible. But I can't tell him directly. Blood Shadow Patriarch pondered for a moment. He thought of a way to punish him. I have considered it. I can agree to your request, but your cultivation must surpass all the disciples, said Blood Shadow Patriarch. That's natural. As the next leader, if my skills are not outstanding among the disciples, how could I have the face to become the leader? Chengji said in surprise. After all, I have been cultivating for over 200 years. Now I have almost reached the late stage of honor, just one step away from breaking through to the soul level. And the thing that troubles him at the last step is actually just the sect leader's obsession. As long as the master agrees with him, he can overcome this final hurdle. and break through to the soul cultivation level in at most a few years. Even if my junior brother has great talent, within 100 years, it's absolutely impossible to catch up with oneself. Moreover, if the master's cultivation can't break through to the next realm and transcend, then he will only have 100 years of life left. By then, I will have become the head of the sect. After the master finishes his painting, everything will be up to me. Alright, we have a deal then, said the Blood Shadow Patriarch. If it were someone else, Blood Shadow Patriarch wouldn't have this confidence. But for Zhou Tianfeng, who has a poison-absorbing body that can grow on its own, he is fully confident. Ha, kid, you haven't seen real prodigies and geniuses. Yes, master, after you give some instructions to the disciples, I will immediately set off with some outer disciples, Chengji said. Now, most of the Blood Shadow sect's outer disciples can be said to be his disciples because all matters related to cultivation are managed and taught by him. These outer disciples were all trained by him personally. You can take all these outer disciples, whom you have trained personally. Before you leave, I bestow upon you the Blood Soul Blade. With it, even if you encounter a soul refinement level cultivator, you will have the power to fight. In Blood Shadow Patriarch's palm appeared a small, blood-red knife. This blood-red knife spun around once and was sent by the Blood Shadow Patriarch to Chengji's front. The Blood Soul Blade is a top-grade spiritual weapon, one of the few top-grade spiritual weapons in his Blood Shadow sect. This treasure is extremely vicious. After injuring someone, the opponent's skin immediately festers. Even for a soul-cultivating cultivator, if not treated properly, within 3 days, they will succumb to blood poison, turning into a pool of blood. Besides the blood poison, the Blood Soul Blade also contains 10,000 vengeful spirits. When attacking the enemy, countless vengeful spirits appear and directly harm the enemy. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this treasure upon me. Please rest assured, Master, I will not disappoint your expectations on this journey. Chengji spoke with a face full of surprise, saying, Master still thinks of me. Master still remembers me. Being able to bestow the Blood Soul Blade upon me, even a soul cultivator, could be caught off guard and slain by it. Moreover, if his cultivation could advance further, then a soul cultivator would be just one slash away from defeat. Go, Blood Shadow Patriarch waved his hand, and said, nothing to say for the night. After cultivating in the room for 3 days, Zhou Tianfeng finally heard that his senior brother was sent on an important mission, along with 60% of the outer disciples of the sect. Is this considered being exiled to the frontier? His senior brother just left like that. Does the Blood Shadow Patriarch value him so much? Move, 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 move. Fourth Master, are you there? The Patriarch wants to see you. A disciple from the outer sect stood at the door, and respectfully said, I understand. I'll go see the Patriarch now. Zhou Tianfeng did not dare to delay. He immediately went to the Blood Shadow Patriarch's palace. Disciple Zhou Tianfeng greets Master. Sit down. The Blood Shadow Patriarch looked somewhat sad. He pointed to a chair beside him, and said, Thank you, Master, Zhou Tianfeng said. The Blood Shadow Patriarch didn't seem to be in a good mood. Be careful with your words later. About your senior brother, I think you should have heard. He has gone to the capital of the Tianyu dynasty to expand our sect's influence. Disciple has heard about senior brother's efforts for the sect. I wonder if I can help relieve master's burdens. Zhou Tianfeng said, we do need you to share the burden, but not now. Wait until your cultivation reaches the banyan forest level. Your senior brother is not here. For the upcoming pharmacological knowledge, the Patriarch will personally teach you. Blood Shadow Patriarch said, at master's discretion. Zhou Tianfeng said, this is the demon pill refined by your senior brother. Actually, the Patriarch was somewhat mistaken. It is not something harmful. It can indeed enhance your cultivation. It is refined from the essence blood of a 1,000-year-old spirit fox. The Blood Shadow Patriarch waved his hand. He returned the bottle of demon pill that Zhou Tianfeng had previously handed over. The pill is fine. It is refined from the essence blood of a 1,000-year-old spirit fox. Relying on that would make me look like I'm tattling. I miscalculated. No wonder Blood Shadow Patriarch looked so upset. Something's wrong, Patriarch. Third Master. He sneaked out. At that moment, a disciple from the outer sect rushed in hastily, and said, What? The Blood Shadow Patriarch suddenly sat up. Third senior brother is that cold guy named Tong Wei, right? What's going on with his disappearance? What exactly happened? Report to me immediately. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said with an ugly expression. What is this all about? I just painfully sent my first disciple away. Now this third master has run off somewhere again. Today, I went to deliver cultivation snacks to the third master. Knocked on the door for a long time, but there was no response from the third master. I waited for a while, still no response from the third master. So I boldly pushed the door open and went in, only to find the room completely empty. He only left a letter. I did not dare to open it. I specifically brought it for you to see, Patriarch. An outer sect disciple said. In the entire Blood Shadow sect, only the 4 direct disciples of the Blood Shadow Patriarch can call him master. Other disciples, when they see the Blood Shadow Patriarch, must address him as Patriarch before they can approach. The outer sect disciple dared not slack off, and handed a white letter to the Blood Shadow Patriarch. The Blood Shadow Patriarch opened the letter and saw its contents. His face gradually turned from red to white and then from white to blue. After finishing the letter, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. "You go down first." Blood Shadow Patriarch glanced at the outer disciple kneeling on the ground and said coldly, "Yes, Patriarch. Disciple here bids farewell." The pitiful outer disciple wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurried out. "Master, has something happened? What happened to the third senior brother?" Zhou Tianfeng asked. "HMPH. What else could it be? Of course, he's following the first senior brother. That kid dreams of going to the capital of the Tianyu dynasty." The Blood Shadow Patriarch sighed helplessly. He said, "Are the disciples of Blood Shadow really this close? The first senior brother was just sent off. As a result, the third senior brother chased after him. But based on what I saw these past few days, the people of Blood Shadow sect don't seem that kind. The third junior brother bears a deep grudge. His parents and clan members were killed by the Heavenly Strategy Army. This child has always wanted revenge. Unexpectedly, this time he secretly followed his senior brother." The Blood Shadow Patriarch said, "Master, third senior brother shouldn't have left too long ago. How about you go and bring him back?" Zhou Tianfeng said. The Blood Shadow Patriarch nodded and was about to get up, but as if he thought of something, he sat back down. "Forget it, Master. We can't keep him here. Can't hold onto his heart. The boss acts very cautiously. With him watching over the third one, nothing should happen. Besides, this counts as some training." The Blood Shadow Patriarch said. "Just wanted to chase. Now stopped again, saying something about not being able to hold onto his heart. Senior brother is very cautious in his work. With him watching, nothing should go wrong. Could this also be partly because of himself? Sometimes it's tough when your master has high expectations of you. It doesn't seem like a good thing. Actually, I just want to develop quietly. I don't want to be so high profile. It's only been 2 months since I became his disciple. 2 senior brothers have left. Ah, my good disciple, I'm feeling a bit tired today. You should go back to your room and rest." The Blood Shadow Patriarch said sadly. Sigh. "Alright, let's try to relieve this tense atmosphere now. Otherwise, my master might be sad for a long time. Master, please take care of yourself. When I have advanced in my training, I will definitely avenge my 2 senior brothers," Zhou Tianfeng said. Upon hearing this, the Blood Shadow Patriarch instantly appeared before Zhou Tianfeng. He gave him a slap on the head. But the slap wasn't very hard. "What nonsense are you talking about? You're acting like your 2 senior brothers are going to their deaths. They're just going to Tianyu capital to expand their influence. I'm not sending them to have a bloody battle with the Tian's army. Moreover, your eldest senior brother has a magical artifact bestowed by me," said the Blood Shadow Patriarch. "Master, I haven't cursed the 2 senior brothers to die. What I mean is, when my cultivation is complete, I will take on all the grievances of our Blood Shadow sect against the Sky Tactic Army. I'll reclaim everything from them, those 3 stars, and the 7 Northern Stars generals. I will take their heads one by one," Zhou Tianfeng said. "Haha, you might really have the ability in the future. Alright, I'll be waiting." Blood Shadow Ancestor's expression finally softened a bit, and he said, "With your eldest's cautious nature, even in the capital, there shouldn't be any issues. Even if he encounters the Blood Soul Blade bestowed by the 7 Stars of the North, he can still protect himself without much trouble. If his cultivation breaks through to the soul cultivating level, then with this Blood Soul Blade, he might even be able to kill one of the 7 Stars of the North. He is actually more worried about the third brother. That kid carries a deep-seated vendetta, and this journey will surely lead to a bloody massacre. But killing ordinary Tianza soldiers or Tiasha and Tiangang generals is enough. I hope the boss can keep an eye on him. Don't let this kid provoke the Beidou 7 Stars generals. Please rest assured, Master, I, your disciple, will make sure of it." Wait a minute. It seems that Patriarch Shuiying suddenly thought of something. "Immediately call for an outer disciple." Disciple pays respect to the ancestor. "What orders does the ancestor have? Is that little girl still here? She hasn't run off with her father, has she?" The Blood Shadow Ancestor asked. "Please don't worry, Ancestor. The master specifically instructed us to watch over the young lady before he left. The young lady did try to run away a few times, but we captured them all back," said the Blood Shadow Sect outer disciple. That's good. Have your family keep a close watch on that girl. Starting tomorrow, have him come and learn from me, the Patriarch, and train together with his 4th uncle master," said the Blood Shadow Patriarch. "It's the Patriarch. I will go and inform the young lady immediately." You may go." The Blood Shadow Patriarch waved his hand and dismissed the outer sect disciples. "Young lady? Great master?" Hearing this title, "It seems like she's the daughter of my senior brother." "That's right, she's your senior brother's only daughter. This time going to the Tianyu Empire. It's inconvenient for him to follow us to the capital, since his father isn't here. As his Grand Master, I naturally have to take care of him. Starting tomorrow, he will study with you," said the Blood Shadow Patriarch. "Yes, Master. Well, having a half-Gothic loli isn't bad at all. At least it can add a bit of fun to his school life." Blood Shadow. Outside of Luan City, 100 miles away, senior brother Cheng Ji and his group are disguised as a caravan, resting at a roadside tea stall. In the middle of the group, sitting with his senior brother Cheng Ji, is a curvaceous woman dressed in purple overalls, a stunningly beautiful woman with a charming face. This woman has a pair of fluffy, snow-white fox ears on her head, and a big snow-white tail on her hips. It is obvious that this woman is not a human cultivator, but a demon clan member. HMPH, husband, your master is really heartless. You followed him for over 200 years. They just kicked you out like that and caused us mother and daughter to be separated, the woman said indignantly. Cheng Ji glanced at his wife. He didn't speak. Seeing that her husband ignored her, the woman started to cry, sobbing as we leave. I don't know when I'll see my poor daughter again. Sobbing, madam, why are you crying? It's not like it's a matter of life and death. This time going to Tianyu capital. Do you think Wei Fu is facing life or death? Cheng Ji said with an unhappy face. I've already crossed the last hurdle deep in my heart and will soon advance to the soul cultivation level. As long as I keep a low profile and develop some influence of the Blood Shadow sect in the capital, it will be quite easy. When things stabilize, I can even bring my daughter over, and our family can be together. That's very dangerous too. Anywhere there's the Tianzi army is unsafe anyway. The woman's tail quickly swayed a few times. She spoke. Regarding the Tianzi army, he has a psychological shadow. In his youth, he was once hunted by the Tianzi army. It left a huge psychological shadow. Even though she is now married and has become a millennia-old demon, she is still fearful of the terrifying TNCE army. This time, the place she and her husband are going to is the headquarters of the TNCE army. It's okay, I have always been careful and cautious. I never do anything I'm not confident in. This time, as long as we proceed carefully, nothing will happen. Besides, I have you, a 1,000-year-old demon, protecting me. I can't win. But isn't that why you're here? Cheng Ji said. My wife is not a human. She is from the Snow Moon Fox tribe of the Snowy Mountains. She has been cultivating for 1,000 years. That's equivalent to the peak level of soul cultivation for humans. In terms of strength, my fox spirit wife can completely defeat me. A 1,000-year-old demon is no joke. When I was young, it was a stroke of luck that I won her heart. Otherwise, with my mediocre spiritual roots, how could I have advanced to the later stage of Ron Lin? Without the significant help of my 1,000-year-old demon wife, I was able to stand out among the outer sect disciples and be accepted as a disciple by the Blood Shadow Patriarch, largely because of my wife. You're shameless. Other women rely on their men, but you have to rely on me. Shui Yu rolled her eyes at her husband and said, Hey. You know my potential. This time, I will definitely succeed in cultivating my soul and achieve the Yin God rank. Don't I understand the matters of your Fox clan? How many in your Fox clan rely on men? They're all strong women, aren't they? That's more like it. It's not worth me giving you so many elixirs from the clan, but you need to put in more effort. If you can't become a Tuofan level cultivator in the future, then just wait to be ridiculed. I won't be a widow for you. If you die, I'll immediately find a few young handsome guys. Shui Yuehu said. I am now a demon with over 1,000 years of cultivation, equivalent to the initial stage of transcendence in the human race. Not at the soul cultivation level my husband thinks. As for why I didn't tell him, and only said I was at the soul cultivation level, I was really afraid it would hurt his feelings. Plus, fox demons have a naturally long lifespan. Living for a few thousand years is no problem for him, but even if her husband becomes a soul cultivating practitioner, his lifespan won't exceed 1,000 years. So if the two want to be together forever, he must become a transcendental being. Therefore, he needs to be stimulated from time to time. The limitation of his middle-grade spiritual root is just too great. But there's no choice, as talent and spiritual roots are innate. Haha, my dear wife, I will rely on you more in the future. Actually, if he could cultivate to the soul refining level, he would already be very happy. He never even considered reaching the fan level. My dear, this time I will rely on you. Although they say the TNCE army is fierce, my wife handling a Big Dipper 7 stars should not be a problem. HMPH. Let's make it clear first. I can easily crush the Tiangang and Disha level soldiers of the Tian's army. But if the 7 stars generals of the Beidou arrive, that would be dangerous. However, as long as your cultivation reaches the soul cultivation level, and you wield the blood soul blade given by your master, killing one of the 7 stars generals shouldn't be a problem. Shui Yuhu looked at her husband and said, actually, even if the 3 brothers of stars arrive, he is confident he can lead the people to escape. The treasure bestowed upon him by the celestial fox lady is truly powerful. Alright, I'll listen to you, my lady. Remember, my lady, once we reach the capital, hide your tail and ears. Your appearance is not something I want others to see. Cheng Ji smiled and said, with a pair of snowy white fox ears on her head and a large, fluffy white tail behind her. Your appearance is so stunning. Anyone could guess your true identity, right? HMPH, I know. Don't worry, I have the jade hairpin bestowed by Her Majesty. It can prevent my demonic aura from leaking out. Her Majesty told me, unless a master of the immortal realm actively probes me, no one can possibly discover my true identity. The woman said nonchalantly, the magical treasures of my Hu tribe cannot be understood by those TNCE army brutes. Madam, I'm talking about your ears and tail. Cheng Ji laughed and said, don't I know about the jade hairpin? It's a magical treasure for both attack and defense. Much better than my own blood soul blade. Got it, got it. Hide your ears and tail. It's really troublesome, okay? And very uncomfortable. When we're close to our destination, I'll hide them myself. The woman turned her head and said, my great-grandmother, we have to keep a low profile this time. Be careful. There can't be a single mistake. Hurry up and put it away. Having a wife whose cultivation is a whole realm higher than yours isn't necessarily a good thing. HMPH, in the end, it's all because of your fourth junior brother. You even took our little baby's essence blood to refine pills for him. And yet, your junior brother didn't appreciate it. Instead, he turned against you. The woman said, hey madam, you left out a couple of things. You set the trap yourself first, and it's just ordinary blood, not some kind of essence blood. Madam, if I really took the essence blood of your precious girl, you'd kill me for sure. As a descendant of a millennia-old demon, even the ordinary blood of our daughter is equivalent to the celestial blood of high-level demonic beasts. By the way, madam, what do you think of my fourth junior brother? Master seems to have a particular regard for him. From what I've heard, he seems to have a special constitution, if I'm not mistaken. It should be a poison transformation spiritual body, and it's even a top-grade spiritual root. Shui Yuehu said, if his aptitude is really that good. And he is the legendary poison transformation spiritual body. Why don't we match him with the girl? Cheng Ji said. Strange, when the master brought him back earlier, isn't he supposed to have a mid-grade spiritual root? But it was master who said he had a mid-grade spiritual root. Maybe it was just to protect this top-grade spiritual root with a poison-neutralizing body. No wonder master values him so much. Don't you have a grudge against him? Why are you talking about marrying your daughter to him? Shui Yue is talking nonsense, but asking him isn't out of the question. The legendary poisonous spirit body is truly terrifying when it matures. What deep grudge could there be between brothers? A top-grade spiritual root combined with the poisonous spirit body as a husband. I think it's worth investing in early. You're kidding. As the senior brother of the Blood Shadow sect, if he couldn't tolerate even this much, how could he have reached his current status? He would have long been devoured by other disciples, not even a trace left. Yingzong is not a benevolent place. No wonder master values this junior brother so much. Turns out he has such good aptitude. Superior Lin root. Plus the poison transformation spirit body. Master mentioned one person's success, elevating everyone around them. He's pinning his hopes on this fourth junior brother. But the bond between a master and a disciple can't compare to the bond between a husband and wife, especially in a place like the Blood Shadow sect. As for whether his own girl can handle this boy, he never considered that. If a fox spirit can't handle a man, can she still be called a fox spirit? Isn't it a piece of cake? His achievements have never been due to kindness. If this junior brother only has high aptitude, we need to find a way to get rid of him. But with the poison spirit body, we can think about it a bit more. Husband, someone is coming. It's your third junior brother. Shui Yuehu's expression suddenly changed, and he spoke. Oh, it's the third junior brother who has arrived. Madam, please don't speak for a moment, Cheng Ji said. As expected, you came. It's not in vain that senior brother waited here just for you. While the two were talking, they encountered the flying Ton Lei in midair, who turned into a streak of light and appeared before them. Eldest brother, sister-in-law, third junior brother, what brings you here? Did master send you to deliver a message? Cheng Ji asked. Eldest senior brother, please take the little prince with you, Ton Lei said, kneeling on the ground. Then there's no need to discuss further. Third junior brother, please go back, Cheng Ji said coldly. Senior brother, as long as you are willing to take me along, I can give up the position of sect leader in the future, and stand by your side. Ton Lei kneels on the ground, gripping the treasured sword tightly in his hands, saying that over 300 members of his clan were slaughtered by the Tian's sect. He has waited 20 years for this revenge, and now he finally has a chance. He can't give up, and we must retrieve the family heirloom. Senior and junior brothers will surely follow your orders on this trip, Ton Lei said. Junior brother, I know about your situation, but we absolutely cannot offend the TNCE army on this trip. If they find out, none of us will survive. Cheng Ji said, Senior brother, I'm just going to collect some interest, and probe the situation of the TNCE army. I'll report back on my family's blood feud myself, Ton Lei said. This time, we're just going to kill a few low-level TNCE soldiers. If my husband takes him, it will be a thankless effort for us. Inciting a young man to impulsively kill the celestial commander is not good. Shui Yu Fox transmitted a message saying, Your Excellency knows, but as long as you keep an eye on him, he can be an assistant. Besides, this young man has something I want. Cheng Ji told his wife. Transmit a message, what is it? They are treasures of the same clan. The Julian map is said to record the location of a powerful being's cave residence. Really? No doubt about it. The reason this kid's family was destroyed is because of the Julian map. If we can obtain that powerful being's cave residence, Fan will have hope. This thing ended up in your hands. Didn't your master take it from you? And if it were real, why wouldn't their family get it themselves? Back when this kid was first brought to the sect, the patriarch used the soul-searching technique for the absolute cloud map. He found out from this kid's mind that the absolute cloud map had already been taken by the TNCE army. Besides, it's not that their clan didn't want to take it, because opening this cave mansion isn't that easy. At that time, this kid's family had already fallen. They had no ability at all. He said that when his master used the soul-searching technique on him, he secretly watched from the side. Even the Blood Shadow Patriarch didn't notice. And you're still targeting him? The thing has fallen into TNCE Jun's hands. It's like falling into the hands of the Tianyu dynasty and the three sects. It would be a miracle if he brought it back. Shui Yu Fox said nothing is absolute. After all, he is the only heir of the Tong family. And to open this cave and get the absolute cloud map, just knowing the location is not enough. It must be opened with the blood of the Tong family. So, this plan is worth considering. If we want to enter his cave, the Tong family must go. Now, the situation is that the celestial strategist has the map, and we have the key. I see. But retrieving the absolute cloud map is extremely difficult, Shui Yuehu said. It's indeed a bit difficult, but it's not without a chance. He's just a bait. A bait to draw out the Julian map from there, Chengji said. This is snatching food from the tiger's mouth. If anything goes wrong, it's a sure death with no chance of survival. Our cultivation is already defying the heavens. We are always risking our lives. The day I joined the Blood Shadow sect, I was already risking my life. Back then, when my skills were still weak, I dared to pursue my own path. This millennia-old demon lady was also risking her life. This time the demonic transformation of the absolute cloud diagram is the same. Master also knows about it, but now he's busy training the junior apprentice. This is my chance. Hearing her husband's words, Snow Moon Fox didn't say anything more. Fine, when the time comes, I'll just protect you and help you escape. Alright, third brother, I can take you with me. But when we reach the Tianyu capital, you must listen to everything I say, said Cheng Ji with a smile. Hearing this, Tong Lei finally felt relieved. Don't worry, senior brother, I know my own abilities. This time, I just want to kill some Tianza soldiers and gather some intelligence. When my skills improve in the future, I'll settle the score with the Tianza army, Tong Lei said. This time, not only do I want revenge, but I also want to take back my family heirloom. Everyone desires the Julian map. Shui Yingzong is. The Tianza army is also. But this belongs to the Tong family. I won't give it to anyone else. Haha. Alright, junior brother, don't worry, as long as you go and don't cause trouble, since brother Wei is looking for an opportunity to let you kill a few Tianza soldiers to vent your anger, Chengji said. Within 10 years. I will definitely succeed in cultivating my soul. By then, I will redeem my past disgrace, Tong Lei said. Fine, within these 10 years, if you follow senior brother, then you must listen to senior brother in everything. There must not be the slightest disobedience, Chengji said. Of course. Rest assured, senior brother, Tong Lei said. That's good. Let's go, we need to plan this carefully, Chengji said. This third junior brother became a good assistant in his initial plans. Finally, Tong Lei joined the ranks. The group headed to Tianyu City together. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Zhou Tianfeng got ready and set off for the Blood Shadow ancestor's residence. At the door, he saw a beautiful figure. It was a young woman in her 20s. Zhou Tianfeng saw her. His eyes immediately lit up. The lady was beautiful. Her skin was fair and smooth. She had a tall figure. What stood out was a pair of plush tiger ears on her head. There's a snow-white tail behind the butt. Holy crap, a mature fox spirit. To be honest, as a dead fat otaku from the 21st century, a slim-eared fox sister is every otaku's dream. This superb mature fox spirit that seems to have walked out of a 2D world. This is the real deal. Wait, no. So why is there a beast-eared girl in the Blood Shadow sect? The Blood Shadow ancestor mentioned before that the senior brother's daughter would come to study the unique way with me. Could it be this girl in front of me? Damn, could it be that my luck is really changing? Am I finally able to enjoy the life of other main characters in cultivation stories? In his subconscious, he always thought the one coming would be a little girl or something, but what came was a beast-eared big sister. It seems to smell even better now. You must be Zhou Tianfeng. Who are you? Ji walked over. She spoke with a cold expression. She asked, Hi. I am Zhou Tianfeng. May I ask your name, miss? HMPH, you are the one I'm looking for. Take this. The fox spirit beauty didn't say another word, revealed his claws. The nails on his hand instantly became sharp and long. He swiped at Zhou Tianfeng. Zhou Tianfeng didn't dare to be careless. He immediately took a step back. Getting scratched by these claws would be really painful. Damn it, Fox spirits or canines, right? Why the hell are you acting like a feline playing with claws? After 2 sharp claw strikes, a trace of blood appeared on Zhou Tianfang's face, and a large cut opened on his chest. If he hadn't dodged quickly just now, he would have been forced to confront it. Wait, who are you? What's going on? You just came up here shouting to fight and kill. Who am I? My father kindly gifted you an elixir. That elixir was even refined with my blood. For someone with your spiritual cultivation, it is a great tonic, but you turned against us, biting the hand that fed you. The fox beauty said, Hey, it's a misunderstanding. I thought it was a bottle of demon pills. It was senior brother who didn't explain clearly. Zhou Tianfeng said, HMPH, really? Then I'll teach you a good lesson today. The fox beauty finished speaking, once again showing her sharp claws, attacked Zhou Tianfeng. Although he had been training for 2 months, his combat experience was almost zero. Zhou Tianfeng, having no other choice, retreated in panic, but the beautiful fox lady effortlessly made a small step, and appeared in front of Zhou Tianfeng, kicking him in the chest. Go to hell. A blood-colored claw shadow reached for Zhou Tianfeng's neck. At this critical moment, Zhou Tianfeng was gasping for air, his pupils dilated instantly, and his heart started pounding. In his body, a certain substance began to secrete massively. His whole body tensed up, and his blood flow accelerated. His muscles instantly swelled up. Zhou Tianfeng even felt that time seemed to slow down. He could clearly see the claws of the fox beauty slowly slashing toward him. A surge of primordial power suddenly burst from his body. Zhou Tianfeng let out a fierce roar, directly flipping the fox beauty over. Ah, good. Zhou Tianfeng stood up, the entire eye turned crimson red, the muscles and other parts of the head gently lifted, the whole body turned red, and let out an earth-shattering roar. Zhou Tianfeng charged directly at the fox lady. The fox lady was clearly caught off guard. She didn't expect Zhou Tianfeng to break free, and even launch a counterattack. And what's with that flushed face? Zhou Tianfeng threw a punch, and hit the fox lady's claw, with a crack. It seemed something broke. The fox sister's sharp claw was shattered by Zhou Tianfeng's angry punch. Zhou Tianfeng then grabbed her wrist and threw the fox lady away. Then he rushed forward and mounted on top of the other person, grabbing the other person's hands and pinning them to the ground. At this moment, Zhou Tianfeng was obviously more than twice as fast and strong. As if he had activated some special state. Let go of me. For a moment. The foxy beauty couldn't break free from Zhou Tianfeng. But Zhou Tianfeng acted as if he didn't hear her, and held her by the waist, trying to pin her down firmly. HMPH, you, let go of me. The foxy beauty's body wriggled like a snake, twisting and turning in Zhou Tianfeng's arms, trying to break free. But how could Zhou Tianfeng let him succeed? If he let him go now, he might be the one lying on the ground later. Zhou Tianfeng used all his strength to hold the opponent down. Master, help. Although he seems to be going mad now, Zhou Tianfeng's mind is exceptionally clear. He immediately let out a roar, calling for the Blood Shadow Ancestor. If he wants to survive now, he can only seek the Blood Shadow Ancestor. The Blood Shadow Ancestor heard the noise and came out. Seeing this situation, he immediately raised his hand to separate them. Xiaoyue, what are you doing? Master, Xiaoyue didn't use much force. She just wanted to teach him a lesson. He misunderstood my father's good intentions. Besides, he was pressing me down. The beautiful fox lady rubbed her red, white wrist and said. Zhou Tianfeng, standing aside, saw the Blood Shadow Ancestor appear. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt at ease. Alright, it seems like his life is not in danger. His blood is no longer flowing rapidly. The pounding of his heart is gradually calming down. His pupils are no longer dilated. But what followed was an intense fatigue and excruciating pain and exhaustion. Zhou Tianfeng collapsed to the ground, trembling all over, convulsing. The Blood Shadow Patriarch's expression changed. He reached out and pressed on Zhou Tianfeng. A stream of spiritual energy entered his body. Then he took out a white glass bottle from his bosom, poured out a pill, stuffed it into Zhou Tianfeng's mouth. After a moment, Zhou Tianfeng's condition finally stabilized. He was just gasping for breath, his head covered in sweat. Xiaoyue, tell me, what exactly is going on? Asked the Blood Shadow Patriarch. Ancestor of corpses, this has nothing to do with me. We were just fighting, and somehow he suddenly became like this. His face turned red, his heart started racing, his pupils dilated, his strength increased several times, and his reaction speed improved a lot. Cheng Xiaoyue said, this fourth uncle master seems to have unleashed an unknown power between life and death. I'll deal with you later. Disciple, how do you feel? Is your body alright? The Blood Shadow Patriarch asked with great concern. Reporting to Master, I'm fine. Just now, between life and death, I seemed to enter a strange state. It felt like I had endless strength, but once that force passed, I immediately felt exhausted. Zhou Tianfeng said, oh, okay. Disciple, can you enter that state again? Let me see. Ask the Blood Shadow Ancestor. Instantly enhance your physical abilities and increase your combat power. This fourth disciple of mine seems to have many secrets. Enter that state again. Come on, that's dangerous. Besides, in that state just now, it must have been your adrenaline kicking in. Alright, your immune system has already evolved. There's no reason your adrenaline wouldn't keep up. But adrenaline isn't something you can just release on command. It's a kind of super energy of the human body. On Earth, it is also called the power to surpass limits, commonly known as hysterical strength. Even if you are about to die, a shot of adrenaline can make you jump up on the spot. That kind of outburst I just had, Zhou Tianfeng can confirm. It was the adrenaline in my body at work. When humans experience immense fear, excitement, or a life and death crisis, adrenaline is secreted in large quantities in their bodies, causing the body to enter a hyper-excited state. It might not just be adrenaline. In a life and death crisis, the dopamine in their brains might also be secreted in excess. This substance that excites them is the key to their sudden outburst just now. However, the side effects are also very obvious. Once the danger is over and that burst state is exited, Zhou Tianfeng feels a fate worse than death. Previously, when entering the adrenaline burst state, his pain seemed to be blocked out. He couldn't feel any pain at all. But after that surge passes, the pain immediately returned. And this outbreak also caused tremendous damage to the body. My current physical condition is more than 30 times that of humans in this world. If it were on Earth, it would be even more than that. At the beginning of the transmigration, Zhou Tianfeng discovered that the physical fitness of people in this world is generally better than that of humans on Earth. But even with this terrifying physical fitness, after experiencing the super adrenaline surge, his body also experienced a huge burden. If it weren't for the timely treatment by the Blood Shadow Patriarch, he would probably have to lie on the ground for a long time before he could get up. However, according to Zhou Tianfeng's estimation, as long as he can exit this state in time, if it doesn't last long, I shouldn't be in any life-threatening danger. Master, I also don't know why I suddenly entered that state. I seem unable to control that state. Zhou Tianfeng said, I can't control it, but I can indeed actively enter an adrenaline state through external stimulation. But Zhou Tianfeng doesn't intend to reveal this method of entering the adrenaline state. After all, he doesn't have masochistic tendencies. But this trick can be a trump card in future battles with enemies. Once there's a life-threatening situation, this move might be a key counterattack. But it doesn't necessarily have to be a life or death crisis. Sometimes, extreme excitement can also cause an adrenaline rush. This is something you can actually train yourself to do. Figure 2. This sudden increase in combat ability is very unique. If you can use it well, it can be a powerful move. Blood Shadow Elder said, regarding the new ability Zhou Tianfeng displayed. Blood Shadow Elder was also very curious. This disciple has constantly brought us great surprises. When he came out, Zhou Tianfeng had already withdrawn from that state and collapsed on the ground. So if we want to know the specific reason, we still have to ask the little girl. Xiao Yue, you and the Grand Master, tell us what exactly was your fourth uncle's state just now? The Blood Shadow Patriarch asked. Just now he suddenly went berserk. His strength increased several times. After he pinned me down, I couldn't break free for a moment. Cheng Xiaoyue, who was standing by, spoke up. Xiaoyu's cultivation had already reached the late qi condensation stage. She could form her foundation at any time. Moreover, with his half-fox demon identity, his physical fitness is unmatched by ordinary cultivators. Yet, he was suppressed by Zhou Tianfeng, who is 2 minor realms lower and only at the initial stage of qi condensation. This kid's strength has increased by at least 3 to 4 times. No, 3 to 4 times is an understatement. Look at his uncle Yu. Master Zhu. How did your fourth martial uncle enter that state? Do you still remember? Explain it in detail. Blood Shadow Ancestor asked. I do remember it clearly. He should have unleashed that power only in a life and death situation, but I never intended to take his life. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Cheng Xiaoyue said. That move just now only scratched his neck. To actually kill the fourth uncle, he still doesn't dare. Did he erupt at the critical moment? The Blood Shadow Patriarch glanced thoughtfully at Zhou Tianfeng, a sinister smile appearing on his lips. Erupting at the critical moment, with unimaginable power. This innate condition seems easy to resolve. Should I train this kid's abilities? For example, that explosive state, so he can activate it on his own, and also reduce some side effects. Master. Disciple thinks it may not be directly related to life and death situations. It should just require a great crisis. Zhou Tianfeng's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He began to speak. Damn it. Seeing this cheap master's look, he immediately knew what the other wanted to do. A life or death crisis erupted, an unimaginable force. Could he be trying to artificially create a life or death crisis? This is just too damn ridiculous, isn't it? Now he is training in the Blood Shadow. He also has a poisoning mission to carry out. This matter isn't resolved yet, and he has to constantly face life and death crises to make his adrenaline surge. My life doesn't seem that resilient. What if something happens to me? What would I do then? A misstep in my opinion. Little Martial Uncle's current state is the power that erupts at the brink of life and death. Don't you think it resembles that legendary physique? The little fox blinked and spoke. Special physique. Which special physique are you talking about? Blood Shadow Ancestor asked in confusion. Heaven's Fury Battle Physique. The legendary Heaven's Fury Battle Physique of ancient times. I think it resembles Little Martial Uncle a bit. Cheng Xiaoyue said. Impossible. A physique as astonishing as Heaven's Fury Battle Physique. How could I not recognize it? Besides, his awakening is completely different from Heaven's Fury Battle Physique. Once the Heavenly Fury Battle Body begins cultivation, various strange phenomena will occur. Moreover, the resources consumed in cultivation are dozens of times that of ordinary constitutions. If he truly possesses the Heavenly Fury Battle Body, even with initial Qi condensation cultivation, or even late body refinement cultivation, he could easily defeat you. The Blood Shadow Patriarch shook his head. He started speaking, jokingly. If it were really the Heaven's Wrath physique, his Blood Shadow sect couldn't protect it. This defiant physique, once discovered by other sects, would bring annihilation to his Blood Shadow sect. This physique would definitely be taken by a super sect for cultivation. Even by the entire Tianyu Empire's sects, couldn't even protect a Heavenly Fury war body. After hearing Blood Shadow Ancestor's words, Zhou Tianfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Heavenly Fury war body? What's that? So it's another misunderstanding? I'm not even a poison spirit body, okay? That's just my immunity. It's just immunity. This sudden outbreak is just my adrenaline surging in a life and death situation. Please don't suddenly put so much pressure on me. If you confirm it's a special constitution again, won't my future life be even harder? Fortunately, Blood Shadow Patriarch denied being a Heavenly Wrath battle body in his last words. But soon, Zhou Tianfeng couldn't laugh anymore. I never said he was the first generation of the Wrath battle body. I think his type should be a bloodline awakening after dozens or even hundreds of generations. It should be called the battle body, right? The Wrath battle body is an inheritable constitution, though each generation is weaker than the last. There are cases of it skipping generations and reawakening, but it's definitely not as strong as the first generation. But even after being weakened, this constitution is still incredibly powerful, Cheng Xiaoyue said. In some of the Blood Shadow scriptures and his muddled records, there are accounts of this. Innate spirit body, Holy Spirit body, innate Tao body, Heavenly Wrath battle body, Taiyan body, Xuanwang divine body. These extraordinary constitutions are innate. They cannot be acquired later. Even an ordinary peasant woman can give birth to a child with a special constitution. This pattern is completely random. These innate special constitutions are called the first generation. They are truly blessed by the heavens. When they cultivate, they become incredibly powerful, but their constitutions don't become extinct. Their constitutions are inherited. However, each generation is weaker than the last. Each generation is significantly weaker than the previous one. Even after a dozen generations, this constitution will be completely hidden in the bloodline. Occasionally, one or two in his descendants might awaken it, but it won't persist for more than 3 or 4 generations. So, Cheng Xiaoyue immediately suspected that Zhou Tianfeng had a skipped generation awakening. This Heaven's Wrath battle body constitution shouldn't be called Heaven's Wrath battle body with a heaven character. It means he is favored by the heavens, possessing various innate abilities of immense power. Only then can he be called a Heaven's Wrath battle body. This can only trigger a rage state. It should be called a rage body or battle body. And among all special constitutions, the Heaven's Wrath battle body definitely ranks in the top 3. It is an absolutely unparalleled constitution. It is said that as long as the Heaven's Wrath battle body cultivates to the celestial immortal realm, the Heaven's Wrath battle body can reach perfection, gaining various earth-shattering abilities, pressuring the Heavenly Emperor. It can rival the true immortals of legend. Moreover, there are records of perfected Heaven's Wrath battle bodies slaying true immortals. It's a pity. He thought he would see the reappearance of the first generation's defiant physique. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a skip generation inheritance. However, his fourth martial uncle, if really the Heaven's Wrath battle body recorded in the ancient texts, even if he is one realm higher, he can't say for sure he would win. This kind of special physique counter-killing across several realms is a normal occurrence, completely unreasonable. The anger of iron awakened across generations. That actually might be possible. You have a point. Only this situation can explain it now. Blood Shadow Ancestor nodded and said, besides its formidable physical attributes, the Heavenly Rage War Body, there is also a powerful combat form, which is a sudden rage, where physical fitness, combat power, and even magic double, also accompanied by the mighty power of fury. Once several generations have passed, the various powers of the Heaven's Wrath battle body gradually weaken, but no matter how much they weaken, the most obvious rage combat form of the Heaven's Wrath battle body remains. It will definitely be preserved. The second and third generations. The fourth generation can be called the Fury battle body, but going forward, it can only be called the Fury body or battle ladder. Moreover, the special constitution of the Fury battle body, compared to the toxic spirit body, is far more defiant. If we calculate based on spiritual roots, roots. Then the heavenly wrath battle physique is equivalent to a top grade or even a heavenly spiritual root, whereas the poison transformation spirit body is merely equivalent to a low or mid-grade spiritual root. The two are completely incomparable. A poison transformation spirit body can be protected by the Blood Shadow sect, and they have the resources to cultivate it, but if it's the heavenly wrath battle physique, then, well, he can provide the resources needed before the Tien New War Body Foundation establishment, but if it's the cultivation resources after the Foundation establishment, selling his Blood Shadow sect might just be enough for the Tien New War Body to cultivate one or two major realms. Their Blood Shadow sect can't afford to cultivate such a heaven-defying physique. Thankfully, it's not the first generation. The Blood Shadow sect can still afford to support the Shibo new body that awakened after dozens of generations. Of course, the poison transformation spirit body also has hereditary effects. However, the descendants do not have the innate ability to neutralize all poisons like the original detoxifying spiritual body. After a generation, the detoxifying spiritual body can only record the various poisons neutralized by the first generation's constitution. Thus, it is not afraid of these poisons, but it loses the most powerful ability of the detoxifying spiritual body. It can only be called a poison body or poison spiritual body. So, this kid is likely the first generation of the detoxifying spiritual body, and he unexpectedly awakened a trace of the heavenly fury battle body bloodline hidden in his lineage. He gained the enraged battle state of the heavenly fury battle body. Thus, it has resulted in his current situation. If you put it that way, his spiritual roots self-growth seems to make some sense. What does this indicate? Heaven blesses our Blood Shadow sect. In the future, when this kid practices poison techniques, he'll have a shortcoming in close combat. Once engaged in close combat, it could lead to big problems. But Rage Body makes up for this shortcoming. It can enter a Fury state anytime, anywhere, increasing combat power by 4 to 5 times. And this Fury state might become even stronger through training. Master. What exactly is the heavenly rage battle body? What is the situation with the generational awakening? Zhou Tianfeng was completely confused, like a monk who can't figure things out. Come on, it was all your own imagination. It wasn't me. I almost forgot you were the main character. Haha. Let me explain it to you. The Heaven's Wrath battle body is a legendary supreme physique. Compared to the poison spirit body, it's worlds apart. The Blood Shadow Patriarch told Zhou Tianfeng about various special physiques and the concept of generation skipping awakening. Well, my cheap master misunderstood me again. But this time, luckily, the misunderstanding wasn't too deep. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any say about the various powers and intentions of the Heaven's Wrath body. If the ancestor really passed down the Wrath body through generations, then we need to properly cultivate fourth martial uncle. Let's help him awaken the Wrath battle body. Oh, do you have any ideas? Little Shishu only entered that state after experiencing a life and death crisis. We can artificially create some life and death crises for him. For example, we could frequently arrange some life and death battles for him in the future, like capturing some DJ demon beasts, or capturing some skilled rogue cultivators, or even capturing some TNCE troops. Let fourth Shishu experience a life and death battle periodically. The fox lady gives a wicked smile. Screw you. That's enough. Trying to mess with me using that trick, you damn vixen. How am I any different from a duelist? Haha, you little girl. You're on the same page as me, the ancestor. The Blood Shadow ancestor laughed heartily and said, indeed, it's necessary to let this kid master the battle state of the rage body. Zhou Tianfeng, no. Taking poison is one thing, but I don't want to be a duelist. At this moment, Zhou Tianfeng can feel that besides taking poison, he might soon have another important task. Important my ass. Being a duelist is not fun at all. But this is the demon sect. This is no ordinary sect. Even though the Blood Shadow Patriarch dotes on him, he has made the final decision on this matter. No, I can't let the Blood Shadow Patriarch use life and death battles to trigger my adrenaline. I need to think of something else. If it really comes to that, Zhou Tianfeng thinks even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for them to toy with. Master, the issue with my body hasn't been resolved yet. What do you think? Zhou Tianfeng said. He didn't mention the poison transformation physique. After all, it's still a secret. I don't know if the Blood Shadow Patriarch has hidden it from his disciples. I know, but trust that I have my own discretion. If you can help develop this kind of object, it will greatly benefit your future. As long as you can actively initiate this object's state, we will stop immediately. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said. The Blood Shadow Patriarch naturally knew what this kid was worried about. Earlier, taking the poison had already scared this kid half to death, causing various delays. This time, he has to fight a life and death battle again. The kid immediately resisted. But if he stays under my protection forever, his future achievements will be limited. This special constitution must venture out. Without going through various trials, the kid won't grow. And what I can do is, in a relatively safe environment, let him grow to his limits. Our Blood Shadow sect is still a demonic sect. It's different from those righteous sects. As long as you go out under the name of Blood Shadow Sect, there will definitely be no shortage of enemies for training. Anything else is fine, but he's just a bit timid, but it's good to be cautious. At least this kid won't die without knowing why. Aozu, what I mean is, we don't necessarily need a life and death battle to trigger my rage mode. Maybe we can think of another way. Zhou Tianfang's eyes turned. He said, humans, in life-threatening situations, indeed, a large amount of adrenaline will be secreted. But in states of extreme fear and extreme excitement, a large amount of adrenaline will also be secreted. After a large amount of hydrochloric dopamine is secreted in the brain, the body will be in a state of extreme excitement and comfort. It will also increase the surge of adrenaline in the body. Oh, if you have other ways, feel free to say so. Life and death battles do indeed carry certain risks. Blood Shadow Patriarch nodded. Master, he said. Disciple was only able to manifest this effect under extreme fear just now. Suddenly, I felt that it doesn't necessarily have to be a life and death crisis for me to unleash this power. Maybe extreme fear and extreme excitement can also stimulate me to enter that state. So I think we can give it a try. Zhou Tianfeng said, oh, in extreme fear. You also burst out with this power. Ancestor, I somewhat agree. But in extreme excitement and pleasure, you also burst out with this power? That seems unlikely. The Blood Shadow Ancestor said, some heaven-defying physiques frequently burst out in desperate situations. But bursting out in extreme excitement? He really hasn't heard of it. Master, how will you know if you don't try? Anyway, I think this method should work. If it doesn't work, then we can just switch to the fear method, right? If fear still can't get me into that state. And they say it's a life and death crisis. But I know, Master would never harm his disciple. How can one enter that state? Zhou Tianfeng spoke up. What you said makes sense. Alright, let's try your method. But if it doesn't work, you don't need to worry either. A life and death crisis isn't impossible to handle. Don't worry, I'm here. I, the Grand Master, can use the soul-searching technique to block your memories. Then you'll forget all about this, and fall into a life and death crisis again. Speaking of the soul-searching technique, that's a signature spell of their demon sect. It can only be performed by those who have reached the soul-refining level, as long as their cultivation is weaker than yours, or severely injure the opponent, damage their soul. Then you can freely read their memories. Temporarily blocking some memories is also easy. Moreover, using the soul search technique only blocks some skills. It won't cause any permanent harm to this boy. Thank you, Master. Zhou Tianfeng bowed to Patriarch Blood Shadow and said, no need for formalities. You are my most valued disciple. Naturally, I must take good care of you. So tell me, how do you want to get excited? Asked Patriarch Blood Shadow. Zhou Tianfeng, upon hearing this, looked up at the fox spirit who was standing nearby watching the fun. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. He immediately started the fight. Still want to make me a gladiator? This time, I must properly deal with you. Master, this disciple thinks, to make a man excited, then there must be a stunning beauty among them. Zhou Tianfeng said, what do you mean by that? Little Fox immediately sensed something was wrong, and said, you brat, you're actually interested in Xiaoyue? This is the ancestor. I can't make that decision. The Blood Shadow Patriarch spoke up. If it weren't for his wife's family, he could make the decision himself. Cheng Ji would have to listen to his master. But his wife's family, he really can't get past. Not to mention, Cheng Ji's wife. Even the Blood Shadow Patriarch is not confident of defeating him. Moreover, behind him stands the entire Fox clan of Snow Mountain. They have an expert at the immortal transformation level. HMPH, a toad lusting after a swan. If you were truly the Heaven's Wrath battle body, this lady might consider it. But you're just a generational awakening. Forget it. The little fox had a faint smile on her lips. He spoke. Damn. Could it be this girl has powerful backing? Even the Blood Shadow Patriarch can't make a decision. Damn, this isn't over. I must have a taste of you, Swan. But if it's about an overexcited state, as your master, I know there's a pill that can put you in that excited state. Wait a moment. Wait until I finish refining this elixir. You try it then. Blood Shadow Ancestor said. This boy just mentioned something about women, which reminded Blood Shadow Ancestor of an elixir. Their sect has an elixir, that when a man takes it, he will immediately fall into an extremely excited state. However, this kind of pill is generally used by women skilled in divination from the demonic sect to deal with male disciples from righteous sects. But I reduced the dosage a bit, only giving this kid 1/10 of the normal amount. There shouldn't be any side effects. Moreover, this kid has a body immune to poisons, so it should have some effect. He should be fine after taking it. A drug that excites you after taking it. That doesn't sound like a good thing. Could it be from the series of malevolent sources? Master, this disciple has been unwell recently. Can this matter be postponed? Zhou Tianfeng said, please, I just became immune to a poison a few days ago. And now there's another malevolent source? Rest assured, this medicine is non-toxic, said the Blood Shadow Patriarch. Master, after the disciple enters that state of rage, his body will become exhausted. It places a great burden on the body, said Zhou Tianfeng. Then a month later. Let it be done. Come in with me. Now, I will teach you to read. When this kid's skills improve a bit more, we can move these things forward. For the next 2 months, Zhou Tianfeng's learning experience will be accompanied by a female classmate's oversight. After getting to know Cheng Xiaoyue, the beautiful fox lady over 1.7 meters tall, it was revealed that this fox sister is actually over 60 years old because she is a half-demon. Her growth cycle is longer than that of ordinary humans, but much shorter than that of regular demon foxes. She is now equivalent to a 20-year-old human. In terms of cultivation, she has already reached the late stage of condensation. She's only one step away from establishing her foundation. After starting her studies, Zhou Tianfeng's brutal intelligence attributes immediately crushed the opponent. This half-human, half-fox beauty realized the terrifying attributes of humans. No matter what it is, once Blood Shadow Patriarch teaches it once, Zhou Tianfeng can remember it instantly. Even the proportions of various medicinal formulas, Zhou Tianfeng remembers them with perfect clarity, making almost no mistakes. This caused Sister Fox Spirit to fall into a deep self-doubt. I've been somewhat of a prodigy since I was a kid, but compared to this guy, it seems I'm far behind. Are you kidding me? He learns everything from books faster than I do. He learns everything the ancestors teach faster too. Remember, when handling these toxic materials, be careful. Make sure to get the quantities right. Even a little more or a little less can cause serious problems. Xie Ying Laozu spoke up. What problems could there be, Master? A slightly larger amount would make the toxicity stronger. Wouldn't that kill the target more effectively? Cheng Xiaoyue said. Then you are wrong. A larger amount might trigger various chain reactions. For example, the antidote could fail. What if you get poisoned by your own toxin, and the antidote fails? Wouldn't you die by your own hand? And if the dosage is too high or too low, when preparing a pill that mixes over a dozen poisons together, it could lead to serious problems. It might neutralize the toxicity and weaken the medicinal effect instead. Zhou Tianfeng snorted coldly from the side. He said, are you kidding? I'm a complete top student now. No matter what, I'll crush you, girl. After becoming smarter, this advantage has manifested. First of all, her learning ability, comprehension ability, and memory ability are all far superior to this girl. HMPH. Reading is just a minor skill. Have you seen anyone in the world who is good at using poison? Most poison masters generally shorten their own lifespan. They are constantly mixed with poison. It will have a serious impact on your body. Cheng Xiaoyue said, seriously. What's wrong with learning something else? Why insist on studying poison? Is the study of poison really useful? If you want poison, just prepare it in advance. But to become an expert in this field, forget it. It's too damaging to my body. With this time, I might as well learn how to make corpse puppets from the second uncle, or practice the unique evil arts of the Blood Shadow sect. It's been 2 whole months, Grandmaster. All you've taught are various academic knowledge. Can't you teach something else? For example, the mind control technique of the Blood Shadow sect. Things like blood soul technique and blood refining method. Cheng Xiaoyue said. Our Blood Shadow sect is also very proficient in reading techniques. Your father was very proficient in this. I am teaching you now, and you are still unwilling to learn. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said, teaching this girl is only secondary. His main goal is still to train Zhou Tianfeng. As for Zhou Tianfeng's learning ability, he is very satisfied. In 2 months' time, if it weren't for this girl holding him back, Zhou Tianfeng, the 4th brother, could have learned even more. My father is skilled in making various poisonous elixirs, but I'm not really interested in this. Ancestor, why don't you teach us something else? Cheng Xiaoyue said. Alright, then tomorrow I'll take you to see second brother. He will personally show you how to refine a corpse puppet. Blood Shadow Ancestor thought for a moment, then he said. It's time to let Zhou Tianfeng use the second type of poison. We can't let this girl discover the poison spirit body yet. We still need to keep it a secret for now. Alright. Watching second uncle refine corpse puppets isn't bad either. At least it's more interesting than studying various poisons here. Cheng Xiaoyue said. These past few days have been utterly depressing. Actually, he was quite interested in practicing poison techniques at first. After all, it's what his old man was good at. But with Zhou Tianfeng around, he's not happy about it. That guy is really annoying. He just joined Blood Shadow a few days ago, and his dad was forced to leave, now being crushed by a genius or something. It's too painful. Alright, since that's the case. Xiaoyue, you should go back first. Your 4th martial uncle will take care of the rest, said the Blood Shadow Patriarch. Xiaoyue bowed to the Blood Shadow Patriarch, then turned and left the room. Disciple, you should know why I kept you here alone, right? Yes, Master. 2 months have already passed. Disciple is ready to take the next poison. Zhou Tianfeng said. Here you go. Blood Shadow Ancestor nodded. He took out a blue pill the size of a soybean and handed it to Zhou Tianfeng. Zhou Tianfeng immediately stepped forward to take the poison pill. Good disciple. Do you know what kind of poison this is? The Blood Shadow Ancestor asked. Zhou Tianfeng picked up the poison pill and carefully examined it. Then he brought it to his nose and sniffed it. Only then did he speak. Master. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the falling heart pill. This pill is highly toxic. Ordinary cultivators who take this pill will have their heart and lungs rapidly deteriorate. Within a day, their whole body and mind will decay and die. Zhou Tianfeng said, yes, generally those at the late stage of qi condensation. After taking this pill, if they don't take the antidote within 2 hours, then it would be certain death. The foundation establishment stage can last a day. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said. Zhou Tianfeng nodded. He swallowed the pill directly. This poison pill called luoxing pill is made from the petals of 2 poisonous flowers and the venom of a poisonous insect. It belongs to a type of neurotoxin. After taking it, the effect will be on the heart and lungs. This time, after Zhou Tianfeng took the poison, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Then he had some difficulty breathing, but that was all. This time, Zhou Tianfeng did not have a fever. By that evening, Zhou Tianfeng had returned to normal, successfully resisted this deadly poison. Alright, now my resistance to poison is really strong. Human immunity being enhanced dozens of times is no joke. Moreover, my immunity is still continuously strengthening. This successful immunity made Zhou Tianfeng very excited. My immunity. Damn, you are really awesome. Zhou Tianfeng recalled an article he read in a science column in his past life. Human immunity and animal immunity actually work on similar principles. It's just a matter of strength. For example, bat immunity is much stronger than human immunity because the metabolism and body heat generated during flight in bats are more than 10 times that of humans. And now, with dozens of times the human physical fitness, it's simply effortless to immunize against these toxins. Moreover, the body will produce antibodies, making it no longer fear these poisons in the future. So, the various characteristics of the body perfectly align with the poisonous spiritual body of this world. Moreover, with the improvement in cultivation, one's physical quality will continuously change. The powerful aspects of the human body will be gradually revealed. And the Blood Shadow Patriarch beside him was even more excited than Zhou Tianfeng. This time, the kid didn't behave like last time, with a burning hot body, lying on the ground shivering. It's only been a few hours. And you've already withstood the poison of luoxing pill. That's amazing. Haha. My good disciple, your poison-resistant body is now starting to take effect. You should know that this poison, if taken by a cultivator of your level, would be fatal within a few hours. But a few hours later, you were completely fine. You are indeed the legendary poison-absorbing spirit. Blood Shadow Patriarch said excitedly. Master, I am the legendary poison-absorbing spirit, born to neutralize all the world's poisons. Haha. Zhou Tianfeng also laughed and said, ha ha ha, great picture. One of the finest weapons of our sect. I intend for you to forge it. This weapon, only you can forge it, only you can use it. The Blood Shadow Patriarch patted Zhou Tianfeng on the shoulder and said, Master, I'm not sure what kind of weapon you're referring to. Zhou Tianfeng asked. Only I can use it. Only I can forge this magical weapon. So it's related to poison? Well, it seems I'll have to rely on poison skills to navigate the world in the future. This item is called the Venomous Immortal Slaying Blade. It's an extremely poisonous blade. If this treasure can be refined, then in the future, even if you cross 2 or 3 great realms, you will be able to kill the opponent. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said with a proud expression. In the entire Tianyu dynasty, when it comes to poison techniques, if our Blood Shadow sect claims second, no one would dare to claim first. However, cultivating toxins places a huge burden on the body. When using toxins to attack enemies, the body must store the toxins. This causes various damages to the body. But this disciple has no such concerns at all. I ask Master to enlighten this disciple. What is the Blade of 100 Poisons? Zhou Tianfeng asked. The Venom Blade's first edge. The name sounds quite powerful. Haha, our Blood Shadow sect has a magical weapon called the Venom Blade. The method of crafting this weapon, as the name implies, involves mixing 100 types of poison and applying them to the blade. Then, it's refined into an ultimate poisonous blade, normally hidden on the body. When attacking the enemy, directly use this knife. Catch the opponent off guard and injure them. Even if they're 2 to 3 levels higher than you, it's possible to counter kill on the spot. After all, poisoning doesn't care how strong your cultivation is. Your cultivation may be strong. At most your poison resistance is slightly higher. But each poison in the 100 Venom's blade is a mixture of dozens of poisonous flowers, insects, and herbs. This poison is made up of 100 types, all condensed onto the 100 Venom's blade. Even a master at the soul refinement level would surely die if struck by this blade. But to consecrate such a weapon, it's indeed very troublesome. First, the materials must be good, because materials that can withstand 100 types of mixed poisons are rare. And this weapon is carried on the body. It's also a great burden on the body. Carrying such a weapon regularly, in a few years, you will die from the poison. And these 100 types of poisons will gradually dissipate every 20 years. You have to reconfigure the venom and reapply it to the 100 venoms immortal blade. So without the legendary poison body, or a poison spirit body like yours, it's almost impossible to use this treasure. You might even get killed by the poison. You would have already poisoned yourself first. But the poison transformation body can perfectly avoid these drawbacks. The poison transformation body itself is immune to all kinds of deadly poisons, so there's no need to worry about being harmed by these poisons. As for having to reforge hundreds of poisons every 20 years, causing further damage to the body, the poison transformation body doesn't care at all. The Blood Shadow Patriarch gave Zhou Tianfeng a detailed introduction to the benefits of the 100 Poisons Immortal Slayer Blade. Master is right. If this is truly the case, this treasure indeed needs to be crafted by me. It is also very suitable for me to use. Zhou Tianfeng said, alright. This 100 Poisons Immortal Slayer Blade is indeed very suitable for him to use. Each poison is made by combining several types of venomous insects and flowers. There are 100 types of this poison, not to mention anything else. Even in terms of quantity, it can be lethal to the enemy. But I might be able to make something better, as long as my hypothesis is correct. I can create a poison in this world that is essentially incurable. Let me tell you, there is a senior in my Blood Shadow sect who has a legendary poison body. He is a descendant of the poison spirit body. Awaken him. Back when he was alive, our Blood Shadow sect was at its most glorious. At that time, although his cultivation was only at the Tofen level, even experts at the Washen level dared not provoke him. This deterrence came from the 100 Poison Immortal Slashing Blade. The Blood Shadow ancestor spoke, falling into a nostalgic reverie. When I had just stepped into cultivation, that senior's life was already at its end. At that time, how arrogant the Blood Shadow ancestor was. Every generation's Blood Shadow sect leader is called the Blood Shadow Patriarch. At that time, the Heavenly Strategy Lord wasn't even established. The Tianyu dynasty hadn't been founded. 500 years ago, the Blood Shadow Patriarch was a true demonic overlord. Both righteous and evil paths feared the Blood Shadow Patriarch of that time. But when it was my turn to inherit the title of Blood Shadow Patriarch, it had no deterrent power at all. My good disciple, when you inherit the title of Blood Shadow Patriarch, you must show these prestigious sects the power of the Blood Shadow sect. Master, do you mean to give this treasure to me? Zhou Tianfeng asked. Haha, if I don't give it to you, who else would I give it to? This weapon has been in our Blood Shadow sect for 500 years. It's time for it to reclaim its former glory. However, the 100 poisons in this treasure have lost their effect. If you want to use this treasure again, you must reach the foundation establishment stage in cultivation, and then prepare 100 types of poisons. So, 2. Once you are immune to 100 types of poisons, and your cultivation reaches the foundation establishment stage, you will be able to use this treasure. I will entrust him to you. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said, the 100 types of poisons have lost their effectiveness. No problem. I can reconfigure them myself. The Blood Shadow records contain various formulas for poisonous pills and powders. He has memorized them all by heart. Now what is lacking is just time. As for reaching the foundation establishment stage, it's not a problem for him. Recently, he has discovered something amazing about himself. That is, his speed of absorbing spiritual energy is increasing day by day. Now, he can break through to the mid-chi condensation stage at any time. Reaching the foundation establishment stage in a few years is no problem at all. Moreover, the most essential item for foundation establishment, the foundation pill. He believes that his teacher, the Blood Shadow ancestor, won't let him down. As for making foundation establishment pills myself, there's really no need. Why bother when they are readily available? With that time, it's better to focus on studying the books in the Blood Shadow Trace. He's finished reading all the books on the first and second floors. Now he's reading other books. I have to say, the amount of books in the Blood Shadow sect's library is truly enormous. With his current memory, to read them all would take a very long time, but it's all worth it. If he can completely memorize the contents of the first and second levels of the Blood Shadow sect's library, it will take him a long time to cultivate. It contains all sorts of evil arts and dark methods, evil refining techniques. You must remember them all, engrave them in your mind. In the future, you just need to follow the steps to master them. And the books in the third layer, those secret manuals only accessible to the Blood Shadow Patriarchs. Zhou Tianfeng won't let it go either. Since the Blood Shadow ancestor values me so much, I will strive to become the next Blood Shadow ancestor. Master, don't worry, I will not disgrace that predecessor's reputation. I will ensure the Baidu Slash shines brightly. In this era, I will dominate the world. Zhou Tianfeng said, such ambition. I believe you can definitely achieve it. Shuiying Laozu also patted Zhou Tianfeng's shoulder with satisfaction and said, that's the kind of ambition we need. With the poison transformation spirit body, and this very special self-growing spiritual root, if you don't aspire to dominate this era, then I, your ancestor, wouldn't have gone through the trouble of training you. My good disciple, I carefully calculated. For these 100 poisons, if you want to be completely immune with a different toxin every 2 months, you'll need about 17 years of effort to become fully immune. During this period, with your talent and cultivation, reaching the foundation establishment stage can be said to be extremely easy. So next, you just need to cultivate well, continue studying toxicology, and understand the way of poison. Patriarch Bloodshadow said, "Yes, Master, rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations. Maybe in a few years, when my cultivation improves, my ability to neutralize poisons will also increase. By then, I might be able to take a poison every half a month or month and neutralize it. The next Blood Shadow Patriarch will definitely be me. As long as one's physical fitness improves, and cultivation improves, then one's immunity will become stronger. By then, they might be able to take several poisons at once, and only need a day or two to develop immunity, without getting a fever. When the body is not under significant strain, their immunity can fully withstand it." Haha, it's good that you are confident, but these things can't be rushed. You absolutely must not harm your foundation. When your cultivation is higher in the future, we can take poison once a month, but it must not be less than a month. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said, "Thank you, Master, for your concern. Please rest assured, Master, my poison neutralizing body will not disappoint you." Zhou Tianfeng said, "By the way, the medicine I mentioned earlier that excites you and puts you into that enraged state, I have already prepared it. After we examine your second senior brother's corpse puppet tomorrow, the two of us will test it." Blood Shadow Ancestor said, "For a full 2 months, he has been diluting and preparing the drug that can make people extremely excited, intending to give it to his disciple, hoping that this excited state can trigger his object state. Otherwise, he would have to use his own method." "Yes, Master." Disciple understands. Zhou Tianfeng said, all right. It's already late today. Tomorrow, I will take you to your second senior brother's place to show you his master Kuei. You should go back and rest." Blood Shadow Patriarch said. After bidding farewell to Blood Shadow Patriarch, Zhou Tianfeng returned to his room. There were still a few hours before dawn. He couldn't sleep, so he sat on the bed to meditate and cultivate, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth like crazy. Enter his own body. Now his body has completely adapted to spiritual energy, and he has a crazy craving for spiritual energy. Every cell in Zhou Tianfeng's body is sending him a message. Absorb more spiritual energy. Make his body evolve better. His body still has many secrets to be discovered. I need more time to evolve. Become more perfect. When on Earth, living beings wanted to evolve, they could only reproduce generation after generation. But in this world, they can extend their own lifespan to gain infinite time to evolve. Earth's living beings spent hundreds of thousands to millions of years evolving. You have to complete it alone. But a cultivator's lifespan is limited. Even if you reach the highest 9th level and ascend to heaven, that's just an Earth immortal taking various life-extending elixirs. But as long as you don't become a true immortal, your lifespan definitely won't exceed 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, you still pass away. A cultivator's lifespan is still too short. 10,000 years is simply not enough. And to escape this predicament and gain endless longevity, there is only one way. And that is to become an immortal through cultivation. To achieve true immortality, I want to become an immortal. I must become an immortal. Only by becoming an immortal can one have infinite time to evolve. Evolve to a realm more powerful than the primordial gods of this world. And since I have come to this magical world of cultivation, in this place filled with spiritual energy, my body has undergone such wonderful changes. Therefore I have no reason not to cultivate into an immortal, becoming a truly eternal life. That ultimate pursuit of humanity on Earth, I must achieve it in this world myself. Zhou Tianfeng made a silent resolution. Returning to Earth is his ultimate goal. But for now, set a small goal first. I want to become immortal. Become a true immortal. Live forever. Thinking of this, Zhou Tianfeng became extremely excited. The ultimate goal of immortality, which all humanity has been pursuing, is indeed achievable in this world, and it will be achieved by him. In this excitement, Zhou Tianfeng's eyes gradually turned red. His heart raced, pounding with a thumping sound. His blood also started to flow rapidly. Unknowingly, Zhou Tianfeng actually actively entered that state of adrenaline surge. Zhou Tianfeng's current state was exactly the same as the first time he entered the adrenaline surge state 2 months ago. Only the last time it was extreme fear and the threat of death, while this time it was because of his own excitement. I have actively entered the adrenaline surge state. Zhou Tianfeng stood up excitedly, feeling the power within himself. He clenched his fist in disbelief. He now felt better than ever. His mind was incredibly clear. His whole body was filled with explosive energy. He remembered the last time he was in this state. His eyes seemed to have a bullet time-like ability, able to slow down his opponent's attacks. When I first entered this state, this bullet time ability allowed me to escape Cheng Xiaoyu's clutches. Zhou Tianfeng looked around the room. A fly slowly flew past his eyes. I could clearly see the fly's vibrating wings and flight trajectory. In my eyes, The fly's flight became incredibly slow. I could clearly see. He swiftly extended his right hand. Zhou Tianfeng effortlessly caught the fly. He indeed had gained a bullet time ability. After feeling the strength in his body, Zhou Tianfeng immediately controlled his mindset, steadied his heartbeat, and instantly exited that state. But this time, Zhou Tianfeng did not have convulsions. He fell directly to the ground and couldn't breathe. This time, he just felt completely exhausted and weak. His mind was still very clear. After lying flat on the bed for a while, Zhou Tianfeng felt his body recovering, although his body was somewhat depleted. But as long as it's not for long, and there isn't intense physical activity, then exiting this state in time will actually reduce the burden on your body a lot. Compared to the first time you entered this state, you are much better. Actively entering this state is closely related to your emotions. As expected, it's just as I guessed. It's fear and excitement. The medicine that Blood Shadow Patriarch gave me for tomorrow. I wonder if it will help me enter this state voluntarily. If it doesn't work, I'll need to adjust my emotions. Think about something exciting deep down in my heart to enter this state voluntarily. As for fear, it's actually not good, because extreme fear can likely affect your brain's judgment. People often make many wrong and impulsive decisions when in fear. This is absolutely inadvisable. The night passed without a word. Early the next morning, Zhou Tianfeng arrived at the door of the Blood Shadow Patriarch. Last night, I unexpectedly entered that adrenaline rush state. Tonight, I can tell Blood Shadow Old Ancestor about it. Didn't Zhou Tianfeng sleep well last night? Why does he have dark circles? And he looks a bit pale. Seeing Zhou Tianfeng's current appearance, Cheng Xiaoyue asked, "No respect for elders. When you see me, call me fourth uncle." Zhou Tianfeng rolled his eyes at the other person, and said, "Last night, I accidentally entered an adrenaline rush state." Of course, he didn't sleep at all. Facing this girl who wanted to kill him at first sight, Zhou Tianfeng didn't show any kindness. As long as he had a chance these days, Zhou Tianfeng would sarcastically mock the other person. "You humph. Good intentions treated like donkey liver and lungs." I barely showed some concern for this guy, and he doesn't appreciate it. He even tries to use his status as fourth uncle to suppress me. HMPH, just a young brat in his 20s. I'm a whole cycle older than you, kid. While the two were bickering, the Blood Shadow Ancestor also opened the door and walked out. "Why are you two arguing again?" After the Blood Shadow Ancestor came out, he looked at the two and sighed, asking. Feeling a bit helpless, he had arranged for this little girl to study with Zhou Tianfeng, with another purpose in mind, that is to match the two of them. Behind this girl stands the entire Fox clan of the Snowy Spirit Mountain. Her mother's cultivation level is even higher than her own. She holds a significant position in the Fox clan. If we can match this fourth disciple with this girl, then in the future, when this boy inherits the position of the Blood Shadow Ancestor, he will gain a very powerful ally. It will be very beneficial for his future development. As for the issue of their seniority, this is the demon sect. If you have the skills, it's no problem to pick your female disciple, but these two have never been very friendly from the beginning. The Grand Master was just showing some concern for the junior uncle. Who knew they wouldn't appreciate it? Cheng Xiaoyue said with a pout. Alright, stop arguing. Today I'll take you to play over there and have a look." Blood Shadow Patriarch waved his hand and said. Blood Shadow Patriarch shook his head and led Zhou Tianfeng and Cheng Xiaoyue to the entrance of a strange palace filled with the smell of corpses and blood. Speaking of his second senior brother, all the outer disciples of the Blood Shadow sect, unless necessary, are unwilling to come here, because the place where their second senior brother lives is like a large-scale crime scene, combined with a morgue and an autopsy room. Moreover, this second senior brother of theirs doesn't like socializing with the disciples. He always stays reclusive, locking himself up to study his little gadgets. Sensing his master's presence, this second senior brother immediately came out to greet him, and bowed to Patriarch Shui Ying, then nodded to Zhou Tianfeng. "Greetings, Master. What instructions do you have for your disciple?" Ni Ying asked. "Patriarch, I've been having them read books these days. Today, I want to show them another Grand Master from my Blood Shadow sect. Second brother, give your junior niece and junior brother some insight. Take out your treasure and show them." The Blood Shadow Patriarch said, "As you command, Master." Junior brother and junior niece, come this way and I'll show you my treasure. Regarding introducing his crafted master, he is very interested. "Thank you, senior brother Zhou Tianfeng." "Thank you, second uncle Cheng Xiaoyue." "Haha, no need to be so formal. One of you is the daughter of the senior brother, and the other is my junior brother. We are all family. If you ever want anything in the future, Shifu, just say the word. I'll refine them all for you." Second brother said. Regarding his own refined corpses, he was quite confident. If not for his cultivation being inferior to his master's, he was confident his refined corpses would be even better than Patriarch Shui Ying's. After all, he specialized in this field, following his second senior brother Zhou Tianfeng and Cheng Xiaoyue, along with Bloodlust Patriarch and others into the depths of the room. There were 7 or 8 rooms of various sizes. In this second senior brother's room, the entire floor was covered with dark red dried bloodstains, still emitting an unbearable stench of corpses. The level of gore was off the charts, and the level of disgust was equally outrageous. Damn it, my future is still doomed. What about these corpses? They don't suit me. This is where I store my materials. To refine corpse puppets, besides high-quality corpses, various supplementary materials are needed. For example, various herbs for refining corpses. There are also demonic beasts. Ni Yingji pointed to a larger room and said, inside, it was filled with humanoid corpses. They were covered with various talismans. Some were entirely wrapped in blood-red cloth, like mummies. And some herbs that I couldn't recognize at all. Of course, there were some that I could identify. They're all highly poisonous things. And besides human corpses, there are also some monster beast corpses. Second senior brother, can the corpses of the ghostly monsters you refine also work? Zhou Tianfeng asked. Yes, but generally, low-level monster beasts are bled first when brought in. Then they are refined into corpse puppets. However, these refined corpse puppets don't have much spirituality. They are generally just used as consumables, or rewarded to outer sect disciples. Second senior brother Ni Yingji said. Alright. It seems that refining corpse puppets isn't limited to humans. Beasts can also be used, but in terms of spirituality, human corpses are still better. Second senior brother said. I better not watch anymore. Cheng Xiaoyue said, covering her slightly reddened nose. I can't take it. This pungent smell of blood, and the stench of corpses. My poor nose is going to break. Oh dear niece. Your second uncle has just started. There are still many treasures I haven't shown you yet. For example, the Iron Lion King, and the Fearsome Lion King. Ni Yingji said. Second uncle, I think I should focus on my studies in the future. Master, I'd like to leave first. The little girl said. Cheng Xiaoyu's nose was completely reddened by the smoke. The little girl covered her nose with both hands, with a look of discomfort. Go ahead, little girl. Your master already told you that girls wouldn't like this kind of thing, but you didn't listen, said Patriarch Bloodshadow. Cheng Xiaoyue bowed to Patriarch Bloodshadow, then quickly ran out of the room. The pungent smell of blood in this room, and some rotting organs. It's really a bit unbearable. If our second brother filmed a horror movie on Earth, it would definitely be a hit. Just this level of disgust is comparable to American blockbusters. Looking at Zhou Tianfeng, the Bloodshadow Patriarch was quite satisfied. It's the first time he came to the second's room, and he can maintain this calm demeanor. His mental resilience is strong. But today the second's room does have a bit of a smell. It's too big, an ordinary corpse stench aside. But the blood smell is way too strong. Second brother, usually your place has a bit of a bloody smell, but it's never been this strong. What's making it so disgusting today? After the young girl left, the Bloodshadow Patriarch looked at his second disciple and spoke. Master, you know, more than a decade ago, I obtained 2 fresh corpses. Over the years, I have used all sorts of rare treasures. Finally, I managed to cultivate these 2 corpses. In this process, I collected a lot of fresh blood. I plan to turn one of them into a blood corpse demon. Ni Yingji said. You want to create a blood corpse demon? That indeed requires a lot of blood. Is it enough? Shui Ying Lao Zhu nodded and asked. Blood corpses are different from ordinary corpses. They are a type of corpse that is difficult to refine. During the refining process, not only must the corpse be in perfect condition, but there is also a great demand for some auxiliary materials. As for these auxiliary materials, besides some magical artifacts and evil objects, there is a large amount of fresh blood, both human blood and beast blood, are needed. Isn't that right? A few days ago, those outer sect disciples were willing to come over and give some blood to me. I gave them some beast and low-level corpses refined into corpse puppets to send them off. But ever since senior brother took a large number of disciples and left 2 months ago, I've been running low on blood. I had no choice but to use some beast blood instead. Ni Yingji said. Ordinary mortal blood is certainly no match for cultivator's blood. To refine this blood corpse puppet, our second brother had those outer disciples shed quite a bit of blood. Wow, I thought you were killing people for their blood. After all this time, it turns out they're selling blood. There are quite a few loose cultivators around here who depend on our blood shadow sect. You can trade the corpses you refine with them for some blood. That way, it should be enough, said the blood shadow patriarch. Thank you, master, for your concern about the blood issue. All the disciples have gathered. Now we just need to set up the formation. Then we can start refining. Ni Ying said. How can I let master worry about this? I've already taken care of it. Tell the outer disciples to provide more blood. Taking some tonics will be fine. It's good that you solved it yourself. If the Blood Master puppet can be successfully refined, its combat power will be very strong. As long as the Blood Master puppet can be refined, it will have an extremely resilient and unkillable characteristic. Moreover, it can recover itself by absorbing blood. Under normal circumstances, in battles of the same level, the Blood Corpse puppet can wear down its opponent to death. The Blood Corpse puppet's combat power is inferior to the Killer Corpse puppet. Its defense is inferior to the Iron Corpse puppet. But in terms of blood recovery and regeneration, the Blood Corpse puppet is quite formidable. Master, don't worry, I am fully confident. This time, I'll be in seclusion for 49 days. Then we can refine this blood corpse. Ni Yingji said. As long as you are confident. This time, Master came to see you, to ask you to arrange something. Blood Shadow Patriarch said. Please speak, Master. Disciple dares not disobey. Yingji said. To Ni Yingji. Zan Ying Laozu is like a reborn parent. Whatever the Master instructs, he will fully comply. Your junior brother has an extremely rare poison spirit body. Therefore, as your teacher, I intend to nurture him well. So I want you to help this junior apprentice of yours refine a poison master to protect your little junior apprentice. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said. Regarding this second disciple, he had great trust in Zhou Tianfeng. He could tell him the truth about the poison spiritual body, but not about the growing spiritual roots. Master, could it be the legendary poison-dispelling physique that neutralizes all toxins? Junior brother actually has such a heaven-defying special constitution. Ni Ying asked. The poison-dispelling physique. You must never tell anyone about this. Otherwise, if the righteous sects find out, they will never let your junior brother grow up. Instead, they will find ways to capture and kill him. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said. Master, don't worry, I will definitely protect junior brother well. This poison corpse puppet, I will definitely help junior brother master it. Ni Yingji said. Having a toxic spirit body, it's indeed easier to control a poison corpse puppet. I just happen to have the raw materials on hand. Then I owe you one, second senior brother. Zhou Tianfeng said. The name, Poison Corpse Puppet, sounds quite formidable. Are we supposed to take a zombie home after visiting? A ruined zombie. Junior brother, no need to be so polite. From now on, we're all brothers. We are direct disciples of the Patriarch. We're different from those outer sect disciples. Second senior brother Ni Yingji said. This is just a matter of convenience. If you want to refine a top-quality corpse puppet, you need top-quality special corpses. A dozen years ago, I obtained 2 top-grade corpse materials. One of them needs to be turned into a blood corpse puppet, and the other one can be given to his junior brother to help him create a poison corpse puppet. Seeing how the master is acting now, it seems the eldest brother has no chance. The master probably wants this 4th junior brother to inherit the future of the Blood Shadow sect and become the new Blood Shadow Patriarch. So at this moment, I can invest in and curry favor with my junior brother. I can't just take your things for nothing, second senior brother. In the future, when I have achieved a higher cultivation, I'll do something for you, second senior brother. Even among brothers, we should be clear about accounts. Consider it a favor I owe you, senior brother. Zhou Tianfeng said. It was their first meeting, yet he was so kind to him. Zhou Tianfeng had a very good impression of this second senior brother. It's not good to show no appreciation, but I'm really penniless right now. So I owe him a favor. I'll help him with something later. But what Zhou Tianfeng didn't expect was that after hearing this, both the Blood Shadow Patriarch and his second senior brother had their expressions change. Good disciple, you're new to the cultivation world. You may not know what karma means to practitioners. It's okay for now since your cultivation is still low, and your second senior brother is a disciple of our sect. Since you have promised this karma to your second senior brother, I won't say anything more, but you must never easily promise karma to outsiders. Do you understand? Karma is not something to be taken lightly. The Blood Shadow Patriarch placed his hand on Zhou Tianfeng's shoulder and said very seriously. The debts of favors and karma are the hardest things to repay in the cultivation world. So, it's better not to owe them if you can avoid it. If you owe a favor, and can't repay it, it will cause significant problems for your future cultivation. Moreover, once you need to repay a favor to someone, the other party made very unreasonable demands. You still have to comply. If you can't fulfill them, under the future tribulation, you might turn into ashes. So practitioners are not quick to make personal promises. If they make one, they must see it through. The other party is immortal. He will naturally die after 100 years. But this karma will not disappear. Instead, it will become greater. At that time, you will need to find his descendants. Then fulfill a wish for them. Generally speaking, these mortals' descendants will usually ask you to accept them as disciples. If you want to embark on cultivation, of course, if you ultimately fail in your cultivation, you might need to settle this karma with worldly wealth. This is relatively simple. If the other party is also a cultivator like you, then it becomes more troublesome. You'd better pray they don't ask you to do something impossible. Otherwise, the debt of karma will only grow larger. In the future, inner demons will still trouble you. Junior brother, you are new to the cultivation world. You might not understand karma and human relations yet. In the future, never easily make promises to others. If you want to repay me someday, then find a high-quality corpse material for me, so I can refine a powerful zombie, and that will settle our debt. Our debt will be written off. Second senior brother said, as a cultivator, he naturally understands the concept of karma and human relationships. It's best to avoid such things if possible. So for the sake of this junior brother, he directly told him to find a good teacher in the future. Karma and human relationships. Once promised, then there will be a kind of response in the dark. It can't be taken back. Sometimes a small favor leads to a big grudge. It's better to resolve this matter early. Master and senior brother, this thing about karma and human relations, could it possibly have huge harms? Zhou Tianfeng asked. On Earth, you can casually owe someone a favor, and just repay it later. Or if you're shameless, you can not repay it at all. No one will do anything to you. But in the cultivation world, it's not that simple. I'm being very serious. I'm telling you now. If you owe someone a favor, then you must repay it. Even if the other person dies, you still have to repay their descendants. If you can't repay it, in the future, when your skills have advanced, during the heavenly tribulation, you will inevitably turn to ashes. You possess an exceptional poison spirit constitution. In the future, you will surely become an immortal and a patriarch. Never lightly promise favors or karmic debts to others. Old ancestor Blood Shadow patiently explained to Zhou Tianfeng about the concept of karmic debts and favors, and how taboo they are in the cultivation world. Is it that serious? Senior brothers know. In the future, when we have achieved our cultivation, we will surely find you a superior corpse. Zhou Tianfeng spoke with great fear. Fortunately, it's your second senior brother. If it were someone else, you would be in big trouble. Remember, when you go out in the future, you must avoid karma and such matters. If the other party has done you a favor, then you can repay them generously, but you must never owe them karmic debt. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said, thank you for the reminder, master and senior brother. I have noted it. I will remember this when I travel in the future. You must never owe anyone any favors or karma. Zhou Tianfeng said, damn, I didn't expect such taboos in the cultivation world. I'll definitely be more careful in the future. Just remember it. Let's go. Let your second senior brother show you around. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said. Zhou Tianfeng nodded, following his second senior brother to continue the tour. Then the second senior brother took Zhou Tianfeng to see several newly crafted DJ corpse puppets, and shared some key points and tips on crafting corpse puppets, and some rare materials.
These things Zhou Tianfeng didn't really listen to. He's still thinking about how to repay human favors, how to repay them little by little. Junior brother, if you encounter someone with a strong physical body in the future, you can kill them and bring their corpse back. Or if you encounter mortals born during a lunar eclipse or a bad year, you can also bring them back. Their teachers are considered top-tier material. Just bring back one of them. This karma and obligation will be settled. You don't need to worry too much. It seemed that Zhou Tianfeng was absent-minded at the moment. Second senior brother Nai Ying spoke up. Yes, second senior brother. Junior brother understands. Zhou Tianfeng nodded. He began to speak. This was something he had silently remembered. In the future, once his cultivation was successful and he ventured out, he must help this second senior brother obtain superior materials. Only then could the cause and effect be resolved. After touring for a while longer, second brother Nianji led Zhou Tianfeng and Blood Shadow Patriarch into a secret chamber. Inside this secret chamber were two corpses. One of them was surrounded by various altars and ritual implements, wrapped in layers of black cloth, with intricate wrinkles drawn on it. The other one was wrapped in blood-red bandages, covered with various runes, soaking in a giant bloodstone. Countless visible red blood fiends keep pouring in around it. This should be the bloodstone gal my senior brother wants to refine. The one soaking in the blood pool is Brother Wei's bloodstone gal. The other one is for you. Originally, Brother Wei wanted to refine it into an iron-armored fiend, to pair with the bloodstone gal as a palace and chamber combination. But since you're here, then Brother Wei will have to part with it reluctantly. Second brother Nianji said. These two high-quality corpses were found after much hardship. One of them is a poor scholar born at a yin year, yin month, yin day, and yin hour. He died in a foreign land while traveling to the capital for exams. Luckily, he was found by him. Afterward, the corpse was kept in a place with concentrated yin energy for over a decade. Only then could it be turned into a blood corpse fiend. The other corpse belonged to a general from the Heavenly Strategy Army. He was an internal soldier trained by the Heavenly Strategy Army. He wasn't someone sent down the mountain by another sect to gain experience. He was one of the core forces of the Heavenly Strategy Army. However, he was later ambushed and poisoned to death by him and the boss together. If it were a one-on-one fight, neither the boss nor I may be a match for this person. Of course, that was over a decade ago. But now, whether it's the boss or myself, we shouldn't have much trouble dealing with him alone. He is considered a top-tier body cultivator with a particularly strong physique. After being killed by him more than a decade ago, I deliberately found a place filled with malevolent energy to preserve the corpse for over 10 years and recently brought it back to the sect, planning to cultivate it into an ironclad corpse ghoul. The ironclad corpse ghoul is a special type of corpse puppet researched by his predecessors in the Blood Shadow sect, and it has extremely high requirements for the refining materials. First, it must be the top-tier body cultivator. Their cultivation level must have been in the spirit fusion realm before death. They must also have been killed under extreme resentment, hatred, and unwillingness. Moreover, after being killed, the body cannot be significantly damaged. It must be preserved immediately. Then the hostility and resentment within the body should be cultivated. Find a place with yin energy or a battlefield, and bury the body there. After several years, it develops a murderous aura. Then it is extracted and refined together with the methods of making iron corpses and demon corpses, turning it into a rare and precious iron armored demon corpse. Once this iron armored demon corpse is successfully refined, the iron armor makes its body incredibly strong, and the demonic energy within the corpse also gives it extremely powerful attack capabilities. It's a rare type of corpse puppet with both offensive and defensive capabilities. After refining the blood corpse puppet, Nainjia plans to consecrate this iron armored corpse. However, now he can add poison to the iron armored corpse. This way, he can turn it into an unprecedented iron-armored poison corpse. For Lying Jie, his lifelong wish is to create even bigger and stronger corpse puppets. Whether he uses them himself is secondary. After applying the deadly poison elixir, this ironclad poison master's combat power will only become stronger. Moreover, his attacks will be even more unpredictable. As long as he scratches you, the mix of poison, miasma, and moisture will combine, making it impossible for even a deity to save you. Most importantly, he will be pioneering a new path. Following the predecessors of the Blood Shadow sect, a new variant corpse puppet has emerged. Thank you, second senior brother, Zhu Qianfeng said. Zhu Qianfeng clearly felt that his senior brother was very excited. It seemed he wanted to give this corpse puppet to him, which made him very happy. It seems that his second senior brother should be a tech-savvy person. He likes to conduct research everywhere, and whether he can use what he discovers doesn't really matter to him. Such a person belongs to the research-oriented talent, definitely worth befriending. In the future, I need to build a good relationship with this second brother, although his living place is super disgusting and super weird, but that's okay, I can tolerate it. Alright. Now let's talk about your alchemist. Brother Wei has an idea. The materials prepared for you this time are very special. This person was a top physical cultivator in life, and Brother Wei has been refining skills for many years. Originally intended to refine him into an iron-armored corpse fiend, but now Brother Wei thinks on the basis of the iron-armored corpse fiend to add. Only powerful toxins can make this corpse puppet even more formidable. Its attacks will also be more bizarre. His corpse poison mixed with evil energy will be lethal to anyone who gets hit. Nai Ying said, her eyes gleaming. She seemed to already imagine how powerful it would be once she created this unprecedented iron armor poison corpse master. How formidable it would be. Second brother, your idea is not bad. Refining an iron armor corpse demon and adding poison. But such a powerful and strange corpse demon will be a big problem once refined. Moreover, such a corpse demon is most likely to backfire. Blood Shadow, the ancestor said it would be extremely strange. I originally just wanted to casually give this junior disciple another ordinary poem reading, but this second disciple came up with something so impressive, and he also has such good materials on hand. If this top-tier zombie is refined, then its strength would be undeniable. Even if he has soul-level cultivation, if he gets hit, he might be killed by the corpse poison. Besides, my fourth disciple will have the poison-slaying immortal blade in the future, but the difference with this zombie is that it might rebel. This high-level corpse puppet might awaken its past life's consciousness. If it rebels, it would be terrible. Although the chances are slim, it still needs to be considered. Master, rest assured, I will first refine this blood corpse puppet. About a year later, I will start refining the iron armor corpse demon. After the iron armor corpse demon is refined, it will be handed over to my junior apprentice for further tempering and poison removal. I will also use the soul locking array and the soul fixing pearl to secure its soul. This guy only had the cultivation level of a spirit condensation realm when he was alive. Without soul cultivation to achieve the yin spirit, these measures won't let him cause any trouble. Moreover, once my junior apprentice's cultivation improves, he is not afraid of these. Second brother said. As long as your cultivation reaches the soul cultivating level, you won't fear his rebellion. You have thought this through. By then, I will teach your little junior brother a soul control technique as an extra layer of protection to prevent this iron armor poison fiend from rebelling. The Blood Shadow Patriarch spoke. Thank you, master and senior brother, for your concern. I will definitely control this corpse puppet. As for the refining process, I'll have to trouble second senior brother to take care of it. Zhu Qianfeng spoke. Of course. Junior brother, you can focus on your cultivation. Hurry up and reach foundation establishment. Then Brother Wei will finish refining this top-grade iron armor 10 kill for you and help you with the subsequent work. Second senior brother said. He can't wait to get started. Really looking forward to it. Once Iron Armor Venom Master finishes refining you, how powerful will you be? I don't know how long I have been talking with this second senior brother before Blood Shadow Ancestor took Zhu Qianfeng and left second senior brother's territory. By this time, the sky outside was already pitch black. Blood Shadow Ancestor and I stayed in this second senior brother's territory for a whole day. As for the little girl, Cheng Xiaoye, she was not waiting at the door. The two of them probably went back to their room at some point. How do you feel today? Blood Shadow Ancestor asked. That's good. I really didn't expect that. There are so many intricacies in the corpse refining techniques of the Blood Shadow sect, Zhu Qianfeng said. Haha, our Blood Shadow sect is a demonic sect. Of course we are skilled in these dark arts. Besides the corpse refining techniques, our Blood Shadow sect's various sinister arts and soul refining techniques are also unparalleled. You can practice them when you have time. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said. Yes, disciple accepts the command. Of course, I need to study them well. These are essential skills for killing an arson in the future. It's getting late. You should go back and rest soon. Tomorrow during the day, let's go to my place and try the newly refined elixir to see if it has any effect on you, whether it can help you enter that state of being in excitement. Blood Shadow Patriarch said. Yes, master. I will take my leave now, Zhu Qianfeng said. After bidding farewell to the Blood Shadow Patriarch, Zhu Qianfeng returned to his room. I didn't get a good rest last night. After returning to the room, Zhu Qianfeng didn't do anything else. He just lay down to rest. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Zhu Qianfeng arrived at the Blood Shadow Patriarch's room as promised. The little fox Cheng Xiaoye came to Zhu Qianfeng's side. She quietly asked, "Yesterday, when did you and the Grandmaster leave?" "He waited at the door for an hour yesterday, then left impatiently. He left at dusk." The second senior brother was very polite yesterday. Also, remember to address him as Uncle Master, Zhu Qianfeng said. HMPH, from now on, we'll each stick to our own views. We're from the demon sect. We don't have as many rules as the righteous sects. I can't stand being at second uncle's place. I used to think it was fun to admire our masters. Turns out it's so disgusting. The little fox said. He would never go back to his second uncle's land in the future. The mess everywhere. And the disgusting smell of corpses and blood. It's really unbearable. Hearing this, Zhu Qianfeng didn't say anything. It is indeed quite disgusting, but the benefits are also overflowing. Looking at you. Second senior brother must have given you quite a few benefits yesterday. The little fox asked. Yesterday, second senior brother promised to specially forge a set of iron armor for me. Zhu Qianfeng said. You actually benefited from this. Iron armored poison master? I've never heard of it. Does our Blood Shadow sect have such a servant? The little fox asked. After all, he's been in the Blood Shadow sect for decades. He's read quite a few sect scriptures in his time. What is this iron armored poison master? He really hasn't heard of it. It was specially developed for me by second senior brother, a new type of corpse puppet. It's extremely powerful. It combines the characteristics of the iron armor lion, poison lion, and fiery lion. In short, you just need to know that it's very formidable. Zhu Qianfeng said. HMPH. I am not envious. You can keep those zombie puppets to yourself. They are disgusting. The little fox rolled his eyes at Zhu Qianfeng. He turned his head and said, if I had heard yesterday that Zhu Qianfeng got these things, I would have been very envious. But to be honest, these zombie puppets aren't really something suitable for me. Disgusting enough to make him vomit, and that pungent smell. He can't stand it. If you hadn't left yesterday, second senior brother might have given you a special corpse as well, Zhu Qianfeng said. If the little girl hadn't left yesterday, then maybe I, second senior brother, would have prepared some special gifts for her. After all, she's the elder brother's daughter. That thing isn't suitable for me. I think it's better for me to focus on practicing the illusion techniques of the Jushu and the Fox tribe. The little fox said. Playing with zombies really isn't his thing. It's better to focus on his own racial specialties. Even though he only has half fox demon blood, his talent for illusion techniques is still very strong. Poison techniques and such. The little fox now clearly knows he has absolutely no chance of winning against Zhu Qianfeng. This guy is simply a freak. So, if he wants to surpass the fourth martial uncle in the future, then there's only one way, to study the fox demon specialty, illusions. Go for it. Zhu Qianfeng said. HMPH. Definitely, I'll be the first to take you down, and show you the power of our fox demon illusions. The little fox finished speaking and extended her onion-like jade fingers and made an international gesture at Zhu Qianfeng. This international gesture is something he learned from Zhu Qianfeng during these past 2 months. It's a new trick. At first, he didn't know what it meant, but later, he understood. It was a way to show disdain and mock the other person. Over time, the little fox is imitating exactly. He's learned this international gesture. I'm truly flattered. Zhu Qianfeng shook his head helplessly. He's really like a child. What a pity. Even though he has a charming face and a mature figure. But in terms of personality, she's still a little girl. She completely lacks the cool and mature demeanor of an older woman. So disappointing. Alright, stop arguing. Let's start today's lesson. Blood Shadow Patriarch spoke helplessly from the side. As an elder, sometimes it's really hard for him. In the midst of their bickering, The day's lesson ended. Alright, today's lesson is over. Today, I will test if you can truly unleash your rage state. This is a diluted stimulant. Take it and give it a try. The Blood Shadow Ancestor took out a transparent bottle. Inside it is some red powder. Zhu Jianfeng nodded as well. He took the bottle from Blood Shadow Patriarch's hand. This medicine is very potent. Don't use too much. Just sniff it lightly by your nose. Blood Shadow Patriarch said, wow, the medicine is very potent. Why does this feel so familiar? Zhu Jianfeng shook his head and opened the bottle cap, taking a sniff. Immediately, a strawberry-like fragrance filled his nose. A very special feeling came over Zhu Jianfeng. His body became instantly excited. It felt exactly like the night before last. Zhu Jianfeng successfully entered this adrenaline rush mode this time. He guessed wrong. That's right, fear, excitement, and anger can all cause a large amount of adrenaline to be secreted into his body. Entering this state, this is his adrenaline combat mode. Heart rate increases, blood flow speeds up, his whole body's pain sensation weakens, muscles are tensed all over, body reflexes, sensitivity, strength, and thinking have all increased several times. You also have a terrifying ability to capture dynamic vision. Haha, not bad, not bad. Come and fight with the little girl. Let the old ancestor see how your combat power is in this state. The Blood Shadow Ancestor said happily. Good, Grandpa, good. The little fox said happily. Finally, a legitimate reason to beat him up. These past few days of school life, he was full of resentment towards Zhu Jianfeng. Zhu Jianfeng was speechless. My master. Are you reliable? The little fox's cultivation was already at the peak of the chi condensation stage. All he needs is one foundation establishment pill, and he can become a foundation establishment cultivator. As for me, I'm just a beginner who has been cultivating for less than half a year. Although I've entered the chi condensation stage, it's only the early stage of chi condensation. There are two whole minor realms between us, and the other party is a half-demon with fox demon blood. In terms of physical strength, he's much stronger than an average human cultivator. Zhu Jianfeng remembers it very clearly. The last time his adrenaline surged, he used all his strength to hold the girl down. Although 2 months have passed, he has improved his skills a lot. He still doesn't feel very confident. A real man shouldn't hesitate in doing things. I am here. What are you afraid of? The Blood Shadow Ancestor noticed Zhu Jianfeng's hesitation and immediately scolded him. Disciple will fight. I'll fight. Zhu Jianfeng gritted his teeth and chose to battle. Seeing that Zhu Jianfeng agreed, the Blood Shadow Ancestor nodded. With a wave of his hands, he turned into a gust of dark wind, bringing Zhu Jianfeng and the little fox to the Blood Shadow sect's martial arts arena. In the middle, he realized his disciple's rage state couldn't last long, so a quick battle was preferable. There were no pleasantries exchanged. The two of them immediately started fighting. The little fox extended its elbows and launched a set of moves at Zhu Jianfeng. However, Zhu Jianfeng was no longer the carefree armor he once was. Zhu Jianfeng swung his hands and directly confronted the attack with the help of dynamic bullet time vision. Zhu Jianfeng can barely see the trajectory of the little fox's attacks. His hands continuously slap the little fox's wrists, blocking all of the opponent's attacks. In this adrenaline-fueled state, his vision has been enhanced to an unprecedented level. He can fully defend against all of the little fox's attacks, but this bullet time vision has a slight drawback. That means even though you can see all of the opponent's movements, your body is still a bit slow to react. You can clearly see, and your brain can respond and give commands, but your body will still be a step behind. But that's okay. As you improve your skills over time, your physical fitness will also improve. This drawback will no longer exist. A fierce battle broke out between the two sides. The little fox attacks. Zhu Jianfeng defends. 1 minute has passed. Zhu Jianfeng is still struggling to resist. Both of his hands are trembling slightly. 2 minutes have passed. The little fox was gradually becoming restless, and Zhu Jianfeng also felt his breathing start to quicken. He began to gasp for air. His body was already showing signs of overexertion. How is it? Are you only able to defend yourself? At this moment, the little fox was getting more and more astonished. This guy's strength and speed had increased significantly since the last time, and the reaction speed is also very quick. No matter how I attack, the opponent seems to be able to see it, barely and dangerously using their palm to slap my wrist, thus avoiding my sharp attacks. Zhu Jianfeng didn't speak, because he had no time to speak. I must go all out to fend off the little fox's attack. After all, there's a gap of 2 small realms. This adrenaline burst indeed makes up for some of the difference, but it can't last long. The adrenaline state rapidly depletes my stamina and spiritual energy. My limit should be 3 minutes. If I don't undo this transformation within 3 minutes, then my life will be in danger. Zhu Jianfeng knew he had to fight quickly. He needed to finish the battle within a minute, and he had already discovered the key to victory. Although he had only fought for 2 minutes, in this hyperspeed combat state, Zhu Jianfeng still discovered his unique traits. That is, when fighting in this adrenaline-fueled state, His brain operated at incredible speed. His mind is incredibly clear. His brain's computing power has increased. As long as he wants, he seems to be able to perfectly predict his opponent's attacks. Zhu Qianfeng's mental focus starts to heighten. His brain begins to run at high speed. Looking at the attacking little fox, Zhu Qianfeng's brain receives the information transmitted from his eyes. I started calculating the trajectory of the opponent's attacks non-stop. The first type of attack is a direct strike from above my head. The second type is to dodge to my side and attack the back of my head. The third type is a direct assault from below, followed by a sweeping kick to trip me. The fourth type, yes. The fifth type. Just for a moment, in just a fraction of a second. Zhu Qianfeng's brain provided the answer. With his brain running at high speed, he perfectly predicted all of the opponent's attacks, and his pupils began to constrict. He stared intently at every movement of the little fox. I see. With intense concentration, Zhu Qianfeng's visual tracking ability became stronger. He clearly saw the little fox's attack trajectory, and his brain provided him with the perfect answer. In Zhu Qianfeng's mind, his brain had already perfectly simulated all the little fox's attack moves. He wanted to move to his side and launch a surprise attack. Zhu Qianfeng understood. He had won. His body suddenly turned and leaned back. Zhu Qianfeng dodged the little fox's attack with a sidestep, then swiftly tripped the little fox with a sweeping kick, immediately giving the opponent no chance. A hand grabbed the little fox's neck at a very tricky angle in an instant, and pressed him to the ground with an incredulous look in his eyes, then immediately turned the little fox over, with his back facing himself. The other hand turned the little fox's palm over, grabbing his hands, and squeezing them together, then pressed his knee against the little fox's back, render the opponent immobile. The little fox, who originally had the upper hand, was caught by Zhu Qianfeng in a moment of weakness, and immediately counterkilled. The counterattack was so fast that even the Blood Shadow Patriarch didn't react. The Blood Shadow Patriarch thought his good disciple could barely hold on, and that Zhu Qianfeng would be defeated, but he didn't expect Zhu Qianfeng to end the fight in such a manner. At first, this guy could only fend off the little girl's attacks, but later, he seemed able to predict and directly caught a flaw the opponent exposed. In an instant, he knocked him to the ground. Master, I won. Zhu Qianfeng looked at Blood Shadow Patriarch and said, "Haha, alright, it's true you won. You crossed two small realms. You won." Zhu Qianfeng smiled at the words, and released the bewildered little fox. He came out of his adrenaline rush, and immediately, his whole body collapsed to the ground, exhausted. He panted heavily, his muscles twitching all over, his brain somewhat lacking oxygen. The Blood Shadow Patriarch hurriedly stepped forward to help Zhu Qianfeng up, and infused him with a surge of spiritual energy, then took out a Gui Yuan pill and fed it to Zhu Qianfeng. As the pill entered his mouth, with the aid of the Blood Shadow Patriarch's true essence, Zhu Qianfeng slowly began to recover. The little fox nearby got up, and looked at Zhu Qianfeng with a somewhat complex expression. Clearly, I had the upper hand, but in the end, I was suddenly counterkilled. The gap is too big. 2 months ago, I was still crushing him. How could this happen? Why did this happen? Little Fox was puzzled. Clearly, I was always in the lead, but the opponent instantly anticipated my attack, and knocked me down. Moreover, the strike wasn't lethal, they just subdued me, making me unable to move. In stark contrast, the little fox felt deeply distressed. You okay? The little fox timidly said, "Don't worry. Your martial uncle will be fine. Are you okay?" Zhu Qianfeng smiled, and said, "With the Blood Shadow Patriarch's help, I recovered quickly. My body is fine now. This is the third time I've entered this adrenaline-fueled state. And compared to the first time, my physical condition is much better now. At this stage, with my current physical fitness and cultivation, as long as the fight doesn't exceed 3 minutes, my body won't have any major problems. If the fight can end in 1 minute, I'll withdraw immediately. In this state, I can even remain unharmed. After 2 minutes, my body will start to feel weak. But I can still move. 3 minutes is the limit for me to escape. If it reaches 4 minutes, it will be life-threatening. But just now, the Blood Shadow Ancestor gave me that Gui Yuan pill, but it can effectively avoid this drawback within 3 minutes, as long as you can finish the battle, and immediately take a Gui Yuan pill. After a short rest, your body will be fine. You must learn how to refine this Gui Yuan pill yourself, and always carry it with you." Zhu Qianfeng is confident that as his physical fitness improves further, and his cultivation advances, one day, he will be able to unleash this adrenaline potential burst state without any consumption, instead of at the cost of physical exhaustion. I'm fine. I really didn't expect this to lose to you so quickly. The little fox Cheng Xie sighed helplessly. Her 2 snow-white ears drooped down, and she said very dejectedly, "Keep working hard on your cultivation. Next time, you can try to win it back." Zhu Qianfeng smiled. He joked as he spoke. "It's impossible to beat me. Once I surpass you, you'll never catch up." Zhu Qianfeng knew very well that his body in this world is a superbug. And this superbug is continuously getting stronger. It seems like there's no limit. So unless something unexpected happens, the little fox won't be able to surpass herself in this lifetime. Ha ha, girl. You're feeling discouraged too. This kid has been cultivating for less than a year, and now he's beaten you. You must be feeling upset. The blood shadow ancestor smiled slightly beside her, and said, this girl's attitude towards Zhu Tianfeng has unknowingly improved a bit. This is a good thing. However, this fourth disciple of mine has given me too many surprises. Besides the poison-transforming spirit body and the self-growing spiritual roots, there is also this fury body. Good disciple. How has heaven treated you so unfairly? Now the Blood Shadow Patriarch is 100% sure that Zhu Tianfeng will definitely receive Heavenly Dao's assistance in the future. Master, am I useless? The little fox glanced at the Blood Shadow Patriarch and asked. You can't say that. Your fox demons are not a race adept at close combat. You mainly excel at various spells, including illusions and charms. Using your weaknesses to attack others' strengths is sure to fail. Keep up the support. With your abilities, even without using the support pill, you can still succeed. So, Patriarch, I'm giving you two choices now. 1. You perform the trial yourself. Or 2. I give you a support pill. To perform the trial with my aid, you choose one yourself. Blood Shadow Ancestor looked at the little fox and said. Zhu Tianfeng, listening to their conversation from the side, was also taken aback. Is there a big difference between Zhuji and Qi? When I was reading the books on the first and second floors, I only briefly looked at the levels of cultivation. I was mostly reading books about studying. I'm not very familiar with this aspect. Earth Foundation. Human Foundation, 2 ways of foundation building. What is the difference between these two methods? And since there are Earth and Human Foundations, then there should be Heavenly Foundation too, right? Master. Is there any difference in the foundation building stage? Earth Foundation, Human Foundation. Is there any difference? Zhu Tianfeng, who was standing by, asked. Ask if you don't understand. This is a wonderful virtue of us Earthlings. Let me explain it to you. There are 3 ways to establish the foundation. They are heaven, earth, and human. Earth-based foundation building relies on one's cultivation and aptitude, cultivating to the foundation stage by oneself. Human-based foundation building uses foundation pills to build the foundation, which is considered a shortcut. In the later stages, its development and cultivation are significantly inferior to Earth-based foundation building. As for Heaven-based foundation building, so you must meet some conditions. Ordinary people can only choose Earthly Foundation and Human Foundation. If you want to achieve Heavenly Foundation, first, you must at least have a high-grade spiritual root. Second, you must have an extremely special cultivation constitution, both combined, uniquely endowed. Only then can you achieve Heavenly Foundation. If you use this method for assistance, then your cultivation will become more stable and powerful. Whether it's magic power or physical body, they will be stronger than the latter too. Moreover, when fighting an enemy, it can generate various powers and wonders to suppress the opponent. Blood Shadow Patriarch told Zhu Tianfeng all 3 different assistance methods. Ordinary people can only choose the latter 2 methods for foundation building. Heavenly Dao foundation building is extremely difficult. Only those favored by the heavens can succeed. First of all, a superior spiritual root already blocks 70 to 80% of cultivators at the door. Then, the legendary special cultivation physique blocks a large number of cultivators at the door. For those who cultivate, achieving Heavenly Dao foundation building, it can be said to be 1 in 10,000. So, Master, what method did you and the senior brothers use to establish your foundation? Zhu Tianfeng asked. The Master and your 3 senior brothers used the traditional method. As for the disciples of our Blood Shadow sect's outer sect, they used the foundation establishment pill. As for you, in the future, you must use the natural method to establish your foundation. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said, I will definitely live up to your expectations, Master. Successfully establishing the Heavenly Dao Foundation. Zhu Tianfeng said, the conditions for establishing the Heavenly Dao Foundation. It seems I possess them all. First, a top-grade spiritual root. As the Patriarch once told me, to the outside, it can be claimed as a high-grade spiritual root. In other words, one spiritual root should be at least high-grade, and it might even be above that. As for a special constitution, my immunity and adrenaline surge. I wonder if it can be considered a special constitution. It probably can. My body is already so great. If you don't count as having a special constitution, then something's off. Alright, I believe you can definitely do it. Blood Shadow Patriarch patted Zhu Tianfeng on the shoulder and said, watching the conversation between the master and disciple, little fox Cheng Xie felt a bit sour in her nose. It's so frustrating to compare oneself to others. Heaven helps those who help themselves. Damn it. What a lucky guy. Because he's a hybrid of human and demon clans, his talent is not bad either. His spiritual roots are of the top grade. Moreover, he possesses fox demon bloodline, but at most, he can only achieve the earthly foundation. If he wants the heavenly foundation, that's simply wishful thinking. In this world, those who can achieve the heavenly foundation are very rare. This kid is really lucky. He has the legendary inherited rage body. Adding a superior spiritual root can indeed receive the help of the Heavenly Dao. Master, If it's an exceptional spiritual root or even a celestial spiritual root above the exceptional spiritual root, and the legendary immortal spiritual root which guarantees ascension as long as one begins cultivation, can they also receive the help of the heavenly Tao? Zhu Qianfeng asked. He's been spending time in the library. Zhu Qianfeng has also been reading some ancient texts. He learned that above the superior spiritual roots, there are the legendary celestial spiritual roots and the heaven-defying immortal spiritual roots. He wondered if these two types of spiritual roots are the same as ordinary ones. That's a good question. First of all, the owners of superior spiritual roots and excellent spiritual roots are different. Those who possess supreme spiritual roots can receive the aid of the heavenly Tao. However, compared to those with special constitutions, it's much more difficult. It requires the assistance of top-tier heavenly treasures. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible to succeed. Moreover, this forced aid from the heavenly Tao is much weaker compared to that of special constitutions. As for the heavenly spiritual root and the immortal spiritual root, they are actually similar to special constitutions. In fact, these two spiritual roots can be considered a type of special constitution that can receive assistance from the Tao of Heaven. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said, there's no need to mention the immortal spiritual root. First of all, as long as you can cultivate, then you will certainly be able to ascend to become an immortal. This in itself is a tremendous advantage. As for the heavenly spiritual root, in terms of absorbing spiritual energy, it's even more powerful than the supreme spiritual root, and it also possesses unique innate abilities. These two top-tier spiritual roots can naturally receive the aid of the heavenly Tao, almost on par with special cultivation physiques. I see. Thank you, Master, for clarifying my doubts. Zhu Qianfeng nodded and said, it seems that in this world of cultivation, innate talent is very important. Innate talent determines a person's entire future. If one's innate talent is poor, so whatever happens, I am always a step behind others, inferior to others, and as my cultivation improves, this gap will only widen. Fortunately, I have the fortress that Mother Earth gifted me after crossing over. My body is my greatest asset. It's also the foundation for my future livelihood. Master, do you know which cultivators have established their foundation with the way of heaven? Zhu Qianfeng asked. As far as I know, in the current Qianyu dynasty, among the young disciples of the three major sects, none have established their foundation with the way of heaven. However, there is an elder who has. He's a few decades younger than me. We're practically from the same generation. He's already at the immortal transformation stage now. In my generation, is the most respected. Blood Shadow Patriarch stroked his chin and said with emotion, a few decades younger than me, and he's already at the immortal transformation stage. But I am still stuck at the pinnacle of ecstasy. In this life, I just hope to successfully transcend the mortal realm. I really can't compare, but my disciple will definitely surpass him. Master, only one old guy has a foundation in the Tao of Heaven. The younger generation doesn't have any. Doesn't that mean I can easily dominating the younger generation? Zhu Qianfeng smiled smugly and said. Hearing Zhu Qianfeng's words, Blood Shadow Patriarch immediately scowled. He reached out and gave Zhu Qianfeng's head a hard smack, bringing him back to reality. What are you thinking? Just because I don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Usually, such genius disciples are carefully protected by major sects, not letting outsiders know about them. So don't be arrogant. You must not meet someone with the same special constitution in the future and end up failing miserably. Blood Shadow Ancestor said, Master, rest assured, I am well aware of the way to stay alive. No matter what I do, I will never act impulsively. Zhu Qianfeng joked with the Blood Shadow Patriarch. I'm at least someone from Earth. Survival first, low-profile development. I understand this principle. You say so. Now I am relieved. Keep practicing well, Master. In your anger state, we have developed a method to use it. So on the road of future training, what are your thoughts? Blood Shadow Patriarch asked. Any thoughts? In this adrenaline state of mine, what I need most is probably physical fitness. Master, I think while cultivating unique skills, we should also temper and strengthen the body. Does our Blood Shadow sect have any body refining techniques? I wish to learn some body refinement techniques. Zhu Qianfeng thought for a moment and said, your idea is quite good, but unfortunately, we really don't have profound body refinement techniques in our Blood Shadow sect. We only have some basic body refinement methods, such as the turtle shell technique, the bull strength, and the iron body technique, which are third-rate methods. And even if we had superior body refinement techniques, I, as your master, do not recommend you learn the body refining technique. This fury body state of yours is, after all, inherited from a previous generation. It is not as good as the innate heaven's fury battle body. You should primarily develop your poison spirit body and practice poison arts. This fury body state is only secondary for dealing with enemies. Ancestor Duan Shuang said. This kid has a good idea, but he needs to know that human energy is limited. Learning too much is not as good as mastering one skill. When he brought him back, he noticed that this boy's physical fitness was much better than average. His physical fitness was twice that of a normal person. At that time, the Blood Shadow Patriarch was puzzled because the poison fusion physique doesn't make the body very strong. But now this kid has awakened the Wrath state. The Blood Shadow Patriarch finally understood. It turns out this powerful physique comes from the inherited Wrath body. Its master's disciple. Understood. Zhu Qianfeng said. Wait, don't fall. You just mentioned the poison detox body. He has other special constitutions. The little fox widened its eyes and asked. Ahaha. Well, you're not an outsider, so it's fine to tell you. Your junior uncle is the legendary first-generation innate poison-neutralizing body, born with the ability to neutralize all poisons, the Blood Shadow Patriarch said. The Blood Shadow Patriarch thought carefully, and decided not to hide it from this little girl anymore, because to cultivate this little girl into a powerful aide for Jutian Peak in the future, he couldn't keep too many secrets from her, other than the self-growing spiritual root. Everything else can be told to him first. Moreover, as his cultivation improves in the future, the little girl might also discover it herself someday. Why not just tell him directly? The little fox opened her mouth wide. Having the inherited rage body from generations isn't enough. There's also the poisonous spiritual body. Moreover, it's a first-generation innate poison spirit body. So envious. So envious. Really envious. Some things just can't be envied. Seeing the envious look in the little fox's eyes, Zhu Qianfeng said proudly. Facing Zhu Qianfeng's mocking words, this time, the little fox surprisingly didn't retort, but turned around and left in silence. The blows he suffered today were significant. He needs to go back and soothe his wounded soul. He now finally understands what it feels like to face a genius who is many times stronger than himself. Even though he has put in no less effort than the other, in every aspect, he is being left further and further behind, especially by Zhu Qianfeng. At first, when facing him, there was no resistance at all, but in just 2 short months, he actually defeated himself. The contrast is simply too great. This attitude of the little fox left Zhu Qianfeng a bit puzzled. Why did this little girl change her attitude today? Usually, if he mocked her like this, he should have made an international gesture to himself, and then messed around with himself for a while, or reported a little to the Blood Shadow ancestor. Leaving silently like this is a bit unusual. That little girl was hit hard. That boy's aptitude was originally considered top-notch, and he has the bloodline of a demon fox. You could say he's exceptionally talented, but compared to you, little monster, there's a huge gap. At this moment, the Blood Shadow Patriarch standing by the side smiled and said, as someone who's lived for over 500 years, he immediately sensed something. All right, I admit there's quite a gap between him and me. Zhu Qianfeng said with a laugh. You don't need to worry too much about this little girl's arrogance. Xing, your blow to him this time is actually a good thing. It will make him work harder in his future cultivation, said Blood Shadow Patriarch. This girl, from the moment she was born, has been excellent in every aspect and has been praised by elders and others since childhood. This has led to an arrogant personality. Now, facing some setbacks is actually a good thing for him. Of course, the setbacks shouldn't be too severe. Otherwise, they would just destroy him. It has to be just right. And today, the various attacks Zhu Qianfeng made on this little girl seemed just right to the Blood Shadow Patriarch. Hopefully. By the way, Master, regarding the poison training to transform the poisonous spirit body, I have a new idea. Zhu Qianfeng said, looking at the Blood Shadow Patriarch. Oh, go ahead and tell me. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said, Disciple thinks that in the future, the dosage of the poison can be diluted and then reduced to the minimum. Disciple will take it again. This way, it won't cause any harm to my body, and I can become immune to this potent poison. Moreover, the time needed for me to take the poison and neutralize it can be reduced from once every 2 months to once a month to better train my toxic spirit body. Master, what do you think? Zhu Qianfeng said. Today he suddenly thought of the method humans use to create vaccines. Perhaps he could borrow this method for himself. The earliest vaccine principle involved introducing a very weak or dead virus into a healthy human body, then training the immune system to attack them. Let the immune system have a small-scale exercise, so that when this virus enters the body on a large scale next time, the immune system can attack this virus more effectively and quickly, and produce various targeted antibodies. The ancient smallpox virus and cowpox virus were defeated using this extremely primitive vaccination method. Now my immune system has been strengthened in this world due to the spiritual energy, can be immune to venom. So, can I use this method? A very small amount can help my immune system adapt to this venom, and then my body will be permanently immune to it. It's safe and effective. Why not do it? Long-term direct intake can make a lethal dose for practitioners, also a destabilizing factor for me. What if in the future there are hidden injuries left on your body? So, you might want to try the vaccination method. Hearing Zhu Qianfeng's words, several question marks appeared above Shui Ying Laozu's head. What the hell? Is this even possible? Is this kid being overly cautious out of fear of death? You're the legendary poison absorber who isn't afraid of any poison at all. Yet you're so cautious and timid. But I have to say, this kid's method does have some merit. The poison absorber can neutralize toxins, but it doesn't address the issue of quantity. Diluting some poison, then ingesting it in non-lethal amounts. It is indeed a way. Such a tricky method. This kid could think of it. He really works hard to stay alive. Your method has its merits too, but are you sure it will work? What if you take too small a dose of the poison and the antidote spirit body directly neutralizes it? It wasn't recorded. What should we do? The Blood Shadow Patriarch said. Please rest assured, Master. I am very confident in my poison transforming spirit body. I will definitely be able to neutralize the deadly poison that has entered my body. When we face them the second time, this poison will undoubtedly be fatal to them. And if this method doesn't work, then we'll just use the previous method, Zhu Qianfeng said confidently. Of course he was confident. He knew very well how powerful the human immune system is. He knew it better than anyone. The human immune system can basically kill any foreign substance, microbe, or virus that invades it. The premise is that your body can withstand the terrifying destructive power of your immune system. My body has now enhanced to this extent, and also gained the blessing of spiritual energy. Now my immune system is unprecedentedly strong. If I return to Earth now, Zhu Qianfeng can shout that my immune system is the strongest on the surface. As for the intake being too small, whether my immune system will record it, this question, Zhu Qianfeng also laughed. The learning and memory capacity of the immune system is no joke. In a tiny DNA genetic system lies the information of viruses humans have been immune to since their birth. On Earth, humans inhale a large number of viruses, microorganisms, and bacteria daily through breathing, drinking water, eating, and physical contact. And these microorganisms, viruses, and bacteria exist. Without exception, they will all be killed by the immune system and recorded. The method of vaccination has been continued for hundreds of years. Humans have used it to overcome countless diseases. It has never failed. Since you are confident, all right then. I promise you. After 1 month, I will prepare some diluted poison for you to take. The Blood Shadow Patriarch nodded and said, if it works, then this method will undoubtedly be a safer and more effective way to develop the boy's poison neutralizing physique. If it doesn't work, then we can go back to the old method. There's no significant loss. It's worth a try. Master, rest assured, I am fully confident. Zhu Qianfeng said. You should go and rest too. Train well for the next month. Don't rush to break through to the next level. You must know that building a solid foundation is the most important thing. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said. Yes, Master, I understand. I will go and rest now. Zhu Qianfeng bowed to the Blood Shadow Patriarch, then turned and left. Indeed, just as the Blood Shadow Patriarch expected, the little fox was back to normal the next day, attending class as usual. During this time, she was still able to pair up with Zhu Qianfeng. However, in terms of cultivation and learning, the little fox became noticeably more diligent and hardworking. She was more industrious and earnest than before. What Blood Shadow Ancestor said is very true. A little setback for this little girl is actually a good thing. In the following month, Zhu Qianfeng started a routine life. He returned to his room to rest, meditating and cultivating, reading in the library, learning from the Blood Shadow Patriarch. A month later, Zhu Qianfeng successfully advanced to the mid-stage of qi condensation, no longer a novice at the initial stage. After breaking through, Zhu Qianfeng's physical condition is much stronger than the initial qi condensation stage. His cultivation is more refined. In this 1 month, the 2 toxins Zhu Qianfeng was previously immune to were also tested by Blood Shadow Ancestor. After Zhu Qianfeng took an absolute lethal dose, in a few days, nothing happened. Normal people, indeed, have become completely immune to this deadly poison. They are no longer afraid. In the eyes of the Blood Shadow Ancestor, the poison spirit body successfully neutralized the 2 deadly poisons. This made Zhu Qianfeng's body no longer fear the poison. But Zhu Qianfeng understood that the immune system had already recorded all the characteristics of the deadly poison. When these poisons entered his body a second time, immediately launched a targeted attack. These toxins have no time to take effect. They will be caught by the immune system right away, and then killed. Once defeated by your own immune system, you won't have a second chance. Life forms from Earth. The immune system is just that unbeatable, powerful and domineering. Thanks to me, I can be the man who eats venomous snakes like snacks. Aha. No. If that's the case, I'd turn into a honey badger. By the way, if I had known I'd travel here, I should have brought a honey badger with me. And brought it to this world, then let him evolve into a demon. Who knows what amazing things might happen. In any case, it will definitely be funny. After the Blood Shadow Patriarch's lesson today, it's time for Zhu Qianpeak to take poison again. This time, it's not just the Blood Shadow Patriarch and Zhu Qianpeak, but the little fox is also called to observe. The little fox was also very curious about how Zhu Qianfeng's poison-dissolving body neutralizes deadly toxins. She wanted to observe this legendary constitution up close. Regarding the little fox's request, Blood Shadow Patriarch naturally did not refuse. Good disciple. Now we can proceed with the third poison. This time, as you suggested, I have diluted the toxin a bit. The current dosage is enough to kill an ordinary person at most. As long as one has a bit of cultivation, they can withstand it and have time to find the antidote. The blood shadow ancestor took out a small bowl, then took out a small bottle and dripped a drop of pink liquid onto it and said, "This is the deadly poison of Shisha from before. Only the original amount of 110 is not enough to kill a mid-stage chi condensation cultivator. But if it's an ordinary person or a fragile cultivator, then heh, they are definitely dead. Come on, my good disciple. Let your master see if you can really neutralize this poison in this way." Zhu Jianfeng nodded. He took the small bowl. It contained a drop of pale pink liquid. This is the diluted deadly poison of the blood shadow ancestor. This is the deadly poison vaccine he created based on the simplest vaccine method from Earth. Actually, Zhu Jianfeng knew some other ways to make vaccines, but they clearly wouldn't work in this world. Because of things like cell denucleation, directly killing the virus, then inject the dead virus into the body to make an inactivated vaccine. He can't handle such a thing. He doesn't have the expertise. Besides, this is a toxin, not a virus. It's not even in the same category, so it can't be made into an inactivated vaccine. In the future, at most, he can only dilute the toxin and then proceed with immunization. TSK, you're really cowardly. You actually diluted the poison to this extent. It can't even kill an ordinary cultivator. And you're supposed to be the legendary poison spirit body. The little fox mocked from the side. He despised Zhu Jianfeng's fear of death. He really looked down on it. Come on. You're supposed to be the legendary poison spirit body. I've never heard of a detoxifying body being poisoned. The detoxifying body is the nemesis of all deadly poisons in the world. Yet you, of all things, are afraid. You actually need to dilute the poison to a certain level before taking it. You're disgracing the detoxifying body. What do you know? This is called being cautious. Besides, my detoxifying body cares about quality, not quantity. Just a little bit, and I can be immune to this deadly poison. So why should I take a lethal dose? Zhu Jianfeng retorted. Aren't you just scared? If I had a poison-neutralizing body, no matter what the deadly poison is, I would still dare to consume it. The little fox spoke up. Heh, too bad you don't have one. Zhu Jianfeng smiled smugly and said, You, HMPH. The little fox puffed out his cheeks in anger. His eyes were red, glaring at Zhu Jianfeng. The two snow-white, pointy ears on his head stood up. Even the tail behind her started wagging non-stop, obviously very angry. Damn it. Fell for this bastard's trick again. All right, girl. It's a good thing your fourth master is so cautious. At least cautious people can live longer in this cultivation world. The more someone acts high-profile and arrogantly, the less likely they are to survive till the end, said the Blood Shadow Patriarch. Did you hear that? Master truly understands. Zhu Jianfeng said. But excessive caution is not a good thing either. Sometimes you might miss certain opportunities. So, kid, you need to be cautious when necessary. But when it's time to fight for opportunities, you have to go for it. We cultivators go against the natural order. We can't be overly cautious about everything. The Blood Shadow Patriarch punished everyone equally. He didn't side with Zhu Jianpeak, and didn't side with the little fox. I'm the master's disciple. I strictly follow the teachings. HMPH, coward. Alright, take it quickly. Let me see if it works. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said, Zhu Jianfeng nodded, swallowed the drop of pink liquid in the small bowl directly. But once the diluted poison entered the body, it was immediately detected by the immune system, and the poor poison was subjected to all sorts of brutal attacks by the immune system. Eventually, these weak, pitiful diluted poisons were eliminated by the immune system in no time. And as for Zhu Jianfeng outside, this time, he didn't even break a sweat. He was completely fine. It was as if he hadn't been poisoned at all. The Blood Shadow Patriarch observed him for 2 days and nights. After personally confirming that Zhu Jianfeng was fine, he finally relaxed. Amazing. The kid's method actually worked. The toxic spirit body can actually be used this way. This must be recorded in our sect's archives. The Blood Shadow Patriarch believes such important information must be documented in the sect's records and passed on to future generations. In the future, when encountering the venomous spirit body, it can also be cultivated in this way. However, according to the records in ancient books, the process of neutralizing poison with the poison transforming spiritual body is quite rapid and doesn't put any burden on the body. This kid's situation seems a bit unusual. The first time I saw him in the small village, he was almost poisoned to death. My whole body was burning hot. Only then did the poison dissipate. The second time at the Blood Shadow sect, it was the same. The third time, nothing happened. This is how the poison-absorbing physique should behave. Previously, the body was burning hot, probably because this kid hadn't fully awakened the poison-absorbing physique yet, until he reached the condensation phase in his training. Only then will the poison spirit body fully awaken. Good job. As your master, I will record this new discovery in our sect's codex. If another poison spirit body appears in the future, we can train it according to this method. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said, Please, I am not a poison spirit body. That's my immunity. That allows me to play like this. Are you sure the true poison spirit body is similar to me? But Zhu Qianfeng didn't refute. What's it to me? And taking a little less poison for a true poison spirit body shouldn't be a big problem, right? I will follow Master's arrangements. Master, at this rate, within a year, I will be able to neutralize 12 types of deadly poisons, Zhu Qianfeng said. Based on this calculation, in 7 or 8 years, I will be able to wield the 100 poison immortal slaying blade. Plus, with second senior brother's iron armor poison mastery over there. Absolutely perfect. Indeed it is. According to my calculations, when you succeed in forging the heavenly Tao princess, you should be able to neutralize over 100 types of poison. Then you can wield the 100 poison immortal slayer blade. The blood shadow ancestor said, your talent, young one. Within 10 years, he should be able to successfully establish his foundation, and it's even the legendary Heavenly Tao Foundation. The first blade of the 100 poisons / Master Ancestor, it's the weapon passed down in the sect. You actually gave it to him. The little fox Cheng Xiaoye, standing aside, also changed her expression. She asked, is that right? It was the weapon of the Blood Shadow Patriarch from 2 generations ago, the 100 Venom Immortal Slayer. But for this kid to use it, he must neutralize 100 kinds of deadly poisons. Only then can he wield this weapon to harm the enemy. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said, damn it. I'm so jealous. The power of the 100 Venom Extermination Blade is extremely formidable, but its extremely stringent usage conditions have prevented anyone in the Blood Shadow sect from being able to wield this weapon so far. I can't believe that today it was obtained by my 4th martial uncle. How infuriating. Special cultivation body. Its constitution is truly exceptionally advantageous. Regarding this 100 Venom Extermination Blade, he is quite knowledgeable about it. This is the unique treasure of the Blood Shadow Patriarch from 2 generations ago. My father always wanted to obtain this ice blade. It's a pity, though. Although my father is skilled in toxic arts, he doesn't meet the conditions to use the 100 poison slice first blade. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months have passed. In these 6 months, Zhu Qianfeng has once again become immune to 6 types of deadly poisons. He also conducted follow-up tests. Any poison he has become immune to will have no effect on him. In the past 6 months, Zhu Qianfeng has been like a sponge, madly absorbing the Blood Shadow Ancestor's various toxicology knowledge. He also carries a small notebook with him. Using his incredibly fast hand speed and extraordinary memory, recorded every word spoken by the Blood Shadow Ancestor. With extreme diligence. The day's teaching task had just been completed, when the Blood Shadow Ancestor solemnly called Zhu Qianfeng and the little fox together. Hi. In the following period, in addition to daily training, Thorny began to breed and cultivate some poisonous insects, flowers, and grasses, study their growth and various habits. Then try to configure the poison yourself. Let's pause our class for now. The Blood Shadow Patriarch cleared his throat and said, Master, will I no longer come to learn from you in the future? I still have many questions I haven't understood. Zhu Qianfeng said. Blood Shadow Patriarch, the small class has only been in session for over 9 months. Is it going to end already? I've been listening intently every day. How can you just stop like that? Please, my dear master, I haven't learned everything from you yet. Blood Shadow Patriarch remained silent. Instead, he looked at Zhu Qianfeng's little class with a speechless gaze. Why stop? Don't you have any self-awareness? In these 9 months, the speed at which you've been learning is terrifying. Don't you realize that yourself? Except for the advanced skills and the forbidden knowledge that's not suitable for you to hear now. You've already drained everything out of me, alright? What you lack now is just time. Master, I still have so much to learn from you. Zhu Qianfeng said. HMPH, you dare to say that? The things taught by the Grandmaster we're supposed to learn together. Actually, now it's completely one-on-one teaching for you. Especially in these past few months, it's entirely just teaching you alone. The little fox said discontentedly. Zhu Qianfeng's learning speed is terrifying. The little fox is the most qualified to speak on this. During this time, studying with you, Zhu Qianfeng, have learned it 100%. And this great grandmother, I couldn't understand even after learning for a while. Sometimes it was like listening to gibberish. But when the Blood Shadow Patriarch speaks, he only has to say it once, and this kid can remember everything perfectly. He even takes a small notebook to jot down notes. With an almost abnormal speed, he writes down every word the Blood Shadow Patriarch says. And the little fox needed Blood Shadow Ancestor to explain 2 or 3 times to understand, and still had many questions. Couldn't keep up with the progress at all. Zhu Qianfeng thought about borrowing his notes to copy, but felt embarrassed to ask. You can't keep up with my learning speed. And you still blame the teacher? You can't even take notes properly. Zhu Qianfeng said. You. I'm so mad at you, this bastard. Do you know that I'm basically your study companion now? When it comes to studying, if you miss one step, couldn't keep up step by step. So over time, the little fox completely turned from a classmate to a companion reader for the Crown Prince. And the one Blood Shadow Patriarch intentionally trained was Zhu Qianfeng. So the progress of their studies had to follow Zhu Qianfeng's pace. Thus, the little girl was doomed. Now every day she says she's here to attend classes, but actually, everything she hears is incomprehensible. There are many things that are completely incomprehensible. Although little Fox has been working very hard and diligently during this time, she's still far behind compared to some prodigies. Forget it. After all, I'm your uncle master. It's only right for me to take care of you, little Junior. Take this and study it well. Zhu Qianfeng tossed the notes he had taken over the past 6 months directly to the little girl. Zhu Qianfeng knows little Fox's current situation. At his current learning speed, little Fox can't catch up at all. The development level of his brain now can no longer be described as genius. It should be called monstrous. In terms of learning ability, it's absolutely crushing. Little Fox studies together with him. That is completely asking for trouble. For example, it's like an elementary school student, who hasn't even finished elementary school, attending a professor's lecture with a university student. It's impossible to understand, but there's no choice. And he doesn't want the pace of the lecture to slow down and affect his own progress, so he prepared a small notebook and recorded every word the professor said in class. After this, I added some of my own notes on top, and this little notebook was prepared specifically for the little Fox. Anyway, it was just a small effort for me. With my current memory, no matter how long it's been, I can clearly recall everything the Blood Shadow Patriarch says every day. There's absolutely no need to take notes. HMPH, little Fox handed me Zhu Qianfeng's notebook. Then he asked, "Take it. I know your situation these days. You haven't learned anything at all. Come with me for a bit. I have more than one notebook over there. During this time, I can fill up a notebook in just a month. There are still quite a few at home." Zhu Qianfeng said. With the intelligence of a little fox, it would take you several months just to read through my notebooks, let alone fully understand them. Take your time to realize the gap between us. TCH, I won't take your stuff for free. How about this? I'll lend you my father's hundreds of years of records on various poison pills and techniques, said the little fox. Taking this guy's stuff for free? He would never do such a thing. Anyway, those things my father recorded, he doesn't usually look at them. Let's have this kid observe the senior brother's various cultivation insights and the method of refining demon pills. This is good stuff. Because after a while, Zhu Qianfeng plans to start refining demon pills. He originally could only explore slowly, but now if he can get these new notes from the senior brother, that would be perfect. Didn't expect that. This little girl turned out to be a leaky-hearted little cotton-padded jacket. Well done. Really? Thanks a lot then, Zhu Qianfeng said with a snort. It's not for free. And it must be returned. It's not a gift for you. After you finish watching, remember to return it. The little fox said, "Don't worry. Anyway, once I finish watching, it's mine. Whether you take it back or not makes no difference. Thanks for the gift, senior brother. Junior brother, I'll accept it without any reservation. After all, it's from your thoughtful little sweetie." At this moment, far away in the capital of the Qianyu dynasty, the senior brother suddenly sneezed loudly. "Husband, what's wrong?" Shui Yuehu asked. "Wei Fu, nothing's wrong. Maybe it's because I've been dealing with Tian Jun recently. You're a bit exhausted, aren't you? Your cultivation has reached the late melt forest stage. You're about to cultivate your soul and condense the yin spirit. How could you be exhausted?" Shui Yuehu asked. "Sigh. You know our situation lately. I really didn't expect all our Blood Shadow sect strongholds here to be wiped out so completely, and yet being watched so closely by the Heavenly Policy Army," Cheng Ji said. "I've been in the capital of the Tianyu dynasty for over half a year now. The situation here is much more severe than I imagined. With my Ronglin level cultivation, I am considered a master here, but definitely not among the top tier. I have to be very cautious in everything I do. Things are far from as simple as you think, and recently, it seems the Tian's army has its eyes on you too. TCH, I say just go through the motions. Don't wear yourself out." Shui Yuehu looked at her husband with great concern. She said, Wei Fu knows what he's doing. Besides, the Tianzi army won't notice anything. I heard recently that there's a plague in the north. Right now, the Tianzi army can't spare any men to deal with me." Qingji said that some time ago, they were indeed closely watched by the Tianzi army. But recently, for some reason, a plague suddenly broke out in several small villages in the north. Most of the Tianzi army's generals went to help. This gave him a chance to catch his breath, to develop better blood shadow. This has been spreading wildly lately. It's said that people in several villages have died, and the deaths were extremely tragic. All of them had rotten lungs. Their necks were covered in blisters. No one knows who developed such a potent poison. Do you think your master's place could be the source of the plague outbreak? It seems like Dahuang village is where your master brought your junior brother back from, Shui Yuehu said. "I don't know either, but it probably isn't. They say this plague only affects mortals. It has no effect on cultivators. Moreover, some cultivators have found, as long as the patient's body temperature is increased, this plague can be cured." Qingji said that his master had indeed tested a newly developed warm toxin in a place called Dahuang village in the north. Could this really be related to his master? In a small village near Dahuang village in the north, it was already a scene of hell on earth. with densely packed corpses of dead villagers everywhere. Countless soldiers in black iron armor are carrying out all the corpses of the villagers and laying them out one by one. All the villagers died in a terribly tragic way. Their necks were all swollen, covered with blisters, and their lungs were rotted. General, all the deceased villagers have been gathered. A soldier from the TNCE army approached an officer and spoke. Aside from all the villagers' bodies, all the dead livestock in the village, whether dogs, pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, or ducks, should also be burned along with these villagers. The general in black armor, he said coldly. General Shah, I understand, sir. After the soldier said this, he was about to leave, but his commander stopped him. Wait, Zhongji, I have a question for you. About those surviving villagers, it has already been arranged for treatment. Reporting to the general, I have already arranged everything properly. This plague has no effect on practitioners. Moreover, if we use the fire spirit talisman to raise the villager's body temperature to about the temperature of warm water, this warm toxin will naturally disappear. It's not very difficult to eradicate this plague. The officer said, that's fine. You may go now. The messenger saluted the general and left. After the messenger left, the general, looking grim, entered a military tent, where several senior officers of the Tianzi army were seated. At the head of the group was a man draped in a blue and white cloak, wearing silver armor. On his chest was embroidered the Big Dipper. I am General Luo Tian of the Celestial Star, paying respects to General Tian Quan. General Celestial Star, you may dispense with the formalities. Someone, bring a seat, said the white-robed, silver-armored man among the guards. This man's appearance is impressive. He is 8 feet tall. His face is like a jade crown. His features are extraordinarily handsome. He is a rare and exceptional handsome man. This man is one of the 7 stars generals of this generation, General Tian Quan. His name is Yu Filong. In the Tianyu dynasty, he is known as the Jade-Faced Flying Dragon. I've been serving as a Beta 7-star general for a full cycle. My strength ranks among the top 3 of the Beta 7-star generals. I am also one of the strong contenders for the next 3 Fiend stars. I am the commander responsible for extinguishing the northern epidemic and investigating its source this time. Accompanying me are 6 Tiangang generals, 12 Disha generals, and a total of 1,000 Zhuanzishan strategy troops, and more than 3,000 Prince Tian strategy troops. Thanks to General Tian Quan, the Heavenly Star, clad in black armor, rose up. 2 heavenly strategy soldiers immediately brought over a chair. The Heavenly Star did not stand on ceremony, and sat boldly in the hall. General Heavenly Star, can you handle the matter I entrusted to you? Yu Filong asked. Reporting to the general, the matter has been settled. This was the last village infected with the plague. All the villagers and the carcasses of dead livestock have been completely incinerated. Tianling Xing said, very good. General Tianling, you did a great job. Yu Filong said. It's been such a long time. Finally, some good news. This wave of the epidemic is finally under control. But now we must find out the source of this plague. Such a severe plague can't be naturally occurring. The orders they received this time, besides quelling this plague, include finding out the source. If it is the work of the demonic sects, then we must eradicate this demonic sect. They blatantly released such a terrifying plague in the north of the Tianyu dynasty. This kind of provocation against the entire Tianyu dynasty hasn't happened in over 200 years. Now we must make the perpetrators pay, to calm the anger of the Tianyu land. So everyone, who will speak with me? This epidemic, did you find out anything? Yu Filong said. Report to the general. We have investigated thoroughly. This disaster has infected a total of 12 villages. Fortunately, it hasn't spread to nearby towns. All the villagers who died in these villages combined, a total of over 23,000 people. Only over 2,000 have been treated. They have all been properly settled. A Tiangang general stood up and said, it is Tianqiao Xinjiang, but I am asking, if you have found out who is behind this plague, why has it developed so rapidly? Yu Filong asked. Reporting to the general, I dare not conceal anything. This new type of plague we have never seen before, and according to the Sui army's physicians, this does not seem to be a plague inflicted by the Swadao people. It seems to be something else. Another heavenly general stood up and said, you told me the same thing a month ago. Are you saying this is just a plague that formed by chance? Do you expect me to tell His Majesty this is merely a natural disaster? Yu Filong asked. Reporting to General Tianxian, these are the accompanying doctors. They can't figure it out. They say it seems to be a warm poison developed by a demonic cultivator, mixed with some other substances. This thing is highly contagious, and very lethal to mortals. But if it's a cultivator, then it's nothing serious. And we've already found a way to restrain it. That is, using the fire spirit talisman to raise the temperature of the poisoned person can cure the disease. Tian Suxing spoke up and said honestly. This really troubled them. Who knows what this southern plague is all about? So many people have been investigating for so long, we couldn't find anything conclusive. Gentlemen, we've been here for half a year now. Fortunately, with the help of you generals, I've finally brought this plague under control. But we must find the culprit behind this. This plague was definitely not naturally occurring. Those who say it was naturally occurring, how will he explain it when he goes back? So, There must be a demonic sect to take the blame. Zhu Jiang, look at me. I see you understand what this Tianquan general means. It means we must find a demonic sect to take the fall. But the problem is, now the entire Tianyu dynasty, because of their efforts over hundreds of years, the Heavenly Strategy sect, the monks, and the 3 sects, have almost eradicated all the demonic sects. We haven't even seen many demon cultivators. Where can we find a scapegoat? Reporting to General Tianquan, I have discovered something. At this moment, Tianlingxing, who was sitting beside, suddenly spoke up. Oh. General Tianling, please speak. Jade Flying Dragon said, I have found out that a year ago, the Blood Shadow sect's Blood Shadow Patriarch appeared in Dahuang Village, and Dahuang Village is the source of the entire plague outbreak. So I suspect that this matter is the doing of the Blood Shadow sect's demonic people. Tianling Star said. He really wasn't exaggerating about this. The Tian's army has absolute control over the entire Tianyu dynasty. Not a single movement escapes their notice. So, whenever the demonic master Shuiying Laozu appears, they receive the news immediately. However, as long as these demonic masters don't commit any heinous, outrageous crimes, the Tian's army usually won't provoke them. But this time, if we really need a scapegoat, then it has to be the Blood Shadow ancestor. Oh. Since Blood Shadow leaves traces of sin. Last time our Heavenly Strategy army defeated them, they've been hiding like a turtle for decades. Now they've re-emerged. General Tianxian, Yu Filong, said, what Tianlingxing said is very true. This must be the work of the demonic sect Blood Shadow clan. Yes. Besides Blood Shadow Patriarch, the master of the demonic path, no one else would commit such heinous acts. He poisoned these innocent villagers, probably to create some kind of ghostly artifact, but it hasn't succeeded yet, and it has already been discovered by our Tian's army. Generals, I believe this plague is the work of the Blood Shadow sect demons. They released the poison, slaughtering tens of thousands of innocent people to forge a demonic treasure, the Myriad Souls banner, and to gather materials for the soul-frightening pill. Yu Filong smiled and said, the general said that the souls of all the deceased villagers have been collected by the demonic thieves. Yes. These damn demonic remnants. They don't even spare the souls of these innocent villagers. In just an instant, the generals in the tent immediately understood what this general of Tianquan wanted to do. For demonic cultivators, the souls of tens of thousands of people are valuable. But for them, the righteous cultivators, it's also good stuff. Whether they are righteous or demonic cultivators, they inevitably harm their souls in cultivation or battles. If they can refine some soul gold pills, it would be very helpful for their future cultivation. After all, it's just some common people who died. In a few decades, there will be a new generation. No significant loss. All they want is the murderer. Anyway, it was all done by you, Blood Shadow ancestor. Alright. Tomorrow, this matter will be announced to the whole world. You may all disperse now. Get ready. In 3 days, we will return victorious. Facing Yu Filong, he said honestly. Using mortal souls to refine the frightening soul pill is something that orthodox sects only do when they have a perfect opportunity. Otherwise, they would never innocently slaughter ordinary mortals to refine the frightening soul pill. Only in a situation like this, where they can directly frame the demonic sects, would they take action. After all, if their own souls are damaged, then unless they find heavenly treasures that can repair their souls or get help from a top expert, otherwise, you can only rely on mortal souls to refine the soul-shocking pill to repair your yin spirit. Of course, you can also directly refine mortal souls, but this harms others without benefiting yourself. Directly refining mortal souls will have some impact on your own soul. Moreover, this goes against the way of heaven and will affect your future cultivation. But these villagers who are already dead don't count. After all, they weren't killed by me, so using their souls to refine pills isn't a problem at all. But General Tianxian, aren't we going to deal with the Blood Shadow sect? Asked Adisha Commander. I just said. This was done by the Blood Shadow Patriarch, so shouldn't we be troubling the Blood Shadow Patriarch? The new general of the Earthly Fiend seems a bit confused. Just now you spoke so passionately, and now we're heading back home. Shouldn't we attack the Blood Shadow sect's lair, kill the Blood Shadow ancestor, and demonstrate the might of our Heavenly Strategy army? As soon as he said this, several accompanying generals of the Heavenly Gang and Earthly Fiends looked at him as if he were an idiot. Big brother, the Blood Shadow Patriarch is a peak-level soul cultivator. General Yu alone cannot defeat him. He might even get killed by the Blood Shadow Patriarch. To kill a demonic master like the Blood Shadow Patriarch, at least 3 of the 7 Northern Stars and 1 of the 3 brothers should go. That's the safest way. Otherwise, there will be unnecessary casualties. General Yu, it's better if you go alone. Moreover, ever since the Blood Shadow sect headquarters was destroyed decades ago, the remnants of the Blood Shadow sect, led by this generation's Blood Shadow Patriarch, have hidden away in some remote valley. Finding them would be very difficult. I, General Earthstar Demon, am eager to avenge these innocent villagers. However, we must return to the capital as soon as possible to report this matter to the Celestial Empire. It would be better for General Earth Demon Star to stay here and investigate the remnants of the Blood Shadow sect. Yu Filong let out a cold laugh. He spoke. Since you want to hunt down the remnants of the Blood Shadow sect, then why don't you stay here? Are you kidding me? I am an elite disciple cultivated by the Heavenly Sword sect, one of the top 3 sects, and I joined the Tian's army of the Tianyu dynasty to serve as one of the 7 stars generals. It's just out of respect for Emperor Tianyu. Usually handling minor matters is fine, but if he really had to fight a demonic master like Patriarch Shuang, he wouldn't be confident of victory. After all, although he has already cultivated his soul, he is only at the mid-stage of soul cultivation. Compared to the peak-stage soul cultivator Patriarch Shuang, he's still quite lacking, and I have already quelled this plague and found the source of the problem, and received a batch of mortal souls. I have taken my benefits. The task is completed. I have also found the mastermind. Why should I stay here any longer? General Tianchuan's subordinate. It is perfectly fine to stay and investigate, but can you assign a celestial general to stay and help me? This straightforward terrestrial general spoke up. Oh, is that so? Then ask all the celestial and terrestrial generals which one is willing to stay with you to investigate the whereabouts of the blood shadow. You Phylon kicked the ball out directly. General Tian Lingxing, would you be willing to stay? General Dio, I have urgent matters. I need to return to the capital immediately. Tian Lingxing coldly refused General Dio. General Tian Xiaoxing, my elderly mother is critically ill. I need to return immediately to the earthly demon star. The generals nearby all looked at Sky Deft Star with contempt. Damn it, can't you come up with a better excuse? Critically ill mother, you're already over 100 years old. Your mortal mother passed away decades ago, didn't she? Next. This general of the Earth Demon Star then asked a few others in succession, but without exception, they were all rejected. Come on. Who wants to stay with you, doing thankless work here? And besides, here, can you really find out anything about the blood shadow? Even a rabbit doesn't eat the grass around its burrow, let alone the cunning blood shadow ancestor. Trying to find any trace of the blood shadow here is simply impossible. Earth Demon Star General, since the other colleagues are unwilling, you stay here and investigate alone. When you figure it out, then come back. Yu Filong said coldly. Amidst the mocking laughter, this Earth Demon Star left the military tent with a desolate look. He wasn't a disciple of the top 3 sects, just an Earth Fiend general who climbed up through hardships from the bottom ranks of the TNCE army. He had just taken over the role of Earth Demon Star. Who will speak a word for him? 3 days later, after settling all the surviving villagers, the Tianzi army immediately set out to return to the Tianyu dynasty, the imperial capital, leaving behind only 100 Xuanzi soldiers and a Disha officer from the Tianzi army to continue investigating the traces of the blood shadow in this place. Of course, he has another task, which is to help the over 2,000 surviving villagers rebuild their homes. At this moment in the blood shadow sect, Zhu Tianfeng is seriously holding a pot of spiritual spring water, watering some poisonous flowers and herbs, and taking out a small notebook, carefully recording all their growth conditions. The Shuelor grass has been successfully planted and survived. It only takes 1 year to bear fruit. The Diming flower died due to planting methods. Starting the second planting. Predicted failure. Reason, lack of earth energy. Planting again. Needs to be planted in a place with abundant earth energy. Ever since Grandmaster Shui Ying's small class was suspended, a few months have passed. During these months, Zhu Tianfeng has been planting poisonous flowers and herbs, and preparing some deadly toxic powders. Then he handed them to the outer disciples, asking them to hunt some low-level demon beasts. These low-level demon beasts, Zhu Tian will first drain some of their blood. This portion of blood will be preserved. Then it will be frozen using ice seal talismans. This demon blood can be stored for future use in refining demon pills. As for these low-level demon beasts with violent temperaments, they'll be directly sent to his second senior brother to refine into corpses. A low-ranked demonic beast with a gentle temperament. Zhu Tianfeng decided to raise it himself, intending to use it for blood extraction in the future. Fourth master, something's wrong. At this moment, a blood shadow sect outer disciple hurriedly ran in, saying, "Fourth master, I'm perfectly fine." What happened? Zhu Tianfeng, very annoyed, put down what he was doing. Looking at the outer disciple in front of him, he opened his mouth and said, "Senior brother." Second senior brother is a shut-in. He spends all day in his room studying corpses. Third senior brother also left, so now, he manages all the outer disciples in the blood shadow sect. Fortunately, among these outer disciples, a few masters at the foundation establishment and spiritual integration stages are on his side. The rest are just some small fry at the chi condensation and body tempering stages. He can still keep them under control. Fourth master, not long ago, some brothers went out to hunt demonic beasts. I heard that something big happened outside, and it is related to our blood shadow sect. An outer disciple said. Why panic? No matter how big it is, the patriarch will handle it. Tell me, what happened? Zhu Tianfeng asked. Not long ago, a great plague broke out in the northern region of the Tianyu dynasty. At first, those who caught the plague couldn't stop coughing. Then they coughed up blood. Bubbles and swelling appeared on their necks. Then their lungs rotted away, and they died. However, this plague only affected mortals. For those who cultivate, it has little effect. At first, no one paid much attention, until eventually, the plague spread wider and wider. The court then sent the Tianzi army to suppress it. Wait, constant coughing and coughing up blood. Blisters appeared on the neck. The lungs rotted. Isn't this the plague that broke out when I was still in Dahuang village? But at that time, Blood Shadow Patriarch told me it was a poison released by a traitor of the Blood Shadow sect. But now Zhu Qianfeng thinks this doesn't seem like poison. In all the records of the Blood Shadow sect, as long as it was about poison techniques, he has read them all. He has never seen anything as contagious as a plague. And these symptoms are clearly caused by a respiratory virus. At that moment, Zhu Qianfeng felt a jolt in his heart. Could it be that his worst fear has come true? Is this the virus from his own body? Let me ask you, the source of this plague. Do you know which village it first broke out in? Is there a cure? Zhu Qianfeng asked. Replying to Fourth Master, it is said to have started in Dahuang village. Once infected with this disease, all villagers are doomed. Finally, Tian's army found a method, that is to use the fire spirit talisman to raise the body temperature of all the infected. Elevating the heart meridian with the help of a cultivator can save them. But Fourth Master, the major issue I mentioned is not this. Please listen to me first, and let me finish. An outer sect disciple spoke up, asking what this plague outbreak has to do with Xu Ying sect. He wants to talk about another major issue. Wait a moment, let me think. Zhu Qianfeng interrupted the outer disciple with an extremely grim expression. The treatment for this plague is actually height and body temperature. Isn't that the weakness of the virus? You should know, viruses on Earth absolutely cannot survive in high temperature environments. And viruses, you say they are powerful. They are indeed strong. They've been fighting against Earth's life forms for billions of years. But if you say viruses are weak, they are actually very weak too. At least, they can't survive long in the air. Most viruses die quickly once they enter the air. They will die within a few hours. They must find a new host during this period to continue reproducing. And some viruses will develop a symbiotic relationship with humans. There are many viral traits present in human DNA. Even all mammals need the help of viruses to reproduce. Regarding his own viruses, Zhu Qianfeng always thought they were still inside his body, because once they leave his body, Zhu Qianfeng thinks that these fragile viruses would struggle to survive in this spiritual energy world. Even he barely adapted to the spiritual energy environment, with many close calls, let alone viruses, which don't even have cells. They only consist of simple amino acids and proteins. Viruses outside his body are essentially in a different environment. It's like throwing a human into outer space without any protection. In this environment, they are even more exposed than on Earth. It's even more dangerous in the air. Death will be even more swift. It's even questionable whether you can survive for 1 second. Is it really the virus in our bodies acting up? If it is indeed the virus in our bodies, then why is everyone in Blood Shadow okay? Fourth Master, what I want to report isn't about the plague. Moreover, the epidemic has been completely controlled by the Tian's army. The source has also been resolved, but now the Tian's army is putting the blame on our Blood Shadow sect. They claim it was the ancestor who poisoned. They also said they would soon raise an army to punish our Blood Shadow sect. Anyone who can provide the exact location of the Blood Shadow sect will be richly rewarded by the Tianyu dynasty. Why does this fourth lord seem more concerned about the epidemic? This plague in the mortal world is nothing to them, these cultivators. It's nothing. Sometimes, to test their poisons, these demon disciples even use ordinary people for their experiments. You mean the Tianzi army publicly claimed that it was the patriarch who poisoned them, right? Has this plague been brought under control? Zhu Qianfeng asked. Just control it. But how did the virus survive? Logically, they don't even have the most basic conditions for survival. They can barely survive only in their own bodies. And they must form a symbiosis with themselves. It's so strange, too strange. Yes, Fourth Lord, but this plague in the mortal world has nothing to do with us. Now the Celestial Army is putting the blame on us, the Blood Shadow sect. This is very bad indeed. Are you saying you're worried someone will report the location of the Blood Shadow sect to the Celestial Army? Is that right? Zhu Qianfeng asked. Yes, Fourth Master. Our Blood Shadow sect can't withstand an attack from the entire Celestial Army. Besides, the Master is still at the Tianzi Army headquarters, which is very dangerous. Shouldn't you inform the ancestor about this? Alright, you keep saying. You just want me to tell the ancestor about this, right? I get it. You may leave now. Zhu Qianfeng said. Hee. To find the exact location of the Blood Shadow sect, even if the heavenly strategist captures all the outer disciples, it won't help. Only the 4 personal disciples of the Blood Shadow Patriarch know the exact location of the Blood Shadow sect. The current location of the Blood Shadow sect is still very secretive, protected by various secret formations. And even the ordinary outer disciples need to carry a talisman to enter the Blood Shadow sect. They only have access, but they don't know the exact location. Now, Zhu Qianfeng is more concerned about the virus. This is the top priority. We must figure it out. It's really troublesome. But even though the virus is very powerful, but the natives of this world are not that weak either. At least, the physical fitness of ordinary people here is much better than modern people. And the virus has a very obvious weakness. It is afraid of high temperatures. As long as there is high temperature or strong UV light, the virus can be easily killed. Speaking of which, a large portion of viruses and bacteria choose to coexist with humans, because relatively speaking, the goal of the virus is also to reproduce its offspring and survive. Coexisting with humans is actually a better choice. Many highly lethal and highly infectious viruses are eventually defeated for this very reason. Sometimes viruses also attack other viruses. So, could it be that some viruses choose to coexist with me as their host? This led to my ability to absorb the spiritual energy of this world, and my body mutating so quickly. Fourth Elder, I think we should recall all the disciples hunting beasts outside. Bring them all back. Recently. It's better for us to stay within the sect. This outer sect disciple quietly approached Zhu Qianfeng. He began to speak. What you said makes sense. For the next year, if it's not necessary, all disciples should not go out. If there is a real need to go out, you must report to me or second master. You can only go with our permission. Zhu Qianfeng said, Fourth master, I understand. I'll give the order right away. Is there anything else you need to tell me? Nothing else. Go ahead with your work. Don't run around recently. Zhu Qianfeng said. The outer disciple heard this and bowed to Zhu Qianfeng before getting up and leaving. As for the virus situation, he couldn't handle it now. It's better to quickly inform Ancestor Shu. Zhu Qianfeng set aside everything and immediately went to the door of Ancestor Shuiying's room. Master, disciple Zhu Qianfeng has something to ask. Zhu Qianfeng called out from outside the door. The Blood Shadow Patriarch had specifically instructed him during his cultivation. Various defensive barriers would be set up around. If he barged in recklessly, something would go wrong. Is it fourth brother? Come in. After hearing Zhu Qianfeng's voice, the Blood Shadow Patriarch ended his meditation and opened the door. Then he removed the defensive barrier he had set up. Only then did Zhu Qianfeng enter the Blood Shadow Patriarch's room. He saw the Blood Shadow Patriarch sitting on a high platform. He looked at Zhu Qianfeng and asked, How to? Has something happened? Is there something about your cultivation that you don't understand, Master? It is not about my cultivation. An outer disciple just reported that something happened outside. It is related to our Blood Shadow sect. Disciple rushed over specifically to report to Master. Zhu Qianfeng said, Oh, please go ahead, Master. Now the Tianyu dynasty is directly blaming this on our Blood Shadow sect, saying that Master released the plague, and they are intensively searching for the location of our Blood Shadow sect. Zhu Qianfeng did not hide anything. He told the Blood Shadow Patriarch the whole story in detail. Millimeter. Don't panic about this. This kind of scapegoating is not the first time the Tianyu dynasty and the Tian's army have done it. It's not the first time our Blood Shadow sect has taken the blame either. It's fine. The Blood Shadow Patriarch snorted coldly and said. He thought it was something divine. Things like this. Haven't the Celestial Army dumped blame on their Blood Shadow sect enough? As long as their Blood Shadow sect stays hidden, it will blow over after a while, but it might inconvenience our boss in the capital. However, with the boss's cautious nature, there shouldn't be any major issues. Master, what the disciple means is, this plague seems exactly the same as the one we had before. Zhu Qianfeng said, What I'm worried about is not the heavenly strategy lord. What I'm worried about is the virus. It might be some kind of mutated plague. You don't need to worry. Go back and cultivate well. This matter doesn't concern him. Instruct the disciples. Tell them not to go out recently. I'll write a letter in a while, and send a message to your senior brother. Tell him to keep a low profile recently. Blood Shadow Patriarch stroked his beard, and said, I'll make a talisman from the Blood Shadow in a bit, and then pass this on to the boss, so he can be more discreet and careful over there, and it'll be fine. Yes, Master, I understand. Zhu Qianfeng won't have anything more to say, and he left without further ado. He doesn't have a better solution right now. However, the essence of viruses is not to kill life, but to reproduce and survive better. So the idea of destroying all life forms is something viruses would never do. Moreover, there is also competition among viruses. In the days that followed, Zhu Qianfeng continued his routine life, practicing cultivation and planting crops, planting poisonous flowers and herbs, breeding various poisonous insects, then extracting their toxins, using these extracted toxins to continue developing his immunity. Time flies. Unknowingly, Zhu Qianfeng has already spent another year in the Blood Shadow. This year, his cultivation has reached the late stage of condensing perch. 1 foot has already stepped into the foundation establishment. In this 1 year, Zhu Qianfeng has successfully become immune to 12 types of deadly poisons, plus the dozens from before. Zhu Qianfeng is now immune to nearly 20 types of deadly poisons. And now, as for the common poisons with weaker toxicity, Zhu Qianfeng doesn't even need to actively become immune to them at the moment they enter the body. Zhu Qianfeng's immune system will automatically eradicate this virus completely. This past year, Zhu Qianfeng has been gathering information from the outside world, just as the Blood Shadow Elder said. After the Blood Shadow sect's outer disciples stopped going out, the Sky Strategy Army investigated for a while, and also gave up on searching for the Blood Shadow sect. And as for the virus Zhu Qianfeng is most concerned about, there has been no news at all for the past year. It seems to have gone dormant as well. Over the past year, there hasn't been any disturbance in the entire Tianyu dynasty. However, my senior brother has had a really rough time lately. The Tian's army's concern about the Blood Shadow sect has increased several levels recently, forcing my senior brother to keep a low profile. Never mind expanding the Blood Shadow sect's power, it's already difficult enough to protect his current men. These days are tough. Zhu Qianfeng was tending to his venomous insects and plants as usual. An outer disciple walked in, and bowed to Zhu Qianfeng. What is it, fourth master? Second master has finished his seclusion. He specifically instructed me to come find you. Please come over. The outer disciple said. I got it. Go back and tell second master that I'll be right there, Zhu Qianfeng said. It's second master. An outer disciple replied, got up and left. He has been in seclusion for over a year. It looks like this second senior brother has completed his blood master. Does this mean my iron armor venom master will soon be ready for refining? Zhu Qianfeng immediately got up and headed to his second senior brother's refining hall. As for his master, Zhu Qianfeng is still very excited. Haha. Junior brother, you're here. Quick, look at the bloodstone gal I just refined. As soon as he arrived at his second senior brother's horror movie set, Zhu Qianfeng was dragged into a secret room. Inside was a man 2 meters tall, draped in a blood-red robe. This stone golem is extremely tall. Its skin is dark red all over. There are 2 sharp teeth in both the upper and lower jaws. Its pupils are blood red. Its face is like that of a demon. Its hands have grown into exaggeratedly large claws. Oh my goodness. If this design were used in a horror movie in a past life, no special effects needed at all. This guy shoots ghost movies domestically. He could definitely film Resident Evil abroad. Those 2 incredibly exaggerated claws, they are on par with the Licker and the Tyrant. Junior brother, look at this blood corpse leader. The materials used were already pretty good. Plus, you've recently sent a lot of DJ Beast's Demon Snow. Perfectly developed. When fighting against enemies, he doesn't fear ordinary slashing attacks. His physical defense is incredibly strong, and if injured, he can absorb the enemy's blood to heal himself. Once he bites or scratches you, you'll be infected with blood corpse poison. As long as the cultivation hasn't reached the pillar strike level, it will turn into a new corpse puppet in no time. Its mouth can still spew blood to attack, which can confuse the opponent, and the blood will contain corpse poison. Nianji was proudly introducing his new creation to Zhu Qianfeng. A special blood corpse puppet refined with his peak Ronglin stage cultivation. Even a master at the soul cultivating level would have to exert considerable effort to kill this blood corpse fiend. Rongling's cultivation is only formidable for those with special battle-adapted physiques blessed by heaven. Otherwise, he would definitely be no match. With this blood corpse fiend, even the senior brother, he can also overpower the opponent. Congratulations, second brother. With the help of this master, second brother will be like a tiger with wings. Zhu Qianfeng cupped his hands to his senior brother and said, you're too kind, junior brother. Since my matter is settled. Next, I'll start forging the iron armor poison demon for you. First, you need to turn him into an iron armored corpse. This will take a few years. Once the preparations are complete, you can start refining him with 100 poisons, or extract a very potent toxin. But all this requires you to establish a foundation first. Otherwise, you won't even meet the basic requirements to control this corpse. Nianji said. Rest assured, senior brother, I stepped into the late stage of condensation a month ago. It won't be long before I can achieve Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. Zhu Qianfeng said. Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. Haha, I forgot you have the legendary special constitution. You're also a superior spirit root Daoist. You can perform Heavenly Assistance Strike. Congratulations, junior brother. I'm really envious, senior brother. Heavenly Assistance Strike. That guarantees reaching the level of transforming into an immortal. This junior brother's future is limitless. Senior brother, not at all. Junior brother's skills are still shallow, and he needs to rely heavily on the sect. Zhu Qianfeng said that in the past few days, after studying some of the classics in the Blood Shadow, he finally understood how terrifying the Heavenly Dao's assistance can be. As long as there are no issues, the cultivation of the secret class will certainly make one a master of the immortalization level without any problem. No wonder this senior brother is envious. A transcendent level master hasn't appeared in the Blood Shadow sect for 1,000 years. Even the lone Blood Shadow ancestor who once made the Blood Shadow sect flourish was merely a profound level master. A transcendent level master. The Blood Shadow sect has waited too long. Only by becoming a transcendent level being, only when the sect has an expert at the immortal transformation level to suppress, can it confront the Heavenly Tactic Lord and the top 3 sects head on. After exchanging a few more words, Zhu Qianfeng planned to take his leave. Wait, junior brother, your cultivation has now reached the late qi condensation stage. You can barely control a class of corpse soldiers. Brother Wei has 2 low-level corpse soldiers at the qi condensation stage for you to control. You take this to practice first. Second senior brother Nianji waved his hand. 2 tall figures emerged from the room, with blue faces and fangs, covered in heavy armor from head to toe. These low-level corpses can be easily crafted with the right bodies. I could give it to my junior apprentice brother to help him hone his skills. When he later masters the iron armor venom technique, he'll find it easier to handle. You are too kind, senior brother. I feel unworthy to accept it. It's just an ordinary corpse puppet. It's nothing precious. Normally, when I'm happy, I might casually reward the outer sect disciples. You take these to practice first. These 2 control talismans. With them, you can control these 2 iron lions. Go back and cultivate. Zhu Qianfeng wanted to decline again, but his senior brother forcibly gave him the 2 talismans. Then he was pushed out of the room. Looking at the 2 zombies with green faces and fangs, Zhu Qianfeng shook his head helplessly. These things stink when you keep them in the room. You know, forget it. I might as well study them. Corpse poison, corpse poison. This stuff is really fascinating. After returning to his place, Zhu Qianfeng immediately called over 2 outer disciples and had them find a clean secret room to place the 2 corpse puppets in. Keeping them in his own place would have been too unbearable because of the smell. After the 2 outer disciples left, Zhu Qianfeng took out a sharp small knife, controlling 2 iron lice. Open your mouth, then scraped some corpse poison on their fangs and claws. Corpse poison of the corpse commander usually concentrates on the fangs and claws. Ordinary people or cultivators will be immediately infected with corpse poison if bitten or scratched by the corpse commander. Then they will be immediately infected with corpse poison, according to the records in the Blood Shadows classics, as long as the corpse poison touches you. So if not effectively treated, ordinary people will turn into low-level zombies within a few hours, biting and infecting others. If this thing were placed on modern Earth, it would definitely be a biohazard. So Zhu Qianfeng wanted to study this wet poison. He wondered if this wet poison would affect him, and whether his immunity could resist the invasion of the wet poison. There wasn't any suitable material before, but now there is, right? Zhu Qianfeng is very curious about these corpse toxins. However, Zhu Qianfeng doesn't intend to be the first to try them. Instead, he plans to conduct some live experiments first. As the saying goes, only experiments can reveal the truth. Zhu Qianfeng first found some wild rabbits he raised, and a few grey rats. You asked why not use white mice. That's because we couldn't find any. The outer disciples only found these grey rats and some wild rabbits caught in the forest. After preparing the test subjects, Zhu Qianfeng took out a few black simple syringes. This is a simple syringe he made out of boredom. Zhu Qianfeng placed the extracted corpse poison into a bowl. Then he injected some clear water. After mixing it evenly, he took out a black syringe and drew it all out. First, he tested the injection amount to see after dilution how these ordinary small animals resist. Zhu Qianfeng selected 5 wild rabbits. Each of the 5 rabbits was injected with different doses of the poison. Then we started observing their periodic changes. These 5 rabbits, Zhu Qianfeng gave them different doses of poison, but the rabbits showed basically the same poisoning symptoms. An hour later, the rabbits started trembling in their hind legs, with a time difference of no more than a minute. 2 hours later, several rabbits began foaming at the mouth, and their bodies started to stiffen. 3 hours later, several rabbits were completely motionless. After Zhu Qianfeng checked them, he confirmed that several rabbits were already dead. Then he began waiting for their next changes. Another hour passed. Several rabbits suddenly got up. Their eyes turned dead grey. They started to transform, becoming ferocious. Teeth began to protrude. They started biting the iron cage. Zhu Qianfeng experimentally began attacking them with a small knife. The skin and fur are a bit stiff. The defense is stronger than when it was alive, but it cannot feel pain. And what's flowing out isn't normal blood. It's a black-grey liquid. Could it be that the dosage has nothing to do with the symptoms of toxic zombification? The time of death and zombification of several rabbits is almost the same. No. I need more data. Zhu Qianfeng controlled several rabbits and extracted the corpse poison blood from them, also some corpse poison from their fangs. Then he injected the corpse poison extracted from the rabbits into another 5 healthy rabbits and began observing their changes. An hour later, none of the rabbits showed any reaction. Symptoms began to appear after 2 hours. After 4 hours, the rabbits started convulsing, collapsing to the ground, foaming at the mouth. After 5 hours, they started to die. 1 hour later, the corpses began to change from infection and death to corpse transformation. It took 6 full hours for the corpse to start transforming. Zhu Qianfeng extracted the corpse toxin again. Then he injected it into healthy wild rabbits once more. This time, it took 2 full hours for the 5 wild rabbits to show infection symptoms. They didn't die until a day later. An hour after that, they began to transform. Zhu Qianfeng extracted a more diluted corpse toxin again. Then it was re-injected into 5 healthy rabbits. In the 3rd round of the experiment, it took a whole day for the rabbits to start showing some symptoms of poisoning. They started collapsing, convulsing all over, and died only on the 2nd day. But this time, none of these rabbits turned into zombies. Once again, following the same procedure, the fourth round of wild rabbits also began to show symptoms, but this time only 2 died. 3 survived. Just a bit weak. This corpse poison can be diluted, it's just that I didn't dilute it thoroughly enough before, or my method was a bit crude. The infection intensity will gradually decrease, there will be no zombification or even death. Now let's test if they develop immunity. Zhu Qianfeng fed some elixirs to the 3 surviving rabbits, and let them recover for a while. Zhu Qianfeng started experimenting with mice, using the exact same method as with the rabbits. Several large grey rats. The transformation time is longer than that of rabbits. Rabbits transform 4 hours after being poisoned, but several large grey rats took a full 6 hours to transform. Then Zhu Qianfeng repeated the process, using the corpse poison from these dead rats to infect other normal rats. Their death time and transformation time were also delayed by about double. A third round of dilution experiments was conducted. This time, all the mice died. But there were no reanimated corpses. Afterwards, Zhu Qianfeng carried out the fourth round of dilution. This time, the mice showed symptoms, but did not die. Zhu Qianfeng preserved the surviving mice and fed them some elixir, raising them together with the surviving rabbits. 1 month later, these surviving small animals successfully returned to a lively and healthy state. Zhu Qianfeng began the second round of experiments to test their immunity. This time, Zhu Qianfeng used the most primitive zombie toxin extracted from 2 zombies. Zhu Qianfeng injected it into the rabbits and mice previously infected with the diluted version of the zombie toxin, and the mice. However, the experimental results greatly disappointed Zhu Qianfeng. The time of the rabbit's death event is exactly the same as the time of the first batch of rabbit deaths. There was no deviation for 4 hours. The same goes for the mice. Even if they were previously infected with a mild version of the corpse poison, these animals never developed any immunity at all. After being infected with this corpse poison, an antidote must be used to remove the corpse poison. Life here cannot develop immunity in the same way as life on Earth. Zhu Qianfeng extracted the corpse toxin from the last batch of experimental rabbits and then injected it into himself. This corpse toxin had been weakened to the extreme. It was a safe corpse toxin vaccine extracted after sacrificing dozens of wild rabbits and mice by Zhu Qianfeng. Of course, this thing is only effective on Earth life forms. After injecting the corpse toxin vaccine, Zhu Qianfeng did not feel any discomfort. There were no symptoms of convulsions or foaming at the mouth. A day later, Zhu Qianfeng successfully became immune to the zombie toxin, and the zombie toxin from the 2 parent zombies also had no effect on Zhu Qianfeng. Let's begin the third round of hypothesis testing. Zhu Qianfeng extracted all the zombie toxin from these experimental rabbits and mice, and then injected some of his saliva into each. As for the parent zombie toxin, he added some of his blood. Next, I need to check the viruses and bacteria in my body. I want to see what changes will occur when these corpse toxins combine with my saliva and blood. Will the bacteria and viruses in my body cause any unexpected changes to these corpse toxins? Next, I need some new test subjects. Zhu Qianfeng immediately instructed the outer disciples to catch some small animals, but this time, the outer disciples brought Zhu Qianfeng some unexpected experimental materials. Who are these people? Zhu Qianfeng asked, somewhat speechless, only to see 4 soldiers lying on the ground, tightly bound, dressed in black armor. Fourth Master, didn't you previously instruct us to catch some animals that eat poison? By chance, this time there were 4 Qianzi army soldiers in the Tianjia mountains, so we captured them. Hee, Zhu Qianfeng. You guys are really awesome. Zhu Qianfeng looked at the 4 Qianzi soldiers lying on the ground, tied up tightly. Speechless. Come on. The Qianzi soldiers are looking for us everywhere right now. At this critical moment, what are you planning to do by capturing these 4 guys? Tell me in detail how you caught them, Fourth Master. Did anyone see anything they shouldn't have? Zhu Qianfeng asked. Fourth Master, look at what you're saying. We were extremely careful. Rest assured, no one noticed anything. I spotted the 4 of them patrolling the outskirts of Tianjia Mountain. Then I drugged them and caught them. Moreover, because of the Tianzi army's actions over the past year, many demonic sects have been affected. Now, from time to time, some masters from evil sects attack the Tianzi army. The Tianzi army is quite busy now, with just 4 ordinary soldiers missing. They won't suspect anything. Dao Cheng approached Zhu Qianfeng and said, this was the same Dao Cheng who had previously informed Zhu Qianfeng about the demon core. Ever since he told Zhu Qianfeng about the demon pill, Dao Cheng has fallen out of favor with senior brother. Now he's trying to curry favor with Zhu Qianfeng in every way. He's thinking about following Zhu Qianfeng, the 4th Master, in the future. He went through a lot of trouble to catch these 4 sky strategy lords. Knowing that the 4th Master is testing the latest poison, he brought them over. How can those small animals compare to living people for testing poison? It seems like the Heavenly Strategy Army isn't that impressive. You easily captured 4 of them. Zhu Qianfeng said. You can't say that. Fourth Master, you don't know. If it were the regular Heavenly Strategy Army, they operate in squads of 12. These 4 must have been separated for some reason, and they were also injured. That's how I caught them. Dao Cheng said, Did you interrogate them? Zhu Qianfeng asked. No. After I drugged them unconscious, I tied them up tightly and sealed their dantians. I'll deliver it to you immediately, fourth master, Dao Cheng said. You've done well. How about this? I'll give you this bottle of gooey yuan dan. Zhu Qianfeng turned around and went back to his room, took out a bottle of blue pills, handed it to Dao Cheng, and said, "This is Shuiying." The patriarch rewarded him with a pill to restore his spiritual power. A pill that can restore spiritual power. He still has several bottles of essence returning pills. Thank you, fourth master. If you have any orders in the future, just let me know. I am at your service. Upon hearing this, Dao Cheng immediately beamed with joy. These essence returning pills are truly valuable. If you're injured, eating this can heal your wounds, restore your agility. It's much better than the monster pills made by the old master. Stop flattering me. From now on, feel free to bring over anything interesting you catch. You'll be well rewarded. Zhu Qianfeng said, "Hee hee. Then I'll leave these guys to you, fourth master. Little do, I'll take my leave now." Dao Cheng chuckled dryly and said, "In the Blood Shadow sect, outer disciples can't make it without joining a personal disciple. How could someone like you, fourth master, understand our struggles? Millimeter, go on." Zhu Qianfeng waved his hand, signaled Dao Che to withdraw. After Dao Che left, Zhu Qianfeng moved the four people to an underground secret room. There were some poisonous flowers and plants that disliked sunlight. Poisonous insects. After locking up the four members of the Tianzi army, Zhu Qianfeng left and returned to his own room, and took out the heart-shaped poison he had cultivated. "We definitely can't let these four Tianzi soldiers go, so you all will be my test subjects. After all, it's crucial to determine if the viruses and bacteria in us pose a significant threat to the world's life. You will have to sacrifice for this. The corpse poison of the Shigui can easily turn an ordinary mortal, turning them into the lowest level of walking dead. But as long as one has cultivation, it will only cause skin ulcers on the cultivator. As long as they receive timely treatment, they can recover. Even if they die, they won't turn into zombies. Infecting these monks with corpse poison, and then turning them into zombies, is very difficult. Only special mid to high-level corpse leaders can cause the transformation in monks at the stagnation or foundation establishment stages. But I wonder if adding my own saliva and blood would have a different effect. His own blood and saliva have been combined with the corpse toxin for several days now. Now it's time to conduct an experiment." Zhu Qianfeng took out his specially made syringe. First, he extracted some corpse toxin containing his saliva. Then he selected a soldier from the Tianzi army and injected the corpse toxin into him. Next, he took out corpse toxin cultivated with a drop of his own blood. It was injected into the body of another Tianzi soldier. Zhu Qianfeng wanted to make some comparisons to see how powerful these two newly developed corpse poisons really are. After adding his own saliva and blood, would microorganisms or viruses and bacteria produce unexpected effects? If his blood or saliva can really enhance the toxicity, then can other deadly poisons be used in the same way? If possible, using your own bodily fluids, saliva, and blood to merge with this world's venom would produce countless new mutant toxins. As for the other two Tianzi soldiers, Zhu Qianfeng didn't inject them with corpse venom, but instead used his own blood and saliva without mixing in anything else, injecting it into their bodies. Time passed second by second. Soon, the Tianzi soldier who had injected Zhu Qianfeng's venomous blood began to have a violent reaction. His body started to convulse violently. His entire blood vessels slightly bulged. His face turned red. His face was covered in blood streaks. A hoarse whimper came from his mouth. His entire body started to convulse violently, accompanied by severe tremors. This Tianzi soldier let out a piercing scream. It seemed to be experiencing some kind of intense pain. Due to the severe pain, he kept rolling on the ground, letting out hoarse roars like a wild beast. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Tianzi soldier who was injected with Zhu Qianfeng's venomous saliva began to react. His heart rate accelerated dramatically. His breathing became rapid. He seemed to be on the verge of suffocating. Then, tiny red spots started appearing on his skin. But fortunately, neither of them died immediately that day. They both managed to survive. As for the two Tianzi soldiers who injected their own saliva and blood, nothing happened to them. The next day, the Tianzi soldier who injected his own blood began to experience some swelling in his body parts, and the Tianzi soldier who injected his own saliva saw the spots on his body change from tiny red dots to large red patches, accompanied by severe itching. The other two Tianzi soldiers who injected themselves with their own saliva and blood still showed no symptoms, but were obviously terrified by the condition of their comrades, looking at Zhu Qianfeng as if he were a demon. On the third day, the Tianzi soldier who injected himself with his own blood toxins developed large swollen blisters on parts of his body, while the Tianzi soldier who injected himself with his own saliva toxins had red spots spreading all over his body, and it became the size of a soybean, and blood and pus flowed out from it. But the other two Tianzi soldiers remained unharmed. On the fourth day, the condition of the two worsened further. On the fifth day, Zhu Qianfeng gave the antidote to the 2 Tiance soldiers who were severely poisoned. This is an antidote that directly counters corpse poison. Generally, as long as the antidote is taken for corpse poison, it can be immediately neutralized. After taking the antidote, the condition of the 2 Tiance soldiers improved slightly, but their injuries are still not optimistic. However, they tenaciously survived, and their condition did not worsen. As for the other 2 Tiance soldiers, there is still no change. After injecting Zhu Qianfeng's saliva and blood, they didn't show any adverse reactions. Every day, they just kept repeating one thing, that is cursing Zhu Qianfeng crazily, saying that Lord Tian's won't let them go. He will definitely attack Shuiying sect and completely eradicate Shuiying sect. But Zhu Qianfeng couldn't be bothered to explain to them. Sacrifice you for it might save more people. I need to figure out the viruses and bacteria in my body now. I have to understand their transmission mechanisms. Otherwise, one day it will cause a huge disaster. If we don't figure out their specificity and survival principles, then the outbreak will have terrifying consequences. But at least, we can prove one thing now. That's the result of mixing saliva and blood with the damp toxin. It indeed produces a powerful toxic effect. The combination of saliva and blood intensifies the potency of the damp toxin. Moreover, the mixed damp toxin has undergone a significant transformation. The condition of the 2 Tianzi soldiers affected by the damp toxin isn't very good. Although they took the antidote for the common damp toxin, it only temporarily delayed their problems. After observing for the past few days, Zhu Qianfeng discovered, if they don't come up with a treatment soon, these 2 Tianzi soldiers are doomed. Ordinary methods to remove corpse poison won't save them. But the 2 Tianzi soldiers who were injected with his saliva and blood are still lively and vigorous. The 4 of them were kept together and showed no signs of infection, as it has already been 10 days. If they were to get infected, these 2 would have already been infected. Could it be that this virus and bacteria-enhanced corpse poison cannot be transmitted through the air and can only infect through wounds? However, these 2 test subjects can't hold on much longer. Zhu Qianfeng plans to try treating the other first. Zhu Qianfeng first thought of high temperature. So, if it really is the virus and bacteria in his body acting up, then just using high temperature can kill them. The people of this world have proven this to him. It's funny to say, if still on Earth, let alone a 60-degree fever, even if it burns above 42 degrees, this person would be ruined. Above 42 degrees, it will cause permanent damage to the brain and body. But it seems like the humans in this world don't care about this at all, as long as they protect their heart, and don't let them die on the spot. Then after the temperature subsides, they can survive. Of course, the current self doesn't care. When I was immune to the poison before, my body temperature rose above 60 degrees. At temperatures above 60 degrees, viruses and bacteria absolutely cannot survive. Even some deadly poisons lose their potency. But how exactly do you do it? I didn't know it myself. Get a fire spirit talisman, but the most likely outcome is turning these 2 into big fireballs. How exactly does Tianci Jun use the fire spirit talisman to raise body temperature without harming their lives? Zhu Qianfeng doesn't know this method. And the mutual aid star meridian thing, I don't have enough cultivation for it, unless the blood shadow patriarch or his second senior brother intervenes. But Zhu Qianfeng finds it hard to explain this to them, because it involves his ultimate secret. Zhu Qianfeng looks at the 2 dying Tianci soldiers lying on the ground, and falls into deep thought. So, what should he do? It would be great if we had some antibiotics. Give them a shot. It might help. Wait a minute. Antibiotics suddenly gave Zhu Qianfeng an idea. He indeed didn't have antibiotics, but maybe he could try something else. In a moment of inspiration, Zhu Qianfeng thought about trying his own blood. Anyway, it doesn't matter if we fail. Besides, in this world of cultivation, the blood of certain special beings is a great tonic. The most common is the blood of demonic beasts, some spiritual beasts' blood, and even the blood of those with powerful special constitutions. It's a great tonic for ordinary cultivators. His own blood shouldn't be much different, right? Thinking of this, Zhu Qianfeng didn't hesitate. He cut his own finger, and dropped 2 drops of blood into the mouths of 2 Tian soldiers. After receiving Zhu Qianfeng's blood, the 2 Tian soldiers showed obvious changes. Their condition stopped deteriorating, and began to show signs of improvement. On the first day, the festering skin on their bodies started to heal. On the second and third days, the condition of the 2 Tianci soldiers kept improving. By the 5th day, Zhu Qianfeng's blood successfully cured them. They got rid of that peculiar addiction to poison. And the other 2 Tian soldiers, Zhu Qianfeng did not give up, observing their condition, allowing Zhu Qianfeng to basically confirm one thing: if his blood and saliva are injected separately into the bodies of the human race in this world, it will not cause significant harm to the human race in this world. But on the other hand, if your blood or saliva merges with a certain deadly poison in this world, it will have unexpected effects, making the toxicity more intense, as if they had absorbed a virus. Before, you spent a whole year in Dahuang village without anything happening. A year later, that plague suddenly broke out. It should have combined with some kind of virus in his body. That's why it became so aggressive. Now we can make an assumption. The virus or bacteria-like microorganisms in his body wouldn't harm the life forms of this world on their own. But if combined with a certain toxic substance from this world, they would cause deadly harm to the life forms of this world. Because the virus wants to infect living beings, it must enter the nucleus to replicate and reproduce. But Zhu Jianfeng knew that it's hard to say if life in this world even has cells. Without cells, viruses don't have the most basic conditions for survival. They wouldn't be able to survive in humans or other life forms in this world, let alone reproduce. The same logic applies to microorganisms. Without the basic element of cells, they can't even perform the most basic parasitism. But once fused with some kind of toxin from this world, it produces a different effect. However, this toxic substance mixed with the virus can be cured by one's own blood. So now one's own blood can cure all diseases? Or does it only cure the toxins that one has become immune to? It can cure all kinds of poisons. Obviously, that's not very reliable. It definitely doesn't have that capability. If I'm immune to it, my blood can cure a certain poison, then this is worth trying. In the next few months, these 4 soldiers of the Celestial Strategy Army reached Dame, because they still need to continue to dedicate themselves to scientific endeavors. Zhu Jianfeng first took out the more than 20 kinds of deadly poisons he had previously immunized himself against, then divided all the poisons into 4 groups and administered them to these 4 Qianzi army soldiers one by one. After they showed symptoms of poisoning, Zhu Jianfeng used his own blood to detoxify them, and the results were surprisingly good. As long as they took his blood, their poisoning would be immediately cured. Zhu Jianfeng tested it again. He gave the Tianzi soldiers several deadly poisons he wasn't immune to. Then he used his own blood to detoxify them. But the results were disappointing. His blood couldn't neutralize the deadly poisons. In fact, it had no effect at all. Zhu Jianfeng had to resort to using antidotes. After all, these 4 precious Tianzi soldiers must not be played to death. It can now be confirmed that one's own blood can indeed neutralize poisons that one is already immune to. But if one is not immune to the poison, then it cannot be neutralized. So, I am now a universal antidote. As time goes on, the amount of poison I consume will increase. At that time, my blood will be the most miraculous antidote in the world, capable of curing all kinds of poisons. Wow, does that mean my blood will be incredibly valuable in the future? I could make a fortune selling my blood as an antidote. Next, Zhu Jianfeng conducted even more rigorous experiments. He mixed his saliva with these highly toxic substances he was already immune to, and then injected it into the Tianzi army. Afterwards, they used their own blood on them to observe the effect. The result was that the potency of the venom mixed with their own blood and saliva increased by about 1 to 2 times compared to the original venom. The effect was even stronger. Moreover, the original antidote methods were completely ineffective. Then, Zhu Jianfeng experimented with his own blood on these Tianzi soldiers. Then the miraculous effect appeared again. Even if the venom was enhanced, as long as Zhu Jianfeng's immune system has immunized them, then his blood can neutralize this mutated toxin. After extensive experiments and verification, Zhu Jianfeng concluded that his saliva, blood, and various experiences, if added to the world's toxins, can enhance the toxin's potency and make it somewhat infectious. Second, as long as you become immune to the deadly poison, whether it's mixed with saliva and bodily fluids, or blood, enhanced or in its original deadly form, your own blood can neutralize it. Third, viruses and bacteria that leave your body, once exposed to this world filled with spiritual energy, basically unable to survive. Even if they enter another life form, they will die quickly. There isn't even a latent period, because they lack the most basic survival conditions. Viruses can't survive in Earth's air for a few days, let alone in the aura of this alien world. They die before they can adapt. Moreover, all life forms in this world might not even have cells at all. And those viruses and bacteria leaving their bodies should be unable to survive. Do the life forms in this world have cells or not? To determine if they have cells, the simplest way is close observation. Zhu Jianfeng plans to conduct a small experiment. He wants to make a microscope that can see viruses. With current conditions, it's impossible to see the virus. It needs to be magnified at least 10,000 times. But if you just want to look at cells, then 100 times is enough. And making a simple 100x microscope is not that difficult. You can make a microscope yourself to closely observe this world that has spanned over 2 years. The microscopic world here. What exactly is it? This world has transparent glass bottles for holding pills and some decorative items, all made of glass. It's a great material for making magnifying glasses, and as long as you have convex-concave magnifying glasses, making microscopes becomes relatively easy. After all, this is something from elementary school crafts. Thanks to a developed brain, Zhu Jianfeng easily recalled in his mind the method of making and the working principle of a microscope. Zhu Jianfeng asked the outer sect disciples to gather the raw materials. Then he successfully made several concave and convex magnifying glasses from the glass. Then he assembled them into a simple microscope that could magnify objects over 100 times. It was completed. Then, Zhu Qianfeng stole samples of roots and stems from a dozen poisonous insects and flowers. There are also some animal slice samples. These slices were placed under a magnifying glass. Zhao Tunfeng observed the microscopic world with his own eyes for the first time. The results he got basically confirmed Zhao Tunfeng's previous conjectures. This is a mythical world. It is an immortal cultivation world. On Earth, all the physical and biological laws might not work here at all. The life forms in this world, whether animals or plants, even a few Qianzi lords have kindly provided some blood samples. Zhu Qianfeng also examined them. He did not find anything like cells. Their blood is just blood. Meat is meat. Leaves of plants are leaves. Roots are roots. Flowers are flowers. Even if you enlarge them, they are still the same things. All life in this world does not have cellular structures. This observation of the microscopic world gave Zhu Qianfeng a definite answer. As for what you said about other things, the various microorganisms composed of single cells, I didn't see any microscopic life forms at all. If there's no microscopic world, then it also explains why I traveled over 2 years. This world without immunity, why is it no longer afraid of viruses and bacteria? Simple viruses and bacteria cannot harm the people or other life forms of this world at all. Only when combined with the toxins of this world can they become lethally dangerous, but once combined with the toxins of this world, they lose their original abilities. Rather than saying these viruses fused with toxic substances, it's better to say these toxic substances, or the rules of this world. Also regarded these viruses, microorganisms, and bacteria as a form of poison. From capturing these 4 Qianzi soldiers until now, more than half a year has passed. Zhu Qianfeng has finally figured out some things and breathed a sigh of relief. Since thoroughly experimenting with all his issues, Zhu Qianfeng has resumed a routine life. He cultivates poisonous insects, flowers, and grasses, and visits the library to read. During this time, Zhu Qianfeng began to try learning various spells suitable for his level. As the saying goes, skills never weigh one down. Learning more is always beneficial. Some spells recorded in the Zuyingzong library. You might need this someday. Among the various blood shadow techniques, Zhu Qianfeng quickly found some signature dark arts, but after watching for a while, he frowned. These dark arts have problems, big problems. First, the mind control technique. As the name implies, it means casting this spell to forcibly control someone's mind. Originally, this move was a versatile control skill, but it is rather troublesome to cast. Moreover, the target of the spell has certain conditions. First, your cultivation level must be higher than the opponent's by 1 major realm. It also requires the opponent to be severely injured, or their spirit to be completely crushed by you. This spell will then be more successful in controlling them. Once their mind is controlled by this spell, within the next few hours, they will be like a walking corpse, obeying your commands. The downside is they can only understand some of your simple instructions, and you cannot access their memories. Gathering intelligence. These few drawbacks are barely acceptable. It's a control type spell. There are always some judgment mechanisms. Otherwise, this spell would be a god tier skill. But the following drawbacks made Zhu Qianfeng speechless. First is the backlash problem. If this spell fails to control the opponent, then your own star god will suffer serious damage, giving the enemy a chance to counterkill you directly. Simply put, if you can't successfully control the opponent's star god, then your own star god will suffer serious damage, and you'll directly GG. Additionally, various special defensive artifacts, defensive spells, and high-level protective charms, and even the target's mental fortitude, will all affect the success rate of this spell's casting. Successfully control the target. You can't stop casting spells, but you must continuously expend your mana to strengthen spell control. If you are even slightly careless, you will suffer backlash from the spell, and there will be some side effects after the spell ends, which will damage your own soul. You will feel weak for a while. The minimum cultivation level requirement for this spell is the foundation establishment stage. After reading it, Zhu Qianfeng thought this was simply a chicken rib among chicken ribs. This ridiculously useless mind control technique. Zhu Qianfeng expressed that he did not want to learn it, because the conditions for using it are just too harsh, and there are various backlash effects and side effects with a lower realm than mine. I could just kill them directly, or simply capture them. Wouldn't that be better? This spell can't extract any useful information anyway. Relatively speaking, the advanced version of Soul Search is more reliable. Directly control their soul, search their memories, or even alter their memories. But to use the soul searching technique, one's cultivation must reach the soul level. The soul must condense into a yin spirit, but it's too early for me right now. Next is the curse heart technique. It's a low-level curse technique. You can set up an altar and then curse the enemy. But if you use this trick on someone with a higher cultivation level, then you will suffer a backlash. You'll be cursed, while the other person won't be affected at all. You also need to obtain the person's birth date and time and their real name. It can't be an alias or title. It looks like when we go out in the future, you must hide your real name. Besides that, you need a drop of the target's blood or a strand of hair as a medium. Then, you can't be too far from their residence. The distance must be within a kilometer. Only then can you curse them. The effect will just cause them minor mental disturbances during cultivation. It will create a small amount of trouble for them, or just to disgust the other party. Of course, you can also curse them every day. Over time, their cultivation will definitely develop inner demons, but this basically won't succeed. Once or twice is fine, but if you do it 3 or 4 times, they will definitely notice. Moreover, using curse-type spells goes against the natural order, and will bring various karmic consequences. Using such spells harms both the enemy and oneself. Zhu Qianfeng's comment on this technique is that it's extremely nasty, but the cost is quite high. Next is ghost exorcism. As the name suggests, it involves using ghosts and vengeful spirits to attack the opponent. Additionally, there's ghost catching and ghost raising techniques, which can be used to capture and nurture ghosts respectively. The methods of raising and expelling ghosts to attack the enemy are indeed very sharp, making it hard for the opponent to defend against. But the initial stages of ghost catching and ghost raising are also a significant effort. Capturing a suitable ghost isn't too difficult, but cultivating this ghost is a major undertaking. First, you need to find an extremely yin place or an extremely evil place. Then look for some sinister treasures and spend a long time to cultivate an ordinary ghost into a fierce evil spirit. That's not all. It's fine to spend time catching and raising ghosts, but the frustrating part is that practitioners, staying with ghosts for a long time, enslaving them, will deplete their own yang energy. This will lead to a deficiency in your own vital energy and blood. It will reduce the most important source of energy for a practitioner. Practicing this technique, you will be in a state of severe weakness and lack of vital energy for a long time. Moreover, you must always be on guard against the fierce spirits and evil ghosts you have raised breaking free from your control and turning against you. Damn. These sinister techniques indeed each possess great power. These are all essential for killing and looting. But why does each one have such severe side effects? The power of the spells is bizarre and extremely brutal, but they are not very friendly to the practitioners. Zhu Qianfeng looked through a few more evil spells and found the same problems, various drawbacks and usage conditions. It will also cause some damage to oneself. So, isn't there any reliable dark magic? Zhu Qianfeng left the second floor of the library and went to the lower level, intending to find some normal spells from other schools to practice. I have to say, the Blood Shadow sect has a very extensive collection of books. In the Blood Shadow sect's books, in addition to demonic and sinister spells, there are also many basic righteous martial spirit spells. These are some fundamental martial arts techniques that most casual cultivators use. For example, Earth Escape Technique, Fire Control Technique, Water Control Technique, Wind Driving Technique, Lightning Summoning Technique, Water Escape Technique, Minor Earth Technique, and other basic spells. Zhu Qianfeng glanced through these righteous spells and felt they were more reliable, although in terms of power, they are not as strange, fierce, or vicious as demonic spells, but his very normal. And there are no side effects. Unlike your damn evil spells, they are simply life-threatening, always causing backfire, draining one's own lifespan. I haven't even learned it yet, and I'm already losing half my life. Using it feels like I'm putting half my life on the line. Damn it. Good thing I'm tough. I can practice poison techniques. Otherwise, these poison techniques would be a total scam. After flipping through all the spells on the first and second floors of the Blood Shadow sect's library, Zhu Qianfeng came to a conclusion. For me, the only useful dark magic is poison magic. All the other spells are completely useless, utterly worthless. Moreover, even poison magic has significant side effects. It's just that I can completely resist them. Zhu Qianfeng ignored those evil sect spells and chose a few relatively normal 5-element spells instead. Take these deceptive evil spells away. Whoever wants to practice them, go ahead. Anyway, I won't practice them. In the following period, besides cultivating the Blood Shadow technique, Zhu Qianfeng had another task that was practicing some basic spells. For a month, Zhu Qianfeng learned several basic 5-element spells. The spell casting and control in this world is merely driven by one's own spiritual power, combined with the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and then cast using various incantations. It's not very difficult for me. In front of his own powerful mind, practicing these basic 5-element spells was hardly a challenge. After mastering all these spells, Zhu Qianfeng went to a forest in the backyard of the Blood Shadow sect to test a few of the new basic 5-element spells he had learned. First was the fire control spell. This spell could shape flames into different forms, or protect himself, or attack the opponent. Zhu Qianfeng pinched a rhombus with both hands, muttering something. With a flip of his palm, a basketball-sized fireball appeared in his palm. The fireball's temperature was restrained. It was light red. Zhu Qianfeng raised his palm. The fireball in his hand flew towards the tall tree dozens of feet away, and with a loud bang, as soon as the fireball touched the tall tree, the tree quickly caught fire and turned to ashes in an instant. The power is not bad. The temperature and power are just so. It can only deal with people in the fragile realm. Once you reach the chi condensation stage, these painless and itchless attacks will be completely useless. Then, Zhu Qianfeng kept changing the incantations and formed a giant fireball in front of him. He then transformed this fireball into a huge fire serpent. The enormous fire serpent roared and danced in the air, emitting scorching heat. This dancing fire serpent is an advanced version of the fire control technique. It can be used to deal with multiple enemies or directly entangle your enemy and burn their body. The Zhu Jianfeng technique changes. The giant fire snake instantly transforms into a long giant flaming spear. The flaming spear is over 30 feet long, consuming more than twice the spiritual power of the previous fireball. The temperature has risen significantly. The entire air is filled with a scorching aura. Very good. Let's test its power. Zhu Jianfeng wielded the giant fire spear and attacked the forest opposite with a loud boom. The flaming spear exploded in the forest. The attack's epicenter. Within a few meters, all the trees were burned to charcoal. The power is impressive, several times stronger than fireball, almost as powerful as an RPG rocket. Zhu Jianfeng made another hand seal, moving countless flames around himself, forming an orange flame barrier. This is a defensive measure. The scorching flame barrier can effectively defend against various spell attacks. It can also burn the enemy during close combat. However, if the opponent uses wind-based attacks, the wind might cause the flames to burn yourself within the barrier. Also, powerful water-based spells can instantly extinguish your flame barrier. This is a defensive spell in fire control techniques. With Zhu Qianfeng's current level of cultivation, he can only practice these 4 spells. The subsequent spells can only be practiced at the foundation establishment stage. Zhu Qianfeng changed his hand seals and performed the water control technique. A blue seal formed in front of him, and immediately, thick streams of water appeared before him. Under Zhu Qianfeng's control, the massive water flow kept changing direction. Then, Zhu Qianfeng's hands made a sign, and he silently chanted. Countless water spirits gathered around Zhu Qianfeng, forming a water blue membrane shield that protected Zhu Qianfeng inside. End. The water control spell is a defensive type of water magic. It can effectively defend against various fire attacks. The drawback is that it fears lightning attacks. As for its defensive capability, it is slightly better than fire control, but its offensive capability is much weaker than fire control. After all, you can't expect water to have strong attack power. However, once your cultivation is advanced, you can lower the temperature and turn water into ice. Next, Zhu Qianfeng used the earth control technique from the 5-element spells. This move can create earth spikes to attack distant enemies and also form a tall earth wall in front for defense, effectively defending against various close-range physical attacks. The downside is some magical attacks. This move can't defend against them, and its physical defense isn't very strong either. Even a weak body's enhancement, a full force strike can break this earth wall. The defensive power of this earth wall is a bit weak. It's much weaker compared to the fire barrier and the water barrier. But if you add some water and some gravel, then wouldn't it become concrete? The defense and solidity of concrete are no joke. And even with simple water-based spell control, this mud can form a Newtonian fluid for defense. Zhu Qianfeng had a brilliant idea. Could he possibly cast some combination spells? Thinking of this, Zhu Qianfeng immediately began experimenting. He wants to use both hydrokinesis and pterokinesis to create a Newtonian fluid or concrete wall. But it's a bit unfortunate. Zhu Qianfeng's idea of using both techniques to create a Newtonian fluid or concrete didn't succeed, because he can't use both techniques at the same time. This method seems to be unworkable. Haha, my good disciple. You haven't even learned to walk, and you want to learn to run? Disciple, your idea is good. The interaction of the 5 elements can indeed be combined and executed. Moreover, their power will also increase. For example, combining wood and fire can amplify the power of flames. Combining water and earth can increase defense. Combining metal and fire can infuse metal into fire attacks to strike enemies. But with your current cultivation, you still cannot simultaneously release spells of 2 different attributes. Unknowingly, the Blood Shadow Patriarch had appeared behind Zhu Qianfeng. He said, "This kid hasn't even learned to walk yet wants to run. He actually wants to perform a combination spell at such a low level of cultivation, and you're a disciple of my Blood Shadow sect. Why are you learning these trashy 5-element spells? Master, your disciple has been taught." Okay. So the people in the world of cultivation aren't that stupid after all. They know to mix water and earth to increase defense, and there are various combinational spells. Good disciple. Actually, you don't need to practice these low-level elemental spells at all. Blood Shadow Patriarch said. Master means Zhu Qianfeng. Is there something wrong with my cultivation method? These low-level 5-element spells are practiced by ordinary rogue cultivators just to scare common people. As a direct disciple of my Blood Shadow sect, why are you practicing these? Do you intend to use these low-level 5-element spells against enemies? What's going on? Asked the Blood Shadow Patriarch. Master, I think there's something wrong with our Blood Shadow sect spells, so I want to practice the 5-element spells from another sect. Zhu Qianfeng scratched his head and said, I also want to learn the Blood Shadow sect's signature spells, but look at those techniques from the Blood Shadow sect. Are they even humanly possible to practice? Enough. I know what you want to say. You fool. The Blood Shadow Patriarch suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Qianfeng and slapped him to the ground, saying, Isn't it just because you think the Blood Shadow sect's techniques have too many side effects? But with your current cultivation level, you can't access the higher level spells of my Blood Shadow sect. But the problem is, Ancestor, That's not what I wanted to say. Zhu Qianfeng rubbed his head, innocently got up, and looked at his cheap master, speechlessly. You fool. You still haven't figured out what I'm trying to say. I'll show you just how worthless those low-level 5 elements escape techniques you practiced are. Blood Shadow Ancestor raised his sleeve. His arm shook, releasing a burly, green-faced, fanged corpse puppet. This is the lowest level of corpse puppet in our Blood Shadow sect. Use the new 5-element spells you learn to attack him. Let's see how effective they are. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said, Master, may I ask, this corpse puppet, where did you just take it out from? Zhu Qianfeng looked at the sleeve of the Blood Shadow Patriarch and asked. This is a storage treasure. It can hold some magical items and pills, miscellaneous things like that. Lifeless corpses can also be placed inside. It's not impossible for me to give you one, but your cultivation level must reach the foundation establishment stage to use it. The old and cunning Blood Shadow Patriarch immediately knew what Zhu Qianfeng was up to. This idiot. Isn't it just a storage treasure? I can easily make one for you. Whether it's a storage bag, a storage ring, or a storage bracelet, I can make them all for you, but you also need to be able to use them. Master, give me a storage treasure with more space. Zhu Qianfeng said. Is this the standard equipment for the cultivation stream? Enough talk. First, use your newly learned 5-element spell to attack that corpse puppet. Quickly, said the Blood Shadow Patriarch impatiently. All right, Master. Zhu Qianfeng said. Just as I wanted to test the combat effect, Zhu Qianfeng came to the center of the clearing and started casting a flying fire snake directly coiled around the green-faced, fanged corpse demon. But it was just for a moment. The zombie puppet roared in anger and broke free from the fire snake, then lunged at Zhu Qianfeng. Zhu Qianfeng unleashed a giant fire spear and struck the zombie puppet, but the effect could only be described as a light scrape. It didn't even scratch the bronze armor on the puppet's body. It wasn't even burned black. As for the earth wall technique deployed by Zhu Qianfeng, fire leveling technique and water leveling technique, this corpse puppet just raised its hand and smashed it. As for ground spikes and water flow technique, this corpse puppet doesn't care at all. The few 5-element spells Zhu Qianfeng recently learned, whether they are offensive or defensive, none of this has any effect on the corpse puppet. Yet, the corpse puppet's attacks on Zhu Qianfeng are extremely fierce. Its moves are merciless, forcing Zhu Qianfeng into a corner. Seeing this, Zhu Qianfeng lets out an angry roar, his eyes turning crimson, his whole body trembling slightly. The heart started pounding, directly switched to adrenaline mode, raised his fist, and charged at the oncoming corpse puppet, turning into a blur, instantly appearing in front of the corpse puppet. He punched the corpse puppet in the chest, only to hear a crack. The bronze armor on the chest of the corpse puppet shattered directly. Then, Zhu Qianfeng's full force didn't diminish. He directly blasted through the chest of the corpse puppet, instantly sending the corpse puppet flying. The corpse puppet, pierced through the heart by Zhu Qianfeng's blow, twitched twice on the ground and then stopped moving. Zhu Qianfeng stood in place, deactivated his adrenaline burst state, and looked at his own fist. He glanced again at the fallen corpse puppet on the ground. Among the 5-element spells, the fire control technique is the most powerful against enemies. It seems less effective than his current adrenaline rush mode. The 5-element spell he just cast had no effect on the corpse puppet, but after activating the adrenaline burst mode, a single punch could knock it down. What the heck is this? Zhu Qianfeng immediately understood the intention of the Blood Shadow Ancestor. Damn martial arts magic. It's also a scam. HMPH. Greedy brat. Do you understand now? This low-level 5 elements magic can't even deal with the lowest level corpses of my Blood Shadow sect. What's the use of learning it? Moreover, you are inherently poisonous. For a spirit body, practicing poison arts is the right path, and you also have the blessing of a wrathful body. In the future, you will definitely follow the path of poison arts and a wrathful body. Why waste time learning these thankless 5-element spells? With a single poison blade, you can instantly kill someone. Even if the opponent escapes, being hit by your deadly poison is a near-death experience. It's much more powerful than controlling fire or water. After activating your rage form, your physical strength increases several times. Are you still thinking of using these low-level spells to fight? The Blood Shadow Patriarch said. This foolish disciple. If learning these low-level 5-element spells were useful, I would have had you learn them a long time ago. Why do you think I always have you practice unique spells? Hearing Blood Shadow Patriarch's words, Zhu Qianfeng was at a loss for words. Alright. So I've been practicing 5-element spells for a month, and it's been completely useless. Could it be that I was born to be a warrior? Magic attacks are not suitable for me, or perhaps using poison from a distance. HMPH. Learning these, you might as well learn how to refine corpse puppets from your second senior brother. In the future, don't study such useless things anymore, said the Blood Shadow Patriarch. These basic elemental spells are so common outside. Only some wandering practitioners and charlatans use them to deceive ordinary people. Yes, Master, I have learned. Zhu Qianfeng said. It's good that you understand. You must know that your own cultivation is the most important, and whatever you use must be suitable for you. Go pack your luggage now. Get ready to leave with me, said the Blood Shadow Patriarch. Master, why are we packing to leave? Zhu Qianfeng asked. You don't need to ask. Just hurry up and pack," said the Blood Shadow Patriarch. "Master, has something happened?" I received news. Your third senior brother was captured. It was reported by the leader and his informant. Our Blood Shadow sect's exact location has been discovered by the TNCE army. We have to leave now," the Blood Shadow Patriarch said helplessly. Zhu Jianfeng. "So, we running away? So, what exactly is going on?" Zhu Jianfeng was a bit speechless. "Why are we suddenly running away? I've only been in Blood Shadow for 2 years. I just finally got a quiet environment to grow steadily. Are we going to go jungling with you right now?" "Ancestor, when you let the third senior brother go earlier, didn't you say there was nothing to worry about with the boss watching? How did he get caught in the blink of an eye? He even revealed the location of our Blood Shadow sect's base." "Master, what's the exact situation? Could you tell me?" Zhu Qianfeng asked. "So, what exactly happened to senior brother and third senior brother? The less you know about this, the better. Quickly pack your things, we're leaving tonight." Shui Ying, the patriarch said, "This disciple has only reached the Ning 77 level. It's really inconvenient to say much to him. Now is the time for you to grow under the protection of your elders. It's not your time to take the lead yet." More than a year ago, since the Tian's army set their sights on the Blood Shadow sect, they have been constantly searching for the exact location of the Blood Shadow sect. The boss is having a tough time over at Tianyu City. Life is really hard for him, not to mention developing the mortal forces of the Blood Shadow sect. Many of the outer disciples under his command have been eliminated. Most of the outer disciples he took with him have died. Naturally, some clues will be exposed. These things the boss can still handle. It's not enough for the Tian's army to get any leverage, but the trouble lies with the third brother. This guy previously attacked several Earthstar level TNCE army officers. After succeeding, he recklessly attacked a Heavenly Star officer. According to the news from the boss, this guy was unfortunately caught. And their clan's supreme treasure, the Absolute Cloud map, likely fell into the TNCE army's hands. Now it's good. They have both the map and the keys. This treasure probably has nothing to do with the Blood Shadow sect anymore, and the third disciple has been captured, so the most dangerous problem arises. There are 4 personal disciples, except for the youngest disciple. All of them know the exact location of the Blood Shadow sect's main gate. No matter if Lao-san confesses or not, it's a troublesome matter. We must be prepared in advance. Anyway, the Blood Shadow sect's mountain gate was newly established by us decades ago. This kind of guerrilla life, they have experienced several times. As long as the Blood Shadow Patriarch is around, they can't establish a decent mountain gate anywhere. Blood Shadow sect is everywhere. The precious books and treasures of the Blood Shadow sect are all in my hands. I can take them away anytime I want. I can start a sect anytime, anywhere." "Yes, master." Disciple accepts the order. Zhu Jianfeng bowed to the Blood Shadow Patriarch. Then he immediately turned around and went back to his room. Everything has been said already. It looks like the situation is urgent. We have to leave now. Fortunately, I don't have anything too valuable. In just a short while, Zhu Jianfeng had already packed up. He just packed all the poisons and powders he had made. Of course, he also packed some rare poisonous flower and herb seeds. Zhu Jianfeng also collected them. As for the poisonous flowers and plants previously planted and the poisonous insects cultivated, there's nothing that can be done about them. At this moment, in the main hall of the Blood Shadow sect, after giving instructions to his youngest disciple, the Blood Shadow Patriarch immediately summoned his most trusted second disciple to him. "That's the situation. Master, do you really want to do this?" Second senior brother Nianji bowed to the Blood Shadow Patriarch and asked. "Yes. This must be done. Just follow my instructions. Anything else, you need not ask," old ancestor Shui Ying said with his hands behind his back. "Master, disciple, you. Please reconsider your decision." Second senior brother Nianji hesitated and said. "I know what you want to say. No need to say more. Just follow my instructions. Remember, there must be no mistakes," the Blood Shadow Patriarch said. "Master, do we have to abandon all the outer disciples?" Nianji asked. "Let's consider them as sacrifices for our Blood Shadow sect. The sect has protected them for many years. It's time for them to do something for the sect." Shui Ying Lao Zhu said. "They are just some outer disciples. All of them have mixed or low-quality spiritual roots. Even if they cultivate diligently, they won't achieve much in the future. Such outer disciples, as long as we're willing to recruit them, there are plenty of people outside who want to become apprentices." "Yes, master." "Understood," Nianji said. "Go ahead." The Blood Shadow Patriarch turned and said, Nianji bowed to his master. Then immediately turned and left. After his second disciple left, the Blood Shadow ancestor took out a delicate sky blue bracelet and placed it in their palm, gently stroking it. Their eyes revealed a look of sadness, sorrow, and trance. Sigh. The Blood Shadow ancestor let out a long sigh. A moment later, the Blood Shadow ancestor stood up, then sent out a flying sword to deliver a message. It transmitted some information to someone far away. That night, The Blood Shadow ancestor took all the books from the second and third floors of the Blood Shadow sect's library, along with some magical artifacts and elixirs collected by the sect, and packed them all up. As for the books on the first floor of the Blood Shadow sect's library, the Blood Shadow Patriarch hasn't moved. These are just some trifles. Master, over the past year, I've cultivated many poisonous flowers, insects, and herbs. Can I take them with me? Zhu Qianfeng asked. Patriarch, my storage artifact can't hold living things. You can take those poisonous flowers and plants with you if you pick them, but they can't be stored in the storage space. As for those poisonous insects you raise, we'll talk about them later. They are not particularly rare anyway. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said. Yes, Master, I've already packed up my things. We can leave at any time now, Zhu Qianfeng said. Come with me. Blood Shadow ancestor led Zhu Qianfeng to the place where senior brother had lived before. At this moment, there were two figures in the room. One was the little fox Cheng Xiaoye, who Zhu Qianfeng was familiar with. The other was his second senior brother, Nianji. At this moment, second senior brother was helping the little fox pack her luggage. After meeting old ancestor Shuiying and Zhu Qianfeng, the two immediately stepped forward. Greetings, Master. You're here, junior brother. Greetings, Grandmaster. Little martial uncle. All right, no need for formalities. Have you packed everything? After you're ready, escort the little girl to the Snowy Spirit Mountain immediately. Little Fox's mother has already notified the Fox clan. They will send someone to meet you both. The Blood Shadow ancestor asked. The little girl's mother has already informed the Fox clan in advance. The leader and his wife are also heading to the Snowy Spirit Mountain. Reporting to Master. Everything is packed. The two of us are about to say goodbye to you. Second brother Nianji said. While the Blood Shadow Patriarch was talking to second brother, the little fox Cheng Xiaoye also came to Zhu Qianfeng, then pulled Zhu Qianfeng aside. Take care. After a long pause, the little fox just said a word. Don't worry. I value my life more than anyone. Be careful on your way. Keep your foxtail and ears hidden. Don't let anyone see through you. Zhu Qianfeng said. Just kidding. I come from Earth, so I know a lot about staying alive. Millimeter. I got it. You be careful too. Keep practicing. I've already reached the foundation establishment stage. Don't fall too far behind. Cheng Xiaoye said. While Zhu Qianfeng was tirelessly studying his own poisonous traits, the little fox had quietly cultivated to the foundation establishment stage, though it was just a basic foundation establishment. I'm not in a hurry about foundation establishment. I've only been cultivating for a little over 2 years. I still need to solidify my cultivation. After all, a tall building rises from the ground. Laying a solid foundation is the most important thing, Zhu Qianfeng said. One must be assisted by heaven's will. Before that, you must solidify your cultivation base. You can't rush to break through the realm. I say. If you can't make it outside, come to my snowy mountain of the spirit. My mother is one of the Fox clan elders. Sheltering an ordinary human cultivator is not a big problem for her. The little fox gritted its teeth and spoke. His mother's cultivation level is very high. She is a 1,000-year-old fox demon. In the Fox clan, her status is equivalent to that of an elder. Arranging 1 or 2 humans isn't a big problem. Haha. I don't need anyone's protection, but thank you for the offer. If I really can't get by, I'll definitely come to you, Zhu Qianfeng said. Unless I really can't get by. Otherwise, relying on others or seeking refuge with a woman is something Zhu Qianfeng would never do. Besides, I'm with the Blood Shadow ancestor. If you don't believe in my strength, you should at least have some faith in the Blood Shadow ancestor. After all, he's a 500-year-old monster. Then I'll be going. Next time we meet, I will give you a big surprise. By then, don't let your poisonous spirit and fury body be overtaken by this authentic Earth Striker, said the little fox. Now his Fox clan bloodline has begun to awaken. Once he reaches the Snowy Spirit Mountain, he can learn more Fox clan magic from his mother. By then, he must suppress this guy's fury body. There is a toxic spirit. Let him know its power. We can spar later. Zhu Qianfeng smiled and said. After they chatted for a while, Blood Shadow Patriarch and his second senior brother finished their conversation. They left. Time passed. Junior brother, in the future, you must honor our master well on my behalf. The iron-armored corpse that I refined for you has already been given to our master. When you are sufficiently skilled, you can begin to refine the iron-armored poison corpse. Second senior brother Naiyin said. The heavy responsibility may fall on this junior brother's shoulders. I hope you can live up to our master's expectations. Thank you, second senior brother. Second senior brother, after you deliver the little fox, won't you come join us? Zhu Qianfeng asked. Your second senior brother has other tasks and won't be joining us, but don't worry. You two brothers will have the chance to meet again in the future. You need to train hard, said Blood Shadow Patriarch. What's going on? What else does second senior brother need to do after sending off the little fox? First senior brother and his wife are heading to the Fox tribe's territory, so it makes sense for me, Blood Shadow Patriarch, and second senior brother to stick together. Haha. Junior brother, no need to worry. Brother, you must take care of yourself. When we brothers meet again next time, I hope your cultivation has surpassed mine, the second senior brother said to Zhu Tianfeng. Zhu Tianfeng's second senior brother is now at the late stage of Rongling cultivation. The distance is vast.
Ancestor is just one major realm away. Still considered a master outside. Next time we meet, surpassing you. That would be difficult. Alright. Let's leave quickly. Lest more trouble arises, said the Blood Shadow ancestor. A few people nodded. They split into two groups. Under the cover of night, they left the Blood Shadow sect. In just one night, only a group of unsuspecting outer disciples remained in the Blood Shadow sect. As for these usually obedient and efficient outer disciples, Zhou Tianfeng felt a bit sorry for them, but there was no other way. Now I can't control my own actions. I really can't protect them this time. Even Zhou Tianfeng, with his deep cultivation, is experiencing wind riding for the first time. That's right, wind riding. The Blood Shadow Patriarch didn't encounter flying, but instead stirred up a blood-red eerie wind, carrying Zhou Tianfeng, flying away. The clouds are flying past before his eyes. The ground below is pitch black, 1,000 meters up in the air. Zhou Tianfeng doesn't feel very cold. With his current cultivation and physical strength, he can barely ignore the extremes of hot and cold. Master, where are we heading? Zhou Tianfeng asked. My good disciple, we are going to meet an old friend of mine. For the next few years, he will take care of you. Blood Shadow Patriarch patted Zhou Tianfeng on the shoulder and said, my old friend's disciple. Master, what do you mean by this? Am I not staying by your side? Zhou Tianfeng was startled and asked. You can't stay by my side. I need to go to the capital of the Tianyu dynasty first, to see if I can rescue your third senior brother. If I can rescue him, then there will definitely be a large number of celestial army and powerful warriors from the three sects coming after me. With you by my side, I won't be able to fight freely and battle others, Blood Shadow Patriarch said. Actually, if it's just about avoiding the pursuit of the celestial army, so having this young disciple by my side is fine. There's no big issue in keeping him safe. But for the sake of the Juean map, he must make a trip to the Tianyu capital. The secrets hidden in the Juean map are too important. Of course, if possible, he should rescue the third brother. After all, to open that treasure, we must have old third to make it work. Taking the youngest disciple along would be inconvenient for action. Besides, after rescuing old third, we'll definitely face pursuit. It would be even less suitable to have him by my side then. Actually, at the beginning, Blood Shadow Patriarch wanted Old Second to take Zhou Tianfeng to seek refuge with the Fox clan in the Snow Region Spiritual Mountain. After rescuing Old Third safely, he would go pick him up, but the Blood Shadow Patriarch changed his mind at the last minute. Next, he was going to see someone crucial in his life, and entrust his young disciple to their care. Yao Shui Heavenly Palace. In a luxurious lady's boudoir, a beautiful woman dressed in a light purple uniform suddenly opened her eyes. She was tall, with jet black hair like lacquer. Her skin was like jade. Her beautiful eyes sparkled. She resembled a blooming, delicate peony, a rare beauty indeed. Suddenly, a flying sword message appeared before her. Her delicate brows furrowed. She opened the flying sword message. After reading the contents, the whole person trembled. You heartless person, how dare you still contact me? After receiving the message via flying sword, the woman's demeanor completely changed. Then she gave a cold laugh. Blood Shadow Ancestor, how dare you still contact me? Excellent. Yun Shuang, come in. The woman stood up and shouted. A creak was heard. The door to the room was pushed open. A female disciple in a Yao Shui Tiangong uniform, with a delicate and beautiful appearance walked in. Master, what did you call me for? Yun Shuang looked at her master, and asked. Today, Master's tone is so strange. Usually, Master is very gentle. Why does it feel like there's a hint of killing intent today? Clearly, this morning she was chatting and laughing with me, and even gave some guidance on our cultivation. But how in a moment's time? Did Master go from sunny to cloudy? Shouldn't it be sunny turning to cloudy with thunderstorms? Yun Shuang quietly glanced at her master. At this moment, her master was nothing like the graceful beauty she usually was. Her whole face was stiff, an extremely cold expression, a hint of a cold smile at the corner of her mouth. He exudes an air of don't mess with me. He looks really angry. But to be honest, Master looks quite good when he's angry. I need to go out to handle something while I'm away. You will guide your junior sisters in their training. And Master, I don't know how long Master will be away this time. Yun Shuang asked. If it goes quickly, 3 or 4 days. If it takes longer, it could be a month or 2. You don't need to worry. After all, I am a master at the Tofan level. Just make sure your junior sisters train well. If other uncles and aunts come to visit, just say I am not here. Yes, Master. Understood. Yun Shuang nodded and said, I am leaving. Without any hesitation, she turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Watching their master disappear, Yun Shuang squinted, wondering who would be unlucky, hoping the master would vent outside, and not come back to vent on them, on a desolate mountain hundreds of miles from Tianyu City. Ancestor Xin was resting here with Zhou Tianfeng. Good disciple. My friend who is coming later might be in a bad mood. Don't say anything to offend him. Got it? the Blood Shadow Patriarch said with an unnatural expression. Master, your friend. Is he also a big shot in the demonic path? Zhou Tianfeng asked. Earlier, the Blood Shadow Patriarch had told him that their Blood Shadow sect was the only decent demonic sect within the entire Tianyu dynasty. But even the Blood Shadow sect was beaten like a rat crossing the street. Other sects were either annihilated or left with only a few stragglers. Since he's an old friend of the Blood Shadow Patriarch, he must be a big shot in the demonic path. Maybe he even came from somewhere outside the Tianyu dynasty. I wonder if the demonic cultivators in other dynasties are as miserable as they are here. Hi. He is considered a disciple of the righteous path. Hundreds of years ago, he had some interactions with me. Now it's been over 200 years since we last met, but I've always been keeping an eye on his news. Now he is considered a master of a generation. He has become the elder of the volunteers, the Blood Shadow Patriarch said. Orthodox disciples or elders. He hasn't seen them in over 200 years. My good master, are you reliable or not? Do you even know your own status? At this critical moment, you're contacting the other side. Haven't there been enough people betrayed by their friends these days? Moreover, it's a disciple from the righteous sect that doesn't get along with us. You're just going to hand over your precious disciple to them? Aren't you afraid they'll kill me? Zhou Tianfeng felt it was necessary to persuade Ancestor Zine to get his master to give up on this unrealistic idea. What if they're bringing the Tian's army or several Grand Masters from the major righteous sects to surround us? How dangerous that would be. Hey, master. I believe this is inappropriate. What if, just what if, your old friend sells our information to the Tian's army? Wouldn't that be disastrous? Zhou Tianfeng hurriedly approached the director and said, Is it easy for me? With my extraordinary human physique, I just need to find a place to hide and train properly. You'll definitely be a big shot in the future. My dear master, please don't assign me such dangerous tasks. Let's find a place to lay low until your disciple masters the skills. Then I'll come out and dominate. Isn't that better? Who knew? After listening to Zhou Tianfeng, the Blood Shadow Patriarch's face changed. He struck Zhou Tianfeng's head fiercely. What do you understand? Everyone in this world might betray me, but he would never betray me, the Blood Shadow Patriarch said. Hey, master, the disciple means that one should not have a harmful heart, but one must always be wary. Zhou Tianfeng rubbed a large bump on his head. He opened his mouth and said, Damn, master, you're quite ruthless. I am your precious disciple after all. Humph? Do I, the old ancestor, need a reason to harm someone? Do I need to defend against others? It's always others who need to defend against me, the Blood Shadow Old Ancestor said dominantly. Is that right, Zwifang? Were you always this impressive? But these past years, your cultivation hasn't progressed. At this moment, a mocking female voice echoed from the sky. Zhou Tianfeng was startled by the words, and looked up. In the sky stood a beautiful female cultivator, riding a water blue flying sword. Her appearance was incredibly beautiful. At this moment, she was looking at the Blood Shadow Patriarch with a mocking gaze, completely ignoring Zhou Tianfeng below. Hey, you came. I knew you would come to see me. Shu Yuan. Suddenly, the Blood Shadow Patriarch seemed to lose his former majesty. He seemed to have turned into a foolish old man, scratching his head. He looked at the woman in the sky, like a celestial beam, and said, Haha. Shui Feng, 200 years have passed, and you've fallen to this point, among us old guys. You now have the weakest cultivation. 200 years have passed, and you still haven't transcended mortality. You have less than 100 years of lifespan left, right? Shui Yun sighed, and said. Seeing the Blood Shadow Patriarch now looking like an old man in his 60s, he came with a sense of resentment, along with anger and a murderous aura. It's as if it all vanished in an instant. Ha. I didn't want to meet you in this state either. I wanted to meet you as I was in my prime. But I couldn't defeat time. I couldn't break through to the transcendent stage. I'm already starting to age, the Blood Shadow Patriarch said with a snort. I don't care what a miserable state you've become now. If you need something from me, get down right now. Let me whip you 100 times to vent my anger first. The woman's tone changed. She took out a red whip with various spikes and said. Zhou Tianfeng looked at the red whip in the woman's hand, then glanced at his own timid master. Wow, master, you're awesome. Are you some kind of special enthusiast? Master, were you this playful when you were young? Upon hearing this, the Blood Shadow Patriarch immediately turned beet red. Can these words be said in front of junior disciples? This woman, after all these years, your personality hasn't changed at all. It's been over 200 years. How can you still have such a fierce personality? Shu Yan, we've known each other for so many years. You should watch your words. There are juniors here. Zhang Leozu glanced at Zhou Tianfeng and said, It's okay, master. I really like eating this melon. Please let me finish eating this melon. I didn't expect that. My cheap master could actually get such a beautiful mistress. Just her looks are worth 95 points. My good master, I'm very humble about this move. Why don't you teach me this move? I finally understand why the senior brother could marry a 1,000-year-old fox spirit. Master, I admire you so much. Humph? You still have the nerve to say that. There are only two choices now. Either you come here and let me whip you 200 times to vent my anger, or I will take you down myself. Your cultivation is sealed. Then beat you again. Beat you in front of your disciple. Shuyan sneered directly, and said, Shuyan, didn't you just say 100 lashes? How did it become 200 now? The Blood Shadow Patriarch widened his eyes, and asked. Then was then. Now is now. I thought about it. You haven't contacted me for 200 years. 1 lash per year, not even counting the fractions. I've already given you a good deal. Shuyan revealed a playful smile, and said, Granny, I want to see if you want me to hit you in private, or wait until I've subdued you, and then hit you in front of your apprentice. Either way, you'll be the one embarrassed. It's not me, but it looks like your little apprentice enjoys watching you get beaten. You're something, Shui Feng. No wonder you're his master. Shui Yun, don't think you have me completely figured out. If we really fight, I might not be afraid of you. Shui Ying the ancestor said. Why don't you give it a try? See if your blood shadow technique is stronger, or if my Yashui heavenly art is more profound. Shui Yun smiled, and said that when they were younger, their cultivation levels were about the same. But ever since he saw through his inner demons, and broke through to the transcendent realm, this old guy is no match for me at all. I still look like a young girl in my 20s. He's already turned into a 60-year-old man. Now that I'm at the Tofan level in the real world, fighting him, an old demon at the peak of soul cultivation, is just a matter of minutes. Easy and enjoyable. Alright. This matter is indeed my fault, Shui Feng. Good disciple, I have something to discuss with the senior. You go stand further away for now. Shui Ying old ancestor's expression changed several times. Then he said, Master, take care. Disciple, I will go further away. Zhou Tianfeng held back his laughter after receiving the Blood Shadow Patriarch's bow, and immediately ran several hundred meters away. In the upcoming scene, although he really wanted to watch closely, he estimated that the Blood Shadow Patriarch would settle accounts later, so he decided against it. Zhou Tianfeng had just run off, when he heard a miserable scream from Xing Laozu. However, just as Zhou Tianfeng perked up his ears to eavesdrop, a blue light screen enveloped Shuifeng and Shuyan, making any sound or image inside completely invisible. Well done, Xian. Hang in there. Zhou Tianfeng found a comfortable spot and sat down. He said with a grin. An entire hour had passed before the blue light screen dissipated. Zhou Tianfeng jogged over to the Blood Shadow Patriarch. At this moment, the Blood Shadow Patriarch looked the same as when he left. But if you look closely, you can still see that the Blood Shadow Patriarch's face is a bit pale. There are also quite a few bloodstains on the ground. Even the Blood Shadow Patriarch's body is slightly trembling. His steps are unsteady. Damn, really? Zhou Tianfeng thought it was just the old couple flirting. It seems like his master was actually beaten. Master, are you okay? Zhou Tianfeng hurriedly stepped forward to support the Blood Shadow Patriarch and asked. This cheap master has indeed been good to me these years. Zhou Tianfeng was very concerned about the Blood Shadow Patriarch. It's okay, good disciple. You must forget everything that just happened. Understood? Blood Shadow Ancestor grabbed Zhou Tianfeng's shoulder and whispered in his ear. You can't let the other disciples know about your disgraceful appearance. What just happened, Master? I don't know anything. I just went over there to take a nap. Zhou Tianfeng immediately responded understandingly. Is this your fourth disciple with the poison scale body and the inherited fury body? Shui Yun came to Zhou Tianfeng. He looked him up and down, and then said, awakening the ancestral fury body, and also having the innate toxic spirit body. Indeed, your future is limitless. This child is the most satisfying disciple I have ever taken in. If it weren't absolutely necessary, I wouldn't trouble you, Shui Yun. For the next period of time, I'll have to rely on you to take care of him. Shui Ying Laozu patted Zhou Tianfeng's shoulder and said to Shui Yun, let me first check his spiritual root quality, and see if it's as good as you said. Heavenly assistance can strike. Shu Yan stood before Zhou Tianfeng, and placed her hand on Zhou Tianfeng's pulse. Let me see. If you are as good as your master says. 2 special constitutions. Immediately, Zhou Tianfeng felt an extremely cold stream coursing through his body. Strange? Strange. Whirlwind. Your disciple is a bit unusual. His spiritual roots are significantly better than top-grade spiritual roots. They are almost reaching the supreme grade level, somewhere between top grade and supreme grade. Can you explain why? After examining Zhou Tianfeng's body, Shu Yan approached Blood Shadow Ancestor and said. Zhou Tianfeng heard this and suddenly became interested in his own spiritual roots. He was also very curious. At the beginning when he first crossed over, he was very sure he didn't have this world's spiritual roots. But somehow, after a year of crossing over, the Blood Shadow Patriarch told him, I have a spiritual root, and it's of high quality. But Zhou Tianfeng understands. His spiritual root is definitely not simple. This child, when I first saw him, he had a high-quality spiritual root. After awakening the wrath body and the poison transformation spirit body, the spiritual root seems to have grown a bit. It's better than an average top-grade spiritual root, which is understandable. The blood shadow ancestor smiled and said, after awakening the special constitution, one's own spiritual root indeed improves somewhat, but generally doesn't exceed the original grade. That's why he said so. That wouldn't raise any suspicion. Lang, roots can grow on their own. This kind of extraordinary thing. Not even his old flames. Fairy Shuyan or blood shadow ancestor would he tell. He plans to take this disciple away after he finishes his business. I see. This child indeed has good potential. The first generation's poison spirit body, plus the anger body awaken every other generation. Any sect would be willing to take this child in. But unfortunately, he followed you. It's a pity he followed you to the Blood Shadow sect, Fairy Shuyan said regretfully. As if it was a great pity that Zhou Tianfeng became a disciple of the Blood Shadow Patriarch. It was indeed a very unfortunate matter. Just the first generation of the poison body has great cultivation potential. His future children and grandchildren will inherit his poison body. Not to mention there's also the rage body. It's worth renting this kid for breeding purposes. Many sects would be very willing. Suddenly, Fairy Shuyan looked at Zhou Tianfeng with burning eyes. This could really work. He's a man. It's a masculine poison spirit, but this can't be rushed. This kid probably hasn't neutralized too many deadly poisons yet. Wait until this kid has neutralized hundreds or even thousands of poisons. Then his offspring's poisonous body will be formidable. Shui Yun Fairy's sudden intense gaze made Zhou Tianfeng feel a bit uneasy. What does this makeshift master want to do? Why is her gaze so aggressive? You said it like that. What's wrong with our Blood Shadow sect? Our Blood Shadow sect has produced immortal transformation level masters. In every generation of our Blood Shadow sect's Blood Shadow Patriarch has been a soul cultivating powerhouse. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said, haha, powerhouse. Only within the borders of the Tianyu dynasty. In a mountain without tigers, a monkey calls itself king. I am the current leader of the Yao Shui Tian Palace, a master at the level of transforming immortal. Several of our elders are at the level of ascended mortal. Several elite direct disciples are at the level of soul cultivator. Fairy Shui Yun smiled and said, moreover, this is just the apparent combat strength of the Yao Shui Tian Palace. There are also several supreme elders in the forbidden area of Yao Shui Tian Palace. They all have the cultivation level of immortals. Furthermore, there is a grand elder of the heroic level, and within the sect, there is a top-level protective formation, the sect's protective aura. You, a mere third-rate sect of Blood Shadow sect, should forget it. Seriously, I must have been blind back then to have considered you guys. If we talk about the foundation of sects, no sect on this planet can compare to Yao Shui Tiangong. The records in Yao Shui Tiangong sect show that there have been at least dozens of predecessors who ascended to the immortal realm. Even in the immortal realm, Yao Shui Tiangong has its own sect. When my disciple grows up, my Shui Ying sect will also become a prestigious sect like your Yao Shui Tiangong. The Blood Shadow ancestor's face turned red with anger. He opened his mouth and said, but his words clearly lacked confidence. In terms of sect heritage, his Blood Shadow sect was far behind the other sects. But as long as his disciple could grow in the future, the top 3 sects of the Tianyu dynasty wouldn't be an issue. Isn't it just immortal transformation? My disciple will certainly be able to demonstrate in the future. Don't I already know how powerful your Blood Shadow sect is? To tell you the truth, even the Heavenly Strategy Lord is nothing in front of our Shang San sect, let alone your insignificant Blood Shadow sect, Shu Yan said. The strength of the main branch of Yao Shui Celestial Palace is incomparable to this small branch on the star. This is just a scattered branch sect. Here, reaching the Tofan level in cultivation qualifies you to become an elder in the palace. But in the ancestral sect, to become an elder, you need at least the Hoxian level in cultivation. Only then can you become an elder. To become the sect leader, at least you need the cultivation of a hero. The Yao Shui Palace of the Tianyu dynasty, the Xuanxing sect of the Dalian dynasty, and the Tianyang sect of the Qinghua dynasty are the true giants on this spiritual star. Are the true overlords of this entire star. Other mortal dynasties have to act according to their wishes. As for the other 2 sects of the Tianyu dynasty, on the surface, they're called the top 3 sects. But in front of Yashui Tianbong, they're just small factions. Of course, except for the top elders and leaders of the 3 sects, no one else knows this. Let's not talk about that. I admit you're strong now. I'll leave this kid to you. Take good care of him. At most, for half a year. I'll come to pick him up. The Blood Shadow ancestor said. According to his estimation, this trip to the capital of the Tianyu dynasty will take at most half a year. He can handle everything by himself. If he can't settle it in 6 months, he will leave. Understood. Do you want me to find a reason for your disciple? Our Yao Shui Tian Palace has quite a few suitable candidates. Highly talented female disciples. Shu Yan Fairy smiled. He said, Master's wife, please accept my bow. Please accept the bow from your disciple. Zhou Tianfeng said nothing more, and knelt down in front of Fairy Shu Yan to bow. Such a good person. This master's wife. I, Zhou Tianfeng, accept her, you bastard. What nonsense are you spouting? Blood Shadow Patriarch's face turned red instantly. He flew over and slapped towards Zhou Tianfeng's head, but the slap was immediately blocked by Fairy Shuyan. Oh, this kid has a sweet mouth. I like you. Calling me Xinyang. That call made me feel so comfortable. Unfortunately, your master doesn't have the guts, nor the skills. Shui Yongxian said with a bright smile. If Xie Feng's cultivation could reach Tofan, there would still be hope for him and me. Otherwise, there would be no future for Xie Feng and me. Wait a minute. It seems there's still some hope. If I put in some effort and trick this kid over, make him my disciple directly, then can you, his master, still run away? I'll take both master and disciple into my Yao Shui Tiangong. This can be done. With such an exceptionally talented disciple, we can manipulate things a bit and secure a top-grade elixir that can help a level 7 soul cultivator break through to level 7 Tofan. By then, as long as Xie Feng takes the elixir, he can elevate his cultivation to Tofan Blood Shadow Patriarch. Xie Feng can immediately change his identity and join their Yao Shui Tiangong, become an elder among the outer sect yes ministers. Then we can stay together forever. It's simply perfect. Thinking of this, Fairy Shuyan felt overjoyed. She happily looked at Zhou Tianfeng. I accept your calling me master's wife. Good child. Follow master's wife from now on. I will never treat you unfairly. Fairy Shuyan looked at Zhou Tianfeng and said happily. Master's wife, I promise. I won't let you down. I will make master change his mind. Zhou Tianfeng immediately flattered her, saying, you little rascal. What do you know? Shuyan, we are hopeless. If I can break through the Tofan realm in the future, then every few years, I'll sneak a look at you. At this moment, Patriarch Zine didn't notice the burning gaze of Fairy Shuyan, but spoke very sadly. Good luck. If you can't rescue your third disciple, just let it go. Don't get too caught up and end up getting yourself into trouble. I know what Juyun map is about too, but if that thing is really opened, with your soul cultivation level, you won't be able to handle it. Shuyan Fairy said. By the way, there's also the matter of the absolute cloud diagram. We can also arrange for the capture of Shui Feng's third disciple by Tian Seijun. The top 3 sects of the Tianyu dynasty all know about it. But regarding the absolute cloud diagram, Shui Feng's current cultivation level might not be able to handle it. But it's okay. There are still several years until the treasure opens. During this period, as long as he can break through to Tofan, he'll have the qualifications to get involved, to help Yao Shui Tiangong get the items from the Jueyan map. Plus, his talented disciple, the two of them shouldn't have any major problems. Seeing Shuyan Fairy's current appearance, Blood Shadow Patriarch suddenly had a bad feeling. He entrusted the fourth disciple to him, not sure if it's good or bad. The reason for keeping this young disciple by his side, and then bringing him to Shuyan, instead of leaving him with the Snowy Mountain Fox clan, is actually for deeper considerations. It didn't matter if the second elder and the little fox went over, but if this young disciple goes over, he is really afraid that the boss will harm Zhou Tianfeng. This matter cannot be ignored. That's the boss's territory over there. His wife is an elder of the Fox clan, and her cultivation isn't much weaker than his. She might even be stronger than him. Neither of them are good people. If they really wanted to harm fourth brother, then fourth brother's cultivation would be powerless to resist, so he had no choice but to bring fourth brother to his confidant. Everyone in this world would harm him, except for Shui Yun, who would never harm him. He felt completely assured leaving this young disciple with Shui Yun. He was absolutely confident. The Blood Shadow Patriarch pulled Zhou Tianfeng aside. With a very solemn expression, he handed a storage ring to Zhou Tianfeng. Good disciple. Within half a year, if you can break through to the foundation establishment stage, then you can open the storage ring. Inside are our Blood Shadow Sect's precious ancient texts. Also, the 100 Poison Immortal Slaying Blade and the Iron Armor Poison Fiend Master. All are left for you by your master. If your master doesn't return after half a year, then you will be the master of the Blood Shadow Sect. But remember, if your senior brother doesn't acknowledge your position and declares himself the Blood Shadow Patriarch, don't confront him directly. Stay quietly by Mistress Shu Yun's side and cultivate. He will protect you. If necessary, you can even take him as your master. After you have mastered your skills, go out and restore my Blood Shadow's reputation. The Blood Shadow ancestor said. Master, what do you mean by this? It sounds like you're saying goodbye forever. Zhou Tianfeng frowned and said. Please, how does that sound? Blood Shadow ancestor sounds like he's entrusting his final wishes. If necessary, you can apprentice yourself to Immortal Water Cloud. He even entrusted so many things to you. Apprentice. It's just a precaution. Rest assured, with my cultivation level, even if I'm no match, no one can catch up if you start running, said the Blood Shadow Patriarch. Master, if it's dangerous, you shouldn't go. Focus on training disciples. Wait for them to grow and enhance the prestige of Blood Shadow, said Zhou Tianfeng. Really? Wouldn't it be better to play with a dog knife? Why must you wander around aimlessly? There are too many things involved in this matter. No matter what, I have to go. Moreover, I need to remind you of something. In the cultivation world, being cautious is a good thing, but excessive caution and carefulness are actually bad things. Blood Shadow Patriarch said, Master, this is what you said before, but the disciple thinks it's better to be careful. Zhou Tianfeng said. Bastard. Patriarch, since I said it, then why don't you write it down? Blood Shadow Patriarch said, but disciple feels that your trip is really dangerous. I can see it. Master, you intend to entrust your orphan, Zhou Tianfeng said. I'm just explaining some things to you, just in case. Xing Laozu said. Forget it, I can't persuade you. So, Master, you can only be careful if you really die. Then rest assured, I will definitely inherit your legacy, and continue to cultivate for hundreds of years. After becoming stronger, I will avenge you. Hey. Shui Feng, take this. This is the Blue Cloud Pearl, a magical artifact I refined after breaking through my cultivation. It's a top-grade artifact for both attack and defense. Take it for your protection. Standing aside, Fairy Shuyan felt increasingly uncomfortable as she listened. Gritting his teeth, he took out a light blue pearl from his bosom and handed it to the Blood Shadow Patriarch. Among the Tian's army, only the 3 fierce stars could surely defeat Bloodwind. The other Beidou 7 stars generals wouldn't stand a chance against Bloodwind one-on-one. But with the magical treasure he gave, even facing the 3 fierce stars, he could hold his own. Surviving wouldn't be an issue. Shuyan, how could I take your stuff? Hurry and take it back. Blood Shadow Ancestor frowned, and said, if it were anyone else, with his character, he would have taken the treasure and run. But he doesn't want Shuyan's stuff. Who said I gave it to you? I'm just lending it to you. Remember to return it to me. Shuyan Fairy said. Things with him just started to look hopeful. How could I let something happen to you, you idiot? Honestly, I have to worry about everything for you. Great aunt, I must owe you from a past life. I don't want to hold it. Don't not hold it. Or I'll whip you 100 times, so you can't even walk. Shuyan Fairy's face changed. She drew her blood-red whip, saying, I'm just borrowing it. In the future, I'll definitely find something even better to give you. Seeing the water cloud fairy angry, the Blood Shadow Patriarch immediately backed down. Zhou Tianfeng stood by, stifling his laughter, not daring to speak. Alright. Being afraid of one's wife is the same in any world. After the two flaunted their affection in front of Zhou Tianfeng, Blood Shadow Patriarch reluctantly departed. Master's wife, don't worry. The master is always cautious. This time, nothing will go wrong. Zhou Tianfeng approached Shuyan Fairy. He started speaking, Husband, for safety's sake, for the next 6 months, you should go to Yashui Palace with Shimu. Shuyan Fairy turned her head, smiled and said, I'll leave everything to Xinyang. Zhou Tianfeng nodded and said, of course, we should go wherever is safe. To be on the safe side, so others won't suspect. Next, you need to pretend to be the master's new direct disciple. No problem, right? Water Fairy squinted at Zhou Tianfeng and said, just now, Xie Feng said, at a critical moment, this kid can take him as a master, so I won't be polite. After all, what's yours is mine, Xie Feng, and what's mine is still mine. Ha, don't worry, madam. In the presence of outsiders, I will call you master. When there are no outsiders, I will still call you mistress. Zhou Tianfeng immediately spoke. That is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, as a disciple of the Blood Shadow sect, follow you, elder, to the Yao Shui Palace. Let people know about you and my master. Then know that I'm a disciple of the Blood Shadow sect. Wouldn't I be blown to bits in no time? Besides, acknowledging you as my master. Anyway, my master has already agreed and instructed it. I don't have any psychological burden. In short, one sentence. If I sweet talk a bit, I will definitely gain benefits. That's right. You're quite a smooth talker. You remind me of Xie Feng back then. Come, hold on to mistress's waist. Mistress will take you back to the sect. Shuyan Fairy nodded with great satisfaction. She spoke. Obviously, Zhou Tianfeng's words pleased Shuyan Fairy greatly. Initially, she was wondering if this kid wouldn't agree, how she could persuade him. Unexpectedly, he agreed so quickly. Master's wife, I apologize for my offense. Zhou Tianfeng, not pretentious at all. He came to Shui Yongxian, and hugged his master's delicate willow waist. I have to say, this master's figure is really good. This little demon is amazing. The cultivation world is very friendly to women. However, playing is playing. Messing around is messing around. Zhou Tianfeng still didn't dare to cross any lines and take advantage of this master's wife. He properly placed his hands on her waist. Fairy Shui Yunyun smiled with satisfaction. Using her sword, she took Zhou Tianfeng straight up into the clouds. If this kid had shown the slightest disrespect just now, what awaited him would have been her thunderous wrath. Fairy Shui Yunyun's sword flight. Flying with the Blood Shadow Patriarch felt completely different. At 1,000 meters high, Fairy Shuyan stood on a verdant flying sword, taking Zhou Tianfeng on a journey through the mountains and rivers. Below were lush green fields, blue lakes, and verdant mountains, painting a picturesque landscape. Flying with a sword, Zhou Tianfeng experienced this cultivation world for the first time. The scenery here is nearly perfect. Oh my. Cultivating should look cooler. No. Once I achieve success in my training, I too want to fly on a sword. I can't be like Blood Shadow Ancestor. Wherever you go, a dark wind follows. What's the matter, Shavang? Do you want to learn sword control? Fairy Shuyan asked. Yes. Master's wife, I do want to learn the art of sword control. Can you teach me? Zhou Tianfeng nodded earnestly, saying hee. Just because you called me Xinyang, I can't not teach you. Sword control technique is just a minor skill. When your cultivation reaches the foundation establishment stage, I, Xinyang, will personally forge a fine flying sword for you, then teach you the sword control mantra. Shuyan Fairy smiled. Speaking of Blood Peak. Your Blood Shadow sect finally has a disciple with good taste. At last, a normal sense of aesthetics. That eerie wind transformation. With countless ghost shadows. How can it compare to the elegance of flying with a sword? When ordinary people see a cultivator flying with a sword, they call them an immortal. Seeing your flying style would scare people away from a distance. Disciple thanks you, mistress. Mistress, can I draw a sketch? And have you craft an exceptional flying sword based on it? Zhou Tianfeng asked. Please. I have a lot of cool flying sword designs from movies and anime adaptations in my head. I want to bring them all to life. That's easy. Just draw the sketches and give them to your master's wife, said the water cloud fairy. Thank you, master's wife. You're beautiful and kind-hearted. You're practically a celestial being, Zhou Tianfeng said. Hee. You have such a sweet tongue. Did you learn that from your master? That old guy never teaches anything good, Shuyan Fairy said. Master only taught me cultivation. He didn't teach me to say these things. These are my heartfelt words. I've grown up. Among all the women I've seen, master's wife, you're the most beautiful, Zhou Tianfeng said. Hee. No woman would be unhappy hearing she is beautiful, no matter how old she is. It makes no difference. Ha ha. Such a talker. Your master must have taught you this. Your flying sword will be entrusted to me. I will definitely refine a top-grade flying sword for you, Fairy Shuyan said with a smile. I'll leave everything to you, master's wife, Zhou Tianfeng said. Flying with swords all the way, relying on various humorous jokes from before his time travel. Zhou Tianfeng made the senior sister laugh endlessly. Her face was full of smiles. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. After flying for nearly an hour, the two gradually arrived at the peak of a mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. This was the location of the Yashui Tianzong sect. From the outside, this is a peak that pierces the sky. From the summit downwards, it's shrouded by a pale blue, oval-shaped transparent barrier. If you're not very close, you won't notice it at all. This is precisely the Yaoshui Heavenly Palace's protective formation, the Yaoshui Absolute Cloud Formation. We've arrived. This is where the Yaoshui Heavenly Palace sect is located. Listen to everything the mistress says later. Follow my lead. Speak less. Understood? When we get there, call me master. Make sure not to get it wrong, Shuyan Fairy said. Don't worry, mistress. I understand, Zhou Tianfeng said. Fairy Shuyan nodded upon hearing this, and led Zhou Tianfeng through the blue barrier. After passing through the barrier, what greeted Zhou Tianfeng's eyes was a true fairyland. Countless cranes flew past their feet. And in the distance, 9 towering peaks pierced the clouds. The sky and earth blended into one. In the sea of clouds, it seems like dragons are roaring in Beichuan, and immortals are riding jade phoenixes. The mountains are filled with vibrant greenery. Countless ancient trees thrive and grow. A giant waterfall cascades down from the highest peak, forming a beautiful rainbow in the mountains. Getting closer, Zhou Tianfeng also sees numerous pavilions and towers on the mountainside and at the summit. Zhou Tianfeng also saw countless beautiful women in gorgeous work clothes, using various magical treasures flying past this place. Truly an immortal paradise, it must be said. After seeing the residents of such a prestigious sect like Yashui Tiandong, Zhou Tianfeng was jealous. Jealous to the core. Compared to this, the Blood Shadow sect. The difference is like comparing a super luxurious metropolis to a small rural house. Master, I suspect you're playing with me. Didn't you say our Blood Shadow sect's foundation isn't much worse than the top 3 sects? Why does it seem like the gap is huge? Just their sect's residence already outshines our Blood Shadow sect by miles. Isn't it beautiful? If we're talking about beautiful scenery, our remote water heavenly palace has 5 wonders. They are the Sea of Clouds, Flying Waterfall, Singing Springs, 9 Heavens Peak, and the heavenly light spectacle that appears only at night. These are the 5 wonders of our sect, the Water Cloud Fairy said. Master's wife, this place truly is a paradise on earth. Zhou Tianfeng looked at the beautiful scenery around him, and nodded. He said, Master, is it still possible for me to change to another sect now? I have to say, after seeing the grandeur of the Yashui Tiangong sect, Zhou Tianfeng had thoughts of defecting. Wait, no. How can this be called defecting? This person is still my master's wife after all. Seeking refuge with my master's wife is completely reasonable. Desire and envy. I just want to lie down. Unfortunately, I can only stay here for 6 months. After 6 months, I have to wander the world with my cheap master. Shuyan Fairy didn't know what Zhou Tianfeng was thinking at this moment. If he knew, he would definitely be all for it. Because his original goal was to bring the master and disciple over together. His thoughts now are different from when he was young. When he was young, he wanted Xie Feng to elope with him. But in the end, due to various reasons within the sect, she chose to stay in the sect. Afterwards, she only occasionally secretly met with Xie Feng a few times. But since Xie Feng became the new Blood Shadow Patriarch, they basically haven't seen each other much. In the end, they didn't see each other for over 200 years. But now they are both over 500 years old. Shuyan has come to terms with it. Xie Feng, your so-called Blood Shadow Trace. What the hell are you still running? Just wait for me to take you over. I'll start with recruiting your disciple first. Fairy Shuyan appeared, and flew with Zhou Tianfeng to the third peak from the left. Did you see that? This is your master's Yulin Peak. Everything up there is decided by me, your master. Shuyan Fairy said proudly. Xinjiang is really amazing. Xinjiang, you are an elder of the Yashui Heavenly Palace. Can every elder independently manage a mountain peak? Zhou Tianfeng asked. Of course not. In our Yashui Heavenly Palace, to independently manage a peak and become the master of a peak, it's not that simple. Manage your own disciples. First, you must be a disciple taught by this peak. Otherwise, unless this line is completely cut off, other peaks wanting to take over is basically impossible. Secondly, in terms of aptitude, you must be the best among your peers in cultivation, at least at the late stage of transcendence. Only then can you become the leader of a peak. Other sect members at the soul refinement transcendence stage can only serve as ordinary elders under you. The third condition is that the previous Wind Master intends to pass the position to you. Meet these three conditions, and you can become the Wind Master. In our lineage, there is only my martial uncle and my master serving as supreme elders. But they rarely manage affairs. They've been in seclusion for years. My fellow sisters, they are all soul cultivating cultivators, can only be ordinary elders. So the position of the sect leader fell to your master wife. The term of office for the sect leader is 500 years. Your master wife has just been the sect leader for a few decades, barring any accidents. In the next 500 years, I'm your teacher's wife and the spokesperson here, said Shuyan Fairy. Among the disciples of their generation, he is the best in both aptitude and cultivation. His spiritual root is the best grade, and because of the sect's care, he is also a Tao Foundation cultivator. He has only been cultivating for over 300 years. He broke through to the Tofan level, and spent another 100 years training, reaching the late Tofan stage. Only then could he take on the role of a domain lord. In the future, he can easily achieve the immortal level. Master's wife, how are disciples of Yashui Tiandong classified? Zhou Tianfeng asked. From top to bottom, the hierarchy is Grand Master, Wind Master, Grand Elder, Elder, Guest Elder, Personal Disciples, Elite Disciples, Inner Disciples, Outer Disciples, and Servant Disciples. However, generally speaking, although the Grand Elders are ranked below the Grand Master and Wind Master, their words must be heeded by both the Grand Master and Wind Master. Fairy Shuyan began to speak. May I ask, Mistress, how many disciples are there in your Yao Shui Tian Palace? Zhou Tianfeng asked. Let me think. We have 9 sects in Yao Mountain. 7 of them have leaders, but the number of disciples varies. Our sect has a medium number. We have over 500 disciples. Other sects have as many as 1,000 disciples, and the fewest is just over 100. So, according to the gatekeeper, there are about 5 or 6,000. Shuyan Fairy said. Good grief. Our mighty Blood Shadow sect has only 200 outer disciples, and 4 direct disciples. The difference is just too big. There are 2 more envelope owners. Are they vacant? Or has the lineage been broken? Zhou Tianfeng asked. What are you thinking? Our Yashui Palace is very powerful. The entire sect has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Not a single lineage has ever been broken. Those 2 peaks are used for the training of disciples. They are planted with a large amount of spiritual herbs and medicines. There are also some low-level demonic and spiritual beasts raised there. Some disciples usually go there to train. They pick herbs to make elixirs or hunt demonic beasts. They tame spiritual beasts. We elders also occasionally go there to check on things. The herbs are running low. Just go and scatter some seeds. Plant some spiritual herbs. Then close off this area for decades or even 100 years. Let the spiritual herbs grow well. Then let the disciples come to train. To harvest, the same goes for the demon beasts. Sometimes we'll capture low-level ultimate demon beasts and release them there. Both peaks are planted with spiritual herbs, but one peak raises demonic beasts, and the other raises spirit beasts. Both are protected by powerful barriers. You need an elder's token to unlock them, said Fairy Shuyan. Is there a difference between demonic beasts and spirit beasts? Asked Zhou Tianfeng. Monsters are cruel, bloodthirsty and basically without any intelligence. Spiritual beasts generally have high intelligence, and they are not as hostile. They are also more docile, said Fairy Shuyan. Wow, outer disciples of the Blood Shadow sect have to go into deep mountains to capture monsters. But you guys are lucky. Direct batch breeding. Also planted spiritual herbs on 2 mountains, specifically for disciples to pick. Damn, they really are filthy rich. Zhou Tianfeng wanted to ask something, but there was no time. Shui Yun Fairy had already brought him to the destination. After a flash of light and shadow, Shui Yun Fairy brought Zhou Tianfeng down to a wide plaza, where hundreds of well-dressed female disciples in bright uniforms were present. Upon seeing Shui Yun Fairy, they all bowed slightly, and then collectively looked at Zhou Tianfeng with curiosity. Their gazes were like looking at a national treasure, a giant panda, making Zhou Tianfeng feel very uncomfortable. Master, who is this gentleman? As soon as the two landed, a female disciple ran over and asked, "Your master, my newly accepted personal disciple," Fairy Shuyan said. Once these words were spoken, all the female disciples collectively lost their composure, with their mouths agape, looking at Zhou Tianfeng in shock. A group of female disciples gathered together and started chattering about Zhou Tianfeng, the master's newly accepted personal disciple. Is it true? Isn't our sect forbidden from recruiting male disciples? It's not that we can't recruit them. There are just some conditions. What conditions? So, he must be the legendary. If he truly is a male disciple, and a personal disciple at that, then it must be true. Amazing, so envious. As soon as he arrived on the mountain, he could become a direct disciple, surrounded by a group of female disciples. Moreover, these beauties have top-notch looks, figures, and temperament. They're all exceptional. This made Zhou Tianfeng a little bit nervous at the moment. But why are they looking at us so strangely? It seems very intense. Ah. Junior brother, where are you from? A round-faced beauty boldly approached Zhou Tianfeng. She asked. I am from Dalong village in the northwest province of the Tianyu dynasty. Zhou Tianfeng replied very politely. Actually, I'm from the Milky Way galaxy, solar system, Earth, and I'm Chinese. My ancestral home is Jiangsu. But even if I told you, you wouldn't know, right? Dalong village. Why does that name sound a bit familiar? Another woman in blue spoke up. I remember now. The place where the plague broke out 2 years ago. It is said that it started from Dalong village. It is said that all the villagers there are dead. A petite beauty with a ponytail raised her hand and said. But as soon as she finished speaking, another tall beauty hit her on the back of her head. It really hurts. Senior sister Linglong, why did you hit me? The girl with the ponytail spoke very aggrievedly. Idiot. Chang Luan, since you know there was a plague over there, then you should know. That little junior brother's family all died. How can you bring that up? Isn't that rubbing salt in his wounds? Linglong said. Ah, I'm sorry, junior brother. The girl with the ponytail heard this, immediately ran to Zhou Tianfeng's side, and apologized. It's okay, it's okay. It's all in the past. I don't mind. Zhou Tianfeng said. Junior brother, how did you become an apprentice? Junior brother, how old are you? Junior brother, what kind of women do you like? Junior brother, are you married? Silly girl. He just said. Junior brother's family all died of the plague. Even if he was married, they're all dead. So you're currently widowed. A beauty with an oval face and phoenix eyes looked at Zhou Tianfeng with a smile, and said, Anyway, being widowed just means you're unmarried, right? Zhou Tianfeng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and quietly stepped back a little, wanting to distance himself from this group of crazy girls. These women have some issues with their thinking. They care about slightly unusual things. Alright, a bunch of silly girls. I know what you're thinking. Go back to your rooms and practice. This isn't your concern. Go and practice properly. If you don't go back to practice, I'll have your master give you a good lesson. In the end, it was the master's wife who unleashed her aura and scared away these girls. However, Zhou Tianfeng was more concerned about what she said afterwards. This matter is not up to you. I was a bit scared and excited, so. What exactly is going on? A group of young girls saw their master get angry and immediately scattered like birds and beasts. But before leaving, they all looked at Zhou Tianfeng with great enthusiasm. It made Zhou Tianfeng feel uneasy. Master's wife, I'm really afraid they might do something to me. I always have a creepy feeling. After dispersing all the overly enthusiastic female disciples, Shui Yongshanzi then brought Zhou Tianfeng to a grand hall. Those crazy girls just scared you, didn't they? Don't be afraid. They rarely see a male disciple come over. They got a bit excited. Shui Yongshanzi seemed to notice Zhou Tianfeng's nervousness, so she said, Xinyang, I dare to ask, are there no male disciples in the remote water heavenly palace? What do you mean? Zhou Tianfeng asked. Why are these senior sisters so enthusiastic about you? Is that so? Immortal Shuyan looked at Zhou Tianfeng with a smile, and asked, Xinyang, what exactly is going on here? Zhou Tianfeng asked. Haha, how should I put it? Normally, our Yao Shui Tiangong absolutely does not accept male disciples. Even if the person has a top-grade Lin Zhen, it's no exception. They are all turned away. This is a rule set by the founder of our sect. However, the founder also stipulated that under certain special conditions, our Yashui Tiangong can make an exception to accept male disciples. And once they join the sect, they can immediately attain the status of direct disciples. Fairy Shuyan smiled and said, What is the condition, master's wife? Zhou Tianfeng said, Good grief. So you're saying, This place is actually a kingdom of women, a sect entirely made up of women. If they were to admit a male disciple, people from all over the world would fight to get in. Who wouldn't want to stay in a kingdom of women? To become a male disciple of Yao Shui Heavenly Palace, there's only one condition, which is the special cultivation system of the first generation. It cannot be a weakened version that awaken in later generations. Only such unparalleled talents can directly join Yao Shui Heavenly Palace and become a personally taught male disciple of our sect. Fairy Shuyan looked at Zhou Tianfeng with great interest and said, "You brat, you perfectly meet this condition. There's no way to run. I just happen to meet these conditions perfectly. But the requirements for recruiting male disciples are extremely harsh. They must be first-generation innate special physique cultivators. They are truly peerless geniuses." The founder of this sect had great insight. He understood flexibility, as long as such disciples are recruited into the sect. So your rise in the future is inevitable. Now you know why those girls are so enthusiastic about you, right? As soon as you joined the sect, you became the highest-ranking personal disciple. You also have the legendary special constitution. In the future, you can even achieve a heavenly foundation. Your prospects are limitless. It's natural they're very envious of you. Everyone wants to be your partner. Fairy Shuyan said, "The first generation of innate special physique can give birth to acquired special physiques, and it's a 100% chance. Although those girls don't know what kind of physique Zhou Tianfeng has yet, that doesn't stop them from taking the initiative. As long as it's an innate special cultivation physique, then there are no weak ones. The disciple's cultivation is still shallow. These things are not considered for now." Zhou Tianfeng said, "I was wondering why you were so enthusiastic. Those with special constitutions are naturally prodigies. They can also pass it on to their descendants. Moreover, they have the status of personal disciples. It is indeed very attractive. Rich kid, we still have something to do now. If you want to become a disciple of Nanking sect in my faction, you still need to visit the sect leader with me, to check if your special constitution is the first generation innate poison spirit body. So to prevent others from noticing any flaws, you need to switch to practicing the hard technique of my Yashui Tiangong. But don't worry, the technique I teach directly leads to the pinnacle of immortality. It's far superior to that blood shadow technique of yours." Fairy Shuyan said, "Let's have you practice our sect's technique first. As for that blood shadow sect technique of yours, forget about it. At best, it only reaches the level of a metamorphosis immortal. No need to practice." Zhou Tianfeng, "Why do I feel like this mistress really wants me to join Yao Shui Heavenly Palace? She even wants me to practice your sect's scriptures. But if they are really better than the blood shadow hard technique, then Zhou Tianfeng is quite willing." "Disciple obeys," said Zhou Tianfeng. Zhou Tianfeng finally figured it out. This mistress seems to plan on taking her master's place. This definitely means she wants to take me in herself. But if you do this, it means you'll be breaking ties with your master. Originally, Zhou Tianfeng thought he would refuse his mistress, but after thinking it over, still agreed to the proposal of changing the cultivation method for my master's wife. There are 3 reasons. First, as my master's wife said, the highest level of the blood shadow cultivation method is only at the level of transforming into an immortal. But my goal is to become an immortal. Therefore, the cultivation method of Yao Shui Qiangong, which can point the way to becoming an immortal, is what I truly need. Moreover, practicing the Yao Shui Tiangong technique will allow my future poison blade to function normally, without any conflicts. Secondly, for now, I am dependent on others. So, when under someone's roof, one has to bow their head. Although, on the surface, I have a very good relationship with this master's wife. Women are fickle. If he accidentally said something that angered this mistress, life would definitely be hard. As for the third point, it was that Zhou Tianfeng could tell both the master and mistress had deep feelings for each other. This mistress would absolutely not take the master's disciple without reason. She must have deeper considerations and plans. Alright, you just need to agree. I will now teach you our sect's technique. The Yayu art is the core cultivation technique of our sect. From the outer disciples, to the sect leader and the grand elders, all practice this technique. This technique can provide you with a solid foundation, and all the spells of our sect. Various sword techniques can only be performed based on this method. You must practice diligently. Fairy Shuyan said. The plan is going smoother than expected. This kid didn't show any resistance or reluctance. He agreed to my request immediately, when master's wife taught me the method. Now I have become the master. This mistress is indeed trying to undermine the master. However, Zhou Tianfeng still respectfully calls Shuyan mistress, and does not use the term master. Certain boundaries must still be respected. But, Fairy Shuyan did not mind some minor details from Zhou Tianfeng. She immediately taught Zhou Tianfeng the cultivation methods for the body refining, qi condensation, and foundation establishment stages of the Yao Shui Heavenly Palace. These are the first 3 levels of our sect's techniques. How much did you memorize? Fairy Shuyan asked. Reporting to you, master's wife. I have memorized everything. Zhou Tianfeng replied. All memorized? Then recite it for me. Fairy Shuyan frowned. He began to speak, only heard it once and remembered. Really? Back then, It took him more than half a month to memorize all these mental techniques and formulas. Dantian energy is abundant, moving through the Ren and Du meridians. Energy flows through the entire body, circulating smoothly. The body is relaxed, spirit reaching the heavenly heart. Enter the Mud Pill Palace. Descend to the Qi cavity. Zhou Tianfeng began reciting word for word the first 3 levels of the Yao Shui Heavenly Palace technique taught by his master's wife. Just kidding. My memory is super good right now. Get to know the power of the human brain. Not bad at all. This bottle of elixir is for your cultivation. It's called Lingyu Dan. It can increase the spiritual energy in your body. You have 1 month. During this month, you must convert all your true essence. Then heaven will assist you, said Fairy Shuyang. It's not that he doesn't want to give Zhou Tianfeng more time, but accepting a male personal disciple must be reported to the headmaster. If he takes Zhou Tianfeng there now, then the headmaster's senior sister will surely recognize the blood shadow heart method within Zhou Tianfeng, so he can buy a month of time by publicly announcing he has taken a new male personal disciple, while he is undergoing seclusion for Foundation establishment. This way, at least a month can be hidden, and during this month, Zhou Tianfeng will break through. Rest assured, Xinyang, within a month, I will definitely break through the Foundation establishment stage, Zhou Tianfeng said. Fairy Shuyan nodded with great satisfaction. Then he brought Zhou Tianfeng to a quiet room. This is where he would seclude himself for a month to cultivate. Time flew by in an instant. The month passed quickly. During this time, Zhou Tianfeng successfully replaced his blood shadow technique with the Yao Jade technique. This night was significant for Zhou Tianfeng. It was of great importance. Today is the last day of the month-long period. Zhou Tianfeng wants to make a decisive effort to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. Once he succeeds, he will be a true Heaven Dao Foundation establishment cultivator, truly becoming a peerless talent in this world. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Tianfeng then sits cross-legged on the bed. He circulates his inner energy with determination. He begins to crazily absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His eyes are tightly shut. The true essence in his body starts circulating rapidly. I have to say, in terms of spiritual energy concentration, Yashuishengong's territory is far richer than Zuexuangzong, at least several times more abundant. In this 1 month, Zhou Tianfeng's cultivation speed and his speed of absorbing spiritual energy are several times that of Shui Yingzong. In his Dantian, the already full sea of qi, under the baptism of this powerful spiritual energy, actually trembled slightly. It is at this moment, Zhou Tianfeng immediately took out the Lingyu pill given by Shuyun Fairy and swallowed it in 1 gulp. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth. A vast spiritual energy began to wash over Zhou Tianfeng's body, stimulating his cells. Zhou Tianfeng felt his whole body trembling. Every cell was sublimating. His body was cheering with joy. If my body was passively receiving and adapting to the power of spiritual energy before, then this time, my body has truly become the favorite of spiritual energy. It's time. Zhou Tianfeng's heart sank. He cleared all distractions from his mind, and began to officially break through to the Foundation establishment stage. In the next moment, the true energy within Zhou Tianfeng was like a vast ocean. The immense true energy surged like tides, rushing towards his sea of energy. Rumble. Upon contact, a deafening roar immediately erupted within a sea of energy. However, his sea of energy, Zhou Tianfeng began again, continuously operating. The true energy within his body repeatedly clashes with his sea of qi. Zhou Tianfeng's body surface begins to show strange changes. His body gradually emits a faint glow. His body is undergoing a massive transformation. Time passes second by second. Zhou Tianfeng's sweat seeps from his forehead, drenching his clothes. Finally, at a certain moment, boom. With Zhou Tianfeng at the center, a huge light nearly tens of meters in size burst out, shooting straight into the sky. All the surrounding trees and flowers trembled rapidly at this moment. Zhou Tianfeng's entire body shot up, emanating a dazzling gold and red light from head to toe. Illuminated the entire Magnolia Peak's night sky. Zhou Tianfeng appeared like a blazing sun, radiant and dazzling. This is a celestial phenomenon. It really is a celestial phenomenon. How is this possible? Fairy Shuyan looked at Zhou Tianfeng in the sky, exclaiming in astonishment. And such a terrifying phenomenon naturally alarmed many people. Countless sword lights were swarming in. Fairy Shuyan looked at the few sword lights flying from afar, and her expression changed. This kid caused too much commotion. The headmaster and the other wind masters, hearing this commotion, are definitely rushing over quickly. However, this kid is impressive. Heavenly Dao assisting Ji is understandable. After all, this kid himself is a poison spirit body, and a high-grade one at that, almost reaching the supreme grade spirit root. Heavenly Dao assisting Ji's conditions are all met, but to trigger such a terrifying anomaly, this was something he never expected. To create such a terrifying phenomenon, it requires one of the top-tier special cultivation physiques. Only when aided by the way of heaven can it occur. Among all special physiques, the poison spirit physique is only considered moderate. It falls short compared to those top-tier heavenly physiques. This kid shouldn't be able to rely on the poison spirit physique to trigger such terror. It should be a different anomaly. Could it be? The Sky Fury battle body? But that doesn't make sense. Bloodwind? That bastard clearly told me before. It was just a rage body awakening from a skip generation inheritance. Definitely not the first generation Sky Fury battle body. Something as terrifying as the Sky Fury battle body. He shouldn't be mistaken. But if it's not the Heavenly Wrath battle body, then it would be even stranger. What kind of constitution could cause such terrifying celestial phenomena? His entire being is like a small sun, emitting such dazzling radiance. While Fairy Shuyan was pondering Zhou Tianfeng, several sword lights appeared beside him, descended. These are 6 women dressed in different styles. The leader is wearing a green long dress and a phoenix crown, with a purple-red work uniform. She has an oval face, almond eyes, and willow brows, with a fire cloud pattern on her forehead. In terms of appearance, this woman is even more beautiful than Shui Yongxian by threefold. Shui Yun has a gentle kind of beauty, while this woman exudes a fiery, captivating charm. She is the leader of this generation of Yao Shui Tiangong, Yao Tianfeng. Her cultivation has reached the immortal level, with an exceptional spiritual root and an innate fire spirit body. In terms of talent and cultivation, she surpasses Shui Yongxian. Ming entered the sect decades later than Shuyan, but his cultivation far surpasses all his peers. He is truly an unparalleled prodigy. Even several supreme elders are not as accomplished as he is. It is said that he is about to break through to the transcendence realm. The other 5 are Tianling Peaksling, Yue Pavilions Yue, Fiba Peaksing, Yunyi Peakslang Zainu, Kexia Peaks Yunzong, and Tianbi Peaks Shaoenki, all at the detachment realm. Decades ago, Yao Shui Tiangong, including its leader, the Lord of Qifeng, all were rotated out. So this generation, they are all peers. The age difference is no more than 100 years. Senior sisters and junior sisters. Junior sisters, junior sisters, senior sisters. After a few fell behind, he glanced at Zhou Tianfeng in the sky, then turned their eyes towards Fairy Shuyan. Greetings, sect leader, and fellow senior and junior sisters. Fairy Shuyan said to them. Whirlwind, it's truly not my fault. They came too quickly. Senior sister, what's going on? What caused such a big commotion here? Luckily, we have the sect's protective array. Otherwise, people dozens of miles away could see it. Yan Yifeng, Feng Master Lying Zainu said. Shuyan, you better give us a proper explanation. Tianling Peaks Yue Pavilion said. This is serious. Amazing, senior sister. Where did you find this treasure? I'm so jealous of you. How about giving it to me? I don't even have a decent disciple. The headmaster said, eyes gleaming. Get lost. You're still the headmaster? You look a bit like the head of the sect. Shuyan said with a snort. Sister is biased towards you. She doesn't dote on her little sister like she used to. Minjian often acted coquettishly as she spoke. You're hundreds of years old. Stop fooling around. Fairy Shuyan said helplessly. Among all the sisters, she has the best relationship with Shuyan, so they often joke with each other. Junior sister, where did you find this disciple? With such great aptitude, they can even trigger a celestial phenomenon. Only the highest cultivation physiques can cause this phenomenon, said Yun Naohong, master of Kexia Peak. It was a surprise discovery during my trip this time. I originally thought he had a poison-neutralizing body, said Fairy Shuyan. My surprise is no less than yours. Who could have imagined that this kid could trigger such a terrifying natural phenomenon and bring all of you here together? This was reported by senior sister and me. She said she took in a disciple with a special cultivation physique this time. It's the legendary first generation of poison spirit body, and also possesses a superior spiritual root. Only then could our sect make an exception to accept you. But it seems you are hiding something about this matter. Ming Yan's eyes rolled slightly. He looked at Shui Yun with a half-smile. He began to speak. The poison spirit body can't cause such a terrifying phenomenon. To trigger such a phenomenon, it must be the celestial battle physique or the heavenly wrath physique, the innate martial spirit physique, the innate Tao physique, the legendary immortal root, or the chaos physique. To cause such a celestial phenomenon, the poison transformation physique, could never create such a terrifying celestial phenomenon. Maybe I was wrong, said Fairy Shuyan. It must be that bastard Xie Feng who was wrong. To hell with your poison transformation physique. If the poison transformation physique had such terrifying power, I'd take your surname. Isn't this great? Our Yao Shui Heavenly Palace after thousands of years. Finally, we have another male disciple. Yes, male disciple Shishi. We will take good care of him. Ha, good. Let's all pamper him together. From now on, he'll be the big baby of our Yao Shui Tiangong. This boy does look quite manly. Get lost. Shameless. You're all hundreds of years old. Are you still thinking of hitting on my young apprentice? You're his martial uncles, martial aunts. Fairy Shuyan scolded. She knew too well the character of these martial sisters. They always presented an image of utmost dignity and grace in front of disciples and outsiders. But actually, they're all gossiping to death. When they were young, their favorite topic was discussing which sect had the most outstanding heroes and incredibly handsome men. When they get crazy, it's really terrifying. Come on. The youngest of you is at least 400 years old. Looking at my young disciple with such wolfish eyes, do you have any decency? As the saying goes, a woman over 3,000 years old is ranked among the immortals. Ha ha ha. Nonsense, you're not even 3,000 years old. Alright. Everyone, be more ladylike. Don't let this boy see, or he'll get scared. He's waking up. A famous saying goes, as soon as the leader speaks, suddenly, a group of gossiping ladies turn back into their extremely aloof selves. Each one looks like an ice beauty, and Zhou Tianfeng finishes his cultivation, slowly descending from the sky. Hey. Good disciple, come and meet your martial uncles and aunts. Fairy Shuyang lightly coughed, and started speaking. Zhou Tianfeng finished his work and descended from the sky. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw 7 great beauties, each with their own unique charm, like spring orchids, autumn chrysanthemums, crab apples, and roses, including his master's wife. The 7 beauties stood together, forming an incredibly beautiful scene. These girls are all extremely aloof, like ice princesses, but one of them, wearing red and purple overalls, with a flame pattern on her head, gave Zhou Tianfeng a feeling like a rose blooming in the fire. This girl is quite attractive. Curves where there should be curves, and lifts where there should be lifts, and this outfit looks really great. Wait. This is not the time to think about this. Damn, what's happening to me now? Why is my whole body glowing? And why are there so many beautiful girls here? Zhou Tianfeng only realized now that his whole body seemed to be emitting a purplish red light. He was like a small human-shaped sun. When he was just starting to cultivate, Zhou Tianfeng knew he had established his heavenly Tao foundation, and his body seemed to have undergone some miraculous changes. But he hadn't had time to examine it carefully. What exactly was going on? It seemed like the mistress asked him to pay respects to the senior uncles. The high-ranking members of Yao Shui Tiangong were here. I must not reveal any flaws. Disciple Zhou Tianfeng greets you. I greet my master and all uncles and elders. Zhou Tianfeng did not neglect etiquette. He quickly adjusted his mindset. Then he knelt on the ground and said, formalities must be observed, especially in front of these people. He must call the mistress master instead. This was agreed upon by the 2 of them earlier. Sect leader, this kid was just secretly sizing you up, said Xiao Yongqi, the leader of Tianbi Peak, via sound transmission. I saw it too. This kid's eyes were wandering all over the sect leader, said Lin Xinyu, the leader of Yunyi Peak, via sound transmission. Does he like the sect leader type? Ha ha. I told you, our sect leader is incredibly charming. Outwardly maintaining a cool demeanor, the women started chatting again. Of course, Zhou Tianfeng couldn't hear these words, because they were using secret sound transmission. Only those with soul cultivation above a certain level can use it. Good disciple, let me introduce you. These are your elders. This is the headmaster, Ming Yansing. This is Fairy Shuyang. He introduced the other Wen masters to Zhou Tianfeng one by one. Zhou Tianfeng dared not be negligent. He stepped forward to greet each of them. Your name is Zhou Tianfeng. Then we'll call you Zhou Feng from now on. The current leader of the Yashui Tiandong, Ming Yanqing, spoke up. Don't be too strict. If you scare him, he is our little darling in the future. Be a bit gentler. Tianling Feng, the master of Yue Pavilion, transmitted. Got it? Could you let me maintain a bit of the leader's dignity? There's a famous saying. First, ask about his special constitution. A poison-neutralizing body shouldn't be this powerful. Right. First, ask about his constitution. Let's figure out exactly what kind of special constitution he has. But his whole body is glowing with golden red light. It's quite beautiful. Tell him to stop using this magic. Yellow Eyes understood. Ming Yan conveyed through voice transmission. Disciple pays respects to master uncle. Zhou Tianfeng said. Mian Li, get up and speak. Zhou Tianfeng rose upon hearing the words. Ming Yan rarely approached Zhou Tianfeng. She placed her delicate jade hand on Zhou Tianfeng's pulse. An incredibly powerful, flame-like true essence entered Zhou Tianfeng's body. It began to roam through the meridians of his limbs and body. The cells in Zhou Tianfeng, just stimulated, were calmed by this energy. The originally dazzling golden light around Zhou Tianfeng gradually faded away. Senior sister, how could you see this wrong? This kid clearly has an excellent spiritual root. Doesn't he? How did you call it a high-grade spiritual root? Ming Yan transmitted his voice to Fairy Shuyang. He just checked Zhou Tianfeng's internal condition and helped him suppress the anomaly within his body. But he also found out that this kid has an excellent spiritual root. It's not the top-grade spiritual root Shuyang mentioned before. Fairy Shuyang was instantly dumbfounded upon hearing this. Supreme spiritual root? How is that possible? Just a moment ago, he had probed this kid's background. Although it's much stronger than a top-grade spiritual root, it hasn't reached the level of a supreme spiritual root. Shui Yun Fairy frowned as she approached Zhou Tianfeng, and placed her hand on Zhou Tianfeng's pulse. She began to examine Zhou Tianfeng's spiritual roots. After a moment, Shui Yun Fairy's expression changed. It really is a supreme spiritual root. Strange. Why, when I checked over a month ago, This kid still has a high-grade spiritual root. Although it's an extremely strong high-grade spiritual root, it's definitely not at the supreme grade level. What is going on here? In an instant, Fairy Shuyan understood. Xie Feng, that bastard, must be hiding something from him. Zaifeng, you're dead. When we get back, the old matriarch will definitely punish you. I felt a bit guilty about taking your disciple before, but now I have every right to take him. Thinking about the various actions of the Blood Shadow Patriarch, Fairy Shuyan immediately realized, no wonder you think this kid can turn things around. If it's just an ordinary toxic spirit body and top-grade spiritual root, at most, they could be in the limelight for a while, but wanting to surpass the top 3 sects, or even a super sect like their remote water heavenly palace, is absolutely impossible. But if it's a supreme spiritual root, combined with an extremely heaven-defying special physique, it could be possible. Whirlwind said this kid has awakened the Wrath body across generations. Are you trying to fool me? This kid might actually be the legendary first-generation Heavenly Wrath War body. In just an instant, Fairy Shuyan imagined it all herself, and he never even considered whether Ancestor Zine might be completely unaware. Junior sister, this kid might be the first generation of the Heaven's Fury battle body. Fairy Shuyan shared her discovery with Ming Yansheng. Heaven's Fury battle body. Is it true? If it's true, we could be very fortunate. Ming Yansheng's face was ecstatic. He transmitted his voice. The legendary Heaven's Wrath battle physique can kill the new heaven-defying physique. I ask you, what exactly is your special physique? Do you know it yourself? Ming Yan often asked this. Zhou Tianfeng was stunned by the question. Damn, this question again. Can we change to another one? I don't have any special constitution. I'm just a human. The disciple has inherited the anger body awakening. Also, the innate poison spirit body. Zhou Tianfeng said. No way. Could it be that the golden red light emitted from my body was misunderstood by them again? Then activate your anger body state. Let the headmaster take a look. We want to know if you have the wrathful body of heaven. You just need to activate your rage state to find out. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianfeng was a bit speechless. Alright, do I have to activate my adrenaline state again? Fine, I'll do it. Who's afraid of whom? I had previously erupted in front of Patriarch Xing and the little fox. At that time, they both thought I was an intergenerational awakener of the Fury body. Back then, to enter that adrenaline burst state, I needed drugs for stimulation. But over the past year or so, now Zhou Tianfeng can directly enter that adrenaline burst state with excitement or anger. I no longer need any drug assistance now. I can enter the adrenaline burst mode anytime, anywhere. Reporting to the head sect uncle. Entering the rage body state puts some strain on my body. I can't maintain it for too long. Zhou Tianfeng said. A minute or two is still okay. But if you want to watch for too long, that won't work. Understood. It's not like we're asking you to do anything. Just let us take a look. Hurry up. Ming Yan spoke. Start talking. Zhou Tianfeng nodded, took a deep breath, and began to imagine something that made him extremely angry. It was just a moment. A surge of immense anger filled Zhou Tianfeng's mind. This extremely powerful rage almost made Zhou Tianfeng lose his sanity. Thump, thump, thump. A violent heartbeat echoed. Zhou Tianfeng's blood began to boil. A terrifyingly intense heat energy burst out from Zhou Tianfeng. It's different. It's different. This is completely different from the previous adrenaline rush. An unimaginable, terrifying force is continuously surging forth. My entire body. Every cell is boiling. Ah, okay. Zhou Tianfeng let out an earth-shattering roar, creating a massive shockwave. He was like a primordial beast. The surrounding flowers and grass, and the small trees were all blown into the air. The power of this roar alone was like a tornado. Zhou Tianfeng's whole body began to undergo drastic changes. His height suddenly increased by over 10 centimeters. His whole body became more robust and powerful. His eyes gradually turned crimson red. Red streaks appeared at the corners of his eyes. Immediately after, his entire face began to bleed, forming bizarre flame-like patterns. A faint blood redness began to emanate around his body. Within the mist, a faint golden light could be seen. The surrounding environment also started to change drastically. A golden red light burst forth from Zhou Tianfeng's body. It quickly enveloped the headmaster's wife and several other wind lords, forming a red barrier. This is the Heaven's Fury battle mark. No mistake. No mistake. This kid is truly the Heaven's Fury battle body. The first generation innate Fury body. How powerful. This red barrier actually seems to suppress our cultivation. Indeed, it is suppressing our cultivation. It's just that this kid's cultivation level is too low, far behind ours. Otherwise, we would be suppressed. This is the true Wrath of Heaven domain possessed only by the Wrath of Heaven battle body. Within this domain, unless one has the same top-tier special constitution as this kid, otherwise, their cultivation will be suppressed by him. It's truly terrifying. We are all cultivators of the Tofan realm, and the sect leaders in Earth Immortal of the Hyaxian level. Yet this kid's domain can affect us. Though not much, it still has an effect on us. Zhou Tianfeng felt that the anger in his mind could no longer be contained. He just wanted to fight now. Fight, fight. He roared. Zhou Tianfeng turned into a blood-red afterimage. He appeared in front of sect leader Ming Yansheng. He punched at him. Oh no. This guy seems to be completely controlled by his rage. No problem. I'll take this opportunity to test his strength, Ming Yansheng said indifferently. You have a top-tier special constitution, but I'm no slouch either. I also have a supreme innate fire spirit body from the Lin family, and my cultivation level is at the transformation immortal stage. Zhou Tianfeng's punch came down with the might of heaven and earth. But the headmaster Ming Yansheng effortlessly caught it with a finger as white as jade. A terrifying blast of air erupted with the two at its center. Such strength. It even made his finger ache slightly. What a little monster. We're 3 whole levels apart. Is this the legendary Wrathful Battle Body? No wonder it's a body capable of slaying immortals. After triggering the Wrath Body, the attack is infused with the power of heaven and earth. Additionally, the Fury of Heaven domain can suppress his opponent. The Fury of Heaven war pattern can greatly enhance his strength. The power of this punch can severely injure an average wrongling practitioner. The first punch had no effect. Zhou Tianfeng did not get discouraged. Instead, he swiftly moved behind the sect leader, planning to launch a sneak attack. But Meng Yan's speed was faster than his. He easily blocked Zhou Tianfeng's fierce attack with just one finger. Master, knock him out quickly. He can't keep his rage mode on for too long. Otherwise, it will harm his body. Fairy Shuyan said anxiously. Minjian nodded slightly. In a flash, he appeared behind Zhou Tianfeng. He struck his neck with a karate chop. Immediately, Zhou Tianfeng felt as if he was struck by lightning. He instantly reverted from his enraged state. All the various changes, the Heavenly Fury battle patterns, the Emperor's might, and the Heavenly Fury domain disappeared from his body. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. It really is the legendary Heavenly Fury battle body, isn't it? Ha ha. This time we've struck gold. Exactly. Once this kid is well trained, he'll definitely be a huge pillar for our sect. Senior sister, let's teach this disciple together in the future. Ming Yan smiled. Speaking of, Fairy Shuyan, Shuifeng, you must hold on. If it really is the Heavenly Wrath battle body, this surprise is just too great. If what happened with the Taoist partner before was just a joke among the girls, I didn't take it seriously. But now, this boy can truly be considered for my future Taoist partner. After all, as long as the owner of the Heavenly Fury battle body doesn't fall, they can definitely become immortal in the future. He hasn't looked for a Tao companion before, because with his aptitude, he could definitely ascend to the immortal realm. Finding a Tao companion with poor aptitude would just be a burden to him. Could this be a gift from the heavens? As for the age issue, I'm only 400 years old this year. For a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, that's still very young. As long as the two of us become immortals together in the future, then in 100,000 years, or a million years, I'll only be a little older than him. Senior sister, oh senior sister, I won't be polite then. Rather than letting those girls benefit, it's better to let your junior benefit me. But if I'm planning on this guy, I mustn't let senior sister find out. Otherwise, she'll definitely freak out. We have to work in secret. From now on, call her over often. Just say it's to guide her cultivation. As an elder, give him personal guidance. That's perfectly normal. Hee hee. Indeed, it truly is the Heavenly Fury battle physique. Heavenly Fury battle script, Heavenly Might, and the Heavenly Fury domain. Nothing is missing. And after the first awakening, one will enter an almost frenzied state. This is the so-called Heavenly Fury battle physique. Yan Zhang nodded and said, at this moment, he was already planning how to abduct the senior sister's disciple. Teaching together is out of the question. I'm counting on this kid to inherit my legacy in the future. We will carry forward our lineage. Fairy Shuyan squinted her eyes and started to speak. I haven't figured out how to explain this to Xiefeng and those guys. He entrusted his disciples to me. I already felt guilty about taking his disciples away, but now I'm taking all my sisters with me to take his disciples. If Xiefeng returns, must you be so hard on yourself? Wait, no. What does this have to do with you? It's obviously Shuifeng's fault, isn't it? If he had told you earlier about that kid's condition, this wouldn't have turned into such a mess. Right, that's right, it's all Xiefeng's fault. So now let's go with it. When the time comes, take the initiative. Accuse him of deceiving you first. Then use your trump card. By then, Xiefeng will have to comply. And the Heavenly Fury battle body. Your little blood shadow sect can't protect him. If the higher-ups find out about this, they will definitely bestow an elixir that can help Shuifeng break through to Tofan. Then you'll have to thank me. Junior sister, you're being stingy. I'm not being stingy. Senior sister is unwilling. We don't want to hand it over either, just like the other sisters. The Wind Master is also not very pleased. Senior sister, you're so petty. In the past, when you occasionally went into seclusion, your disciples were looked after by us, your senior uncles. In the past, for talented disciples, didn't we all teach them together? Ming Yansheng smiled and said, seriously, Senior sister actually wants to take it all for herself this time. Wait. Is he planning the same thing as me? The master-disciple relationship is quite thrilling. Senior sister, you're good at this. But that's not acceptable, because I found out. Thinking of this, Ming Yansheng squinted his eyes, and looked at Fairy Shuyan with a wicked smile, making her feel uneasy inside. She thought the sect leader had discovered something about her and Xie Feng, despite their good job at keeping it a secret. Even the master's closest disciple doesn't know about this. It should be the same for Xie Feng. The junior sister shouldn't be able to tell either. The only third person who knows this is that brat lying over there. But he definitely has no chance to say anything, and he won't say anything either. The past is the past. Now is now. A disciple with such great talent. We definitely have to report it. Then we can exchange it for something good, and share it together. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Fairy Shuyan said. Report it. Should we notify the headquarters? It's possible. Makes sense. Besides, the headquarters won't compete with us for him. Report this kid to them. The headquarters will only commend us. And record this kid's information. Nothing like taking this kid to the headquarters and making him re-apprentice will happen, because this is detrimental to the unity of the sect. This matter is acceptable. Alright. I will immediately inform the several elder masters, then report to the main sect together. Ming Yan nodded and said, I need 3 elixirs that can help someone at the Soul Peak stage break through to the Tofan realm, and 1 elixir that can help break through to the immortal transformation stage, said the Water Cloud Fairy. A possessor of the Heaven's Fury battle body is definitely worth this reward. The main sect shouldn't refuse. As for why 3 elixirs are needed to break through the soul enhancement stage, that's because besides the Blood Shadow Patriarch, he also needs to cover for someone. He said it's for a few fellow disciples at the peak of soul refinement. As for the reward for breaking through to the immortalization level, it's naturally prepared for the Blood Shadow Ancestor. As a possessor of a supreme spiritual root, Shui Yun is confident she can break through to the immortalization realm. 3 portions of soul refinement breakthrough elixirs. So that's why. Senior sister is really generous. You want it for your fellow sisters, right? That's no problem. I can guarantee it. The sect will definitely give it. But breaking through to the immortal transformation realm is a bit difficult. Senior sister, how about asking for a top-tier magical treasure instead? Given your aptitude, achieving the immortal transformation realm in the future should be a natural progression. Why would I need elixirs? As the saying goes, using elixirs to break through cultivation is indeed feasible, but it's not as genuine as breaking through on your own. It would be better to trade for a powerful magical treasure instead. I'm just being cautious. In case I can't achieve the immortal transformation realm on my own, and there's an elixir to guarantee it, if I don't choose it, then giving it to other junior sisters would be a big favor. Right? As for the supreme treasure, when this kid grows up, do you think I'll lack any? Fairy Shuyan said it makes sense. You've thought of everything. Alright, I'll inform the sect leader on behalf of our junior sister. It's indeed as senior sister said. Getting an elixir that can break through the immortal transformation level is the best choice. If we can't use it ourselves, we can give it to others. Additionally, 3 elixirs that can break through the mortal transcendence level. In the future, senior sister's lineage will dominate for thousands of years. Junior sister is quite calculating. These benefits are indeed substantial. Yes, yes. In the future, Yulin Peak will have an expert at the transformation level, and 3 experts at the transcendence level. Why can't we encounter such exceptionally gifted disciples? The other peak masters also said enviously. This kind of choice that can enhance our sect's strength is the most advantageous. Haha. Same here. Shui Yongshanzi revealed a slight, proud smile and said. The women chatted for a while, and then each returned to the main peak. Shui Yongshanzi, however, took the unconscious Zhou Tianfeng back to the room prepared especially for him. Next, this kid is going to enjoy the treatment of a personal disciple of Yashui Tianbong. In a military tent at the headquarters of the Tianyu dynasty's Tian's army, 4 figures were gathered together. There were a few bodies lying beside them. Big brother, what should we do now? We, a man in black armor said in panic. Third brother, don't panic. No one could have expected this to happen. At such a time, we need to destroy the evidence quickly. We absolutely can't let anyone find these bodies. The sly-looking man said with a grim expression. Let's do as the boss says. We absolutely can't let anyone find these bodies. Or us. Damn it, damn it. How did things end up like this? That guy. What exactly has he turned us into? Another figure punched the ground and said angrily. I want to know too. What exactly are we now? Looking at the body on the ground, the sleazy man sighed helplessly. He said, what exactly did you do to us? Over a year ago, the 4 of them were suddenly attacked while patrolling near the Tianjiao Mountains. When they woke up, they had already been captured by people from the Blood Shadow. The following months were a nightmarish experience for them. They were used for poison testing by the disciples of Blood Shadow. At the moment they were tested with poison, they all thought they were doomed. Because once the Heavenly Strategy Lord or other righteous disciples are captured by these demonic sects and used to test poisons, they usually don't survive more than a few days. They simply won't give you the antidote. Instead, they'll watch you be tortured to death by the poison. At first, second brother Shu Long and I were tortured by a young man, wearing a ghost face mask and a red robe with a kind of corpse poison. They both showed severe signs of corpse poison and some other reactions. In just a few days, he and the second brother were tortured until their skin was torn. They felt like they were doomed. But it seemed like there was a turning point. The man wearing the ghost face mask didn't kill the four of them. Instead, he kept testing poison on them. Then he would give them the antidote. During this period, they experienced countless life and death crises, and were saved from the brink of death countless times. A few months later, the man wearing the ghost face mask stopped looking for them. For the next year, he didn't bother them. Every day, some outer sect disciples of the Blood Shadow sect just brought them food. But just a month ago, a person of obviously high status from the Blood Shadow sect suddenly came to their cell and said some strange things. Like little junior brother is really careless. How could these four not be dealt with? Fine. I'll take care of it for you as your senior brother. Then, the man released an extremely terrifying blood lion. At that time, the four of them had no power to resist. In an instant, they were caught by the blood lion. The blood lion bit them one by one, infecting them with corpse poison, and drank their blood. After that, the Blood Shadow figure nodded with satisfaction, and left with his blood corpses. Before leaving, Beijan faintly heard him say something about being poisoned by his own blood corpse. Certain death. I'll keep you four alive for now. When the Heavenly Sovereign arrives, I'll turn you into zombies. Does that mean that after we die, we'll all become zombies? Damn it. I'm not scared. I'm not scared. At the moment Beijan was on the brink of death, he let out an extremely furious roar, and he remembered the person who unleashed the armed corpses on them. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves not in the underworld, but in the medical tent of Tian's army. They had survived. Miraculously survived. The corpse poison from that blood corpse didn't kill them. It even seemed like the four of them weren't affected by the poison at all. After nearly half a month of recuperation at the Tian's military medical clinic, they each returned to their posts. Surviving such a disaster must bring future blessings. So, the four of them decided to have a good meal to celebrate. But during the meal, they noticed something was wrong. The delicious dishes made in the imperial kitchen tasted like rotten vomit to the four of them, and were hard to swallow. The only thing that tasted good to them was a dish of stir-fried pig blood and duck blood tofu. The four of them immediately vomited up the other dishes, and called the waiter to ask what was wrong with the food. After all, the four of them were soldiers of the Tian's army. How could they be so humiliated? But the waiter looked innocent. He even called the chef. The waiter and the chef ate it and were fine. Other customers also started gossiping about the four. The waiter even suspected they wanted a free meal. The four had no choice but to pay and hurriedly left. Later, the four returned to their homes, and started investigating what had happened to them. After a lot of commotion, the four of them were terrified to discover that they only found blood and similar substances appetizing, while any other food was unbearably disgusting to them. As a result, for a while, they could only eat things like pig's blood and duck's blood to stave off hunger. After some time, the four grew increasingly hungry, even to the point where they saw living people on the streets. They all emitted an enticing aroma. It was an intense craving for blood. Even the fourth brother, Zhang Tianai, almost went mad on the street. His eyes turned green. Two sharp fangs emerged from his mouth. This frightened the other three. They quickly took him away. Afterwards, the four discovered that they could all transform into a state with emerald green eyes and fangs. In this state, they were filled with power and some strange abilities, as well as a thirst for blood. It was that very night. They couldn't resist the thirst for blood, and attacked several sleeping Tianse army soldiers. They were drained of their blood while still alive. The four brothers turned into monsters, complete monsters. At first, they thought they were infected with corpse poison, turning into zombies. But that was impossible. Zombies have no rationality at all. Even the strongest zombies are irrational monsters. And the zombies emitted a foul, corrosive stench, with bodies as tough as copper and iron, and faces fierce with fangs, horrifying in appearance. They are complete monsters, but the four of them looked just like normal people. Even when they turned into zombie-like forms, they only grew a pair of fangs and their eyes turned green. Thus, the four of them gathered to discuss how they must find the one who ultimately released the blood corpses to attack them. What did that guy do to them? While the four were discussing countermeasures, the few Tian soldiers they had bitten to death suddenly opened their eyes. A hint of dark blue light flashed in their pupils, and two fangs protruded from their mouths. What's happening to us? Asked the resurrected soldier. A dozen soldiers from Tian's who were bitten to death came back to life like them. Then they turned into the same kind of thing, only their eye colors were different. Soon, the the four had a strange sensation. That was the soldiers they had bitten and turned would be controlled. Under their suppression, a new special race was born. At the same time, the heavens and earth seemed to sense it. An invisible and intangible force descended upon the four, as well as upon Yulun Peak and Yao Mountain and Snowy Spirit Mountain. Yingji felt like he was dreaming. Last night, he was training, but I don't know what happened. Suddenly, I felt as if something had fallen on me. Then, somehow, I broke through to the soul cultivation level, without any warning, and my whole body became incredibly transparent. It even triggered a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. Afterwards, the arriving Fox clan identified me as the legendary lunar body. When did I become a lunar body? Such a wondrous thing happened to Nijinji's body. Naturally, it aroused the curiosity of the Fox clan on the Snowy Mountain. However, this curiosity caused a lot of trouble for Joshin Peak's second senior brother. After all, he doesn't have any special constitution. He's been cultivating for over 200 years. Only entered a few months later than the eldest senior brother. Cultivating for over 200 years. Now he's at the late stage of Ronglan cultivation. He has always been a perfectly normal traditional character. If there was any special cultivation physique, it would have awakened long ago. It wouldn't be delayed until now. This sudden awakening of the Taiyan body is indeed a good thing for him. Even if he's playing zombie, refining various evil spirits does indeed affect his vital energy and lifespan. Previously, the evil yin energy could only be balanced with various tonics and elixirs, but even so, being with zombies and evil spirits for years inevitably affected his body. However, after gaining the Taiyan physique, all these effects have dissipated. If we talk about the best constitution for refining zombies and spirits, it would definitely be the Taiyan body. This congenital extreme yin body itself can generate heavy yin energy for spirits and zombies to absorb, and it is not afraid of being entangled by evil yin energy. This is definitely a good thing for oneself, but now having obtained it and causing celestial anomalies, it is very bad for oneself. He knows his senior brother's character all too well. He usually appears to be loving towards his juniors. He shows great concern for the younger ones, but in reality, the senior brother is very sinister and deceitful. He's the type who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. These Fox clan members think they've awakened a lunar body later in life, but his senior brother definitely knows that he never had a lunar body before. So there was no hesitation. Originally, second brother planned to just hide in the snowy mountain of the spirit realm, but now he wants to flee overnight. He has no choice but to run. Although his current level is soul cultivation, if the boss's wife takes action, he still can't beat her. No way. If he leaves now, it will arouse unnecessary suspicion. Tomorrow, only take some essential items with you. Say you are going down the mountain to buy some supplies, then take the opportunity to leave. Early the next morning, Ni-Ying only took his most important blood corpse. Then he told Hu-Tu that he was going out to buy some supplies and immediately left. But what he didn't expect was, just as he started down the mountain, then, he was stopped by the person he least wanted to see. Junior brother, where are you going? Could it be that I didn't take good enough care of you, that you need to leave overnight? Chang Ji said with a mocking smile. Second brother, you're quite cautious. You didn't run away overnight, but chose to run away the next day during daylight. But unfortunately, senior brother knows you too well. Ha ha. Senior brother, what are you talking about? I was just going down the mountain to buy some daily necessities. That's all. You know that, junior brother. I need some sinister items to create zombies, and there are no such things in this snowy mountain. Ni-Ying's forehead was covered in cold sweat, but she still forced herself to appear calm and said, such a small matter. You can just instruct those Hu clan followers to do it. How can we let you personally handle it, junior brother? Changji laughed and said, the materials needed to create zombies this time have to be collected from some sinister places. Let the younger disciples handle it. They might get contaminated by evil spirits. I'll go myself. Ha ha, second brother. We've been brothers for 200 years. Why hide anything from me? What do you mean, senior brother? We've always been close brothers. I have always respected you as an elder brother. If you truly respected me as an elder brother, then tell me about your physique. And what's the deal with the junior brother's physique? Why did you suddenly become a special cultivation physique? The tone of the conversation shifted. He said with a gloomy expression when the junior brother first joined, but it was just an ordinary mid-grade spiritual root. But somehow, it directly became a top-grade spiritual root plus a poison transformation spiritual body, and also the anger body that awakens every other generation. This matter only aroused some of his suspicion. But what happened to the second brother? He saw it clearly last night. After all, they've been together for over 200 years. How could he not know about the second brother? The second brother doesn't have any special constitution. He's just like me. Ordinary. But somehow he suddenly acquired an exceptional Taiyan constitution. His cultivation level even directly broke through to the soul level. How could he not be resentful? Master, oh master. What did I do wrong? Disciple, you keep hiding everything from me. When there's something good, Do you point it out to the fourth and second brothers? Maybe if the third brother hadn't gone his own way, right? The third brother would have a share too. You're so biased. At this moment, the resentment towards the Blood Shadow Patriarch was brought to a peak. Senior brother, I know what you're thinking, but I really don't know anything. If there really were a secret technique that could harness the power of creation, do you think Master wouldn't use it? Do you think our Blood Shadow sect ancestors wouldn't use it? Ni Ying secretly began a hand seal, preparing to release his blood corpse at any moment. It seems today won't end well. Humph. Second brother, I won't waste words with you. For the sake of our years as fellow disciples, tell me now how you became a special cultivation physique and became a soul cultivation expert overnight. If you tell me, I'll let you go. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Chang Ji said with a gloomy expression. At the same time, Chang Ji's wife, Shui Yuehu, also stepped out from behind him. Accompanying them were 4 soul cultivation experts from the Fox clan. Today, to capture the second senior brother, he had spent a lot of resources. This is our Blood Shadow sect's own affair. Boss, do you really want to involve outsiders? Esteemed elders of the Fox clan, do you want to get involved in this mess too? Ni Yingji asked with a gloomy face. Then just say it. Why did you suddenly acquire the Taiyan body? Otherwise, don't expect to leave today. An elderly Fox clan member came up to Ni Yingji and spoke. Second brother, don't force me to say it. Senior brother, this is the last time I'll call you that. Both the grades in the Fox clan, listen to me. If Ni does not die today, I will repay this 100-fold in the future. Ni Yingji roared. Zhou Tianfeng groggily opened his eyes, feeling a bit sore and weak all over. His head also had a slight ache. Damn. What the hell happened yesterday? When he just transformed, he could still barely stay conscious. But later on, I was completely consumed by anger. What the hell was that? It's true that a surge of adrenaline can enhance the body's functions, but no matter how much it increases, humans wouldn't lose their sanity due to rage. When I was building my foundation yesterday, what exactly happened? Just as Zhou Tianfeng was contemplating his situation, the door opened. A beautiful woman in a light green dress walked in, holding a stack of brand new clothes in both hands. She had a graceful figure, with long hair draped over her shoulders, her eyes sparkling. She looked at Zhou Tianfeng with a smile and said, Junior brother, you're awake. Senior sister will help you change clothes now. Thank you, senior sister. I can manage by myself. Zhou Tianfeng laughed dryly and said, Junior brother, why be so restrained? My name is Lin Wan. I am your senior sister. From now on, I'll take care of your daily needs. Lin Wan put down the clothes and walked over. She sat right next to Zhou Tianfeng. Immediately, a faint fragrance wafted over. If you're sitting next to me, just sit next to me. Why do you have to half sit on my calf? And sit so close? It's killing me. Xingyang. Where are you? This Shijia isn't here to help me change clothes. She clearly wants to devour me. Zhou Tianfeng awkwardly pushed the beautiful senior sister away. Then he took the clothes, and planned to put them on himself. Luckily, he was still wearing white underwear. Otherwise, he would have been too embarrassed to see anyone. Wait a minute. Who took off my clothes yesterday? I wasn't wearing white underwear last night. It seems he realized something. Lin Wen looked at Zhou Tianfeng and smiled, saying, Junior brother, don't be too formal. It was I who changed your clothes last night. Ha ha. Thank you, senior sister Lin, for changing my clothes. I can do it myself. Zhou Tianfeng immediately pushed the smiling senior sister out of the room. Close the door. Damn it. If I don't push her out, I'll be the one embarrassed. It's just changing clothes. Do I need you to help me? I think you're trying to take advantage of me. A boy must protect himself when he's outside. Zhou Tianfeng picked up the stack of clothes on the bed. He was planning to put them on. After all, he had been here for over 3 years. He knew how to dress himself. But soon Zhou Tianfeng was troubled. The clothes were a bit different. You're all wrapped up, so I won't say much. But there are more than a dozen jade ornaments, hairpins, and pendants on your clothes. The end. I've never worn such complicated clothes. PFFD. Junior brother, let me help you. This is the Emperor's ceremonial robe. You can't put it on by yourself. Someone needs to help. Lin Wanking chuckled. She pushed the door open and walked in, accompanied by 2 other beautiful women. All 3 women suppressed their laughter as they looked at Zhou Tianfeng. This is not an ordinary disciple's robe. It's specially designed for the male disciples of Yao Shui Tiangong. You'd be lucky to put it on by yourself. So, there are several senior sisters, Zhou Tianfeng said helplessly. He simply spread his arms, and let the 3 beauties start attending to him, dressing him. Bring it on, ladies. The 3 beauties covered their mouths and giggled, and began tidying up Zhou Tianfeng from the inside out. 2 senior sisters are dressing Zhou Tianfeng. Another one is combing Zhou Tianfeng's hair. Don't touch me all over, hee hee. Junior brother's body is quite sturdy. Oh my god. Being taken advantage of by beauties. It's my first time. It took nearly half an hour. 3 beauties just finished dressing Zhou Tianfeng. At this moment, Zhou Tianfeng changed into a red robe. The white inner shirt had some fine, exquisite patterns on the collar. The red robe was embroidered with various ink wash paintings. The white inner shirt was printed with a purple chelene design. A piece of white jade was attached to the waist. A delicate folding fan was held in hand. A belt with gold threads and jade pieces was tied around the waist. Damn, I'm really speechless. It takes over an hour just to put on clothes, but I have to say, clothes make the man. After putting on this outfit, my whole demeanor changed. Ladies, we don't have to wear these every day, right? Zhou Tianfeng asked. It's nice to wear. It really looks good, but this timing makes it a bit unbearable for him. If you usually have to walk outside, junior brother, you still have to wear this outfit. Lin Wen said. Junior brother, you look really good in it. Why are you unwilling to wear it? Forget it. I'll go pay my respects to our master. Zhou Tianfeng said helplessly. Wait, junior brother, it's not too late to leave after the meal. Someone. Lin Wen clapped her hands. Immediately, several female disciples brought in plates of exquisite dishes. They came to Zhou Tianfeng's room, and placed it on the dining table. Junior brother, your cultivation hasn't reached the stage where you don't need to eat yet. You still need to eat some food. Eat something. It's been 2 years since I've eaten anything, right? I've only been taking fasting pills. Senior sister, for those of us who cultivate, can't we usually take some fasting pills? That's for disciples of other sects. Yaoshui Heavenly Palace is different. Even the sect leader, and the Wen masters and elders, usually eat some too. And this isn't ordinary food. It's a snack made with phosphorus materials. It can be said to have endless uses. Lin Wen finished speaking, poured a glass of light green liquor and handed it to Zhou Tianfeng. Junior brother, have a taste. This is filtered quenching wine. It's brewed with our sect's spiritual spring water and 9 types of spiritual fruits. It's not just any ordinary spiritual wine. Your current cultivation level can achieve the effects of several days of arduous practice. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianfeng took the wine cup and drank it all in one go. Immediately, a surge of dense spiritual power rose from his abdomen, and instantly flowed into his meridians. Zhou Tianfeng instantly felt refreshed and invigorated. This is steamed kindling fish. This type of fish is raised in the depths of our sect's flying waterfall lake. This fish is very spiritual. It takes 20 years to mature before it can be eaten. The steamed fish is paired with several rare spiritual herbs. The ingredients for this stir-fried vegetable are also extraordinary. All are meticulously cultivated by our sect. This is garlic tofu. This is where Lin Wen started introducing Zhou Tianfeng. After this meal, Zhou Tianfeng only now understood what luxury means, what enjoyment means. Just this one meal, any random dish, contains more spiritual energy than an ordinary Guiyuan elixir. As for the taste, there's absolutely nothing to say. Moreover, Zhou Tianfeng found these spiritually rich foods, that his stomach seemed very interested in them. An entire table of food was swept clean by Zhou Tianfeng. After these foods entered Zhou Tianfeng's stomach, they were immediately transformed into the purest spiritual energy. Zhou Tianfeng's belly didn't even bulge. These foods, containing a large amount of spiritual energy, were already completely digested by his stomach. I even feel like I want more. I don't feel full at all. Alright, senior sisters, I'm full now. Let's go see the master. Zhou Tianfeng rubbed his stomach, and stood up to leave. This junior brother can really eat. This whole table of snacks is finished. This is equivalent to the amount of more than 10 Guiyuan Dan 07. That's impressive. This table of snacks. Normally, those in the foundation establishment stage can't eat. Lin Wen watched Zhou Tianfeng leave and said, normal foundation establishment cultivators can only eat 1 dish at most. The spiritual energy inside the body is about to reach saturation. It must be fully digested first. But the junior brother ate all the spiritual food on this table, and nothing happened to him. How can he not be amazing? It's a pity. We were hoping this junior brother would let us have a bit. Share the feast. But he ended up eating everything clean in one go. A female disciple in white said. Although they are inner sect disciples, they usually don't get to eat food of this caliber. Only on major holidays and sect celebrations can they have a small taste. They were hoping the new junior brother would share a portion with them. But he didn't even think to call them over. This junior brother is really not understanding of the situation. A female disciple pouted, and said very discontentedly, alright. You all should know what kind of constitution junior brother has. Legendary Heaven's Fury Battle Body plus Poison Transformation Spirit Body. His talent is frighteningly high. But similarly, his consumption of cultivation resources is also frighteningly high. These snacks don't even look enough for him. You know, the cultivation resources consumed in the early stages of the Fury Battle Body are dozens of times that of ordinary people. It will only become more terrifying later on. Lin Wen said from the side. Wainer Jia is already speaking up for him. Don't you want to marry him and become his wife? A female disciple came up to Lin Wen, and asked with a mischievous smile. I actually do. But there are quite a few people in our sect keeping an eye on this junior brother. Lin Wen touched her chin, and said with a smile. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Bullier, you have the advantage of timing in geography. That is to say, from now on, Bullier, you'll take care of the junior brother's daily needs. Still can't find a chance to take this guy down? Hee hee. Junior brother only drank half of that jug of green celebration wine. The rest of you can share the remainder. Linwen didn't answer her junior sister's questions. Instead, she smiled and said, green celebration wine. Haha. It's rare we get to share some. Several female disciples happily took away the remaining green wine that Zhou Tianfeng had left. Watching a few junior sisters leave, Lin Wen shook her head. They're still little girls who haven't grown up, but it's getting more and more interesting. With this junior brother around, the once desolate Yashui Tiangong is gradually becoming lively. Zhou Tianfeng arrived at his master's wife's door, then respectfully said, Disciple, Zhou Tianfeng requests to see master. Come in. The voice of Fairy Shuyan came from inside. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianfeng finally got up and pushed the door open. Zhou Feng is here. Did you sleep well last night? Weiner didn't bully you, did she? Seeing Zhou Tianfeng come in, Fairy Shuyan asked with a smile. Master's wife, you're joking. Senior sister Weiner almost swallowed me alive, Zhou Tianfeng said with a bitter smile. If it weren't for my strong will, I would have given in. Ha ha, did Weiner tease you? That girl is usually very dignified. Why would she want to swallow you whole? Shuyan Fairy said with a smile. It's rare for a disciple from Nanking to visit Yashui Tiandong. It's no wonder those girls went crazy. Zhou Tianfeng, so you're saying I'm the only one who gets hurt? Alright. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about serious matters. Last night, the sect leader, several wind masters, and I confirm that you are indeed the legendary Heavenly Fury Warrior. Plus, you have the Venom Spirit Body. Heavenly Fury Warrior. Are you sure? Mistress, disciple. Disciple has only awakened a normal fury body, Zhou Tianfeng said. Please. It was just an adrenaline rush. Not some sort of Heaven's Wrath battle body. However, last night's situation was indeed a bit strange. There's no mistake. It can only be said that the old guy from Blood Peak is just senile. Heaven's Wrath battle pattern. The Wrath of Heaven domain can still harness the power of heaven and earth. All these traits are manifestations of the first generation Heaven's Wrath battle physique. Fairy Shuyan said with great certainty that her master was indeed not wrong. Her adrenaline rush state was merely a sign of awakening in ordinary beings. But last night, something happened during her foundation establishment that caused a slight problem with her adrenaline rush state. I finally managed to train myself through constant practice to just be able to normally enter an adrenaline state for fighting, but now it's like being knocked back to square one. I have to start all over again, and that old guy Shui Feng was wrong about more than just that. Kid, you don't have a high-grade spiritual root. You have an exceptional spiritual root, said Fairy Shuyan. Speaking of this, he gets furious. You bastard, if you had said it earlier, would I be so passive now? When Zhou Tianfeng heard this, he was shocked. Supreme spiritual root. Are you kidding me? When I first crossed over, I didn't have any spiritual roots at all. The spiritual energy environment almost killed me. It was only later that I gradually adapted to this environment, and when I first started cultivating, my senior brother once said I had mid-grade spiritual roots. But later, the Blood Shadow Patriarch told me I had top-grade spiritual roots, and the spiritual root is somewhat special. But now my master's wife says it's a top-grade spiritual root. After combining all the clues, Zhou Tianfeng's brain instantly gave him an accurate answer. His spiritual root can grow on its own. This could also explain why his absorption speed of spiritual energy is getting faster, and his body is becoming more and more fond of the spiritual energy environment. My body probably evolved an organ capable of absorbing spiritual energy, and this new organ is what these cultivators call the spiritual root. The fact that my spiritual root can grow on its own should be known by my master, Blood Shadow Patriarch. So, does this mistress have any guesses about it? Mistress? Master, he probably wasn't intentionally hiding it from you. Zhou Tianfeng spoke up. The spiritual root can, my growth, is really quite astonishing. So, will my future spiritual root grow to a heavenly root, or even the legendary immortal root, a self-growing, spiritual root? The fewer people know, the better. You're his disciple. Of course, you speak for him. Fairy Shuyan said angrily. That old rascal Shui Feng actually dared to deceive me. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. When he comes back, I'll definitely beat him to a pulp. Master Zhou Tianfeng, you should be able to endure it. Just coax the woman a bit. At worst, let her vent with a couple of punches. Alright, let's not talk about that heartless person. Next, let's discuss how to develop your special physique. Disciple is all ears. First is the matter of detoxifying the poison spirit. That part is simple. It's just a matter of you practicing poison techniques by taking poison. Take my token later, and have Weiner take you to the medicinal field to claim a good piece of spiritual land. Then plant some poisonous flowers and herbs. Once you've planted them, you can leave the daily care to the outer disciples. Let them help you look after things. Fairy Shuyan said, goodness. Planting poisonous flowers and herbs. I don't need to personally take care of them. There are many tasks outer sect disciples can do. Master's wife, I can take care of those poisonous flowers and herbs myself, Zhou Tianfeng said. Some things are better done personally. Cultivating poisonous flowers and plants gives a clearer understanding of their growth habits. If you don't have the heavenly fury battle physique, and only have the poison spirit physique, then I won't interfere. You can cultivate spiritual flowers and plants or poisonous flowers and plants on your own. That's to be expected. But you possess the heavenly wrath body. That changes things. Fairy Shuyan smiled. She said, Master's wife, what do you mean by that? Zhou Tianfeng asked. If you only had the poison transformation body, then the best way to cultivate is of course to follow the path of poison arts. Besides, medicine and poison have always been closely related. I can also get you some medical texts to read, said Fairy Shuyan. Fairy Shuyan said, but Master, why is it that after acquiring the Heaven's Wrath battle body, it doesn't work for me anymore? Zhou Tianfeng asked. For, you must know, the Heavenly Fury battle physique is more than 100 times stronger than the Venomous Spirit physique. Although both are special cultivation constitutions, one is in the heavens, and the other on the earth. Your future focus should obviously be on the Heavenly Fury battle physique. The toxic spirit body has become a secondary concern. A person's energy is limited. You can't master both the toxic spirit body and the Heaven's Fury war body at the same time. One must know not to be greedy. Fairy Shuyan said. The Heaven's Fury War body and the Toxic Spirit body are completely different paths. If you want to cultivate both, you must prioritize one. Minor cultivation on one, but the main focus must be the Heavenly Wrath battle body. I see. Worried about limited energy. But, Master's wife, you probably don't know. I have the strongest brain. Master's wife, when Master left, bestowed upon me were 2 swords that require a poisonous spirit body to unleash their power. Zhou Tianfeng said, Oh? What treasures did Shuifeng leave you? Water Cloud Fairy asked with great interest. One thing, the weapon of the Blood Shadow Patriarch from 2 generations ago. It's called the 100 Poison Immortal Slaying Blade. It's tempered with 100 deadly poisons. A poison blade that harms invisibly, Zhou Tianfeng said. I know about this poison blade, but frankly, this thing can only deal with cultivators below the transforming immortal stage. One cut can be fatal, but against those above the transforming immortal stage, it doesn't work that well. After reaching the immortal transformation level, the cultivator's entire body starts transforming into an immortal body. In terms of the level of life, they are not at the same level as ordinary cultivators or mortals at all. Not to mention 100 types of poisons, even 200, 300 types of poisons, cannot harm an immortal transformation level cultivator in the slightest. Shuyan Fairy said, Damn. Didn't your master say that at that time, the Blood Shadow Patriarch wielded a poison blade? So even experts in the transformation immortal realm wouldn't dare provoke him lightly? Was he joking? Didn't your master tell you that generation's Blood Shadow Patriarch wasn't afraid of cultivators in the transformation immortal realm? It is by relying on the power of this poisonous blade that he seems to see what Zhou Tianfeng is thinking. Fairy Shuyan asked. Master did say, even cultivators at the Haxian level dared not provoke the Blood Shadow Patriarch at that time. Haha, that's hilarious. Mistress, let me tell you now, your master was fooling you. If you don't believe it, forge this Bei Du Zhan sword first, then go to the sect leader and try, and you'll know not to fear a cultivator of the Hua Shen realm. Ha ha. Fairy Shuyan laughed uncontrollably. The cultivator of the Hua Shen realm, that was a bottle of wine that has stepped into the immortal path. Each one of them is a monster that has lived for thousands of years. If they are only a few hundred years old, then they are even more terrifying prodigies. For example, the current head of the Yao Shui Heavenly Palace, Ming Yansheng, is a prodigy who is just over 400 years old. At the immortal transformation stage, a typical immortal realm cultivator who has lived for over 1,000 years might not really be a match for this junior sister of mine. Damn. Master, you're fooling me. But if you had the fierce poison from my mutated blood virus, I wonder if it would affect an immortal realm cultivator. However, if you can find such a rare and potent poison in the world, that can also pose a threat to cultivators in the immortal transformation realm. But this kind of rare poison, looking across the entire world, is extremely rare. Master's wife, with my current cultivation, wealth, and chi, I think this magical treasure, if successfully refined, should be very powerful. Zhou Tianfeng said, I won't use him against the cultivator in the immortal ascension realm. Can't I use him against the soul refining level or spirit honoring level cultivator? And speaking of rare poisons in the world, who can compare to the ones in my body? Those are the truths derived from countless experiments. By the way, I wonder, after I leave, what's the situation with those 4 Tiansei soldiers now? You should focus on developing the Heavenly Fury battle body. Then you can challenge Zhu G7 across levels. Beating a Rong Lin 7 cultivator won't be a problem at all. Fairy Shuyan said. But if the poison blade is mastered, it might even lead to soul cultivation through death, or even reach the level of a Toufan master. Besides, I have a special skill. I can secretly shoot from a distance like a remote mage. Why would I transform into a berserker and fight in close combat? Master's wife, from now on I will only practice poison and medical arts for 1 hour a day. I'll spend the rest of the time developing the Heavenly Fury battle body. What do you think? Zhou Tianfeng said, alright. As long as it doesn't hinder the cultivation of the heavenly fury battle body. What is the other treasure? Asked Shuyan Fairy. The second treasure is an iron-armored corpse refined by my second senior brother. I plan to poison it, turning it into an iron-armored poison corpse master, Zhou Tianfeng said. Then release the iron-armored corpse left to him by his second senior brother. Immediately, a sour stench of corpse spread throughout the entire room, accompanied by gusts of eerie wind and pervasive ominous aura. Get lost. And you let this thing out. Take it out of Mount Yao immediately. Then find a deserted place and quickly dump it. Such bad luck. Of all things, you play with zombies. How disgusting this thing is. Fairy Shuyan covered her nose, retching, and said with a disgusted look, ah, okay then. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianfeng immediately put away his zombie. Really, zombies have no rights. If you want to refine a poison blade, I'll tolerate it, Xinyang. But those toxic zombies, throw them as far away as you can from me. I never want to see those things. They're disgusting. If you dare touch those things again, I'll break your legs. Such disgusting things. And you play with them. What's the use of this thing? As long as your Heaven's Fury battle body achieves minor success, any zombie will be blown apart by a single punch from you. Don't worry, mistress. I'll find a place to bury this thing right away. Zhou Tianfeng said with a dry laugh. Forget it. Return it to second brother after the bamboo. Hurry up and throw it away. Seriously, you're making this place stink. Take my token. Let Wainer take it to get to medicine field. I'm going to clean up the room. This is so disgusting. Oh. Shuyan Fairy tossed the token to Zhou Tianfeng. They just drove him out. After Zhou Tianfeng left, Fairy Shuyan pinched her nose and performed the wind control spell with both hands, raising a celestial wind in the room, which thoroughly swept away the pervasive stench of corpses, as well as the evil Anian energy. After finishing, she lit a few sticks of sandalwood incense to remove the room's odor. Though it's a bit ugly and smells a bit strong, I have to say this zombie has great potential. Just staying in his boudoir for a short while, it has left such a strong presence of evil energy, yin energy, and humidity. If this zombie is poisoned, it would indeed be a formidable force. Of course, this is only for those who can transform poison into spiritual power. The heavenly fury body is just laughable. It's better if we keep this kid away from blood shadow sex stuff. What kind of trashy dark arts are these? Blood Peak studies this stuff all day. No wonder he's aging so fast. He's not allowed to practice anymore, Fairy Shuyan said. Spending all day on poison arts, curses, and sinister magic, enslaving malevolent spirits, ghosts, zombies, and other such evil entities, is bound to shorten your lifespan. Studying these unorthodox techniques isn't as good as cultivating the righteous path. I hope the sect leader finishes quickly so that when that old rascal Shu returns, we can give him a surprise. But how could Fairy Shuyan understand this? Compared to the super sects in the cultivation world like the remote water heavenly palace, the small blood shadow sect can only show off these evil arts. The two are not even on the same level. After Zhou Tianfeng came out, he immediately fled back to his room. On the way, he received flirtatious glances from a group of senior sisters. If he hadn't run fast, he would have been caught by those enchantresses. Junior brother is back. Did master give any instructions? As soon as Zhou Tianfeng entered the door, Lin Wen was already standing at the entrance, smiling as she asked, Sister Lin, master asked you to take me to divide a plot of medicine field. This is the token master gave. Zhou Tianfeng finished speaking. He handed the jade token given by the master's wife to Lin Wen. Lin Wen smiled and extended her delicate hand, gently stroking Zhou Tianfeng's hand. Before taking the jade token, it seems this senior sister Lin also has ill intentions towards me. Damn, do I have it easy? Come with me, junior brother Zhou. As a direct disciple, you can be assigned a top quality herb field. Additionally, an outer sect disciple will manage it for you. You just need to come and collect the herbs when they mature. Or if you don't want to come, you can have the outer sect disciple collect them and deliver them to you. Ling Wen said. Senior sister, you've misunderstood. It's best to choose a more remote place for this medicine field. Because, junior brother, I'm not planting spiritual herbs, but poisonous flowers and herbs. Zhou Tianfeng said. That's true. You have the body of toxic spirit. Medicine and poison are inseparable. There's nothing wrong with planting some poisonous herbs and flowers. Let's go. I thought of a medicinal field. That should suit you well. Lin Wen pondered for a moment, then spoke. Then I'll trouble you, senior sister. You're welcome. Junior brother has just built his foundation, and doesn't have a handy flying sword yet. Alright. Come over and hold your sister's waist. I'll take you flying over. Lin Wen released a water blue fairy sword, and said to Zhou Tianfeng, in that case, I'll leave it to you, senior sister. Zhou Tianfeng didn't stand on ceremony either. He stepped forward and embraced his senior sister's slender waist. Since you're being so impolite, senior sister, then I won't be polite either. Zhou Tianfeng deliberately moved his hands slightly upwards. Lin Wen immediately trembled slightly. She turned to glance at Zhou Tianfeng, and then smiled faintly. With Zhou Tianfeng, she turned into a cyan rainbow and disappeared into the sky. In just a moment, The two arrived at the foot of a mountain. There were a few thatched cottages. A boy, around 13 or 14, was tending the place. Senior sister, doesn't the Yaoshuishan palace have no male disciples? Why? Zhou Tianfeng looked at the young boy in front of him and asked. There are no male inner disciples, elite disciples, or personal disciples, but that doesn't mean there are no outer disciples. Lin Wen said, damn. I thought I was the only man in this huge sect. Turns out there are other men too. Why the hell are you all staring at me like wolves? Men with spiritual roots above the top grade usually don't choose to apprentice at our sect. They go to several other major sects, where they can get far more cultivation resources than our sect. But some disciples with lower grade and middle grade spiritual roots do choose to apprentice at our sect, because no matter which sect they're in, those with middle and lower grade spiritual roots, the basic treatment is the same. They have to start as servant disciples. After gaining fame, they can become outer disciples. After reaching the Rongling realm, they can become guest ministers of our sect, and they can marry the inner female disciples they fancy. After reaching the soul cultivation level, they can become guest elders. All matters of the outer sect are handled by several guest elders. Our Yao Shui Heavenly Palace is not a nunnery, where one abstains from all emotions and desires. It's just that marrying a female disciple of Yao Shui Heavenly Palace is quite difficult. However, some guest elders are husbands of the Wind Masters. Lin Wen said. If a senior sister wants to marry a female disciple of our sect, is joining our sect the only way? Zhou Tianfeng asked. Of course not. There are two ways to marry a disciple of our sect. First, our female disciples can marry outside the sect, but you need to prepare a generous dowry. Also, we need to evaluate the character, cultivation, and background. Only if the character is excellent, the cultivation is superb, and the background is good, only those with substantial financial resources can marry our female disciples. If one is marrying into our sect, they must have a cultivation level above soul refinement. Then they can join as a guest elder. For those at the spirit fusion level, a background check is required first. If there are no issues, they can join as a guest. Next, you'll join our sect from a young age, starting as a novice disciple, and see if any senior or junior sisters look at you differently in the future. Lin Wen said. Hearing this, Zhou Tianfeng couldn't help but praise. Brilliant. That's really impressive. This business is very profitable. Every female disciple can bring in a lot of wealth. And the second method is actually equivalent to marrying into the Yao Shui Palace. If an ordinary prodigy is really interested in a disciple of Yao Shui Palace, then it will definitely be the first option to take people away directly. But if you don't have much capital, then you can only settle for the second best. Moreover, joining Yao Shui Tiangong for some capable rogue cultivators is a very worthwhile deal. After all, it's good to enjoy the shade under a big tree. And those disciples who have joined Yao Shui Tiangong since childhood, one doesn't remain an outer disciple doing odd jobs forever. They can be promoted to guest official or even guest elder. They might even marry the Wind Master, with backing and cultivation resources. Joining even comes with a wife. It's an incredibly tempting offer. I have to say, a sect becoming powerful doesn't happen without reason. Your sect's policies must be good. Junior brother is here. Let's go meet that boy managing this herb field, and you can take your hand off now. Lin Wen smiled. She gently patted the perverted hand on her chest, and said, Hey, I'm a bit nervous. Senior sister, please don't mind. Zhou Tianfeng immediately withdrew his indecent hand. He said awkwardly, Junior brother, you're not being honest. Lin Wen glared at Zhou Tianfeng, and also said, But senior sister just likes your dishonesty. Hee. Zhou Tianfeng gave a dry laugh. The two of them landed from the splash. The young man working over there, upon seeing them, immediately put down his work, and jogged over. Servant disciple Wang Xiaobao greets Fairyland. Greets the senior brother. This young man clearly knows Lin Wan, but he doesn't know Zhou Tianfeng. No need for too many formalities. This is my junior brother. You can just call him Mr. Zhou from now on. You can't call him senior brother, Lin Wen said with a smile. When outer sect disciples see inner sect disciples, they usually call them immortal so-and-so. Other outer sect disciples can be called senior brothers. This young man mistook Zhou Tianfeng for an outer sect disciple. Lin Fairy's junior brother. Doesn't that mean this person is an inner sect disciple of Yao Shui Tiangong? But doesn't Yao Shui Tiangong not accept male disciples? How has Xiaobao's training been lately? Any difficulties? Lin Wen asked. Thank you for your concern, Fairy Lin. Cultivating hasn't been difficult for me. I've now reached the later stage of body refining. Fairy Lin and Mr. Zhou, you both came here today. Is there something you need? Wang Xiaobao asked. This Mr. Zhou is Fairy Lin's junior brother. He's not here to take back this medicinal field, is he? This is very bad. The herb field is gone. What will I do for future cultivation? That herb field was quite a cushy job. The location of this herb field is rather secluded. It grows spiritually rich fruits and vegetables. Some of the spiritual ingredients grown there. I could occasionally sneak some for myself. Cultivating myself relies entirely on eating them. I am just a lower grade spiritual root. Without this medicinal field, it's uncertain if I could ever establish a foundation in this lifetime. This is my junior brother. From now on, he will be in charge of this medicinal field. You will follow junior brother Joe's instructions to cultivate here. Lin Wen said. What you fear always comes true. I hope this Mr. Joe grows fruits and vegetables. If he grows spiritual herbs, then I can't embezzle any of those. Xiaobao will definitely take care of whatever Mr. Joe plants with all his heart. I wonder what Mr. Joe wants to grow. Wang Xiaobao looked at Zhou Tianfeng. He asked. The things I grow are not ordinary. They're not spiritual herbs or grasses, nor are they spiritual fruits or vegetables. They are poisonous flowers and grasses. Can you take care of them? Zhou Tianfeng smiled and asked. Wang Xiaobao was startled upon hearing this. It's not planting spiritual herbs, but planting poisonous flowers and weeds. There's absolutely no benefit in this. At this rate, when will I ever be able to condense my chi? When will I ever be able to build my foundation? Is my path to immortality going to be cut off? Does a low-grade spirit root really have no chance at all? Xiaobao, quickly clean up all the fruits and vegetables in the medicine field. These things are your reward. I hope you can break through to the chi condensation stage. Ling Wen saw Wang Xiaobao's unpredictable expression and said, this kid usually covets some planted vegetables and spirit fruits, which is no big deal. Everyone just turns a blind eye. But now this medicine field is going to be allocated to the wetlands, and he's growing poisonous flowers and herbs. For him, there's no profit at all. Yes, Lin Shanzi, young man, clean up the medicinal field now. Please wait a moment. You too. After Wang Xiaobao finished speaking, he turned around and plunged into the medicinal field. He pulled out all the vegetables and fruits planted inside. As he pulled them out, he was wiping away tears in his heart. Gone. It's all gone. Forget it. All the fruits and vegetables in this field are worth what he secretly embezzled over a year or two. Hopefully, these can help him enter the chi condensation stage. Senior sister, this kid seems really upset. How could he not be? This medicinal field is his treasure. They used to grow these spiritually rich fruits and vegetables. He could also secretly embezzle a little. Everyone would turn a blind eye. But now he's planting poisonous flowers and herbs. He can't get anything from it. Lin Wen said. I see. It seems that making him plant poisonous flowers and herbs is really troubling him. Senior sister, how did you meet this kid? Zhou Tianfeng asked with a smile. Decades ago, I once received a favor from his grandfather. To repay this favor, I brought this kid into the sect. Lin Wen said. Senior sister, how old are you this year? Zhou Tianfeng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and asked cautiously. Decades ago, she had received a favor from his ancestors. This information was a bit overwhelming. Sister is more like a mentor. Junior brother, how old are you? Lin Wen squinted at Zhou Tianfeng, and said with a hint of menace. Oh. So it's the senior. How old are you? Zhou Tianfeng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and said no more. Indeed. In the world of cultivation, you absolutely cannot judge people by their appearance. Any random pretty sister might be hundreds of years older than you. Humph? Lin Wen extended her jade hand and pinched Zhou Tianfeng's waist hard. Damn this bastard. This brat actually thinks I'm old. Hey, senior sister, I really didn't mean it that way. Zhou Tianfeng quickly dodged and said. While the two were playing around, Wang Xiaobao collected all the vegetables, fruits, and other crops in the entire medicinal field and put them on a small cart beside him. Fairy Lin and Mr. Zhou. The medicinal field is already cleaned up. Wang Xiaobao wiped the sweat from his forehead and began to speak. Since you're going to help me take care of these poisonous flowers and herbs, you must learn some pharmacological knowledge to avoid accidentally poisoning yourself and dying from these poisonous flowers and herbs. This book records the toxicity and cultivation methods of dozens of poisonous flowers and herbs, as well as the antidotes and considerations for the growth cycle. Zhou Tianfeng took out a stack of previously copied manuscripts and handed them to Wang Xiaobao. He can't check on this medicinal field every day, so this kid must understand some basic knowledge. At least know the properties of these poisonous flowers and herbs. Don't let my poisonous plants die, or poison yourself. Mr. Zhou, rest assured, I will be very careful and take good care of the medicinal field. I will definitely not let your poisonous flowers and herbs die. Wang Xiaobao said. Zhou Tianfeng nodded. He took out the seeds of 20 kinds of poisonous flowers and herbs from his storage artifact. He handed them to Wang Xiaobao to plant. Wang Xiaobao carefully took the seeds of the poisonous flowers and herbs and Zhou Tianfeng's manuscript, then turned and walked into the herb field. This kid takes care of these poisonous flowers and plants for me. It's also a chance for him. Zhou Tianfeng looked at Wang Xiaobao, who was planting poisonous flowers and plants, and said, Oh. Take care of these poisonous flowers and plants for you. On regular days, One might even accidentally poison oneself. What benefits could there be? Lin Wen asked curiously. Helping you manage the planting of poisonous flowers and herbs without a field might even put one's own life at risk. What benefits could there possibly be? Regarding Zhou Tianfeng's words, Lin Wen simply couldn't understand. Hee. Senior sister, you don't understand. He wants to take good care of my poisonous flowers and plants, so he must be proficient in various pharmacological and toxicological knowledge. I just left him some study manuscripts. Let's see if he's willing to read them seriously, Zhou Tianfeng said. These manuscripts were from when the Blood Shadow Patriarch was teaching. Self-made little notes, even though it's only a small portion. But if he studies it thoroughly, then according to the poison techniques in it, this guy can kill without leaving a trace. Moreover, medicine and poison have always been inseparable. If he learns these poison techniques, he will also gain knowledge of antidotes and various pharmacology. Oh. Junior brother means you want to teach this kid to read. Lin Wen glanced at Zhou Tianfeng with interest and asked, wasn't this junior brother previously a rogue cultivator or a disciple of another sect, and was brought back by the master? It looks like our junior disciple here is quite adept at reading techniques. Hee. I don't have time to teach. If you really want to learn, study on your own, Zhou Tianfeng said. Better not. Practicing poison techniques can harm the body. Lin Wen shook her head and said, we're all fellow disciples. If this kid uses poison techniques to hurt others in the future, it won't be good. Senior sister, do you think his inferior spiritual roots have any potential? It's uncertain if he can even build a foundation. Learning some poison techniques and growing poisonous flowers and plants is his opportunity. There are many opportunities around poisonous flowers and plants. Zhou Tianfeng smiled. He began to speak. Many poisonous flowers and plants only need some branches or petals to create deadly poisons. The other root and stem parts are completely useless to me. But for this kid, they're great supplements. Many roots and stems of poisonous flowers and herbs are non-toxic. These non-toxic roots and stems are actually as effective as some elixirs, and where poisonous flowers and herbs grow, there are also rare flowers, herbs, and elixirs growing nearby. These are all good for alchemy. Once these poisonous flowers and herbs mature, it will also attract some very special venomous insects and beasts. To capture and take care of these venomous creatures, one must have some knowledge of toxicology. Taking care of venomous plants and flowers can benefit him immensely. The benefits he can gain are far greater than managing a field that only grows fruits and vegetables. But all of this is based on the premise that he can grasp his own ideas. You must diligently study the manuscripts you left behind. If you slack off, working intermittently, Zhou Shenfeng will have to consider replacing you. Or rather, he won't even need to replace you. You'll be bitten to death by some venomous insects attracted by your reputation, or poisoned by toxic flowers and herbs. How about I get someone else to manage the herb field for you, junior brother? After all, Xiaobao's grandfather was kind to me. I can't harm him. Lin Wanting understood Zhou Tianfeng's meaning. She frowned and said, Xiao Pinlin indeed doesn't have much future. But if I take care of him, maybe he can build a foundation in the future. By then, living for 100 or 200 years shouldn't be a big problem. I'll have you manage these toxic plants. You might accidentally die one day. Don't worry, senior sister. For the next few months, I'll take some time to come check on them every day. If we hadn't trusted these toxic plants to this kid from the beginning, he wouldn't have survived even with 10 lives. Besides, I'll also leave some antidotes behind. Zhou Tianfeng said so. Then senior sister can bring you here on her flying sword every day to take a look. Lin Wen nodded and said, meeting and bringing junior brother over every day is also a good thing. At least it can bring the two closer. While they were chatting, Wang Xiaobao had already planted all the seeds Zhou Tianfeng gave him. The seeds Zhou Tianfeng gave him were just some of the most basic materials. There are no special planting conditions. After all, during this past month with Fairy Lin, Mr. Zhou, and Xiaobao, Zhou Tianfeng's appetite gradually increased. The top snacks delivered daily by the outer disciples could all be eaten by him alone. He didn't even need to meditate to refine his stomach. He directly converted these snacks into cultivation. As for Zhou Tianfeng's performance, my master's wife and several wind lords believe it's because of the Heaven's Wrath battle body. After all, it's said that the training resources consumed by the Heaven's Wrath battle body are dozens of times more than usual. Anyway, for them at Yao Shui Heaven's work, snacks are available in unlimited quantities. No matter how much Zhou Tianfeng eats, it's not a problem. With sufficient resource support, Zhou Tianfeng's cultivation has steadily reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. After reaching the mid-foundation establishment stage, my first flying sword was also completed by Master Wife. After Zhou Tianfeng heard the news, he excitedly went to Master Wife's residence. Master Wife, this is the flying sword you forged for me. Zhou Tianfeng looked at the sword in his hand. Only 2 feet wide, about 3 feet long. The blade was blue-green. The flying sword emits a faint cold light. I asked for a different style, didn't I? Isn't this the style you wanted? Xinyang, I made some slight modifications. What you drew was too bizarre. Shuyan Fairy said. What kind of design was that? Rather than a flying sword, it's more like a giant door plank. So, Fairy Shuyan completely ignored Zhou Tianfeng's design. She directly forged a flying sword she was very satisfied with. After all, this kid is not a sword cultivator. He doesn't need this thing to fight enemies. But master's wife, what am I? This is your master's wife, who painstakingly refined this flying sword for you. Are you not satisfied, boy? Shui Yun Fairy's face turned cold. She glared at Zhou Tianfeng and said, but the flying sword refined by master's wife is truly beautiful. I really like it. Zhou Tianfeng immediately changed his tone and said, it's really impossible to provoke the majesty of the master's wife. That's something I can't afford to touch. That's more like it. The master's wife will now teach you the art of sword control. If there's anything you don't understand later, go ask that girl Lin Wen. She'll teach you the rest, said Fairy Shuyan. Disciple obeys. In the capital city of the Tianyu dynasty, a monster that feeds on human blood has suddenly appeared. The people call it the blood demon. These days, the entire capital of the Tianyu dynasty is in a state of panic. No one dares to go out late at night. Once a bustling place, no need to lock doors at night. The capital of the Celestial Empire was brightly lit. But now, just a month has passed. As soon as it gets dark, neither commoners nor nobility dare to wander the streets. Now every night, there are still soldiers from the Tianshe army patrolling the streets, looking for that blood-sucking monster. Pairs of armored Tian soldiers, under the leadership of their respective commanders, started patrolling the streets and alleys. During this time, these low-ranking Tian soldiers were in a terrible state. It's been a whole month since the first sighting of the snow demon was reported. Initially, Tian's army didn't take these little blood-sucking demons seriously. When the snow demon first appeared, it only attacked some livestock. But later, a few ruffians came out of the casino in the middle of the night. They were attacked by the snow demon halfway, drained of all their blood, and turned into mummies. Then these mummies became zombies. This finally caught the attention of the Heavenly Strategy Army. They began investigating the blood demon incidents. But since that time, only occasionally, some ordinary people wandering outside at night have been attacked by blood demons. But as for the real blood demons, up until now, the Heavenly Strategy Army hasn't caught a single one. They haven't even seen their shadows. We have no idea what this thing is. We don't even know what it looks like. But the higher-ups at Tianse Jun believe it's a new zombie crafted by the evil sect, and not the snow demon rumored among the people. The solution they suggested is simple. Just increase patrols. Quickly find the evil sect disciple using zombies to cause trouble. Brother Bei. Who the hell is the blind disciple from an evil sect? Daring to raise zombies in the capital? A Tianse army soldier looked at Bei Zhan and asked. He's asking for death, making us suffer too. Exactly. This damned wretch is really unlucky. Now the whole capital is in panic. It's causing us to patrol every night. Another soldier of the Tian's army spoke up. All right, everyone, say less. Protecting the country and serving the people is our duty in the Tian's army. Stop complaining. It's not good if the higher-ups hear it. A glint of gold flashed in Bei Zhan's eyes. He spoke up. The higher-ups guessed right. You just assume it's the disciple of the evil faction controlling zombies causing trouble. We absolutely can't expose ourselves now. Looking at these colleagues, Bei Zhan revealed a faint sneer. One day, we will no longer need to hide ourselves. At that time, the world will know the might of our snow demon clan. In this month, Bei Zhan and the others found that their bodies had completely transformed. Besides drinking fresh blood, neither the four brothers nor their descendants felt any discomfort. Their bodies became stronger and stronger, and their physiques more robust, and they can draw strength from blood. These days, the four of them have developed quite a few new progeny. These progeny have abilities just like theirs. They can also turn ordinary people into their kind. The method is the same as theirs. First, they need to bite the target. Then, they make the target drink their blood. This will turn the target into their kind. But whether it's those descendants, or the same kind of evil spirits they turned into, their eyes are all blue. It seems only the four of them have green eyes. As their numbers grew, the four progenitors also began to undergo significant changes. Their powers kept increasing, as if there were no limits. In just a short month, they have developed hundreds of their kind. Most of them are members of the Tian's army. The power of the four founders has increased more than tenfold compared to a month ago. Even cultivators near Ronglin may not be their match now. Recently, they have discovered some peculiar abilities in themselves. First, their abilities are very similar to those of zombies, but far superior to zombies, as if they've become a being with human appearance, possessing all the advantages of zombies, but without the drawbacks. First of all, zombies are completely dead entities, but they are not. Their hearts are still beating. Zombies possess immense strength. Their bodies are like copper and iron armor. In this aspect, they are exactly the same after transforming. Zombies are afraid of light, but they are not. However, this treasure can indeed harm them. Then there's the zombies' corpse poison. They also have corpse poison. This ability was only discovered recently. A descendant of theirs attacked some ruffians coming out of a casino. As a result, the ruffians they bit to death didn't turn into the same kind. Instead, they became mindless zombies. That's when they discovered that merely being bitten by them, without timely consumption of their blood, actually turns one into a mindless zombie, and there's a vague feeling that these zombies are completely under their control. After that, they conducted many experiments. They found that they could indeed create zombies, and the brainless zombies they made were completely under their control. This is indeed the zombie's toxin ability. However, it's slightly different from the regular zombie toxin. So what exactly is that strange blood zombie used by the Blood Shadow sect disciple to bite them? But it doesn't matter. Now we are the blood demons. After the Tian's army noticed them, Bei John and the others, the four ancestors immediately decreed, all members of the blood demon clan are strictly forbidden to privately develop offspring. From now on, if hungry, they can only dilute some livestock blood to stave off hunger, and they cannot let these livestock die. They can only draw blood at intervals, to avoid arousing the suspicion of the Tian's army. We really can't afford any big trouble recently. They haven't grown up yet. They absolutely cannot be exposed to the Tian's army's top brass. Otherwise, the only thing waiting for them is utter disaster. It's also time to manage these descendants. At this moment, in a small alley, the Blood Shadow Patriarch just knocked out something strange that tried to ambush him. It was a human with blue eyes, and fangs in his mouth. Although his whole body was surrounded by corpse energy, he was not a zombie. He even had intelligence. It's truly bizarre. I've lived for hundreds of years. I've never seen a creature like you before. What the hell are you? Shui Feng asked. You better let me go. Otherwise, the ancestors won't let you off. Sister, let me go. Sister, no way. Old man, I have all the time in the world to deal with you. Let's see how long you can keep up that tough talk. Shui Feng chuckled and said. It's really strange. After turning back into an ordinary person, all the dampness and lifelessness disappeared completely. It's as if he is just an ordinary person again. After turning into that blue-eyed, fang state, it becomes a monster drenched in moisture. I, the old ancestor, need to study this carefully. Half a month has passed. During this half month, the snow demon has gone into hiding, starting to disappear without a trace, as if it never appeared. The Tian's army also came out to refute the rumors, saying that there was no such thing as a mysterious blood demon. All of this was just an evil sect disciple making zombies to harm people. The Tian's army will apprehend him soon. And ever since the Tian's army started patrolling the streets, there have been no more blood-sucking murders. Gradually, the previously panic-stricken capital began to liven up again. People also started going out and about. The street has regained its former brilliance. During the past half month, Shui Feng also learned that the creature he captured, neither human nor ghost, is called a blood demon, and he got all the information he wanted from this blood demon. The Blood Demon clan suddenly appeared more than a month ago. There are 4 mysterious progenitors. These 4 mysterious Blood Demon progenitors gained unimaginable power. According to the progenitors, this is divine power granted by the heavens. Their Snow Demon clan is the new favorite chosen by the heavens. But the saying that power is granted by the heavens is something the Blood Shadow Patriarch absolutely does not believe. So the Blood Shadow Patriarch used the soul search technique on the Snow Demon, and immediately understood the whole story. He also clarified the identities and origins of these 4 progenitors. What bad luck. So this matter is related to our Blood Shadow sect. Could it be something the second brother did? Does the second brother have such great skills now? The Blood Shadow ancestor muttered to himself. What divine power? The power these 4 have now is inseparably linked to the Blood Shadow sect. He knew about Zhou Tianfeng capturing 4 Sky Strategy Army prisoners and poisoning them. Later, when we took Zhou Tianfeng away, we specifically sent the second brother to clean up after him. He was supposed to kill these 4 Tian soldiers. But who would have thought the second brother was so incompetent? Not only did these 4 guys survive, but they're now full of energy, turned into some kind of neither human nor ghost monsters. No. These 4 guys can no longer be described as human or ghost. Besides needing to feed on blood, these 4 guys aren't much less talented than those with special cultivation physiques. These days, he has fully demonstrated his skills as a grandmaster of the demonic path. He thoroughly examined this blood fiend inside and out. Finally, he has a general understanding of this new race of blood fiends. How should I put it? Their abilities are very special, but they are not fully developed yet. Even the 4 ancestors are like this. But in terms of potential, it's unprecedented. I wonder what heights these 4 can reach. They can directly transform ordinary people into another race. Damn, this ability is simply unheard of, and unseen before. Ordinary people who are transformed by them do not improve in spiritual roots. But after transformation, the situation is vastly different. Their combat power can be said to increase exponentially, and they possess various special abilities of zombies. However, instead of being like zombies, they are more like blood zombies. This ability to control blood and terrifying regenerative power are the abilities of blood zombies. Likewise, the bloodlines fear the weakness of those who restrain sheep. These guys have also been perfectly preserved, and the bloodlines can create zombies. The ability to control zombies, they also possess. He is really very curious now about what the second brother did to them. Or it could be that old 4 used them as poison before, then old 2 did something to them. That's how these 4 monsters came to be. In summary, they're like a combination of blood corpses and humans. Kill me, please. Kill me. The unfortunate blood demon captured by the Blood Shadow Patriarch let out a painful groan. Killing you would be a pity. So, I'll give you a chance. I'll take you as a registered disciple. But you have to work for me. Blood Shadow Ancestor chuckled twice. He said, this boy could be very useful. Can we rescue the third one? We might have to rely on these blood demons. Disciple pays respect to master. This blood demon didn't hesitate at all. Immediately knelt and bowed to become a disciple, even though now he wants to be free and end it all with death. But it's better to live badly than to die well. I, the ancestor, never said I would take you as a direct disciple. Just a registered disciple. Just call me teacher. The Blood Shadow Ancestor said. It's just a low-grade spiritual root. In the Blood Shadow sect, you can only be an outer disciple. You're not qualified to be my direct disciple. Disciple greets the teacher. What instructions does the teacher have? Only then did the Blood Shadow Ancestor nod in satisfaction. He waved his hand, casting a blood red spell. The restraint on the blood demon was lifted. What I want you to do is very simple. Expose your clan to the Tiansei army. Your ability to transform others by sucking blood, your ability to control zombies, and your 4 great ancestors, all exposed to the Tiansei army. A flash of gold flickered in the Blood Shadow Ancestor's eyes, and he spoke. He wants to completely muddy the waters of Golden City. It's easier to fish in troubled waters. This so-called Blood Demon clan can directly attract the attention of the Sky Strategy army for him. They can turn ordinary humans into their own kind. This method is absolutely terrifying. The upper ranks of the Titan's army will definitely not sit idly by. When the time comes, they will undoubtedly mobilize fully. They will completely eliminate this so-called Blood Demon clan, and I can take this opportunity to secretly infiltrate the Titan's army prison and rescue Lao San, Lao, teacher's disciple. If I reveal my identity, the entire clan will be exposed. Wouldn't I be doomed as well? The Blood Demon said. How is this different from sending me to my death? No. I can't do this. I'll trick this old master first, then find a way to escape. Hey, if you follow the Patriarch's instructions, I guarantee you will be safe, said the Blood Shadow Patriarch. Disciple obeys. I will definitely follow the teacher's orders, said the Blood Demon with his head down. After going out, I'll report to the 4 Grand Masters. Hee. Then let's ensure you first, kid. The Blood Shadow Patriarch raised his hand and cast a black and red spell. It imprinted on the Blood Demon. The Blood Demon screamed miserably. Its whole body began to tremble, and your eyes gradually lose their luster, becoming like a walking corpse. You kid, wiggle your toes. I can know what you're thinking. Originally, if you had obediently listened, I had planned to spare your life. In the future, I'll take you as a disciple of Jiming, but you refused my offer, so don't blame the old ancestor for using soul control on you. Next, we just need to use this blood demon to distract the Tiansei army. Then, we'll find these hidden blood demons one by one. That day, after Zhou Tianfeng finished his meditation, Lin Wen hurriedly walked in. Sister Lin, is something wrong? Zhou Tianfeng asked. Junior brother, get ready quickly. We need to see the sect leader uncle about an important matter. Lin Wen said. To the sect leader. About an important matter. Hearing this, Zhou Tianfeng didn't dare delay. He immediately got up and flew towards the main peak of Yashan with Lin Wen, meeting Zhou Tianfeng and Lin Wen along the way. The two of them stepped on flying swords together. They turned into 2 beams of sword light flying towards the main peak of Yashan. Although they had just received the flying swords, and had been learning for less than half a month, Zhou Tianfeng's flying skills impressed Lin Wen. Aside from the initial sword flight, Zhou Tianfeng had a bit of difficulty controlling it, unsteady as it was. After getting used to the feeling of flying, Zhou Tianfeng immediately mastered the skill of sword flight. At an altitude of several thousand meters, he transformed into a streak of sword light, shuttling freely. Impressed by Zhou Tianfeng's astonishing learning ability, Lin Wen even suspected at one point that this junior apprentice brother had already known sword flight. No matter how many times I see it, I can't believe it. It's only been half a month. Junior brother, your sword flying skills are almost as good as mine, Lin Wen said with a laugh. Senior sister, I just learned things a bit faster, that's all. Zhou Tianfeng replied. Just kidding. Ever since my intelligence began to awaken. After that, Zhou Tianfeng's memory has gotten better and better, especially after reaching foundation establishment. His current comprehension ability, memory ability, calculation ability, thinking ability, have all been enhanced to a monstrous level. Junior brother, it's not just a little filming, you know. Lin Wen smiled and said. The two had just chatted for a bit when they arrived at the main hall of the Yao Mountain's main peak. At this time, the headmaster, several peak lords, and my master's wife, Fairy Shuyan, were all standing in the hall. In addition to them, there were 4 women whom Zhou Tianfeng did not recognize. The 4 were dressed in simple Taoist robes. All of them appeared to be young women in their 20s, but despite their youthful appearance, Zhou Tianfeng could still tell that these 4 held high status, because the sect leader and other Feng masters, including his own master's wife, were all very respectful towards them. Could these 4 be the Supreme Elders? It's truly a world of cultivation. The Supreme Elders all look this young. I thought they would be old ladies. Fuer, Wainer, you have arrived. Hurry up and come pay your respects to the Supreme Elders. Seeing Zhou Tianfeng and Lin Wen approaching, Fairy Shuyan and sect leader Ming Yansheng immediately stepped forward and said, Disciple Zhou Tianfeng, pays respect to Master, pays respect to all martial uncles, pays respect to the Grand Elder. Zhou Tianfeng said without any hesitation, the formalities have been done. What's the matter today? Disciple Lin Wan. Greetings, Master. Greetings, uncles and elders. Greetings, Grand Elders. Lin Wen said, all right. No need for formalities. You must be Zhou Tianfeng, right? Step forward. Let me take a look. A Grand Elder waved his hand. She spoke. Son, come forward and let the 4 Grand Elders examine you. Fairy Shuyan gave Zhou Tianfeng a look. She spoke. Master. Zhou Tianfeng responded, and came before the 4 Grand Elders. The 4 of them first circled around Zhou Tianfeng. Then at the same time, he placed his hands on Zhou Tianfeng's shoulders. Suddenly, 4 streams of warmth flowed directly into Zhou Tianfeng's body, starting to probe inside. After a moment, the 4 of them simultaneously showed signs of joy, and withdrew their hands. Ha ha. It's indeed the legendary Heaven's Fury battle body, and it's an exceptional spiritual root. This child is already blessed by the heavens. The future of our Yashui Heavenly Palace will prosper. Who would have thought that the Heaven's Fury battle body, unseen for tens of thousands of years, would appear here with us? 1. Shuyan girl, and care. You 2 did well. The first one to speak was a Supreme Elder in red. This person is the master of the headmaster Ming Nianzhong. He's also the previous head of Yao Shui Tiangong. Yin Hongshu resigned from the headmaster position a cycle ago, and became a Supreme Elder. Now my cultivation has reached the peak of the immortal transformation stage. I am the strongest being in this tiny Yashui Heavenly Palace. The other Supreme Elders are merely at the normal immortal transformation stage. After my disciple and senior sister discovered this Heaven's Wrath battle body, we dared not neglect it for a moment. We immediately reported the matter to our master, and a few of our martial uncles. Minjian stepped forward and said, Fairy Shuyan, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes. You and I discovered it together. Clearly it was that idiot Xie Feng who sent it, right? But Xie Feng, if your disciple comes here, there's no way back. Of course, you're no different. You did well. We can already confirm this matter. Now we can inform the main faction to reward you. Care, you are the leader. Shuyan girl, you are his master, and the discoverer. Both of you will be rewarded. Have you decided what you want? Yan Hongshu asked with a smile. The person was indeed discovered by Shuyan girl, but you should at least get some soup for your disciple. Maybe even a bit of meat to eat. Shuyan Fairy and Ming Yansheng exchanged a glance. They nodded. Reporting to Master, Senior Sister wants. Ming Yansheng stepped forward. First, she mentioned what Shuyan Fairy wants. 3 doses of elixir to break through to the Tofan realm, and 1 dose to break through to the immortal realm. There's no problem with that. I'll talk to the main sect about it. So, Charles, what about you? What do you want? Yin Hongshu nodded, asking, Master, your disciple wants to. Ming Yan waved her hand and set up a soundproof barrier. She approached her master and whispered in his ear. Within the barrier, the former headmaster, Yin Hongshu's expression changed repeatedly. Finally, he even looked at his disciple with a surprised look, then glanced at Shui Yongxian on the other side. You guys, huh? Master saw it since you were little. Both of you girls are little tricksters. But think it through. Yin Hongshu asked. Master, the disciple is calling for this. Besides that, it's about that matter. I hope Master can help. Extend a Sehum. Is it that kid from the Blood Shadow sect? This matter is not too difficult, but it's rare for you to speak up for your senior sister. Alright, I will take care of this matter. I will handle the other elders. By then, we'll give him the position of guest elder. Yan Hongshu nodded and said, Master, rest assured, senior sister Shuyan has already agreed with me. Once that person named Shuifeng joins, she will definitely train him well, Ming Yansheng said. He forcibly took half of the meat from his senior sister, and in the future, he might even take the remaining half from her. In any case, he had to do something for her. After Ming Yansheng finished whispering to his master, he returned to his friend, Shuyan Fairy, and gave her a look that said all settled. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I've taken care of senior sister. Ming Yan transmitted the message. Thank you, sister. So, the matter you promised me? Don't worry. Fairy Shuyan smiled faintly and said. The 2 of them smiled tacitly. Fen, come forward. Shui Yun Fairy looked at Zhou Tianfeng and said, Master. What are your instructions? Disciple. In half a year, I will be in seclusion for 10 years, preparing to break through to the immortal realm. During this time, you will train by the side of the sect master's junior sister. Fairy Shuyan said to Zhou Tianfeng. Why do I feel like I've been sold out, master? Disciple will train by your side. There's no need to trouble the sect master, right? Zhou Tianfeng tentatively asked. Please, my dear mistress. Are you reliable? After all, I was sent by your old lover. I am, after all, the last disciple of the Blood Shadow ancestor. Is it really okay to just throw me to the sect leader like this? Is that really alright? Moreover, in the previous conversation, except for the part where the sect leader set up a soundproof barrier and couldn't hear himself, Zhou Tianfeng heard everything else clearly. This heavenly fury war body of mine is actually worth so much. Just by taking me as a disciple, you can actually get 3 elixirs to break through the mortal realm, and 1 elixir to break through the immortal realm. But the key is, there are still higher ups in Yao Shui Tiandong. It really is a super sect. But, master, how do you plan to wrap this up? If you take me away, the master might just turn a blind eye. But if you throw me to the sect leader, there will be trouble. Ah. Master, I need to seclude myself to break through to the immortal realm. You haven't had guidance for over 10 years, which will hinder your growth. During this period, only the sect leader and the various masters can guide your cultivation. And the sect leader is the best choice. His current level is that of an immortal master. He's a prodigy in the cultivation world. Teaching you will be a breeze. Fairy Shuyan said. Yes, you say the reasoning. I understand it all. Training beside such a beautiful elder sister is indeed wonderful. It was also my dream when I first crossed over. But the problem is, how will you explain it to my master? If I had this treatment right after crossing over, Zhou Tianfeng would have burned high incense and thanks. But the problem is, I've already become a disciple. Besides, the Blood Shadow Patriarch treats me well. Although the sect is a bit small, the techniques are a bit poor. Master's cultivation level is a bit low, and we are chased like street rats every day. But I, Zhou Tianfeng, cannot despise my own master, right? Thinking about it this way, following the master doesn't seem to have much future. Hey, no, the master is quite good to me, you little rascal. Hurry up and agree. I'll explain this to you in detail when we get back. Seeing that Zhou Tianfeng still hadn't responded, Fairy Shuyan became anxious. She immediately sent a voice transmission saying, ever since finding out that Zhou Tianfeng is the genuine heavenly wrath battle physique, Fairy Shuyan decided to just go for it. She told her junior sister everything about herself and Shuifeng. Then she made a pie deal with her junior sister. Her junior sister indeed wanted to get this guy, intending to make him her future Dao companion. But feelings are not something she can control. So the two of them discussed it. We decided to give the sect leader 10 years. Let's see if he can take down this kid in 10 years. He will get the pills to break through the ordinary realm and the immortal realm. After that, when Shuifeng arrives, they will go into seclusion together. They will strive for him to break through the ordinary realm. This might take more than a decade. Just when there was no one to take care of Zhou Tianfeng, I left him with my junior sister. The only pity is, it's a bit unfair to Weiner. He originally intended for Weiner to win over this guy. But sometimes plans can't keep up with changes. However, Weiner still has a chance. You guys can compete fairly. Zhou Tianfeng heard these words, and had no choice but to brace himself and approach the sect leader. He bowed to the beautiful lady in front of him, and said, Disciple greets sect leader Shishu. I humbly ask sect leader Shishu to take good care of Tianfeng. No need to be formal. After Shijia enters seclusion, you can move to the main peak and live with me. Ming Yan smiled charmingly and said. After a few simple exchanges, several elders contacted the main sect. Fairy Shuyan took me and Lin Wen back to Yulon Peak. Weiner. If Zhoufeng goes to live with the headmaster, it won't be good if he doesn't know anyone there. You should go with him to take care of your junior brother's daily needs. Fairy Shuyan said. Even if we go to the sect leader, I need to bring my precious disciple along. In the end, either you get my disciple for free as a Dao companion, or my disciple wins him over with her own skills. Yes, master, I understand. When do you plan to enter seclusion, master? Lin Wen asked with a smile. If it's quick, in 4 months. If it's slow, about half a year. Shuyan Fairy said. When? Of course, when Shuifeng returns. Then, after dealing with him, I'll go into seclusion. Ah, master. Disciple has something to discuss with you in private, Zhou Tianfeng said. I understand. Fenger, come in with me. Weiner, you go back first. Fairy Shuyan said. Zhou Tianfeng nodded. He followed his master's wife into the inner chamber. Then, the door was closed. Lin Wan, who was standing at the door, also raised her sword light. She returned to Zhou Tianfeng's residence. As clever as he was, he also noticed the sect leader's intentions. The sect leader had the same idea as he did. It's truly shameless. A woman over 400 years old actually has her eye on a young kid under 100. So what if you're the sect leader, Granny? I'll compete with you for him. Master's wife. What are you thinking? I'm master's disciple. It doesn't matter if I become half your disciple, but go to the master. Who said you would be the master's disciple? It's just that while I'm in seclusion, I asked him to look after you. Fairy Shuyan said. But master will be back soon. How will you explain this to the Grand Master then? Fenger. You've been with us for a while now. How do you find our blood-drinking sect? Fairy Shuyan lay on her chaise longue and gently yawned. She did not answer Zhou Tianfeng's question, but instead asked a strange question. Yashui Tiangong far surpasses the Blood Shadow sect. Like a rural farmer compared to a wealthy family in the capital. Zhou Tianfeng answered truthfully. Feiner. If you were just an ordinary venom spirit body in a generation-skipping anger body awakener, then staying in the Blood Shadow sect would be fine. But your physique is the Heaven's Wrath battle body, this supremely powerful physique of ancient times. The small Blood Shadow sect and your master cannot protect you. It might even bring catastrophe upon both of you. A fatal disaster, said Fairy Shuyan. He was not exaggerating. If the outside world learns about Zhou Tianfeng's heavenly fury body, they would definitely first try to force the boy to join their sect. By then, if the boy refuses. So, to prevent Tian Nu John from growing up, they will definitely try every possible way to surround and kill this boy. Maybe even the old guys at the Immortal Ascension level will come out to deal with him. If you and your master leave, you will lose the protection of the sect in the future. Without the cultivation resources provided by the sect, I, your master's wife, will also be punished. Yashui Tiangong will also hunt you down. You two always have to face endless pursuits. Enduring the elements day and night, living in constant fear, not knowing when you'll be killed. What she means is, Zhou Tianfeng. She's right. If master takes me away now, that would definitely cause big trouble. First of all, Yao Shui Tiangong would never let me go. A legendary heavenly wrath battle body is definitely a hope for a super sex revival. Moreover, my cultivation is only at the foundation establishment stage. I just started my cultivation journey. Yao Shui Tiangong would never let me go. Zhou Tianfeng is very clear about this. With my master's cultivation level, taking me out of the Yashui Celestial Palace is basically as difficult as ascending to heaven or seeking death. Any random elder or sect leader could easily put the Blood Shadow Patriarch in his place, not to mention the Supreme Elders. If the Blood Shadow Patriarch forcibly takes me away, both master and disciple will surely die. Even if Wei and master can leave mistress safely, his days will definitely not be good. He will definitely be severely punished. He might even be in danger of losing his life. But, seeing mistress looking so confident, she must have a countermeasure in mind. Mistress, I've also thought of a foolproof plan. It can be said to be a win-win situation. Shui Yongxian smiled and said, Please, Xinyang, speak clearly. Zhou Tianfeng said, reporting your situation to the main sect will earn both the head and me rewards. You should be aware of this. What I want are those things, all prepared for your master. A spiritual medicine that can break through Tofan and Hoaxian. Also, the position of guest elder in our sect. Furthermore, the Supreme Elder can preside over your master's marriage to your mistress. As for his past identity, we will naturally cleanse it. From now on, your master is the guest elder of our sect. My husband. Fairy Shuyan stared at Zhou Tianfeng and spoke at this moment. His heart was in turmoil, afraid that this young disciple would be unwilling and start making a big fuss. Zhou Tianfeng pondered for a moment. He started saying, Master's wife, regarding this matter, I don't really have a choice. After all, I am only a foundation establishment cultivator. But what about master? How do you plan to explain this to him? Zhou Tianfeng asked the most crucial question. Master, the Blood Shadow Patriarch is counting on you to revive the Blood Shadow sect. Master's wife's method is indeed very good. It can be said to be a win-win solution, but my master may not agree. Fan, I know you're concerned. If you were just an ordinary poison spirit body, then this matter could still be hidden. I can also let your master take you away. But you happen to be the legendary Heaven's Wrath battle body. This kind of physique, your master can't protect you. He should be very clear about that himself. When he returns, mistress, I will speak to him myself. I believe your master will make the right choice. Shui Yun Fairy said. That bastard Xie Feng, how dare he not agree to my demands? I've done so much for you. A potion that can break through to the Tofan realm. A potion that can break through to the immortal realm. My status as Elder Parker Chin, in marrying me as your wife. I've brought everything for you. Moreover, after this disciple joins our sect, there will be better development and greater opportunities. In contrast, if they follow you, they will only face endless persecution and suppression in the future. Everything is up to you, Xinyang. Zhou Tianfeng nodded and said. Zhou Tianfeng also understood what the Heaven's Wrath battle body truly represented. This was actually the best choice. The master would gain the position of guest elder in a righteous sect, and could marry the woman he loved. Moreover, the bride's dowry included a pill master capable of breaking through to the immortal realm. It could be said that he achieved both career and personal success. Why wouldn't he be happy to do it? More importantly, Zhou Tianfeng knows that his master and mistress deeply love each other. He wishes to see them achieve their happy ending. As for the Blood Shadow sect, it can be completely handed over to his second senior brother. In the future, he grew up on his own, allowing second senior brother's cultivation to break through the soul realm, and even break through the transcendence realm with ease. Zhou Tianfeng has that confidence, because compared to ordinary heavenly fury battle physiques, he is more powerful, more perfect, haha. Fu you really understand the truth. Don't worry about your master. I, as your master's wife, will handle it. Rest assured. Fairy Shuyan patted her chest, and said confidently, yes, master's wife. If master doesn't agree then, I, as your disciple, can help persuade him to. Zhou Tianfeng said. It's good that you are thoughtful. By the way, according to the rules of our sect, one must leave the mountain to train, after reaching the foundation establishment stage. But your talent is exceptionally high, so to be on the safe side, when your cultivation reaches the spirit fusion stage, you will be allowed to descend the mountain to train. At that time, a protector will be arranged for you. Fairy Shuyan mentioned a protector. Master's wife means she will arrange a bodyguard for me, Zhou Tianfeng asked. Do I really need someone specifically to protect me? A protector is not a bodyguard. Indeed, your safety will be protected, but it will depend on the situation. If their cultivation and age are similar to yours, or just half a realm higher, then your guardian will absolutely not intervene. Even if you get beaten to death, it will be the same, because this is a contest among peers. If you lose, you don't deserve to be a prodigy. But if it's an old guy who's a few realms ahead of you, and a few hundred years older than you, wants to strike before you've grown stronger, they'll attack you. Then your guardian will ensure your safety. When some assassin organization or group besieges you, the guardian will also step in to help. But under normal circumstances, unless you're in a life or death crisis, the guardian will absolutely not intervene, said Fairy Shuyan. Alright. In other words, if people of the same generation compete with me, the sect will definitely not intervene. Even if I get killed, it's because my own skills aren't good enough. But if the older generation wants to attack me, then the protector will intervene. Master, I understand. I wonder who my protector will be, Zhou Tianfeng asked. You'll know when the time comes. Your cultivation needs to reach the Rongling realm, which will take at least another 10 years. Now, just stay on the mountain and cultivate diligently, Fairy Shuyan said. Who else could it be? Of course, it's the sect leader. I just don't know if the main sect will interfere, but that's not my concern. After chatting a bit more with his master's wife, Zhou Tianfeng took his leave. A few months ago, I was just a direct disciple of a small demonic sect, but in the blink of an eye, my status changed to a direct disciple of a super orthodox sect. Such is the unpredictability of life. At this moment, a great chaos is occurring in the capital of the Tianyu dynasty. What was initially believed to be just zombies harming people, the non-existent blood demon, suddenly appeared out of nowhere, just showed up so openly. And they infiltrated the Tian's army. Most of the blood demons are actually members of the Tian's army, and even more bizarrely, people bitten by these blood demons, those who consume their blood, actually turn into creatures just like them. This incident shook the entire Tianyu dynasty. The Tiansei army was fully mobilized to wipe out all the blood demons. They specially aimed to capture the 4 original ancestors. At the same time, the Blood Shadow Patriarch took the opportunity to infiltrate the Tiansei army's prison. The Blood Shadow Patriarch's plan was very successful. He completely controlled a member of the Blood Demon clan. After being released, it very easily drew the attention of the Tian's army, and also exposed the other hidden blood demons. All the snow demons and the 4 great ancestors were a bit dumbfounded. What's going on? Why were they suddenly exposed to the Tian's army? Not only that, the exposed Tian's army member, it also exposed most of the abilities of the snow demon tribe. They usually look exactly like real humans, but they must feed on blood. They cannot eat ordinary food. They can create and control zombies. They can turn ordinary people into their kind through blood. These terrifying abilities immediately attracted the Tian's army's crusade. The 4 great founders didn't hesitate at all, and immediately ordered all the members of the Blood Demon clan to scatter, each preparing to flee Kyoto. These 4 founders are the most powerful members of the Snow Demon clan, but even so, their combat power after transformation can only suppress Ronglingjing at most. However, Ronglingjing's presence in the Tian's army can only serve as a Qiangang general star at best. Not to mention that each of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper is at the level of Soul Cultivator, and there are the terrifying 3 malefic stars. The 4 great ancestors chose to flee directly. In an instant, hundreds of exposed Snow Demon clan members began to evacuate Kyoto, during which countless Tiansei army began to pursue and intercept them. No less than 3 of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper were dispatched, the 4 progenitors who went to besiege the Snow Demon clan. You guys keep fighting. When you're done, I'll have already rescued the people. The Blood Shadow ancestor sneered, casually knocked down a celestial tactician. Then, quickly use the soul search technique on the celestial tactician. Find the information you want. There's no time to lose. Seize this golden opportunity. We must save this kid. All the way, he didn't attack the soldiers of the Tiansei army. Instead, he disguised himself as one of them. He used the awakening method to change his appearance, sneaked in secretly, After arriving at the cell door, the Blood Shadow Patriarch looked at his third disciple and frowned. At this moment, the third disciple looked extremely haggard. His body was covered with marks of torture, beaten and bruised all over. You have suffered. Blood Shadow Patriarch sighed softly and opened the prison door, coming to his third disciple. Being able to rescue his third disciple so easily, Blood Shadow Patriarch was a bit surprised. Logically, given this kid's background as a personal disciple of the Blood Shadow sect, and his identity as the key holder of the Absolute Cloud Map, he shouldn't have been imprisoned so carelessly. It's just an ordinary cell. There aren't even many guards. It's like guarding an ordinary prisoner. This gave the Blood Shadow Patriarch a sense of unreality. Could there be a trick here? The Blood Shadow Patriarch checked his kind again. He wanted to see if there were any tracking formations, but after checking again, Blood Shadow Ancestor frowned. This is not his third disciple, although they look exactly alike. But this is not his third disciple. Blood Shadow Ancestor examined the face of the person in front of him. He didn't find anything wrong. No signs of disguise or skin change. This is his original face, but the cultivation level doesn't match. Our third son's cultivation level is clearly late foundation establishment. He could step into the Ronglin realm at any time. But this person's cultivation level is mid-foundation establishment, and although he was beaten badly, there shouldn't be any tampering with his cultivation. There are no signs of being crippled, and most importantly, the cultivation technique he uses is definitely not from the Blood Shadow sect. Although they look exactly the same, he is definitely not my third disciple. Then, who is this kid? The Blood Shadow Patriarch used his power to forcibly wake up the person in front of him. Hey, I'm really not, you got the wrong person, really. As soon as this person woke up, he started shouting in a panic, saying, "Who are you? Why are you imprisoned here by the Heaven's Golden Gate?" The Blood Shadow Patriarch said, I'm just an ordinary rogue cultivator. I didn't join any sect. I'm really not a disciple of the Blood Shadow sect. I don't know anything about the Absolute Cloud Map, Tonglei. Please, sirs, investigate clearly, the man said in extreme fear. Why were you captured? And why do you look like this? The Blood Shadow Patriarch lifted the man and asked, I really am not. Please, sirs, investigate clearly. I really am not a disciple of the Blood Shadow sect, the man said as he foamed at the mouth. Falling to the ground and convulsing, the Blood Shadow Patriarch saw this, and immediately understood what was happening. This kid has been subjected to the soul-searching technique many times. His brain has been messed up. Now we can be sure he's not Lao San. But what's with his face? Why does he look exactly like Lao San? If he's not Lao San, then where is the real Lao San? And how is the exact location within the Blood Shadow exposed to the Tiansei army? The Blood Shadow Patriarch once again cast the soul-searching spell on the man in front of him. However, this guy's soul had undergone multiple soul-searching rituals, and had been tortured both mentally and physically by the Heavenly Strategy army. At this point, he was on the verge of collapse. The Blood Shadow Patriarch didn't get any useful information. The man died right then and there. Before he died, he kept shouting, I'm not, or something like that. Blood Shadow Patriarch's face was livid. Without any hesitation, he immediately left the Tian's army prison. At first, the Tian's army must have mistaken this guy for their third disciple, and tortured him in every possible way. It was only after using the soul-searching technique a few times that they realized they had caught the wrong person. That's why their third disciple was detained so hastily. So where did the real Lao San go? This thing has a hint of mystery. And why does this guy look exactly like Lao San? Both the Tiansei army and he himself were deceived. He thought Lao San was captured by the Tiansei army, and the Tiansei army thought they had captured the key to Juyin too. But in the end, both sides were deceived. Could it be that some third-party force kidnapped his third disciple to confuse everyone, so they created a fake? But since it's a fake, he shouldn't know the specifics of Blood Shadow sect. How was the exact location of Blood Shadow sect exposed? Suspicious? The Blood Shadow Patriarch left the imperial capital of the Tianyu dynasty. This time, the plan to rescue his third disciple was a complete failure. At this moment, two flying swords came with messages from the sky. Blood Shadow Patriarch opened and looked at them. One was from Fairy Shuyun, asking how he has been lately, and saying she has something to discuss with him, telling him to return quickly. The other was from a senior disciple. He said there was something important that required him to immediately go to the snowy mountain. Lately, during this period, Shuyun has frequently exchanged flying sword messages with him. Usually, they talk about the recent status of her disciples, and then express their longing for each other. This time, the flying sword message just mentioned that Zhou Tianfeng encountered some issues in his cultivation, and needed him to come back to discuss. Blood Shadow Patriarch temporarily set this matter aside, and opened another flying sword message. After reading this flying sword message, Blood Shadow Patriarch's face changed drastically. In the letter, The eldest said the second was refining a new type of zombie in the Hu clan's Snowy Spirit Mountain territory. This matter angered the Hu clan. Now the second junior brother has been captured by the Hu clan. I can only assist from the sidelines, and hope the master arrives quickly, to help with the rescue. Second junior brother, that's not right. Although second brother's personality is not as steady as the eldest brother's, he is still very cautious. He would never provoke the Fox tribe of Snowy Ridge on his own. As for offending the Fox tribe by making zombies, that would be even more impossible. The second brother has just created his own blood corpse. He won't be thinking about making another corpse anytime soon. And even if he did, it wouldn't be within the Fox clan's territory. How could he offend the Fox clan over this matter? Ancestor Blood Shadow always felt the eldest brother was hiding something from him. While Ancestor Blood Shadow was pondering, sounds of fighting came from afar. Upon hearing the commotion, the Blood Shadow Patriarch immediately concealed his aura and quietly approached. At this moment, two people were battling in the sky. One was clad in silver armor, wielding a golden spear. The other was wearing the standard armor of the elite military of the Celestial Strategy Army, with disheveled hair, eyes glowing green, fangs emerging from the mouth, letting out strange howls. One is one of the 7 stars generals of the Tiansei army. The other, judging by this appearance, should be the so-called ancestor of the Snow Demon clan. The two are constantly fighting in the sky, but it seems the Snow Demon ancestor is already at the end of their strength. At this moment, Bei-Jan is terrified to the extreme. He fought with all his might, but the opponent just smiled, effortlessly deflecting all his attacks. In his transformed state, being able to fight a Big Dipper general to this extent was already his limit. But it seemed like the opponent didn't even consider it a fight. It was completely like a cat playing with a mouse. Moreover, the golden spear used by this Beidou 7 stars descent is an extremely rigid and yang object, causing even greater damage to him. Knowing he was no match for the opponent, Bei-Jan in the battle tried to escape several times, but was instantly caught by the silver armored general, then forced him to keep fighting. It seems the other side wants to test his limits. Every attack doesn't kill him, but forces him to use all his strength to defend. If you want to kill, just kill. Why humiliate me like this? Haha, humiliate you? You're overthinking it. I just wanted to test your blood demon abilities. The silver armored general sneered. Ha. Then let me show you my power. Bei-Jan roared angrily. Damn it, they've only been mastering their power for a few months. They are not yet fully familiar with this formidable power. If they could fully master it and grow, even the 3 evil stars couldn't. I'd rather die by my own hand. The silver armored general seemed to have had enough. He let out a cold snort. With a step in the air, he appeared beside Bei-Jan. He grabbed Bei-Jan's left wrist and twisted it forcefully. There was a cracking sound. Bei-Jan's entire arm was twisted into a pretzel shape. Ah! Bei-Jan let out a blood-curdling scream. The difference in strength between the two sides was enormous. The silver-armored Beidou general got a bit more serious, and Bei-Jan was instantly defeated. The silver-armored general smiled, and pushed Bei-Jan away with one hand. Then he flashed in front of Bei-Jan, and delivered a punch to Bei-Jan's abdomen. Hit Bei-Jan so hard his stomach churned, and stars appeared before his eyes. The golden spear swung fiercely, striking Bei-Jan's back with its shaft, breaking his entire spine. Bei-Jan's tall body immediately crashed down, falling in a perfect free fall from a high altitude, and made close contact with the ground. He fell and broke his head on the spot. He lay on the ground for a long time without getting up. The silver-armored general approached the white-faced man, who looked like a dead dog. He placed a foot on his face. Is this the power of the Snow Demon clan's ancestor? Just this level? Any Tiangong star could handle this, since you needed me to deal with you personally. Bei-Jan roared angrily. He used all his strength to grab the ankle of the silver-armored general, and then threw him out. But the silver-armored general quickly flipped in the air, and landed steadily on the ground. His resilience is impressive. His strength is great too. I broke his spine. You recovered so quickly. Unfortunately, your cultivation is still lacking, the silver-armored Beidou star general said with a smile. In just a few days, the once gruesome wounds on Bei-Jan's body began to slowly heal. Even the spine that had been broken by the silver-armored general recovered. He looked as if he was never injured. If you want to gain this kind of power, I can let you have it too. Besides diluted blood, our clan has no other weaknesses. Bei-Jan spoke up. We can't win by fighting. We can only use advantages and temptations. Ha ha. With your kind of power, I, General, have no interest in becoming a blood-sucking monster. Forget it. I've had enough fun. It's time to send you on your way. The silver-armored Beidou general sneered. The golden spear turned into a rainbow, piercing straight through Bei-Jan's body. First, a basin-sized hole was opened in his chest. Then the gunfire didn't stop. It tore through Bei-Zan's body. Bei-Zan's internal organs instantly disappeared. Even half of his head and an arm were blasted apart by the golden gun. The mangled body fell directly to the ground. Will you die this time? The silver-armored general snorted coldly and said, Don't you have a strong healing ability? This time I'll tear your entire body to pieces, and even slice off half your head. Let's see if you can still survive. However, Reality quickly slapped the silver armor general in the face. Even with half his head gone, his entire body disappeared. Only one arm and the shoulder area were left. But even after such a severe blow, Bei-Jan still didn't die. With his remaining eye, he fiercely stared at the silver armor's descent. He's still not dead? Not only is he not dead, Bei-Jan's broken but unyielding body, at this moment, it actually started to slowly recover. Half of his face actually began to slowly regenerate. However, the recovery speed slowed down. The Blood Shadow Patriarch watching from the side was also shocked. Such strong vitality. Even being beaten like this, he didn't die. It's all still recovering. Damn it. This is the true monster. It seems that this blood demon ancestor is completely different from ordinary blood demons. I need to capture it alive and study it. The Blood Shadow Patriarch chuckled. He concealed his aura and stealthily circled behind the silver armored general. As a master of the demonic path, it's normal for me to attack someone from behind. Yao Mountain, Jade Luan Peak. Two figures, one red and one blue, are clashing continuously in the sky. The red figure is Zhou Tianfeng, who has transformed into the Heavenly Fury battle form. The blue figure is his senior sister, Lin Wan. According to Shui Yun Fairy, to fully control the Heavenly Fury battle form, one must keep transforming and fighting, becoming familiar with the form. So, his senior sister Lin Wan became his sparring partner, helping Zhou Tianfeng control his battle body. At the beginning, whenever he underwent an adrenaline transformation, Zhou Tianfeng's brain seemed to be instantly flooded with rage, barely maintaining a shred of rationality. This puzzled Zhou Tianfeng greatly. This rage body is definitely not just an adrenaline rush anymore. His whole body emits light. The human body's glow can explain this, but the war markings on his face, and the rage aura that can suppress opponents, along with various celestial phenomena, indicate this is the original rage body. It's just that for some reason, it suddenly appeared on this human body. And all these changes must have happened on the night I stayed at the inn, something I completely can't understand. But, to control this rage state, for Zhou Tianfeng, it's actually not that difficult. His brain activity has now reached an astonishing level. I can force myself to calm down. Over time, I've gradually been able to keep my sanity during battles, without being consumed by rage. After transforming a few times, I've mastered this rage transformation ability, and with this powerful transformed state, I subdued my senior sister. Speaking of which, this transformation state is quite impressive. In this transformed state, Zhou Tianfeng's body no longer experiences the immense burden from an adrenaline rush, because this is a form of anger transformation, and he can even stack an adrenaline rush on top of this form. In the state of double stacking, his body would then experience a burden. This also allows Zhou Tianfeng to confirm that he has indeed acquired the Heaven's Wrath battle body of this world, and not that his adrenaline has evolved in some way. Zhou Tianfeng had a vague suspicion that this world seemed to recognize him, and had given him an identity, but what exactly had he done to make this world acknowledge him, and grant him a form of identification? Alright. Based on the foundation of the Sky Fury battle body, another adrenaline burst mode activated. My body, oh. To what extent can he still go crazy? Lin Wan, holding a blue flying sword, danced in the sky. The sword shadows attacked Zhou Tianfeng. To deal with this junior brother, I can't afford to be careless at all. This kid's cultivation is merely at the mid-assist level, but after transforming into the Heavenly Wrath battle body, the phenomena and heavenly domain he generated directly suppressed me, who is at the Light Fusion Forest stage. Zhou Tianfeng's hands turned into countless spring shadows, completely blocking Ling Wan's sword light. Then, with an absolutely tough stance, he overpowered this senior sister. In the golden red glow, my senior sister gradually started losing. The Heavenly Fury battle body is incredibly useful, perfect for those wide open battles, suppressing your opponent with absolute power. A battle spanning an entire major realm. Yet I hardly put in any effort. I didn't even have to use an adrenaline rush. Zhou Tianfeng broke through Lin Wan's endless swords. Guang suddenly rushed up and hugged his senior sister in the suburbs, forcing her to the ground, ending this somewhat boring fight. No more fighting. Your Heavenly Wrath battle body is too unfair. Lin Wan pushed Zhou Tianfeng away, said, but if I don't transform, I probably can't even take 3 moves from senior sister. Zhou Tianfeng also smiled and released the transformed state of the furious body. Recently, he did a small test, which is that not only can he stack adrenaline bursts in the Sky Fury battle body state, but also in his normal state. Without activating rage mode, you can still use adrenaline, and the burden on your body is negligible. For these 2 transformation states, you can freely choose either one. However, after using Heavenly Rage mode combined with an adrenaline burst, it will put a tremendous burden on your body. This combined state, Zhou Tianfeng can sustain it for just over a minute. But in this double-layered state, his dynamic visual bullets and the brain's super powerful combat calculation ability become unusable, because his brain has to suppress that anger. For now, using the Heaven's Wrath battle form, his attack and defense are slightly stronger than just using adrenaline alone. But Zhou Tianfeng thinks that the adrenaline brings him dynamic visual bullet time and a super combat computational ability in his brain, with greater potential for future growth. When he enters the rage state, he is indeed very powerful. However, this power comes from the blessing of heaven and earth, whereas the adrenaline burst is his own original strength, and it enhances him in all aspects, especially in dynamic vision, bullet time, and brain overclocking combat computational ability. These abilities are the real bugs. I guess it won't be long. Even if you don't use the Heavenly Wrath battle body, Senior Sister won't be your match. Lin Wen said. Haha, then I'll protect Senior Sister from now on. Zhou Tianfeng said. Humph, smooth talker. Senior Sister wants you to be her Dao companion. Why didn't you agree? Lin Wen asked. Hey. I need to think about it. Zhou Tianfeng hummed. Frosty Tianfeng. Lin Wan's eyes widened. He clasped his hands into a blue spell. Blue spiritual energy flowed around him. Instantly, a terrifying chill mixed with a blizzard directly enveloped Zhou Tianfeng. However, the small spell had no effect on Zhou Tianfeng at all. With just a little effort, he broke free from the hail covering his body. Now the Senior Sister is even acting coy with him. You really learned this thoroughly from Master's wife. But I'm not Master Shui Feng. I don't fall for that. Senior Sister, when you use spell attacks, the special effects are quite nice. Zhou Tianfeng moved his shoulder and said, What do you mean by special effects? Lin Wen asked. Is it the effect of the blue spiritual energy flowing all over the body? It does look quite beautiful, but spells have no effect on me. Zhou Tianfeng said. The effect of blue spiritual energy flowing. Junior brother, what nonsense are you talking about? When casting a spell attack, it only forms a seal in front of you. Lin Wen said, puzzled. Huh? Zhou Tianfeng was confused. But just now, when I saw you casting the spell, there were countless blue lights flowing through your meridians. How could it only form a seal in front of you? I can clearly see the flow of spiritual energy through your body's meridians. But, Senior Sister, I clearly saw the spiritual energy flowing within your body. Zhou Tianfeng said. Lin Wan. What on earth is my idiot junior brother talking about? Seeing the spiritual energy flowing in my body's meridians? Do you have X-ray vision or something? But I am wearing clothes. You said you saw the spiritual energy flowing through my meridians. What do you mean by that? Lin Wan instantly crossed her arms over her chest and looked at Zhou Tianfeng with a wary face. Was he peeping? No, that can't be it. X-ray vision is impossible. Your junior brother can't possibly see through things. At this moment, Lin Wan was caught up in wild imagination. Her face turned slightly red, shy and embarrassed, but also filled with anger, staring at Zhou Tianfeng with a murderous look. A vent. Are you okay? Maybe I, your junior, saw wrong. Senior Sister, what's going on? You looked at me with extreme shyness. Then her eyes blazed with fire, glaring at me with murderous intent. Say, can you see through things? Lin Wen instantly came to Zhou Tianfeng and asked, Senior Sister. I said, can't we speak based on facts? Junior brother, I didn't say anything. Don't worry, I absolutely can't see through things. Zhou Tianfeng said speechlessly. Hearing this, Lin Wen finally relaxed. Thank goodness. It seems I was overthinking. I told you. How could something like X-ray vision exist? Senior Sister, can you use the spell again? Any one of them will do. Zhou Tianfeng said. The fire spirit spell will work. Lin Wen formed a fiery red hand seal and cast it in front of Zhou Tianfeng. While her senior sister was casting the spell, she indeed saw the flow of spiritual energy within her visual meridians. But this time it's fiery red. The flow of spiritual energy is indeed visible. It seems each type of spiritual artifact has a different color, but the details aren't very clear to the naked eye. It would be great if the visual capability were stronger. Wait. Enhance the visual capture ability. Suddenly thought of something. Zhou Tianfeng directly entered Adrenaline Rush mode. Adrenaline mode isn't just for fighting. It has many other functions. Looking again this time, Zhou Tianfeng noticed that his senior sister's hand movements had slowed down. He could easily catch every gesture she made. And the spiritual energy flowing through her meridians was now clearly visible to Zhou Tianfeng. He even saw the entire meridian diagram of his senior sister's body. Zhou Tianfeng first used his near-obsessive dynamic vision bullet time to memorize all the incantations Lin Wen performed. Then he directed the spiritual energy in his body to flow in the same paths. He let his brain compute the hand techniques captured by his dynamic vision and rehearsed them countless times in his mind. Alright, junior brother, this is the fire incantation, Lin Wen said. At this moment, Zhou Tianfeng's eyes had turned a deep blue. All the spiritual energy in his body was channeled to his eyes. Imitating his senior sister, Zhou Tianfeng performed the same spell. Following the flow of spiritual energy in his senior sister's meridians, Zhou Tianfeng directly cast a fire spell. Fire Spirit Spell. It's almost identical to the Fire Spirit spell my senior sister used, both in power and appearance. This? Junior brother, you learned it just by watching once. I haven't even taught you how to use the magic array yet. Lin Wen widened her eyes, and said incredulously. Are you kidding me? He just watched it once, and this kid already learned it? I haven't even told him the spell for the technique yet. Without relying on the spell, how did he mobilize the spiritual energy in his body? How did he learn it? Could he have learned the fire spirit spell before? Senior sister, try using another spell. Zhou Tianfeng spoke up. His guess was correct. He captured the flow of spiritual energy through the meridians in his body. Then, with his extraordinary dynamic vision, he replicated his opponent's spell gestures. Next, he overclocked his brain. He could successfully replicate his opponent's moves, since spells can be copied. So if Senior Sister uses other secret techniques, or if disciples from other sects use secret techniques in future battles, as long as they are seen by me in this state, can I instantly copy and learn them? Impressive maple leaf dance, thunder flash. Curtain falls. Lin Wen didn't pause at all, and consecutively cast 3 more 5-element spells. This time, at the moment he finished casting the spell, Zhou Tianfeng mimicked it perfectly. Using the same spell, only half a beat slower. What's more terrifying is, the power is exactly the same as his own. This little eatery really learned it in an instant. Just now there was a slight pause. Now I just finished casting the spell, and he immediately used it. Lin Wan, her mouth slightly open, looked at Zhou Tianfeng in disbelief. What kind of monstrous talent is this? Senior sister, you use a sword technique, Zhou Tianfeng said. Oh, alright. At this moment, Lin Wan was somewhat numb and dazed. She performed an ordinary flying flower sword technique. Lin Wan's flying sword turned pink, transforming into a sky full of flying petals. This move is the basic sword technique of Yashui Tianbong. Its display was breathtakingly beautiful. The flying sword blooms like 10,000 flowers, killing enemies invisibly. Flying blossom sword technique. On the other side, Zhou Tianfeng also successfully executed this move with his flying sword. However, his execution only produced immature petals. Yongxian sword technique. Yongxian sword technique. Setting sun over the long river. Setting sun over the long river. In an instant, another 2 sets of sword techniques were executed. Zhou Tianfeng still displayed the same sword techniques, but half a beat slower, in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. He just watched himself perform the immortal technique once, and the sword techniques. This kid actually learned them instantly. Lin Wen felt a surge of emotion to cry. This is too unfair. It took me years to learn these things, but this junior brother just needs one glance? Haha. Under normal circumstances, I can vaguely see the flow of spiritual energy in others, but once the adrenaline kicks in, my dynamic vision can perfectly capture it. Then, by overclocking his brain, he could quickly learn his opponent's moves. Zhou Tianfeng was in high spirits, when suddenly his whole body trembled, and he exited the adrenaline rush mode. Then he knelt on the ground, gasping for air. Even his eyes experienced intense pain. Junior brother, what's wrong? Lin Wen hurried over, and supported Zhou Tianfeng, and asked with great concern. Hey, I'm fine, just a little tired. I'll be fine after a rest. It's still quite a burden on the body. This ability to copy the opponent's moves is even more exhausting than battle mode. Junior brother, stop talking. I have a rejuvenation pill here. Take it quickly. Lin Wen took out a small green bottle from her bosom, and poured out a rejuvenation pill, fed it into Zhou Tianfeng's mouth, then circulated his own true energy, placed his hand on Zhou Tianfeng's back, to regulate his body. He was fine just now, suddenly able to perform the sword techniques and spells on his own. But why is he kneeling on the ground now? Zhou Tianfeng sat cross-legged on the ground for a while before recovering, slowly opened his somewhat sore eyes. At this moment, Zhou Tianfeng's eyes looked like he had stayed up for 3 days and nights binge-watching dramas. His face was covered with dark circles. There were tiny blood vessels inside his eyeballs. His eyes even had a slight feeling of swelling pain now. Senior sister, I'm fine, but I just copied your spell, an incantation. It's just that it's a bit hard on my eyes, Zhou Tianfeng said. Junior brother, what happened to your eyes just now? I've never heard of anyone whose eyes can instantly learn a spell cast by someone else. Lin Wen helped Zhou Tianfeng to sit down. She gently rubbed his back, and asked, Senior sister, can you promise me one thing? Zhou Tianfeng pondered for a moment, and asked, what is it, junior brother? As long as it doesn't involve betraying our sect, I will agree. Lin Wen said, it's not that kind of thing. Senior sister, about my eyes and what I learned from you today, I hope you can keep it a secret. If it's about master, you can tell him, but absolutely no one else. Not even the elders or anyone else. Zhou Tianfeng held Lin Wan's hand, and said that his eyes now. My eyes have a super ability to perceive dynamic capture, watching the flow of spiritual energy. These abilities are really too overpowered. If someone with ill intentions finds out, it might put my life in danger. I've been here for a long time now. Zhou Tianfeng is no novice in cultivation. There are soul-snatching techniques in this world. It's just that the conditions to perform them are quite harsh, and also a favorite of the heavens. It's extremely difficult for someone with a special cultivation physique to be possessed. First, the success rate of possession is quite low. For ordinary physiques, it's 50%. For special physiques, it's less than 20%. No matter how high the cultivation level is, it's the same. And in the future, the heavenly tribulations will be especially harsh on you. The power of the heavenly tribulations is more than 10 times that of ordinary cultivators. So usually no one would try to seize the body of someone with a special constitution. But if one's own eyes are this special, then it's a big problem. Some people might get bad ideas. They might want to gouge out one's eyes and implant them in their own body, illusion eyes or something. In this world of cultivating immortality, it's still quite feasible. Taking over your body carries great risk. You still need to take care of future tribulations. But it's fine if I just steal your eyes, right? Although my own replication ability, dynamic observation ability, I'll need the stimulation of adrenaline and the assistance of a super brain. Others don't know that. They would think it's just the power of your eyes. I just need to take it, then it's mine. So the fewer people know, the better. It's fine if my master and mistress know. It's fine if Lin Wen knows. But Zhou Tianfeng doesn't want others to know. And in future battles, if he copies the opponent's moves. So, it's best not to show it in front of him. Just secretly remember it. If you have to show it in front of others, then you must take them out. In the future, when you see cultivators fighting, just take a glance. Learn all their skills. Making a fortune in silence is the way to go. Anyway, I'm just a bystander. I don't know if my copying ability can copy any spell. Maybe I could even steal someone's cultivation method in the end. Senior sister understands your concerns. Don't worry. I won't even tell master about this. This will be our little secret, okay? Lin Wen smiled, patted her chest and said, "What can bring two people closer? It must be a little secret only the two of them know." "Oh hi. It's nothing if master knows. Besides, I didn't plan to hide it from him." Zhou Tianfeng said, "Don't you trust me, senior brother?" "It's not that I don't trust you, senior sister. I'm just worried about master finding out about this." Zhou Tianfeng said no. It's best if you don't let master know about this. The ability to secretly learn magical spells and sword techniques is something you should always keep hidden. Lin Wen looked at Zhou Tianfeng. He spoke very seriously. "Why is that? Your ability is a threat to everyone. The master won't harm you. But what about the master's master? What about the other grand elders? What about the Wind Lord? What about the master's friends? If anyone reveals this matter, what will disciples from other sects think of you? You would be a danger to all sects. With just one look, you could learn the secret techniques and moves that other sects have studied for millennia. Your existence would shake the foundation of all sects. This is something that no sect can tolerate." Lin Wen looked at Zhou Tianfeng. He said very seriously. Perhaps he was judging others by his own standards, but he had to make his junior brother understand how this ability was seen by all sects, how it was so against the natural order, how it was so intolerable. This is so serious. Zhou Tianfeng listened to Lin Wan's words. I was instantly stunned. Damn. Hearing my senior sister say this, my copying ability really is intolerable. Other sects have thousand-year-old legacies. Countless predecessors put their heart and soul into researching secret techniques, and you learn it with just one look. What does that make us? This is the ultimate freeloading. No one would tolerate this. If this ability of mine is exposed, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Senior sister is right. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Should I find a chance to take you out too, senior sister? No. Senior sister has been quite good to me, and it was he who told me about these things. I can't do this though. Maybe after I learn the soul-searching technique, I can secretly erase this memory from senior sister, so that no one will ever know. Junior brother, in the future, if you want to secretly learn someone else's techniques, then remember, you must watch secretly. Learn secretly. Never reveal this ability in front of others. Lin Wen said, I understand. This is the secret between me and my senior sister. Zhou Tianfeng said, Senior sister, you are right. The fewer people know about this, the better. Even master and mistress. Zhou Tianfeng also plans to keep it a secret for now. Junior brother, rest assured, senior sister will never reveal your secret. I swear by my Tao heart, if I tell anyone other than my junior brother about everything today, under the future heavenly tribulation, I will be annihilated. My soul will scatter. Lin Wen said very seriously. Zhou Tianfeng, with his own Tao heart strength, is not joking around. Zhou Tianfeng is speechless. As the saying goes, it's hardest to sell beauty. Well, whatever. Let's take it one step at a time. At least for now, it's certain that his senior sister definitely won't sell him out with his own Tao heart and strength, unless he completely doesn't want to live anymore. Otherwise, he would never break the rules. Of course, there's another possibility that would make this senior sister break her promise, and that is to take everything from him, then run away. But such a scumbag behavior. Zhou Tianfeng said he would never do it, but becoming a Dao companion with this senior sister, he indeed had some concerns. It wasn't because she wasn't good looking, or not worthy of him. It was because he and the innate human race of this world had some fundamental differences. They weren't even the same species. He was worried about what might happen if they got close. That's okay. After all, both sides look the same. Their organs are basically compatible in size. But whether they can have offspring is another matter. Zhou Tianfeng even specially looked into ancient texts like the Blood Shadow Trace, and some from Yao Shui Heaven Palace. He found many answers he was seeking. How should I put it? After combining some classic texts of this world and my super brain's thinking, I came up with 3 possibilities. The first one, it is absolutely impossible for both sides to produce offspring. Even if everything else is the same, no matter how hard they try, it is impossible to produce offspring. The second possibility, Zhou Tianfeng can have offspring with human women of this world, but the child might be a pure human, or a pure member of the human race. However, they will inherit some traits from Zhou Tianfeng's body. Why is that? Because, after all, this world is an immortal cultivation world. All life forms in this world are not restricted by species considerations. Humans, demons, and other magical beings, even other strange races, and even true immortals, can all produce offspring. Everything in this world is based on spiritual energy. Possessing spiritual energy is the means by which different races communicate. And now, my body has adapted to the spiritual energy. To a certain extent, they have become the darlings of spiritual energy. So this speculation and hypothesis are completely feasible. Moreover, these mixed-blood descendants of the human race will retain human appearances and some special traits of other races. At least I, as a human, look exactly like you. And no matter what, I still have the character of a human. So it's very likely to give birth to a mixed-blood human child. This is the result Zhou Tianfeng most wants to see. And as for mixed bloods, it's incredibly intense no matter what the setting is. Alright, next is the third possibility. Zhou Tianfeng doesn't know the reason himself. He inexplicably gained the world's recognition, and also acquired the heavenly raft battle body of this world. It's equivalent to having an ID card of this world. He and a human woman of this world could give birth to a pure human offspring. Moreover, this offspring would inherit his heavenly wrath battle body traits. But regarding anything about humans, it's very likely that there is nothing. The first result is what Zhou Tianfeng least wants to see. If that's the case, he would be the loneliest existence in this world. But this result is the least likely one. After all, the foundation of this world is the supernatural energy called spiritual energy, and his body has successfully adapted to this super energy. I believe in your senior sister. Zhou Tianfeng nodded and said, "Alright then. I'll help you back to your room to rest. For the next few days, just take care of the herb garden. Don't do any combat training for now." Lin Wen smiled gently at his words, helping Zhou Tianfeng up to meet together, and flew back to their place. From that day on, their relationship clearly became much closer. After Zhou Tianfeng's health improved, the two of them secretly went to the back mountain. Zhou Tianfeng used his copying ability to learn all of Lin Wan's ultimate techniques all over. And things in the medicinal field are back on track. Wang Xiaobao is a very smart kid. This kid takes great care of his poisonous flowers and herbs. Many of them have already grown up. This kid also understands that after removing the poisonous parts of the flowers and herbs, they become great healing medicines. It's much more profitable than growing spiritual fruits and vegetables like before. These things are completely useless to Zhou Tianfeng. He can totally use them to improve his cultivation, or exchange them with other outer sect disciples for cultivation resources. Taking care of this medicine field is an excellent and lucrative job. Mr. Zhou Xiaobao has memorized everything you taught. I will take good care of your poisonous plants. Wang Xiaobao said. Not bad, Xiaobao. You're learning quickly. These are new poisonous plant seeds. You can plant them here. When you break through to the condensation stage, you can start helping me breed poisonous insects. Zhou Tianfeng was very satisfied, and nodded. Then he handed Wang Xiaobao some poisonous flower and herb seeds, and told him to continue planting them. After this batch of poisonous flowers and herbs matures, remove the poisonous parts, and the remaining parts can easily help the kid advance to the qi condensation stage. Then we can take care of the poisonous insects attracted here. In this second batch of seeds, Zhou Tianfeng included some flowers that can attract poisonous insects. But to catch these poisonous insects, you need to have at least qi condensation cultivation. Don't worry, sir. Xiaobao won't let you down. Just watch and see. It will attract pests. I will definitely take good care of them. Wang Xiaobao knelt in front of Zhou Tianfeng. He said gratefully, "If I hadn't met this gentleman, I wouldn't have had a chance to build my foundation. In the future, my highest achievement would have been just an outer disciple." But after meeting Mr. Zhou, he felt that now he could think about Kachin or even Kachin's elders. He really hoped the other party would make an exception and take him as a disciple, so that he could become an official disciple of Yashui Tiangong. Take good care of these poisonous flowers and herbs. I'll come back when I have time. Zhou Tianfeng patted Wang Xiaobao's head, and left on his sword. How could he not know the other's intentions? But as a male disciple personally taught by the Yashui Tiangong, although he is qualified to accept disciples, his cultivation must reach the soul level or above. Otherwise, he would only mislead others. Moreover, to accept disciples, he can only accept female disciples. Male disciples must also meet those special conditions. After all, rules can't be broken. This kid, Zhou Tianfeng, can only take him as a disciple to honor the dead in the future. Make him an outer disciple. He can later become a guest or even a guest elder. Returning to his own room, he had just chatted with Lin Wen for a bit, when Zhou Tianfeng received a message from his master's wife. Kid, come quickly. Your master is back. Zhou Tianfeng heard this. His body shook violently. It's been over 5 months. Master, you are finally back. But things are as you expected. There might be a little deviation. Countless unexpected events combined together sometimes lead to unforeseen results. Surprises always come so quickly. I hope you can handle them, Master. What's wrong, junior brother? Is there something you need? You seem startled seeing Zhou Tianfeng. Lin Wen asked in confusion. I'm fine. Senior sister, just now Master and I communicated. He said he wants to check on my recent training and asked me to come over. Zhou Tianfeng said. Master wants to assess your training. Should I go with you? Lin Wen asked. Doesn't Master usually assign the junior brother's cultivation task to me? Why the sudden need to assess him personally? That's not necessary. It's just to check on my cultivation progress. It's nothing major, Zhou Tianfeng said. Lin Wen always feels that this junior brother is hiding something from her. There must be some secret between the junior brother and the master. It's her woman's intuition telling her this. So, junior brother, how long will you be gone? I'll prepare dinner. When you come back, we'll eat together. A few days ago, an outer disciple caught a large ice-wing brain from the northern sea. It tastes very delicious, and it's full of spiritual energy. Junior brother, you must try it, Lin Wen said. Zhou Tianfeng loved food that contained a lot of spiritual energy. Lin Wen knew this, so he specifically used his sect contributions to get this ice-wing snapper. The spiritual energy content of this ice-wing snapper is dozens of times higher than that of ordinary spirit-raised creatures. Junior brother should really like this. Senior sister, you don't have to wait for me for dinner tonight. I estimate I'll be staying for 2 or 3 days, Zhou Tianfeng said. Trying to persuade his master properly could take a lot of time. Also, his master can't directly enter Yashui Tiangong. He and his master's wife have to go out themselves. So, he definitely won't be back tonight. Alright. I'll have them stored first, and send them over in 3 days. Anyway, we have to eat together with junior brother, Lin Wen said. Okay, senior sister. Don't worry, I'll definitely be back within 3 days. Zhou Tianfeng finished speaking. He drove his flying sword, transforming it into a streak of light, heading towards the master's wife's residence. Master's wife, I'm here. Where's the master now? Shall we go and pick him up now? As soon as he entered, Zhou Tianfeng asked immediately. No rush. No rush. I have just received his flying sword message. Your master will be near the Demon Water Palace tonight. We'll go pick him up tonight. Suyan Fairy said. Has mistress come up with a plan? Zhou Tianfeng asked. Don't worry. This matter has already been discussed with the Grand Elder and the sect leader. As long as mistress can bring your master back tied up, get him to agree, and everything will be fine, said the Water Cloud Fairy. Zhou Tianfeng was speechless. Bringing my master back. Do you have to say it so violently? Husband? Look, this is a treasure I specifically borrowed from your uncle master. Shuyan Fairy holds a golden rope, with a dragon head embedded on it, and says, Mistress, what is this? Oh my, mistress, how do you play like this? Master just got back, and you're giving him this big gift. This web's decoration is quite luxurious. It has a dragon head. The entire body is golden. It looks much nicer than your last blood red whip. Xinyang indeed has some special preferences. No wonder a righteous disciple would fall for a demon from the demonic path. Zhou Tianfeng silently mourned for his master for 3 seconds in his heart. Master, this whip doesn't have spikes. It should be more bearable. Fairy Shuyan didn't know Zhou Tianfeng's thoughts. If she knew, she would definitely catch this kid and give him a good whipping first. Let me tell you, this is a great treasure. It's called the Golden Dragon Binding Lock. It's a treasure that can pierce through a person with one shot, as long as you're bound by him. Even if you're an expert at the immortal transformation level, you won't be able to break free. Fairy Shuyan shook the Golden Dragon Binding Lock in her hand, and said, this was originally a treasure only the sect leader could use. To be safe, he specially borrowed it for use. Although he can handle Blood Peak himself without much trouble, it wouldn't be good if he got hurt. With this treasure, he can instantly capture Blood Peak. Master's wife. Master, he has only reached the peak of soul cultivation. You're using a sword meant to deal with immortal level cultivators. Against him, is it necessary? Zhou Tianfeng whispered from the side. No, Man, looking at your stance, it seems like you're not going to negotiate and persuade Master. It seems like you plan to tie him up and bring him back directly. Hey. Mind your own business. Anyway, just watch my performance tonight, my disciple, said Shuyan Fairy, Master's wife. I will help persuade him. It's still better to go with Fuergong. You pack up as well, and come down the mountain with me. Let's go see your master, Shuyan Fairy said. Disciple obeys. Zhou Tianfeng said. On a desolate mountain 100 miles from Yashan, Blood Shadow Ancestor, with his spoils, was waiting for his disciple and old lover. Beside him, a figure tied up tightly, covered in talismans, lay on the ground. There was no sound. On that day, the battle between the Snow Demon Ancestor and the General of the Big Dipper. At the last moment, he quietly circled behind the General of the Big Dipper and launched a surprise attack on him, wounding that General of the Big Dipper half to death. Then, with only half a body left, the Blood Demon Ancestor with one arm remained. Taking advantage of the moment when the Beidou General was heavily wounded, he leapt up and pounced on his neck. Then he bit down. In just a few short breaths, he sucked the Beidou General dry. Then the Blood Demon's body began to recover rapidly, and his strength also increased. There are faint signs of breaking through to soul cultivation. Old Ancestor Blood Shadow didn't dare to be careless. He immediately used the Settling Heart spell to seal the opponent's body. Then, he used the Blood Shadow Sect's secret soul restoration spell to control the soul. He temporarily suppressed this Blood Demon Ancestor. As for Beidou Xinjiang, who was sucked dry, Old Ancestor Blood Shadow didn't let him go either. He was an excellent material for refining corpses. After going back, give it to the second brother. This time he wasn't here to take Zhou Tianfeng away, because the eldest brother sent a message again, saying the second brother has been imprisoned by the Fox clan, telling him to hurry and rescue this junior disciple. He needs Shu Yan to take care of him for a while longer. How am I supposed to bring this up myself? While Xie Feng was pondering, two sword lights descended from the sky. It was his lover Shui Yun Fairy and her disciple Zhou Tianfeng. Shui Yun, Xie Feng, woo. You heartless man, you heartless thing. How dare you lie to me? The moment we met, your mistress unleashed her skill to gain the upper hand. Fairy Shu Yun said, her eyes glistening with mist. She questioned Patriarch Xing with a tearful voice, and Patriarch Xing was instantly dumbfounded. Oh my goodness. What do you mean by that? When have I ever lied to you? Even if I lied to my own disciples or to the world, I would never lie to you. What do you mean by saying that, Shuyan? When have I ever lied to you? If you say I gave you something, I'll admit this. But I've never lied to you. Xie Feng said anxiously. They had been in love for many years, but he never gave Shuyan a promise. Even in his old age, he asked for his help. He truly did give Shuyan, and said there was no issue with his apprentice. You lied to me. If I hadn't found out, I wouldn't know how long you deceived me. Explain this to me. Speak with your conscience. Tell me about the qualification thing. Did you lie to me? Shuyan wiped her tears. Begins questioning Shui Feng. Upon hearing this, Shui Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Shui Yun has discovered something? His apprentice Lin Zhen can grow on his own. This fact is truly too shocking. So he didn't tell Shui Yun. Could it be that this has been exposed? This? How can I explain this to myself? Shui Yun, I didn't mean to deceive you. It's just that this matter is really too shocking. I was afraid that someone with ill intentions would take advantage of it. Shui Feng said somewhat incoherently, whining to his most beloved woman. Even the ruthless Blood Shadow Ancestor had to soften at this moment. Humph, it's good that you admit it. Now, say it yourself. What exactly did you do wrong? Fairy Shuyan immediately showed a faint smile. Looking at Shui Feng, she asked, what? Xinyang activates her skill and speaks. Where did I go wrong, Shuyan? I'm sorry to you. I shouldn't have lied to you. I should have told you earlier that Fu Ertai's spiritual root can grow on its own. I should have told you in advance. Shui Feng sighed. He began to speak. My master Shui Feng successfully activated the skill, confessing without a fight. Zhou Tianfeng watched his master's wife's god-level performance from the side. He was completely stunned. Oh my god. His master's wife's skill of crying, making a fuss, and threatening to hang herself is really impressive. Cry on command. Make a fuss on command. After all that maneuvering, he made his master surrender. Wait, didn't he use the hanging technique yet? So stylish. The spiritual roots can grow on their own. Fairy Shuyan squinted her eyes, grabbed Shui Feng by the ear, and asked, you, Shui Feng, really were hiding something from me. I remember during the test, it was still a high-grade spiritual root. Although stronger than the average high-grade spiritual root, it wasn't an exceptional spiritual root. But somehow, that night, it suddenly evolved into an exceptional spiritual root. After all this time, you knew all along. That Feng is actually a self-growing spirit root. This isn't much different from the Heavenly Fury battle physique. No, I need to see what else this old guy is hiding from me. You weren't asking about this. Xie Feng's eyes widened directly. He asked, doesn't he know about this? Or is Shuyan asking about something else? But I haven't hidden anything else from him, right? Am I giving myself away? Sigh. Every time Shuiyu uses this trick on himself, it always works perfectly. Ah, Xuanfeng, Xuanfeng. When will you ever learn? Of course, there's also this matter. I've known about this for a long time. Fanger is now at the peak of Lin Zhen. Did you think I didn't notice? Don't believe it? See for yourself. He's already at the peak of perfection. The corners of Shuyan Fairy's mouth curved, as she smiled and said. Hearing this, Ancestor Blood Shadow came to Joshin Peak, half believing and half doubting. He placed his hand on his shoulder. Disciple Joshin Peak pays respects to master. Zhou Tianfeng finally had time to say a word in front of his master. Good disciple, don't speak. Let me take a look. Blood Shadow Patriarch silently channeled his true essence into Zhou Tianfeng's body. Then his expression changed. Goodness, he has indeed grown to the top grade spiritual root. Alright then. It looks like Shuyan is just making some guesses, but isn't sure. So that's why he said it this way. I really didn't expect it. He thought that in just half a year, this kid couldn't possibly advance from high-grade spiritual roots to top-grade spiritual roots so quickly, but it turned out to be much faster than he expected. It truly is top-grade spiritual roots. Good disciple. Since it has come to this point, I won't hide it from you anymore. Actually, the first time I saw you, you were just an ordinary low-grade spirit root, but the second time I saw you, you had become a mid-grade spirit root. After that, your spiritual root has grown to a superior grade. Now it has reached the top grade. In the future, it might grow into a heavenly root, or even the legendary immortal root. Fanger. Do you blame me for not telling you this earlier? Blood Shadow Patriarch patted Zhou Tianfeng on the shoulder, and said with great satisfaction, this matter was not told to Zhou Tianfeng beforehand. Also for his own good, a spiritual root that can grow by itself, is truly too shocking. I hope he doesn't blame himself, for his master not telling him. There must be a reason for it. Disciple has never blamed master, Zhou Tianfeng respectfully said. As expected. It was just as I guessed. My spiritual roots can indeed grow on their own. I just don't know if there is a limit. As for the strange master not telling me, Zhou Tianfeng didn't mind, because it was indeed for my own good. If I couldn't figure out this much, then something like a super brain, he just has it in vain. Listening to the conversation between the master and disciple, Shui Yongxian also nodded on the side. If Shui Feng hadn't said it, she really wouldn't have thought there truly exists a spiritual root that can grow by itself in this world. Alright, next. It's time to ask about the Heaven's Fury battle body. I'd like to see how you explain this to me. Whirlwind, get over here first. Our business isn't finished yet. Tell me what else you're hiding from me. After confirming Zhou Tianfeng's root issue, Shuyan Fairy pulled Blood Shadow Patriarch over. What else could I be hiding from you? I told you from the start that this child has a toxic spirit body. As for the latent awakened rage body, I also told you about that. Shui Feng said. The awakened rage body skips generations. Are you still trying to fool me now? Tell me honestly. Fairy Shuyan put her hands on her hips. He spoke up. This child is an anger body awakened across generations. I wasn't lying to you. Whirlwind responded, somewhat confused. Really? Just an anger iron awakened across generations. Are you sure it's not the legendary Heaven's Fury Battle Iron? Fairy Shuyan laughed and said. Heavenly Fury Battle Body. I also think this disciple has the Heavenly Fury Battle Body. If he truly has the legendary Heavenly Fury Battle Body, then I would laugh myself awake from my dreams. Whirlwind said. You're still pretending with me. Let me tell you, this kid's Heavenly Fury Battle Body has already awakened, and the awakening causes quite a stir. Suddenly, Shui Yun Shanzi changed her tone, and said, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Feng too. If he truly is the legendary Heavenly Wrath Body, how could I not see it? Ancestor Blood Shadow thinks Shu Yan is joking with him. He said with certainty. I think you won't cry until you see the coffin, and you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Fanger, come here and activate your Fury Body state. Unleash your Heaven's Wrath domain. Let him see. Shui Yun Fairy sneered, and said, it's the mistress. Zhou Tianfeng nodded, and approached the Blood Shadow Patriarch. Instantly entered the Rage Body transformation state. His eyes turned crimson. Heavenly Wrath battle patterns began to appear on his face. A subtle pressure directly covered Patriarch Blood Shadow. At the same time, Zhou Tianfeng's body emitted a golden red glow, a terrifying power of heaven and earth. The Heavenly Wrath domain was fully revealed in front of Shuifeng. Even though he was only at the foundation establishment stage, mid-phase cultivation, even the Blood Shadow Patriarch felt a bit oppressed. Seeing Zhou Tianfeng like this, feeling the might of heaven and earth from his disciple, and his own suppressed cultivation, the Blood Shadow Patriarch was completely stunned. This can't be wrong. This level of oppression. This terrifying celestial phenomenon. The peril of heaven and earth. This is the legendary Heavenly Wrath Battle Body. But, why is it the Heavenly Wrath Battle Body? This child. How could he be the legendary Heavenly Wrath Battle Body? Could it be that I was really mistaken? But at that time, Xiao Yue was also there. His state is clearly just an intergenerational awakened fury body. Finish. What's going on? Aren't you an intergenerational awakened fury body? How could it be? How could you become the first generation heavenly fury war body? Blood Shadow Elder's face was full of disbelief. Looking at Zhou Tianfeng, he asked. Zhou Tianfeng also exited his anger state and said, reporting to Master. I don't know what happened either. Over 3 months ago, I successfully built my foundation. Then I ended up like this. Zhou Tianfeng said. I'm also puzzled by this. I don't know what happened either. It's quite baffling. Shui Feng, do you have anything to say? Look. Isn't this the legendary Heaven's Wrath battle body? If you had told me earlier that this child is the Heaven's Wrath battle body, it won't lead to the upcoming disaster. Fairy Shuyun said. Shuyun, I really didn't lie to you about this. I truly don't know about it, whether you believe it or not. I just learned today that Feng Tu is a Tian Nu war body, Shui Feng said. At this moment, Shui Feng, he was also pleasantly surprised, but at the same time, he was anxious. Heaven's Fury battle body, his own small blood shadow, couldn't possibly protect Song Kiki. Wait, Shui Yu, you just mentioned triggering the upcoming disaster. Could it be? Xuan Feng suddenly seemed to realize something, and asked. When this child was building their foundation, my Yuluan wind was as bright as daylight, and they were flying in the sky, like a burning little sun. It also triggered a terrifying celestial phenomenon. Do you think my sect wouldn't notice? Said Fairy Shuyang. Shui Feng's face turned deathly pale, upon hearing this. Perhaps if such a terrifying phenomenon truly occurs, it would definitely alarm the higher-ups of Yashui Tiangong. What is Yashui Tiangong? What is heartbreak? No one knows better than the Blood Shadow ancestor. Back when he and Shui Yong were in love, he was full of ambition and spirit. At that time, Shui Feng wanted to take Shui Yun away from the Yao Shui Heavenly Palace and make her the wife of the Blood Shadow sect's leader. But after learning about the power of the Yao Shui Heavenly Palace, the Blood Shadow ancestor instantly abandoned this idea. This is no longer a matter of a big gap or not. Not to mention, any guest elder from their outer sect, any ordinary elder from their inner sect can fight the Blood Shadow Patriarch to a draw, let alone the sect leader, the Wind Masters, and the Grand Elders in the sect. Any one of them can come out easily. The lowest cultivation level is Tofan. Dealing with oneself is a piece of cake. Totally unbeatable. How could this be? Feng Eor's matter has been discovered by Yao Shui Tiangong. How can this be handled? Can you still take him away? What's going on with Shuyan? Quick, tell me. Xie Feng asked anxiously. When Fenger formed his foundation, it immediately triggered a terrifying celestial phenomenon. It attracted the headmaster and several other wind masters. Then everyone discovered this legendary Heaven's Wrath battle body. At that time, I had no choice, and told them, this is my new disciple. Finally, I managed to protect this kid, without exposing his identity as a disciple of the Blood Shadow sect. Fairy Shuyun said, That's good. Then there's no time to lose. Feng knew. Hurry and follow me. Let's leave this place of trouble. The Blood Shadow ancestor breathed a sigh of relief, and said, It's good that Shuyun managed to bring people out. He was just afraid that this disciple would be taken directly by Yao Shui Tiangong. No time to lose. I must leave immediately with everyone. Otherwise, I guess I wouldn't be able to leave. Zhou Tianfeng stood aside, and smiled helplessly. This master really has some impact. Of course, now it's not a matter of whether I can leave or not. It's a matter of whether you can leave. You heartless one. You just want to take him away. But if you take him away, what about me? The matter of this kid's Heaven's Fury war body has already been reported to the sect leader. If the disciple suddenly disappears, what am I supposed to do? Fairy Shuyang glared, and said, This old guy wants to take her away now. Have you ever controlled me, Granny? Huh? Waterfish, why don't you come with me? How about the two of us wander the world together? Xie Feng hesitated for a moment, and asked. Just now, he was a bit anxious. Leaving like this is indeed not good. Shui Yun might get punished by the sect, and it could be very serious. Xie Feng. I say, are you getting more confused as you get older? Or are you pretending not to understand? Let me go with you. How far do you think we can go? The power of the Yao Shui Heavenly Palace. You're not unaware, right? Any Supreme Elder can come out. Do you think we can stop them? Fairy Shuyun asked in return. Isn't the meaning I expressed clear enough? The higher-ups at Yashui Tiangong are already aware of this kid. Do you think that bringing him out to see you would go unnoticed by them? Shuyun, if you have something to say, just say it. What's the situation now? Shui Feng said. The higher-ups knew about this kid that very night. You should be aware too. You can't protect this child. You should understand the importance of a Heaven's Wrath body. Besides, Blood Shadow Peak is gone now. It's better to let the child stay with my sect. Fairy Shuyun spoke up. No way. Blood Shadow Patriarch was anxious. He asked him to hand over Joshin Peak. Isn't this going to kill him? At worst, he can disappear with his little disciple for 100 years. When this boy is fully grown, He can come out again. Can you manage without handing him over? Our faction is just a small branch. If we really lose this Heaven's Fury battle body, there might be experts of the Grandmaster level coming over. There's no use hiding at the ends of the earth. Shui Yun mercilessly shattered Blood Shadow Patriarch's delusions. Can you hide? You're just at the soul-devouring level. Even if you reached the Transcendence level, you still couldn't escape. So what do we do now? Shui Yun, since you came to see me, and brought this child along, to see me, you must have already thought of a solution, right? Go ahead. I can handle it. Shui Feng sighed helplessly. He said, if he dares to take the person away today, then the next day, the army of Yashui Tiangong will attack. There's no room for negotiation on this matter. How could this child be the legendary Sky Rage battle physique? It's really a disaster. At least you have a bit of conscience. His matter has already been reported above. I've received quite a few rewards. Among them is an elixir that can help you break through to the Transcendence realm. I've also prepared an elixir for breaking through to the Immortalization realm. Your current strength has reached the peak of soul cultivation. As long as you take these elixirs, within 10 years, you will be able to break through to the Transcendence realm. When you reach the peak of Transcendence, you can take this elixir to break through to the Immortal Transformation realm. At that time, as long as you can withstand the tribulation, you will become a terrestrial immortal in the Immortal Transformation realm. Fairy Shuyan said. So, what's the price? What are the conditions? Patriarch Xing asked. This kid has joined our sect. He will be under our protection. His future training resources and techniques will be provided by us. As for you, Sui Feng, after so many years of our relationship, it's time for it to bear fruit. This child is an opportunity. I have already informed the higher-ups. You will change your identity and join my sect. You will become an outer sect guest elder. Once you break through to the Transcendence realm, the two of us can get married. After Shui Yongxian finished speaking, her face blushed slightly. Blood Shadow Ancestor stood there in a daze for a long time, pointing at Fairy Shuyan. He couldn't speak for a long time. Shuyan, you and I love ourselves. What else can be said? Shuyan has already done this perfectly. Otherwise, he and this boy would both be in mortal danger. Seeing Blood Shadow Ancestor stammering, Fairy Shuyan immediately got anxious and pointed at Blood Peak, cursing, you heartless one. Are you not agreeing? You should know that if I take this kid up there alone, I could get much more than this. For you, I gave up the top-level magical artifact, gave up cultivation resources. Do you know? With my aptitude, breaking through to the Immortal Transformation stage is only a matter of time. I could have asked for an elixir to break through to the Ascension stage, but I asked for an elixir for the Immortal Transformation stage for you, begging everyone in sight. Have the sect agree to give you Elder Keking's position, and have the higher-ups agree to our marriage. In the future, for thousands of years, we will stay together. Isn't that good? What more do you want? Are you not agreeing? Shui Yu, I know you mean well. I know this is the best way. But I can't swallow this anger. Feng is my disciple. Now he has to be given to someone else. Blood Shadow Patriarch said with red eyes. This disciple was discovered by me, and now he is benefiting someone else. How can I endure this? Who said he would be given to someone else? On the surface, he is my disciple. When you become the Kachin Elder, teaching him with me will be perfectly legitimate. You are still his master. Shuyan Fairy said. Good thing. It went much more smoothly than expected. The old guy didn't put up excessive resistance. But. Our Blood Shadow Sect's legacy will be cut off, Shui Feng said. Shui Yun rolled her eyes. What legacy does your Blood Shadow Sect have? Since its founding, not a single one has ascended. The highest cultivation level was that of the founder at the transformation stage. Looking back at our sect, there are more than a dozen recorded ascendants. Even in the immortal realm, they are influential. I have failed the Blood Shadow Sect's past leaders. What's there to fail? Don't you still have 3 disciples? Just pick one. Let them carry on. Just follow the Blood Shadow Sect. And in the future, when your young disciple grows up, with a casual gesture, your Blood Shadow Sect will be 10 times or 100 times stronger than it is now. Fairy Shuyan said. Upon hearing this, Blood Shadow Patriarch's eyes lit up. Indeed, he hadn't thought of that. Yes, he still has a few disciples. There's no way to save the 3rd child now, but the eldest and 2nd child can both be chosen as successors. With the cultivation from the super sect Yashui Tiangong, their future is bound to be extraordinary. By then, with a little promotion, the Blood Shadow Sect can dominate this planet. Alright. Shuyan, I agree with you on this matter. We have had feelings for so many years. It's time for a result. Shui Feng said. Shui Yun has done enough for him. He owes this woman far too much. Being an elder here in the future, always staying with the one he loves, is not a bad thing. That's good. Alright, come up the mountain with me. I'll take you to meet the sect leader and the elder. Fairy Shuyan revealed a brilliant smile. She said. Wait. Shuyan, my 2nd disciple has had some issues recently. I need a few months' time. Let me handle this. Meanwhile, I'll hand over the position of Blood Shadow Sect leader to the eldest. Let the 2nd one assist him well. The Blood Shadow Ancestor said, Oh, is there any problem with your actions this time? You didn't rescue the third disciple. I thought the one lying there was your third disciple. Fairy Shuyan said. Hi. This is not my third disciple. I caught him on the road. Shuyan, you don't know. Now, in the capital of the Tianyu dynasty, there's a strange thing called a blood demon. And this is the ancestor of the blood demon clan. Zing Lao Tzu said. Alright. I don't care about this kind of thing. Even from far away, I could smell the stench of corpses on the sky. The smell. Shui Yongxian frowned and said. When she just arrived, she saw the thing lying next to Shui Feng. She sensed it. I found it was alive, but somewhat different. It had a demonic aura, and was damp all over. He thought Bloodwind's third disciple had practiced some evil art, and turned into this half-human, half-demon thing. Although it was alive, the strong damp stench was truly disgusting. What are these demonic sects playing with? This is different from zombies. Shuyan, this is a newly emerged thing. It's called a blood demon. This thing is quite formidable. It has all the powers of a blood corpse. In terms of regenerative ability, it's not inferior to a blood corpse. And when it doesn't transform, his whole aura is just like an ordinary person. Blood Shadow Ancestor excitedly introduced the unique aspects of the blood demon to Fairy Shuyan. How strong the blood demon's regenerative ability is. He saw it with his own eyes. Beaten until only a small part of his body remained. Half of his head was chopped off. Still not dead. As long as he absorbed blood. Unexpectedly, it recovered in an instant. Only blood corpses have such terrifying regenerative abilities. What's even more rare is, these blood demons can transform into various strange zombies, or use their own blood to transform ordinary people or cultivators into their kind. Although they are slightly inferior to their ancestors, they are not to be underestimated. Zhou Tianfeng listened intently from the side. This thing called a blood demon. Sounds a lot like those vampires or zombie creatures I read about before traveling here. But the fact that it isn't afraid of sunlight is really impressive. However, I don't know why. Seeing that blood demon lying on the ground, Zhou Tianfeng feels it looks familiar. Has he seen it somewhere before? Rat, do you find him a bit familiar? The Blood Shadow Patriarch approached Zhou Tianfeng and said, Disciple dares not hide it. He does seem a bit familiar, but I can't recall where I've seen him. Zhou Tianfeng said, take a closer look. The Blood Shadow Patriarch said. Zhou Tianfeng arrived in front of the blood demon that was tied up and sealed. He gently lifted half of the talisman paper on its head. After seeing its face, he immediately widened his eyes. Damn it, isn't this one of those sky strategy soldiers I captured earlier? I knew it looked familiar. So that's what it is. So it was this guy. No, wait, how did he turn into this thing? To put it bluntly, this thing has something to do with you, but the main reason lies with your senior apprentice brother. The Blood Shadow Ancestor said. Please, Master, enlighten us. Zhou Tianfeng said. The four of them will show up. Isn't it to clean up your mess? Before I left, I sent the second senior brother to clean up your mess. Your second senior brother used the newly refined bloodline to bite them, but somehow, the four of them turned into these weird things. It also has extremely strong infectious abilities, and the ability to control and create zombies. Blood Shadow Ancestor said. This special constitution is exactly what second brother dreams of. Having terrifyingly powerful regenerative abilities, and the ability to control and create zombies. This is exactly what second brother needs the most. But it's a bit of a pity. The offspring they created are completely controlled by the four ancestors. If the second one gets bitten by him, and consumes their blood, he will only follow their orders. However, it's not entirely hopeless. These four guys don't have any special constitution. When the second one's cultivation reaches the soul level, we can try to seize victory, since it's something made by your second disciple with the bloodline. What does it have to do with Futu? Fairy Shuyan walked over and asked. It has a little bit to do with it. After all, these four guys were poisoned by Futu before. But the key issue lies with the bloodline refined by the second disciple. Something might have gone wrong with that bloodline. Blood Shadow Patriarch said. He carefully studied it. The problem should mainly be with the second brother's bloodline. For some unknown reason, it probably mutated. Master is right. This must be second brother's problem. Zhou Tianfeng said in agreement from the side. Fuck you. The problem lies with the second brother. The problem is definitely with me. I fed those four guys quite a bit of blood earlier. Could it be that my blood caused some problem in their bodies? Plus, the second brother's bloodline bit them, infected with corpse poison, and turned into some kind of half-human, half-demon thing. It seems my own blood isn't just for preserving life. Besides detoxifying, it should have other abilities. I wonder if it will become like Tang San Zhang's flesh in the future. This thing called Blood Demon. I plan to give it to the second brother. Now, I need to make a trip to the Spirit Mountain in the snow region. Your second senior brother is there refining corpses. The Fox tribe got angry, and had him captured. I must rescue him, said Patriarch Blood Shadow. Actually, He wanted to pass the position of sect leader to the fourth disciple, but now that's obviously impossible. The third disciple is missing, and the second disciple is solely focused on the art of corpse refining. He has no interest in being the sect leader. Only the eldest brother can handle this responsibility. The eldest brother has a steady personality, and he has the support of Lady Hu's family. Becoming the Blood Shadow sect leader won't be a problem. Master, do you need my help with second senior brother's issue? Zhou Tian. Feng asked what kind of help you can offer. If you go, you'll just get captured by the Fox clan. Seeing your heavenly fury battle body, they'd be envious for sure. Blood Shadow Patriarch said you need to handle things with your first disciple before coming back, right? I must go over there. I think this matter can be delayed. When your cultivation breaks through to the Tefan realm, we'll go over, and have a better chance. If you go there at the soul level, the Fox clan of the Snowy Mountain won't take you seriously. Fairy Shuyan said, but the second brother probably can't wait that long. He's already been captured. Ancestor Zing said, do you think it would be useful for you to go now? The Fox clan also has experts in the immortal transformation realm. Listen to me. Come back with me obediently. After breaking through to the Transcendence realm, I will accompany you on a journey. Fairy Shuyan said she didn't know why, but she had a feeling that Snow Peak must absolutely not go. If Snow Peak goes, something is bound to happen that he'll regret for the rest of his life. Master, Mistress is right. Saving second brother is not urgent. If you go now, and the Fox clan gets angry at you, you might end up in trouble yourself. Wait until you break through to the Tefan realm. It's better to go with the master's wife. Zhou Tianfeng said he always felt something was wrong. Second senior brother is still very steady in character, because he offended the Fox tribe by refining zombies. It all looks like a conspiracy. But if anything happens to your second senior brother, what would we do? I trust senior brother. He can protect the second senior brother. If the first senior brother can't protect the master, it would be useless for you to go. Zhou Tianfeng said alright. You're right. Let's put this aside for now. Let's go Shuiyun. I'll go with you to see your master. And the leader, the Blood Shadow Ancestor said, don't worry. Everything is already arranged. Just follow me. Fairy Shuiyun said. In a dark cave, Yi Yingji suddenly woke up. Narrow escape from death is followed by good fortune. Boss, you didn't expect this, did you? Just you wait. When I recover, I'll tear you to pieces. I don't care who you want to tear to pieces, but now that I'm awake, I'll get straight to the point. A cold voice reached Ni Yinjia's ears. You are. Thank you for saving my life, miss. Ni Yinjia stood up and shook his head. Bowing to the mysterious woman in front of him, he said, she has long, dark blue hair, wearing strange battle armor. A woman with an excellent figure, but strangely, her face seemed to be shrouded in mist. No matter how I looked, I couldn't see clearly. Come on. There's a reason I saved you. If it wasn't for your unique celestial yin body, otherwise, a mere mortal like you, I wouldn't save you. The woman said, mortal. What does that mean? My current cultivation is at least at the soul realm. I'm definitely a master. How did I become immortal in your eyes? No need to thank me, miss. You saved me. I am very grateful. I will surely repay you in the future. But I am, after all, at the soul refining stage. How did I become a mere mortal? In your words? Ni Yingji stood up and said, this woman's cultivation is indeed much higher than mine, but to underestimate yourself like this is a bit too much, isn't it? Hey ha ha ha. That's really funny. You're not even an immortal, in front of me, unless you've already become one. You're just immortal. If it weren't for your heaven-bestowed lunar body, and the slight innate and acquired merits you possess, I wouldn't bother with you. The woman said, heaven-bestowed lunar body and acquired merits. You know about the lunar body. But where do these acquired merits come from? I asked you. Have you done anything recently? The woman asked. This girl. I really don't understand what you're talking about. Ni Yingji said helplessly. Forget it. It's not important. Now I need your help with something. I don't know if you are willing to do it. The woman said. Please go ahead, miss. I want you to try cultivating a technique. If you can master it, then you will be qualified to help me. What kind of technique is it? What do you want me to help you with, miss? You should also ask about it. I won't tell you for now. Come with me now. We're going to pick up another guy. You two will practice the skill together. Let's see who can master it. Who is the other one? Someone like you. Also possess postnatal merit in the heaven-bestowed heaven's wrath battle body. If it weren't for the two of you with heaven-bestowed constitutions and postnatal merit, I wouldn't have come to this godforsaken place. The Tianyu dynasty is still considered a central dynasty. It is quite prosperous in terms of the number of cultivators. Besides the three major sects, there are also a dozen or so smaller sects. How could it be a godforsaken place in your words? And judging by the woman's tone, it seems she knows why she suddenly gained the body of the Taiyan. Because she said it was a gift from heaven. But what is acquired merit? He really doesn't know. He hasn't even heard of the term merit before. Do you have any other questions, miss, or sir? May I ask what your cultivation level is? Yinji wiped the sweat off his forehead and asked. Just now, he seemed to have heard something incredible. As long as it's not sincere. In his eyes, everyone is human. My goodness. This young lady. Could it be that you are truly an immortal? This is a bit too outrageous. In any case, there's a lot of information. My cultivation. You, a mere mortal, don't need to know. If you can master the technique I'm about to give you, then you'll be qualified to know me, to know my name. If you fail to master it, you're useless to me. No different from an ant. A mysterious woman appeared before Nijinji and said, Humph, if that's the case, then let Nemo experience your skills. Nijinji snorted coldly, and released his blood corpse. He intended to test the savior's abilities. Although this girl spoke boldly, Nijinji absolutely did not believe she was a true immortal. At most, her cultivation was much stronger than his. Moreover, her tone was indeed too aggressive. It's really infuriating. The woman snorted coldly. Nijinji immediately fell to the ground as if struck by lightning. His whole head was spinning. The image of the woman in front of him suddenly magnified countless times. She became incredibly divine. Meanwhile, the blood corpse Nijinji had released directly turned into countless blood-color fragments, reduced to ashes on the spot, just snorted coldly, and killed his prized blood corpse. You want to fight me? Overestimating yourself. First measure your own abilities. If it weren't for the heaven-sent Taiyan body and acquired virtue, I would have had a reason to kill you just now. The woman sneered coldly. She stepped on Nijinji's chest and said, Nini, why would someone like you come here? Why did you seek me out? Nijinji spoke in disbelief. Although I had some doubts earlier, but to be dealt with so easily. Even if the opponent isn't a true immortal, they might still be someone at the ascension level. I thought after reaching the soul cultivation level, I could make my own decisions, but it seems I still have to be at someone's mercy. You don't need to know about this. You just need to recover, and follow me closely. The more you know, the less good it does you. In fact, if you know too much, it might even bring disaster. The woman said, It seems. You don't think I can master the divine skill. Since that's the case, why not release me to seek someone else? You should also remember this. Fine, anyway your chances of succeeding are low. You can leave now if you want, but I must tell you, if you take one step out of here, it means giving up an extraordinary opportunity and your own life. I will make your soul scatter. After all, secrets must be kept. Wouldn't you agree? The woman chuckled evilly and said, Ha ha ha. The lady is right. Such a great opportunity in front of us. How can we easily give up? Of course, we have to try. Nijinji wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. With a smile, he came up to the woman and said, Damn it, if you let me go, I will leave without looking back. To hell with the great opportunity. But if I walk out, you'll kill me right away. That wouldn't be worth it. But if you fail to cultivate yourself, isn't it still a deadly situation? Really, what is this heaven's gifted lunar body? I'd rather not have it. Smart choice. When the time comes, you and I will go to another place on the spirit star, and bring over the heaven's gifted rage battle body. The woman said, Young lady, since you have already chosen me, why choose someone else? Wait until I fail. Then you can find a second one. It's not too late. Nijinji said, If you can't master it, it's certain death. Heaven's wrath, heaven's battle body. Not to mention, the heavenly fury battle body is much stronger than my own Taiyan body in terms of level. If the other side succeeds before me, won't I be doomed? A competitor. The fewer the better. You are not the first one I have sought. I can't even remember how many there have been. I've searched the world for countless top physiques, solar physique, holy spirit physique, innate Tao physique, Duanlong divine physique, supreme 5 elements physique, but they all failed. Only you possess the heaven-bestowed lunar physique. You also possess acquired merit, so I just wanted you to give it a try. But I don't have high hopes for you. I think that the heaven's fury battle physique has a better chance. The woman said, May I ask, miss, what happened to those who failed? What happened to them? You should also remember to ask, what else can we do? I want you to cultivate an ultimate divine skill. If you fail, you'll naturally die violently, so do your best. If you can't succeed, it's a dead end. I won't even need to intervene. The woman said, Isn't this a certain death for me? So many top-tier cultivation systems can't be mastered, and you want me to try? Are you kidding me? Damn it. You might as well go find that heaven's fury war body or whatever. Why come to me? I thought this divine skill could only be practiced by someone with a Taiyan body. Honestly, Nijinji suddenly feels that being an ordinary mortal body is pretty good. To hell with the so-called heavenly bestowed Taiyan body. Dear God, how about giving me back my mortal body? Miss, why not give me a way to live? Haven't I already given you a way to live? As long as you master the divine skill, you can naturally survive. In that case, I can only repay your life-saving grace with my own life. But before that, may I send a flying sword message? To let my sect know I'm safe? Rest assured, there won't be any information about you in it. Nijinji said. I might not have a chance to avenge the boss, but I must tell the master about this. Otherwise, the boss might do something utterly outrageous. With the boss's personality, he will definitely find a way to trick the master into believing him. With his special cultivation physique, my senior brother has completely lost his mind. And as for the fox tribe, if they ever besiege my master, it's a near-death situation. No need. Soon you won't be able to see your master. The person I'm looking for is right beside him. The mysterious woman said, why does everything in the kneading world always relate to your master? I'm just a minor blood shadow sect member. How could I possibly attract someone as powerful as you? Take care and heal. I'm giving you only 3 days. After 3 days, we will depart. These few days, a major event occurred in Yao Shui Tian Palace. The outer sect suddenly announced the addition of a new Kachin elder. Moreover, after this newly joined Kachin elder broke through to the Tefan realm, he will marry Fairy Shuyan from Yuan Peak. This caused quite a stir in the outer sect. 3 days ago, Fairy Shuyan brought Shui Feng to visit Grand Elder Yan Hongshu and sect leader Ming Yancheng. After this, my master, Blood Shadow Patriarch, has now become an esteemed elder of Yashui Heavenly Palace. Master, you should think positively. We now have no shortage of cultivation resources. Moreover, you and mistress have achieved perfect unity. Why not be happy about it? Zhou Tianfeng said. Disciple, here we are still under the protection of others. Even though you are a direct disciple, but this is still Yao Shui Tiangong. It's a sect controlled by women. In the future, when you ascend to the celestial realm, you will also be checked by the elders of the celestial realm. Previously, he didn't dare to think about ascending to the celestial realm, but now he is absolutely certain that this disciple can ascend to become immortal. He is absolutely certain. My master and all the elders have been very kind to me. That's enough. The other disciples don't mind either. Zhou Tianfeng said. Now that my strength is still so weak, I really need protection. Why worry so much? It's good to have shade under a big tree. Tomorrow, your master and I will officially start our seclusion. If you have any questions about your cultivation, you can ask the headmaster Ming Yancheng. I have met him before. He will definitely be very kind to you, the Blood Shadow Patriarch said meaningfully. Isn't that right? Fairy Shuyan has already talked to him about some matters. When the headmaster summoned him, he was very polite. I didn't expect my disciple to be so fortunate. Master, please don't make fun of me. Zhou Tianfeng said speechlessly. Keep cultivating. Within 10 years, I will definitely break through the mortal realm and rescue your second senior brother, Shui Feng said. From now on, call me Shui Feng. The Blood Shadow Patriarch no longer exists. After a few more polite exchanges with Zhou Tianfeng, my master's wife, Fairy Shuyan, finally pushed the door open and came in. Done talking? Yes, we are. Let's quickly go into seclusion together. The sooner we break through to the Transcendence realm, the better. The sooner we can save your second disciple. Do you want me to arrange a Kachin identity for your second apprentice? Shui Yang Shanzi said. No need. The second one still needs to support the eldest well, and pass on my Zhangzong. Shui Feng rolled his eyes and said, this woman really wants to wipe out their Zhangzong? At least leave me a root, okay? Fine, let him carry on your Blood Shadow clan. Fairy Shuyan said, you're not willing, but I don't care either. Playing with zombies is disgusting. The next morning, the Blood Shadow Patriarch and Fairy Shuyan went into seclusion together, preparing to break through to the Tofan realm, also helping his master refine a top-tier magical weapon. After his master and mistress entered seclusion, Zhou Tianfeng packed his belongings, planning to move to the main peak of Yao Mountain, accompanied by his senior sister Lin Wan. It is clear, although his mistress made some compromises with the sect leader, you were also holding back. Junior brother, we actually don't need to move there to live. We can totally live here, if we both fly. Reaching the main peak of Yao Mountain would only take a few nights, a few round trips a day, and we have plenty of time, Lin Wen said. Moving there won't benefit him at all. And with a cultivator speed, if he flies with his sword, he can return in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Senior sister also knows that all of this was arranged by the master. As disciples, how can I disobey the master's orders? Zhou Tianfeng said. Humph. Junior brother, I'm telling you, the sect leader has ill intentions towards you. You must be careful. Don't fall into his trap. Lin Wen said angrily. Now, in the entire sect, the greatest threat to me is the master. Seriously, he's already hundreds of years old, and he still wants to compete with a junior like me for things. Seeing the angry senior sister, Zhou Tianfeng felt quite helpless too. What can I do? This was all arranged by those above. This is the helplessness of being weak. Although everyone is pretty nice to me, I can't make decisions about anything. I have to completely follow others' wishes. Alright, let's set off. Senior sister, don't keep the sect master waiting, Zhou Tianfeng said. Lin Wen nodded. The two of them flew towards the main peak of Yao Mountain on their swords. After the two left, a flash of light appeared in Zhou Tianfeng's original room. A mysterious woman appeared in the room with her second senior brother. Miss, this is my fourth junior brother. He shouldn't be some legendary Heaven's Fury battle body, but a poison spirit body and an anger body awakened through a skip generation. Yi Yingjing whispered. 2 hours ago, he and this mysterious woman arrived at the Yashui Palace camp, without attracting anyone's attention, secretly sneaking in. Then, this woman made him invisible. And they kept watching. Zhou Tianfeng, your junior is not ordinary. I originally thought it was just a divinely gifted heavenly fury battle physique and postnatal virtue, but it turned out to be completely different from what I imagined. The mysterious woman said, Hi girl. Go ahead, tell me. My junior brother has a divinely gifted heavenly fury battle physique. Is it the same as mine? Did he also suddenly acquire some kind of first-generation special constitution? Yi Yinjin immediately grasped the key issue, and asked. These past few days, this mysterious woman has also explained to him what it means to have a heavenly gifted constitution. He has come to understand what it means to have a heavenly gifted constitution. Generally speaking, if one makes some small contributions to the world, then that person may receive a reward, thus obtaining a special cultivation constitution and postnatal merit. Maybe you unintentionally did something that had some unexpected effect on this world, whether good or bad. You will receive certain rewards. According to this mysterious woman, after the children of some great beings are born, if you don't have a special constitution, or if your natural aptitude isn't very good, you would use this method to obtain a heavenly constitution. However, this heavenly constitution at best reaches the limit of the normal constitution. It's different from the constitution you're born with. The descendants of this heavenly constitution will inherit the original first-generation constitution, which then gradually weakens. But in terms of power and other aspects, there's actually not much difference from the first generation. As for how he gained the blessed physique, this mysterious woman also provided an answer. About a few months ago, 2 faint merits descended upon this spiritual star. He observed them from a great distance, and then tracked them here. It was discovered that the 2 who received these divine constitutions and merits were myself and my junior brother. As for why my junior brother and I received these divine constitutions, the mysterious woman just smiled mysteriously and said we were lucky. This left me confused. Your junior brother's constitution is extraordinary. Very, very special. I was originally drawn here by your divine virtue. I thought it was just an ordinary divine and postnatal virtue, but I didn't expect to underestimate your junior brother. This kid has much more potential than you. The mysterious woman said, Miss, what do you mean by that? Is there something wrong with my junior brother? Ni Yingji asked. Of course. My junior brother is indeed favored by heaven. Before, my master and I thought he had a poison spirit body, but unexpectedly, he now has the heaven's fury battle body. Let me give you an example. You have the heaven bestowed lunar body. One of your descendants will directly inherit the first generation innate lunar body. Other descendants will have the second generation lunar body. Afterwards, your descendants' constitutions will gradually weaken. But this is like a timely help for you. Like a pie falling from the sky, it transforms you from an ordinary person into someone who has a chance to achieve greatness. It will even benefit your descendants. But for your junior apprentice brother, this heavenly wrath battle body should only be a nice addition. It's the type that's dispensable. His physique is very, very special. So special that even I can't see through it. The mysterious woman said. Ni Yingji said he didn't understand much, but the only thing he could be sure of was that even without the heavenly fury battle body, his junior brother was still amazing. Anyway, no matter what, he's better than me. I need to change my plan. What's your name? The mysterious woman turned and asked. Hi, I'm Ni Yingji. Ni Yingji. Ni Yingji coughed lightly and said. After all this time, so in your eyes, I'm just an insignificant nobody. Not even worth remembering my name? That really is a blow. Falcon Memoir. I originally intended for you and your brother to practice the technique I gave you together, to see who could succeed and serve me in the future. If you fail, there was only one way to go. Death. But now I've changed my mind. I can give you a chance to live. I could even make you a great leader in the dark arts. The mysterious woman said. Please, tell me. I'd go through hell and high water. I wouldn't even frown. Ni Yingji said. As long as it's not like before, where you have to die if you can't master your technique. Everything else is negotiable. Next, I want you to do this, and then this. Can you do it? The mysterious woman said. Teach this aunt. My great aunt. Why, you must be joking. Teach this. Ni Yingji's voice trembled as he spoke. His legs even shook. He looked at the woman in front of him with disbelief, as if he couldn't believe what he had heard. This is very simple for you. And the benefits are huge. It can even save your life. You have no reason to refuse. The mysterious woman asked in confusion. This can be considered a great opportunity. How could he possibly refuse? Miss Coco. To disrespect the venerable great immortal. Please forgive my shallow cultivation. I cannot undertake this heavy responsibility. Ni Yingji said with a sorrowful face. If you don't agree, I will make your soul scatter and turn to ashes. Your soul will never find peace again. As the mysterious woman spoke, a terrifying pressure enveloped Ni Yingji. In that moment, she felt as if her soul had left her body. She was pinned against the wall, unable to move. She was so terrified that, She couldn't even think. I agree to your terms, my lord. But I've only heard of ascending to the immortal realm. I've never heard of ascending to the dark demon realm, Yi Yingji said. This mysterious woman, who exactly is she? He couldn't understand a word she was saying. Yet she wanted him to ascend to a place called the dark demon realm, then help her handle some things. She only heard about ascending to the immortal realm. What is this dark demon realm? You, a practitioner of demonic cultivation, haven't even heard of the dark demon realm. How will you ascend in the future? Are you planning to ascend to the immortal realm? You, a practitioner of demonic cultivation, want to ascend to the immortal realm. The mysterious woman spoke with great disdain. This place is really a trash heap in the middle of nowhere. Ling Xing's demonic cultivation method is utterly incomplete. No wonder even the black demon realm hasn't heard of it. I truly don't know about this. Yi Yingji said. It's okay. You don't know. I'll tell you now. The realm you're in now is called the mortal realm. Above this, there's also the heavenly demon realm, the Luo heaven realm, the celestial realm, the black demon realm, the ancient immortal jade, the primordial jade, these 6 realms. All cultivators in the mortal world will ascend to these 6 realms in the future. However, your mortal realm is governed by the immortal realm, so most cultivators practice immortality. I will teach you a technique from the dark demon realm. Your Taiyan constitution is very suitable for cultivating techniques from the dark demon realm. After you ascend in the future, start executing the task I assigned to you. The mysterious woman said. Yes, I understand. Yi Yingji said. Alright, I'm leaving. From now on, do as you wish. But remember, my existence and the technique I passed to you must not be known to anyone. Otherwise, you and everyone who knows about you will die. The mysterious woman said coldly. I will remember your teachings. The mysterious woman nodded. She cast 2 spells at Yi Yingji. A technique called the Xuantian Demon Codex was imprinted into his mind. This is the technique I'm passing on to you, and I've made some insurance for you. As long as I have a thought, even if you achieve the true form of the demon, you will still die without a doubt. In the future, obey me and do your task. Then you won't be short of benefits. After saying this, the woman disappeared. After confirming the woman had left, Yi Yingji collapsed onto the ground, unable to calm down for a long time. Yi Yingji collapsed onto the ground, remaining there for a full quarter of an hour, before getting up from the ground, unable to calm down for a long time. If not for the fact that the Xuantian magic tome still existed in his mind, he can't believe that what he's experiencing is real. First, he inexplicably acquired the Taiyan body. Moreover, it's even more powerful than the first generation's innate Taiyan body. It's the legendary heaven-bestowed Taiyan body. His next generation will have one. It will directly be the first generation's Taiyan body. Then he broke through the soul cultivation realm. Immediately after, he was besieged and hunted by a senior brother leading the Hu clan people. Relying on his own blood master Ni Ying's strategy, he fought while retreating, to evade the pursuit of numerous experts. But the strange thing was, that while he was fleeing, he stood like a divine pillar. Those who tried spells were clearly about to hit him, but for some unknown reason, they suddenly veered off. Even a few who tried elders, during their pursuit, he always encountered various obstacles. In the end, he escaped thanks to his extraordinary luck, but he was severely injured and couldn't recover. Finally, he was saved by a mysterious woman. He thought his rescuer at most reached the Ascension realm. But unexpectedly, she turned out to be an immortal. No, perhaps even among immortals. She is one of the top-tier ones. Casually giving oneself a set of magic skills can easily cultivate to the Ascension realm. And there are a total of 6 Ascension targets. The Celestial Demon Realm, the Dark Magic Realm, the Luo Heaven Realm, the Prehistoric Jade Ancient Immortal Realm. He has never heard of them. Besides the Immortal Realm he knows, there are actually 5 other upper realms. The depth of this world far exceeds his imagination. And now he's forced to accept that mysterious woman's mission. So why did you choose an ordinary cultivator like me? With your strength, with your status, a big shot like you, shouldn't you go directly to the Dark Demon Realm and find a top-tier true demon or celestial demon, and just beat them into submission? Then why not have them help you? Junior brother. From now on, we're bound together as brothers. But don't worry. If this woman tries to harm you, I would give my life to stop her. Yi Yingji muttered to herself. Don't worry, I won't let you harm her life. At this moment, a voice that filled Yi Yingji with immense fear reached her ears. A mysterious woman suddenly appeared behind her without her knowing. Your Majesty, didn't you leave? Why are you back again? Ni Ying's fragile heart was pounding. You really shouldn't tease people like that, sis. I had to lie on the ground for a long time before I could get up. I suddenly remembered there was something I hadn't told you, so I came back. I only heard your last complaint. I didn't hear the earlier part. The mysterious woman said. Master, please feel free to give your orders. I was just talking to myself. I didn't say anything else. It was all in my head. You can meet with your junior disciple, but you can't tell him anything about me, or about your cultivation methods. Not even when you ascend to the dark demon realm. We had to act low-key before. Except for the tasks I assigned you, you must not do anything extra. The woman said. Rest assured, Lord, I am very clear on this. I won't act without your orders. This time I'm really leaving. Respectfully seeing off the honored one, Yi Yingji lowered her head and said, what a lady she is. After confirming the mysterious woman had completely left, Yi Yingji began to review the Xuantian demonic manual in her mind. It is a top-tier demonic cultivation technique that requires absorbing the energy of yin and evil spirits to temper oneself. This technique is divided into 9 levels. The first 5 levels are cultivation methods for the mortal realm. The latter 4 levels are cultivation methods after ascension. This set of Xuanian demon points is extremely difficult to cultivate. The difficulty of the first level alone shocked Yi Yingji. It turns out that only after reaching the foundation establishment stage can one cultivate this set of demon points, and one must have the top-grade Xuanian constitution, such as the Taiyan body, the absolute yin body, or the heavenly demon body, ordinary mortal physique, not even qualified to touch this Xuantian demon codex. The second level actually corresponds to the soul refining realm. The third level corresponds to the immortal transformation realm. Alright. The Tofan realm, and this demon codex, actually only belongs to the later stage of the second level. The fourth level corresponds to the state of ascension. The fifth level corresponds to the sixth level after the state of heaven ascension. The seventh level is the cultivation method after ascension. This technique also has the 8th and 9th levels. However, these 2 levels were not taught to me by that mysterious woman. Now I only have the first 7 levels of the Xuantian demonic codex. But even so, Yi Yingji is confident enough to look down on the entire mortal realm. Such a set of skills is enough to dominate the entire mortal realm. Yet this mysterious woman casually gave it away. And my role is merely to guide my junior apprentice brother. My junior apprentice brother is being watched by such a terrifying figure. Who knows if it's a blessing or a curse? But what can we do about it? There's no way to hide from it. Let's first reassure my junior brother. Next, I need to start my own mission. But there seems to be a problem now. I'm currently in the territory of Yashui Tiandong. As a disciple of the demonic path, I have intruded for no reason. It doesn't seem very good. Yi Yingji thought for a moment and sent out a flying sword message. The target was her junior apprentice, Zhou Tianfeng. The master just went into seclusion to train. He still shouldn't be disturbed. Let the junior apprentice come and arrange things for me. At the main peak of Mount Yao, Zhou Tianfeng and his senior sister are meeting with the sect leader, Ming Yansheng. Disciple Zhou Tianfeng greets the sect leader. Disciple Lin Wen greets the sect leader. Both of you, rise. Your senior sister is in seclusion training, but your training for the Heavenly Fury battle body cannot be delayed, Tianfeng. From now on, I, as your martial uncle, will guide your training. If you have any questions about your training in the future, you can come and ask me. A famous saying goes, disciple. Thank you, Uncle Master, Zhou Tianfeng said. Lin Wen neglected her duty. Your cultivation should have already reached the late Ronglan stage, right? How many years has it been since you joined? Lin Yansheng looked at Lin Wen and asked. Reporting to Sect Master, I have been a disciple for more than 60 years. I reached the late stage of Ronglan 10 years ago. Lin Wen said. Why is the Sect Master asking me this? Does he want to tell the junior brother that I'm older? But I won't live to be 100. But Master, you are over 400 years old. That's my absolute advantage. Your aptitude is also quite good. You're only one step away from the soul refining realm. Uncle Master has a soul pill here. After you take it, then you can successfully refine your spiritual cultivation and break through to the soul refinement realm. Saying, with a long laugh, soul pill. Is Master Uncle really giving it to me? Lin Wen asked, a bit incredulous. This is the top-tier elixir that can help late-stage cultivators of the Ronglan break through to the soul refinement realm. You just gave it to me like this. It all feels so unreal. I promised you. How could I break my word? Lin Yan smiled faintly. He waved his hand. A delicate red box appeared in front of Lin Wen. Lin Wen took the gift box with trembling hands, then gently opened it. Inside is a dark green, crystal clear elixir, emitting an extremely rich medicinal fragrance. It's actually genuine. What exactly is this uncle up to? I have arranged a clean room for Lin Shizi. Hurry over and take it. Ming Yan said with a laugh. A huge surprise landed directly on Lin Wan's head. This martial uncle is surprisingly reliable. If I can successfully break through to the soul cultivation realm, then according to the rules of Yaoshui Heavenly Palace, I can become an elder. Junior brother, wait here for a moment. I will be in seclusion to break through to the soul cultivation realm, which might take a few days. Lin Wen turns around and says to Zhou Tianfeng, Senior sister, you can go with peace of mind. Zhou Tianfeng replied calmly. Lin Wen picks up the elixir, and happily follows a female disciple away. After Lin Wen left, Zhou Tianfeng shook his head speechlessly. His senior sister had been won over by someone. She had just arrived and was already won over. This sect leader is indeed clever. His foolish senior sister was played by someone, and she happily counted money for them, breaking through the soul cultivation realm, even with the aid of the elixir. If you can finish in a few days, that would be a miracle. This time, it might take you to calculate. Please. Master told you to watch over me, but instead, you happily ran off to seclude yourself and break through to the soul-refining realm. So in the world of cultivation, the women are relatively simple-minded, even though the senior sister is quite old. She seems to be the same in terms of mentality. Joe Shizzy, why are you shaking your head? A faint fragrance wafted over. Unbeknownst to them, the sect leader had already arrived in front of Joshin Peak. The faint fragrance from her body had already wafted into Zhou Tianfeng's nose. The sect leader was still dressed in that red outfit. However, Zhou Tianfeng always felt that her neckline was a bit too low. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I'm just a little worried about senior sister. Sect leader, where will I be resting tonight? Zhou Tianfeng took a step back. He asked. Don't worry. Your senior sister has arranged everything. Your room is right next to mine. If you're tired, go rest first. Tomorrow I'll guide your cultivation, Minjian said with a laugh. I thought I'd be staying in your room. If you really dare to be so rude. Anyway, I won't lose out. Who's afraid of who? While the two were talking, a red flying sword message arrived in front of Zhou Tianfeng. Junior brother, senior brother, I'm now in the room where you used to live. A voice came. It's my second senior brother. Who sent you the flying sword message? Sect Master Uncle, you must already know about my previous situation. This is my second senior brother, Zhou Tianfeng said. Isn't this my second senior brother, who was captured by the Fox clan of the Snowy Mountains? How did you suddenly appear at Yao Mountain? Oh. It's your second senior brother, so he's Xie Feng's disciple. Minjian often asks. He only found out about Xie Feng a few days ago. Senior sister Shuyun kept this secret from her sisters so well. Hundreds of years and not a single word leaked out. If it weren't for Zhou Tianfeng's Sky Fury battle body, he might have kept hiding. But now Shui Feng has joined the Yao Shui Heavenly Palace and become an elder of the Kachin. Is this second disciple here to seek refuge with his master? Should I arrange a Kachin identity for him? I don't even know his level of cultivation. He is my second senior brother, Zhou Tianfeng said. Where is he now? Do you want me to open the barrier and send you over to meet him? Ming Yansheng said. How should I respond to that? Tell the sect leader that my second senior brother sneaked in without anyone noticing. Now he's hiding on the peak where the master and mistress are. Yashui Tiangong's defenses are well known to Zhou Tianfeng. Even the Blood Shadow ancestor wouldn't dare force his way in. So how did my second senior brother manage to sneak in unnoticed? Master Uncle, I have a special way to communicate with my second senior brother. I'll go and fetch him myself. I request that Master Uncle grant me a travel token. Zhou Tianfeng said. Okay. Here you go. Go bring your second senior brother over. You can let him stay at your place on Yulon Peak first, or he can come here to stay. I'll arrange a place for him. Ming Yan often said. Thank you, sect leader Shishu. I will let senior brother stay at my former residence on Yulon Peak. Zhou Tianfeng said. Then you go ahead. Ming Yansheng said. Master Uncle, it's been a long time since I last saw senior brother. May I spend the night catching up with him? I will come to pay my respects tomorrow morning, Zhou Tianfeng said. In the current situation, we absolutely cannot let the sect leader discover how his second senior brother sneaked into Yashan unnoticed. So we need to do some disguising. Otherwise, I estimate his second senior brother will be captured and severely interrogated. They'll ask him exactly how he snuck in unnoticed. Since you two brothers haven't met in a long time, then I allow you to spend the night with your senior brother. Come to see me tomorrow morning. Ming Yan nodded slightly and said, It's been a long time, senior brother. It's only natural to catch up for a night. I'm not in a hurry either. Really, if it weren't for your sake, he would have easily dealt with a demonic disciple long ago. Zhou Tianfeng took the token handed over by the sect leader, turned around, and left. He encountered gusts of wind and flashes of lightning along the way, and arrived at Yulun Peak, where he previously lived. Just as he reached his doorstep, he saw his second senior brother sitting at the table waiting for him. Junior brother, long time no see. Second senior brother, let's not talk too much now. Come with me outside for a bit, then we can come back in. Otherwise, there will be big trouble. Zhou Tianfeng grabbed his senior brother's hand, and was about to leave. Let's put catching up aside for now. We need to sort out your identity first. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry. No one saw when I sent the message with my flying sword. We'll go out and come back in. Yi Yinjia finished speaking. Using his power, he transformed into a black wind with Zhou Tianfeng. They left Yao Mountain directly, arrived outside the barrier. Having initially cultivated the second layer of the Xuantian Magic Codex, he was already a completely different person, a sect barrier without the power to operate and activate. Entering unnoticed was extremely easy for him. Senior brother, your cultivation seems like it's no longer in the Ronglin realm. This way of flying with me feels a bit like the master. Ha ha. Good eye, junior brother. Not long ago, I received an extraordinary opportunity. Not only did my cultivation reach the soul refining realm, but even my physique transformed into a lunar body, Yi Yingji said. Zhou Tianfeng, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned. His cultivation had broken through to the soul-refining realm, and also gained the legendary lunar body. How my second senior brother's experience is exactly the same as mine, from a few days ago. I also inexplicably broke through to the Pillar Strike stage, and then inexplicably acquired the Heaven's Fury battle body. Is there some connection or hidden truth in this? Wait, let me think it through. Those 4 heavenly strategy soldiers before were fed by me, but their bodies should have undergone some mutation. After being altered by their own saliva and blood, and my second senior brother was sent by our master to deal with these 4 tales. Suddenly, Zhou Tianfeng seemed to connect all the dots. Second senior brother, let me ask you, a few months ago, one night, did you suddenly obtain the body of the lunar Yan while cultivating? Zhou Tianfeng asked, and the answer was yes. It seems like you are the same, junior brother. You also obtained a special physique, right? Yi Yingji nodded and said, if it weren't for that mysterious woman telling him everything before, he would never have thought of this. This junior brother is indeed incredibly clever. However, how exactly did this acquired virtue come about? He knows nothing at all. That mysterious woman didn't tell him either. To be honest, second senior brother, I also obtained the legendary Fury battle physique. Senior brother, these 4 heavenly strategy army soldiers, did your blood lion bite them, but didn't completely kill them? Zhou Tianfeng asked. That's right. I infected them with the blood lion's corpse poison. I planned to cause some trouble for the Qiansei army. When they attacked my blood shadow sect, did something happen? Why do you sound like that? It seems your junior brother knows where this post-cultivation merit came from, and he knows more than you do. Let me think. Senior brother Zhou Tianfeng stroked his chin, and connected all the events completely in his mind. The special constitution of himself and second senior brother is indeed a gift from heaven, similar to a reward mechanism. It should be like the merit of the prehistoric heavenly way. As for how to obtain this merit, it should be those 4 Tian's lords. They have completely detached from the concept of humanity, becoming a new race. And this world sensed it, so it rewarded me and second senior brother. My blood should have changed the physique of humans in this world. But the effect is not obvious. It remains in a highly latent state. It should also incorporate things from this world to make a complete change. These creatures called blood demons have characteristics very similar to blood corpses. They can create zombies, they can control zombies, and have an almost abnormal regenerative ability. As for their ability to turn other humans into their kind, it should come from the virus's infectiousness, or rather, its reproductive ability, because the blood zombies can only turn those they bite into ordinary zombies under their control. They absolutely cannot turn those they bite into their own kind. Only the virus has this terrifying replication ability. Their ability to create companions comes from my virus. As for their powerful combat abilities, terrifying resilience, the ability to control and create zombies, should come from the blood zombie, their own blood. Plus, second brother's blood zombie. All these accidents combined created the birth of this new race. So this world rewarded me and second brother. All of this has been connected together. Haha, this is really interesting. So my blood has such a magical ability? Can I use this method to create other things, and thus gain more rewards from the world? I used to be just a cultivator in the chi condensation stage. My blood, combined with the second senior brother's poisonous blood. Thus, the blood demon was created. If one's cultivation reaches the level of transcending the mortal and becoming an immortal, or if one dares to imagine, assuming they become an immortal, what kind of power would their blood have? Junior brother, what are you thinking about? Ningji patted Zhou Tianfeng, who was lost in thought. He asked. I'm fine, second brother. I think there's something you must see. Perhaps this thing can explain why we have been blessed with these physiques. Zhou Tianfeng said. The blood demon master caught. You should let your senior brother see, but his own blood's ability. Zhou Tianfeng doesn't plan to reveal it. The special ability of the blood must be kept secret. It's far too shocking. It must be hidden. As for the reason, he has already thought of it. He previously used hundreds of toxins on these few Tian soldiers, so their bodies have undergone some kind of mutation. Plus the second senior brother's blood corpse bites. That's what turned them into blood demons. Anyway, it was just an unrepeatable accidental event. Oh senior brother, please follow me. This time, Zhou Tianfeng openly brought his second senior brother, using the token given by the sect leader, entered the Yaoshui Heavenly Palace. Yu Zhen arrived in his own room, and opened a secret chamber, to release the blood demon ancestor sealed by his master. Look at the second brother. This creature is called a blood demon. Zhou Tianfeng gave his second brother a detailed introduction about the blood demon. This guy. Isn't this the guy who killed Xian Seijun with the blood corpse I released earlier? It actually turned into this thing. It has all the characteristics and advantages of a blood corpse, but it still retains the appearance and traits of the human race. It can also transform humans into its kind through its own blood. Ning examined the sealed snow demon ancestor on the ground with great interest, and said, this is great. It's definitely an excellent material. If this thing is refined into a new blood corpse, it's even stronger than the blood corpse I had before, and this thing has the ability to convert others of its kind. Honestly, if I hadn't already gained the Taiyan physique, I would have wanted to become this kind of race myself, but it doesn't matter. Turning you, the progenitor of the blood demons, into my exclusive corpse puppet is just as good. Junior brother, I have something unclear. Brother, the blood corpses I refined shouldn't have such abilities. How did they become like this? Ying asked. The blood corpses he refined were indeed very powerful, but no one knew their abilities better than he did. His own blood corpses, if biting someone could turn them into such formidable blood demons, how against the natural order that would be. So, does junior brother know about all this or not? Second senior brother, I do have some guesses about this matter, but I'm not certain. Zhou Tianfeng spoke up. I would like to hear junior brother's insights, Yingji said. According to that mysterious woman, this divine body is extremely hard to obtain even in the higher realms. The simplest way is to contribute to the entire world. Another way is to create something that doesn't exist in this world. If those two senior brothers could master this divine method, their future would be immensely prosperous. Senior brother, I tried hundreds of poisons on them before, which may have caused some changes in their constitution. Some unexpected situations occurred. In the end, second brother, your corpse poison caused them to mutate completely. The most direct example is that all their abilities are those of blood corpses. Zhou Tianfeng said. Indeed. So you were using them as medicine before, causing some kind of mutation. And then my blood master lost his poison, which accidentally created them, right? Yingji asked. That should be the case, senior brother. Zhou Tianfeng said. I understand. Junior brother, let me tell you a little secret. Our physique is called the heavenly gifted body. It is much stronger than the typical first-generation congenital physique. The most special aspect is our descendants. One of them will directly inherit the first-generation congenital physique. After that, it will gradually weaken. So, do you think we can replicate this method? Yingji said. Zhou Tianfeng frowned at these words. The term heavenly endowed physique is indeed very fitting, granted by the heavens. But second brother, how did you know? Could it be recorded in the Blood Shadow Sex text? But that doesn't seem right. When the Blood Shadow Patriarch left, he already left all the Blood Shadow Sex text to himself, and he finished reading all these ancient books. There's no record of a heaven's gifted body among them. He even consulted some of the ancient books from Yaoshui Heavenly Palace, but found nothing. He had never heard of this heaven's gifted body that second senior brother mentioned. Please enlighten me, second senior brother. Senior brother, how did you learn about this heaven's gifted body? Zhou Tianfeng asked. This is something Brother Wei read in an ancient book. Brother Wei doesn't know where he threw that ancient book. Now it can't be found. Yingji chuckled dryly and said, Junior brother. Don't blame Brother Wei for hiding it from you. Regarding that mysterious woman, you really can't know about it. Otherwise, your life would be in danger. Brother Wei also fears for his life. I see. What a pity. Zhou Tianfeng smiled and said, You're fooling no one. You can come up with such an excuse? Found it in some ancient book. Now it's lost? You can only deceive people in this world with such lies. Second senior brother is hiding something from himself. Senior brother, this blood demon should make an excellent corpse refinement material. Why not give it to second senior brother? Zhou Tianfeng said. You don't actually need to say much. Your few words can reveal a lot. Very well. Very good. Junior brother, give this blood fiend to me. Then we can consider our debt settled. Yingji said. He was just thinking about how to ask for the blood fiend corpse. He didn't expect his junior brother to offer it first. He had intended to give the blood fiend to his second senior brother. Oh, second senior brother, weren't you imprisoned by the Fox clan of the Snowy Mountain before? How did you get out and suddenly come here? Zhou Tianfeng asked. Second senior brother knows about this kind of heaven-gifted constitution. It should have been during the time he left Master and me. I was imprisoned by the Fox clan of the Snowy Mountain. The boss told you that, right? Did he tell you to have Master come save me quickly? Ying's eyes blazed with anger. He spoke up. The boss has a really good plan. He probably wants to trick Master and junior brother into coming over. Then, with the help of the Fox clan, capture them both, and start forcing them to reveal how to obtain the special physique. Indeed, it was senior brother who told Master. But Master planned to rescue you after breaking through to the Tofan realm. Who knew you would come back on your own? Zhou Tianfeng said. Sure enough, there were other reasons. From the first meeting, Zhou Tianfeng didn't have a good impression of this senior brother. Today's incident with second senior brother confirmed it for Zhou Tianfeng. This senior brother is definitely not a good person. He's shameless enough to talk about others with such poor grades, to distort the truth so blatantly. I suddenly acquired the Taiyan physique that day. My cultivation even broke through to the soul refining stage. As a result, this senior brother was jealous and wanted to know about my special physique, and how my cultivation suddenly increased. How could I have known at the time? Who knew he would completely disregard our camaraderie, joining forces with the Fox tribe of Snowy Spirit Mountain, to try to kill me, if it weren't for my good luck. You probably wouldn't see me now. Ni Yingji said. Senior brother, how did you escape? Can you tell me in detail? Zhou Tianfeng asked. It's strange to say. When those Fox clan members and your senior brother were chasing me, second senior brother, it was like I had divine assistance. In the end, senior brother, I barely escaped their pursuit, and accidentally discovered the cave of an ancient predecessor, and obtained some inheritance. I trained there for a while, and healed my wounds. Then I came out to look for you and Master, Ni Yingji said. This was the excuse he had prepared long ago. How did he obtain his new training method? There had to be a reason for this. Second senior brother was like he had divine assistance. Isn't this the kind of treatment a cultivation protagonist gets? Being hunted down, and surviving a great disaster, then obtaining a secret technique. Will you meet another master to pass on their skills to you in the future? I see. Congratulations, second senior brother, on turning misfortune into a blessing. Second senior brother, did you encounter another peerless master who taught you their skills? Zhou Tianfeng joked. But unexpectedly, upon hearing this, his second senior brother's face suddenly changed drastically, and he looked at Zhou Tianfeng in surprise. Zhou Tianfeng saw some cold sweat sliding down his second senior brother's head. Come on, a soul cultivation practitioner sweating? Your acting still needs a lot of practice. Ha ha, how could that be? Junior brother, what are you thinking? No unparalleled master has passed down their skills to me, second brother said. Zhou Tianfeng, I was just joking just now, but your current performance, I'm very certain that a master has passed on skills to you. Big brother, second brother, you're the main character, right? Otherwise, I'll just cling to you from now on. Hey, junior brother Wei. Brother just stumbled upon the ruins of an ancient sect and obtained a legacy cultivation technique there. However, the cultivation conditions for this technique are quite special. It requires the Taiyan body, so brother Wei really can't pass it on to you. Ni Ji, with trembling hands, grabbed Zhou Tianfeng and said, oh my goodness. Little junior brother, some things really shouldn't be said carelessly. Say too much and it could get someone killed. How is this junior brother so smart? He came up with an excuse that completely fooled him. Madam, I really didn't say that. What is senior brother saying? I was just joking. By the way, senior brother, what are your plans for the future? Are you going to seek revenge on the eldest senior brother? Zhou Tianfeng immediately changed the subject, knowing the character of his second senior brother. If he truly encountered some ancient cave dwelling and obtained unrivaled skills, even if he and their master couldn't practice them, he would still bring them out for the two to appreciate. But now, in this state, there's only one possibility. His second senior brother was indeed taught by a master, but the master who taught him this skill imposed some restrictions, like not being able to tell outsiders, not being able to pass it on to outsiders, or he'd be killed, or something like that. That's the old routine. Just like what a certain patriarch Bodhi said to Monkey King. Since that's the case, let's just change the topic. Anyway, I've pretty much guessed your situation, and most importantly, Zhou Tianfeng is very sure of one thing, that he has been targeted by that master. The super brain has run countless calculations. The result is always the same. Damn it. Someone's got their eye on me again. They didn't show up directly in front of me. They must be afraid of the power of Yao Shui Tiandong. They say it's good to rest in the shade. It's really helpful to lean on a big tree. As for second brother and the grudges between senior brothers, he doesn't want to meddle. You guys can do whatever you want. I plan to stay here and cultivate for a while. After the master comes out of seclusion, I'll report my safety to him. Then I'll go find the boss to settle an old score. Ni Ying saw Zhou Tianfeng stop questioning. That was a relief. Second senior brother, you can stay here with me. But after all, this is Yashui Palace. If possible, it would be best if you don't practice corpse refinement here. Go into seclusion for a while. It's not too late to discuss it after master comes out of seclusion. Zhou Tianfeng said. Senior brother naturally knows about this snow demon ancestor. After I leave, you can refine it. Ni Ying said. Senior brother, why not try this special product from Yaoshui Heavenly Palace? They are snacks made from phosphorus materials. The taste is very good, and it also aids in cultivation. Zhou Tianfeng said. Ha ha ha. Then I will accept it gladly. Ni Yingji said. Now we need to find out the true attitude of the expert. Standing behind our second brother, his cultivation level, and who he is. What's your purpose? It's okay if you don't say it. Sometimes psychological suggestion questions don't require the person to give the correct answer. They can reveal a lot of detailed information. For example, whether the person is male or female, old or young, and roughly what they look like. Whatever cultivation level, Zhou Tianfeng planned to treat his second senior brother to a good meal, and arrange a few jars of top-grade spirit wine. That night, Zhou Tianfeng had the outer sect disciples prepare a fine feast overnight, and delivered it to his room. He also prepared a few bottles of top-grade spirit wine. Of course, it wasn't to get his second senior brother drunk. Zhou Tianfeng understands that with his own drinking capacity, He cannot get a soul cultivator drunk. He doesn't have that ability yet, but drinking more spirit wine can help his second senior brother relax a bit. This will make his upcoming questions more likely to get accurate answers. His super brain can record all the information seen before his time travel and recall it clearly. So he remembers some past life psychological suggestions very clearly. Come on. Here, second brother, let me fill your cup. Try this spirit wine. It's specially brewed by Yashui Tiangong. They use many precious spirit fruits. It tastes excellent, Zhou Tianfeng said. Oh, then I must have a good taste. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of dishes, the two brothers talked about many things, and their bond deepened a lot. But what puzzled Niyinji a little was, my junior apprentice brother didn't ask any out-of-line questions, but instead asked me some rather strange questions. Originally, he thought of a bunch of excuses on how to deal with this junior apprentice brother later, but the junior apprentice brother completely went off script. The questions asked left him completely puzzled, even feeling a bit eerie, like taking out a painting. Then he drew some strange shapes on it and made himself recognize each one. One of the drawings really intrigued him. From the front, it looked like a young girl, but when flipped, it was an old woman. From the side, it looked like a middle-aged woman. The junior brother's single drawing showed 3 faces of a woman's life. It was truly amazing. There's another picture. My junior actually asked what I saw at first glance. At first glance, it seemed like countless spiders, but on closer look, it seemed like elephants or pillars or something. It's strange, really strange. Why did my junior draw these weird pictures for me to see? And the questions he asked were very strange. I even made some multiple choice questions for myself. For example, you come across a log bridge, a stone bridge, and a suspension bridge. Which bridge would you choose to cross? Do I even need to choose? I'm a cultivator, you know. I can fly, okay? Do I need to cross the bridge? The junior brother asked again. Close your eyes. What's the first thing you see deep inside? When you close your eyes, what are you most afraid of? What's the first thing you think of? And then, the junior brother took out a round pendant, started swinging constantly in front of me, making me stare at this pendant. But these paintings, and strange multiple choice questions and queries, the swinging little pendant, were all considered boring drinking games by Falcon G. With a playful heart, constantly answering Zhou Tianfeng's various little questions, multiple choice questions, and staring at that constantly swinging small round pendant. If it's not about that woman, we can talk about anything, discuss anything. Second brother, it's getting late. You should rest well. Tomorrow I have to go to the sect leader uncle to train. Rest assured and stay in this room. I will instruct the outer disciples to deliver food to you every day. Zhou Tianfeng gathered the various pictures on the table. He said with great satisfaction, no need to go to such trouble. Did you forget that brother Wei has already reached the soul cultivation stage? Niyinji, who does not eat worldly grains, said. How could I not know, little brother? But all these are made from very spiritual ingredients. Same as what we ate today. Rest assured, senior brother, Yao Shui Tiangong, is wealthy and powerful. Maybe food and clothing are not an issue. Just enjoy it without worry, Zhou Tianfeng said. In that case, then I will graciously accept. Second brother, feel free to stay. If you need anything, just let me know. Whether it's elixirs, rare materials, as long as I can find them, I'll get them for you, Zhou Tianfeng said. Haha, good. After arranging for the second brother, Zhou Tianfeng left the room with a heavy heart. Now he must treat his second brother better. He has already taken everything from him. How can he not show some gratitude? At least let him eat and drink well, leaving no regrets. What if you don't complete the task? Or that big boss behind you finds out and comes to kill you? Seriously, I shouldn't have been so curious. My curiosity is just too strong. Using various psychological hints and various small questions, Zhou Tianfeng basically dug out all the secrets of his second senior brother. Unless there are things he doesn't know. Otherwise, Zhou Tianfeng would already know everything. Those strange pictures Zhou Tianfeng showed to his second senior brother, and the questions he asked, as well as the multiple choice questions he had him do, seemed unrelated at first glance, but they were highly targeted, one linked to another. Filled with various psychological hints, it strikes deep into your heart, and can unearth the deepest secrets hidden within you. If the final hypnosis hadn't failed, I would even know how old you were, when you went to bed, and what color underwear you wore, and the girl you had a crush on. Unknowingly, all of second brother's secrets have been completely revealed to Zhou Tianfeng, but his second senior brother knew nothing about it. Thinking that Zhou Tianfeng knew nothing, the information obtained from the second senior brother was pieced together. Zhou Tianfeng basically got all the answers he wanted. First, the super big shot behind the second senior brother is a woman, with purple hair, and wearing strange armor. Origin unknown, age unknown, appearance unknown, because second senior brother couldn't see her face clearly. Zhou Tianfeng kept probing and suggesting repeatedly. The result was always the same. Second, this woman's cultivation is extremely high. According to second senior brother's analysis, he should be at the level of an immortal. Even among immortals, he's one of the top. But where he comes from specifically, he doesn't know. Third, and most importantly, this mysterious woman has also targeted me. Even my second senior brother is just a pawn to test me. This mysterious woman was drawn by the strange phenomena that night. The night when second senior brother and I both acquired heavenly constitutions. At first, she sought out me and second senior brother to have us practice an unknown technique. This technique is extremely difficult to cultivate. If the cultivation fails, we would die. Other detailed information, for example, the name of the technique and specific details, are completely unknown to second senior brother. Originally, he and that mysterious woman were supposed to find him, but then they both failed in their training and got eliminated together. But due to some special reason, this mysterious woman gave up on kidnapping Zhou Tianfeng and spared the life of my second senior brother. Then she passed down a set of divine skills that can be cultivated to ascend, along with some intel about the higher realm. However, the specific name of the higher realm and the name of the skills Zhou Tianfeng was not able to ask. As for the specific name, it's captured through psychological suggestion, but detailed information is still unobtainable. My second senior brother's specific mission seems to be restricted in some way. He can only know after he ascends. But his preliminary task is very clear. It's to help me grow. She even secretly protected herself and followed the mysterious woman's instructions afterwards. Now, Zhou Tianfeng has a strong sense of crisis. This mysterious woman has big plans. Moreover, he has no way to deal with her. He has no countermeasures at all. The way to break the impasse. Zhou Tianfeng thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out why the gap in power was so vast. The entire power of Yashui Tiangong was completely worthless in front of the opponent. Perhaps, if the power from the upper realm of Yashui Tiangong could be summoned down, it might be able to threaten this woman. But Zhou Tianfeng wasn't sure, nor did he dare to gamble. Zhou Tianfeng considered using the virus again, to attract that gifted physique, to see if he could lure another big shot and have them fight each other. But Zhou Tianfeng thought it over and quickly gave up on the idea. Having one super big shot is already enough. No need for a second one. At least this big shot doesn't show obvious malice towards me. If another one who has an interest in me comes and they start fighting, I might die from some unknown damage. What I need to do now is to increase my strength and pretend I don't know about this mysterious woman. I can make use of second brother again. If that mysterious woman comes to give him tasks again, I can learn a lot from him. Most importantly, she won't find out about me. After all, even second brother doesn't know. He's already leaked all the information. It's thrilling to think about playing a game of wits with someone of an immortal's level. So what if you have high cultivation? I have wisdom. That night, Zhou Tianfeng lay down with a heavy heart. Of course, he couldn't sleep. The night passed without a word. Good morning, junior brother. Early the next morning, feeling refreshed, Niyinji greeted Zhou Tianfeng. Good morning, second senior brother. Did you sleep well last night? Zhou Tianfeng asked with a smile. Very well indeed. The spiritual energy here is very abundant. It's several times that of Shuiying. It's an excellent place for cultivation, Niyinji said. Now he finally understands why these disciples from prestigious sects are so formidable. Their cultivation speed is so fast. Cultivating in such an environment, it's impossible not to be formidable. Not to mention, just last night's meal was luxurious enough. Before, during the shadow blood trace, these luxury items were something he didn't even dare to think about. In the future, when he has fully cultivated, he will definitely repay this junior brother well. Besides the task assigned by that mysterious woman, senior brother will get you some good stuff. The spiritual energy around Yashan is still very abundant. Second senior brother, if you have time, can you go to the herb garden that junior brother received? There are some poisonous flowers and herbs planted there. A little boy named Wang Xiaobao is helping me look after them. Zhou Tianfeng said. Junior brother, you want me to help you take care of the poisonous flowers and herbs in the herb garden, right? It's no big deal. But junior brother has already acquired the heavenly fury battle body. Although the poison transformation spirit body is not bad. Do you still want to study poison techniques? Ying sat down on a stone bench in the courtyard. He said that after obtaining the heavenly fury battle body, the poison transformation spirit body indeed seems less important. After all, the higher the cultivation level, the stronger the resistance to poison. Once the cultivation reaches the immortal transformation realm, the realm of rising clouds, even after reaching the heaven ascension realm, most of the poisons in the mortal world have no effect anymore, let alone after becoming an immortal or a demon. That's a complete leap in the level of life. After practicing the mysterious heavenly demon codex, his perspective has broadened significantly. After all, it was the first thing Master taught me. I still don't want to fall behind. Besides, your cultivation level is still low. Junior brother, don't think about future matters now. Also, before reaching the immortal transformation stage, poison techniques are still very useful. Zhou Tianfeng sat in front of the second senior brother and started to speak. Ordinary poison techniques, no matter how you adjust it, the destructive power is still limited. But if you add what I have, then it will be completely different. Poison techniques are essentially a means of defeating the strong with the weak. So what if you are stronger than me? As long as I use poison to bring you down, you still have to obey me. Not only must the cultivation of poison techniques continue, but research must also proceed. In the future, if we need to deal with the mysterious woman behind second brother, poison techniques might become a surprising tactic. Zhou Tianfeng already has a general idea in mind. He plans to use the goo raising method, utilizing his own saliva and blood to cultivate some top-grade poisonous insects. As a top-level deity, you surely wouldn't care about these tiny ants and insects. Indeed. As long as they haven't broken through to the immortal realm, they are essentially still mortals. Poison techniques can still work on them. Moreover, if it were one of the world's most powerful and rare poisons, even those at the level of transforming immortal or ascending to heaven would fall for it. Niiji nodded and said, "What junior brother said makes sense. What level is he at now?" He's only at the foundation establishment stage. He still has a long way to go. Studying poison techniques will sustain him for a long time. Moreover, if the poison spirit body is well developed, he's not completely useless. When we see His Majesty, we can subtly ask whether poison techniques can still prevail in the upper realm after becoming an immortal or a demon. If not, we should advise the junior disciple to stop practicing it early. Senior brother, do you want to take a walk around Yao Mountain? I can lead the way, Zhou Tianfeng said. With me accompanying you, I can show second senior brother around. If second senior brother is alone, it might cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. That won't be necessary. After all, I'm not a disciple here. Wandering around inevitably invites gossip. It's not good for you or our master. Senior brother, I don't plan to join the Yao Shui Heavenly Palace, or become a guest elder or anything like that. When our master comes out of seclusion, I will take my leave. Niyingji waved his hand and said, "How could I make it difficult for my junior brother? After all, you just joined this new sect. Senior brother. When master emerges from seclusion and learns about you and senior brother, I believe there's a high chance he will pass the position of sect leader to you," Zhou Tianfeng said. With such despicable actions by senior brother, old ancestor Xing would never tolerate it. So the only one who can inherit the legacy of the Xing sect is our second senior brother. Moreover, second senior brother has now attained supreme divine power, directly aiming for ascension as a great thief. Second senior brother's future achievements will far surpass those of his first senior brother. He might even establish a blood shadow sect spanning 2 realms. Forget it. Isn't there still the third brother? You know. This time, master did not rescue third senior brother, and with the third senior brother's personality, he's not suitable for inheriting. The most suitable person in the blood shadow sect is you, second senior brother, Zhou Tianfeng said. We'll talk about it later. Being a leader of the blood shadow sect and all that, he really hadn't thought about it. From the time he started cultivating until now, he had never thought about it. In the past, it didn't matter if it was the eldest or the fourth. It was all the same to him. But now, the youngest junior brother is clearly not suitable, and the third one has gone missing again. As for the eldest, the karma between them is still unresolved. How can the position of the blood shadow sect's leader be passed to a dead person? Since that's the case, let's wait for the master to come out of seclusion to make a decision, Zhou Tianfeng said. The two chatted for a while longer. Then Zhou Tianfeng took his leave and headed to the main peak of Yao Mountain to visit the headmaster. The thrilling events of the night he had to keep to himself. We must not reveal even the slightest bit. Otherwise, second senior brother's life will be in danger, and I will also be at some risk. Junior brother is back. Master specifically asked me to wait for you at the door. As soon as he arrived at the main hall, a female disciple was already waiting for Zhou Tianfeng. Thank you, senior sister. Junior brother, no need to be so polite. Guided by this beautiful senior sister, Zhou Tianfeng arrived at the headmaster's hall. After thanking this senior sister, Zhou Tianfeng entered the main hall. The headmaster Ming Yansheng, still dressed in red, was sitting cross-legged, smiling as he looked at Zhou Tianfeng. Disciple greets the sect leader. Uncle Master, no need for formalities. Have you met your second senior brother? Is everything arranged properly? Yes? Minjian asked. Reporting the sect leader uncle. Second senior brother's matter has been arranged properly. He will temporarily reside at Yulun Peak. When master and mistress come out of seclusion, he will pay his respects to master, and then leave Mount Yao, Zhou Tianfeng said. As long as you've arranged it properly. Our Yashui Tiangong is a reputable sect after all. Taking him in is already a great favor. Make sure he doesn't wander around, to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. As the saying goes, I've already instructed the second senior brother. Then. Let's start today's topic. Do you have any questions about your daily practice? Famous sayings often asked. Reporting to the sect leader uncle. Disciple indeed has a question. I hope the sect leader uncle can enlighten me, Zhou Tianfeng said. To be honest, if there were a complete set of cultivation methods and resources, Zhou Tianfeng feels he actually wouldn't need anyone else's guidance. The super brain would basically arrange the best cultivation plan for him. But since the master has spoken, let's go ahead and ask. There are indeed a few things I've always wanted to know. I just wonder if you can answer them. Tianfeng, there's no need to be polite. If you don't understand something, just go ahead and ask, Ming Yan said with a smile. Sect leader uncle. What is the essence of spiritual energy? How is spiritual energy generated? What are the specific functions of spiritual energy? Zhou Tianfeng asked. A bunch of question marks appeared over Meng Yancheng's head. What is the essence of spiritual energy? How is spiritual energy generated? This? What kind of question is this? Spiritual energy has existed since ancient times. It has always existed in this world. As for its purpose, isn't it for us to absorb and cultivate daily? Do you still need to ask this question? Even a beginner disciple could answer this. As for the essence of spiritual energy, isn't spiritual energy just spiritual energy? What else could it be? Spiritual energy is just spiritual energy. It has existed in the world since ancient times, allowing us practitioners to absorb and enhance our cultivation. What else could it be? As the saying goes. Zhou Tianfeng nodded slightly. He didn't make a sound. Where does the spiritual energy come from? Why can it allow us to cultivate? Why can't it be some other substance? The humans on Earth. We'll explore how water is produced. We'll explore how soil is produced. Where do we come from? This is also the reason why humanity can keep progressing, because we think about certain questions. We propose various hypotheses and doubts, and we seek the ultimate truth, obviously. Such questions, the headmaster's famous saying, he can't answer. He hasn't even thought about it, headmaster's uncle. Next, Zhou Tianfeng didn't ask any more strange questions, but instead inquired about some cultivation doubts, which Meng Yancheng answered one by one. Afterwards, Meng Yancheng arranged a cultivation plan for Zhou Tianfeng to train the Heaven's Fury battle body. The method is actually combat, but this time, the opponent was changed from his senior sister Lin Wen to the headmaster Meng Yancheng. Other training. Zhou Tianfeng can arrange it himself. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask him. Zhou Tianfeng also specifically got Princess Ya Shui Tian, the CEO of the branch library, knowledge and such. I can never have too much. Alright, Fur, come with me. I will suppress my cultivation to your level, and spar with you. Afterward, we need to properly develop your heavenly fury battle body. As the saying goes, disciple obeys. After Zhou Tianfeng and Ming Yan left the master's hall, a graceful figure appeared. A head of long purple hair, wearing battle armor. This is the mysterious woman who has been watching Zhou Tianfeng. Watching Zhou Tianfeng leave, the mysterious woman frowned. How could this kid ask such a question? Where does spiritual energy come from? How is spiritual energy generated? What is the essence of spiritual energy? These three questions are beyond what someone of his level can comprehend. Even his current state is far from understanding these three questions. Only those at the absolute pinnacle of the six realms would ponder such questions. This already touches the extreme of the Tao. Exploring the mysteries of the world's origin is the ultimate question that arises only after mastering a path to its peak. It shouldn't be. How could this kid have such a question? Even with my current cultivation level, I wouldn't dare to think about this question or seek its answer. Could it be this boy? This boy is the reincarnation of some ancient powerful being? Thinking of this, the mysterious woman's heart started to tremble. The more she thought about it, the more she felt this was the most likely explanation. Aside from the reincarnation of an ancient powerful being, she really couldn't think of any other explanation. She didn't expect that besides having a special physique, there's another identity that can ask these three questions. This kid is definitely not an ordinary person. Absolutely a reincarnation of an ancient power. But who could it be? But among the ancient beings in the six realms, recently, I haven't heard of anyone reincarnating to retrain. The Flying Immortal Realm, the Luo Heaven Realm, the Black Demon Realm, the Heavenly Monster Realm. Recently, I haven't heard of any supreme beings reincarnating. Could it be that this kid comes from the most mysterious Hongguang Jade or ancient immortal jade? At the main peak of Yao Mountain's martial arts arena, two red figures are fighting each other. They are Zhou Tianfeng and Ming Yancheng. Their movements are extremely fast. They keep attacking each other. Then they suppress their cultivation to the foundation stage. After that, Ming Yancheng found that he couldn't suppress Zhou Tianfeng at all. After this kid activated the Heavenly Fury battle body state, he realized he had to at least raise his cultivation to the spirit martial realm to barely fight him. If they were both at the foundation stage, he would definitely lose. At the very beginning of the battle, he confidently suppressed his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage, thinking that with his hundreds of years of combat experience and strong foundation, it would be easy to suppress this kid. A piece of cake, yes, but reality soon slapped him in the face. As soon as the fight started, this kid's combat skills have completely disrupted his perception. Is he really a novice? Both sides engage. At the start, Zhou Tianfeng didn't choose to use the Sky Fury battle body. Instead, he activated adrenaline mode for the fight. Now, his cultivation in adrenaline mode won't cause much harm to his body. A fight lasting 10 minutes or so is still manageable. Battling in adrenaline mode, although it doesn't have the overbearing and unparalleled oppressive force of the Sky Fury battle body, in terms of technique, it completely outclasses the Sky Fury battle body. Dynamic vision combined with a super brain and ultra-fast neural response speed make all of Ming Yan's attacks appear in slow motion to him. His super brain can effortlessly calculate all of Ming Yan's moves, and even predict the opponent's attacks. His brain can mimic the opponent's various attacks, and analyze in real time, providing the best solution for himself. Even with the ability to learn covertly all the spells the master uses, he has quietly memorized them. After using the adrenaline burst mode, Zhou Tianfeng completely suppressed Ming Xinjiang. No matter how the master changes his moves, Zhou Tianfeng remained unflustered and calmly dealt with his moves. It felt as if he had seen right through me. My moves seemed insignificant in front of this kid. Zhou Tianfeng used his fist to gently deflect the master's snow-white wrist. Then using the force against him, he directly pushed him away. Master, why not raise your cultivation to the Rongling level? In this situation, fighting would be pointless. I wouldn't even need to activate my Heavenly Fury War Body, Zhou Tianfeng said, in adrenaline mode. In a battle of the same level, no one stands a chance against me. Not bad, kid. Let's go again. Obviously, this proud sect leader is getting serious. This time, the sect leader didn't suppress his power to the Foundation Establishment stage. Instead, he raised it to the Spirit Integration stage. A fierce and unparalleled offensive was launched. Flames appeared on both fists, dancing in the sky, turning into a giant red wave, surging towards Zhou Tianfeng. After all, she is a proud daughter of the heavens, a genius of the sect since childhood. When has she ever been suppressed by anyone? Zhou Tianfeng shook his head helplessly and exited the adrenaline mode. Then he activated the Fury War Body. You want to play? Then I'll play with you. The Fury War marks appeared, and the Fury domain unfolded, his whole body radiating a golden red glow. The power of heaven and earth pressed down on the sect leader. The red giant wave was instantly suppressed by Zhou Tianfeng. Zhou Tianfeng's fist carried terrifying force, turning into countless afterimages, attacking Ming Yansheng. With the blessing of the Sky Fury battle body, no matter how high your cultivation is, I'm still being suppressed. Kid. Do you think you're the only one with this kind of special blessing? Ming Yan sneered. His body emitted a crimson glow. He was truly enraged. Initially, he just wanted to toy with the kid. Now his desire to win was ignited. The entire sky was covered in fiery red glow, and the golden red light of Joshin Peak began to oppose it. Ming Yansheng directly activated his special physique, enhancement of his constitution, innate fire spirit body in full display. For a moment, it was on par with Joshin Peak's Heavenly Wrath domain, but any discerning eye could see, the Heavenly Wrath battle body had the upper hand. After all, what cultivation level is Zhou Tianfeng now? What cultivation level do you have as the sect leader? In that case, sect leader, forgive me for offending you. Zhou Tianfeng said this and unleashed his full power, turning into a golden streak of light rushing towards the sect leader. A shock, two beams of light clashed fiercely together. The tremendous impact even caused the entire main peak of Yao Mountain to start trembling violently. The two of them fought directly into the sky. One was entirely crimson, like flames. The other was entirely golden red, like a small sun. They collided fiercely in the sky. In terms of fists and feet, in terms of moves, Zhou Tianfeng can now only be described as masterful. In a clash of equal strength, Ming Yansheng, the head of his sect, still cannot surpass Zhou Tianfeng. Even his opponent's fire spirit domain is suppressed by Zhou Tianfeng's Heavenly Wrath domain. The transformation of the Heavenly Wrath battle form is not like adrenaline, which places a huge burden on the body. In this form, I can actually engage in a long-term battle. Since you want to fight, I'll fight with you. The two fought in the sky for a full hour, without determining a winner. This commotion attracted many disciples. Countless female disciples gathered in the square, watching the epic battle between the sect leader and Zhou Tianfeng. Zhou Tianfeng's cultivation level isn't high, but after activating the Heavenly Path battle body, the power he displayed really shocked everyone. What is the sect leader trying to do? Who is fighting the sect leader in the sky? I heard it's the second uncle's disciple. Second uncle has been in seclusion recently, so he was placed here with us, for the master to take care of him. But why did they suddenly start fighting? And, it seems the master even used his fire spirit jade. They should be sparring. Didn't you see the master suppress his own power? Otherwise, with the master's level of cultivation, this junior brother had already lost long ago. That's right, this junior brother has a special constitution, but his cultivation is only at the Foundation Establishment stage. If the sect leader had been serious, he would have lost long ago. That's still impressive, isn't it? I really envy the junior brother. His special constitution has such great power. Below gathered a group of female disciples, and they started to chatter noisily. Meanwhile, the battle in the sky also changed. Ultimately, the one with higher cultivation was the sect leader Ming Yansheng, who had the upper hand. Seizing an opening, he slapped Zhou Tianfeng down from the sky. In the Heaven's Wrath battle mode, without the aid of dynamic vision and a super brain. His skills were not as perfect as they were in the adrenaline-fueled state. After fighting for a while, the leader, Ming Yansheng, noticed his own weakness. He began to gradually gain the upper hand with his superb combat experience. Finally, he defeated Zhou Tianfeng. The last trump card was the burst of the fusion of adrenaline mode and the Heavenly Fury War body. Zhou Tianfeng didn't use it. This is something desperate, and it causes great damage to the body. No need to do that. Are you convinced, kid? Ming Yansheng looked at Zhou Tianfeng, who was knocked to the ground by him. He clapped his hands proudly, and said, "The sect master's uncle has profound cultivation. I submit." Zhou Tianfeng patted the dust off his clothes. He stood up and said, "If I didn't submit, you'd probably keep hitting me. You're at the level of transcendence. Bullying someone at Foundation establishment like me, even if you win, it won't be very honorable. Your Heavenly Fury battle body is indeed impressive, but remember, you can't always rely on your Heavenly Fury battle body's intelligence. Your own cultivation is also very important," Ming Yan said with a feigned coldness. "Is it easy for me? I elevated my cultivation to the spirit fusion realm, and still had to rely on my fire spirit domain to defeat you, kid. Sure enough, it's worthy of being the legendary top physique. If my fire spirit body had the same cultivation level, starting from the same point, I definitely wouldn't have been able to beat this kid." At this moment, Ming Yansheng also noticed a group of female disciples surrounding the field. His face immediately turned serious, and he said coldly, "Are you all very free? Have you finished today's training? Have you done all your assignments for today? Why aren't you dispersing quickly?" The mayor. A group of female disciples reluctantly dispersed. However, several female disciples passing by Zhou Tianfeng sniffed hard, then shivered, and ran away blushing. "These damn girls always like to join in the fun for no reason. I'll have their masters discipline them strictly when they return." Ming Yansheng suddenly turned to look at Zhou Tianfeng. "I don't know what's going on today. The more I look at this kid, the more I like him. I didn't notice before, but he seems to emit a very peculiar scent. When the two of them were sparring just now, I always felt a strange smell coming from Zhou Tianfeng. It created a unique attraction to him. This scent is really, really pleasant, making him feel a sense of his heart racing. Let's go, kid. Follow me. As the saying goes, fighting is just fighting. Almost forgot the main business. There are other things to do today. This kid here is Master Uncle." Zhou Tianfeng nodded, and followed behind Ming Niansing. "Always feels a bit strange. Even though I am the Heaven's Fury battle body, and an excellent candidate for Tao Companion, these female disciples staring at me so intently still makes me feel uneasy. A thrilling feeling." Zhou Tianfeng watched these departing female disciples, and fell into deep thought, quietly following behind the sect leader next year. That he could attract so much affection from female disciples might not be due to his special constitution and status as a direct disciple. The first time he came to Yashui Tiandong, he felt strange. From their first meeting, Master Shuyan Shanzi was always fond of him, and treated him very well. But at that time, Zhou Tianfeng thought it was because of her relationship with his master that she treated him so kindly, and adored him. Zhou Tianfeng didn't find anything strange about it. Later, when they arrived at Yashui Tiangong, the female disciples there greeted him. She was a bit too enthusiastic about herself. Even though she had the advantage of a special physique, the women in this world of cultivating immortality shouldn't be this excited. Each one was like a hungry wolf. The people I met later, my senior sister Ling Lan, the sect leader Ming Yan, and even all the female disciples who looked at me had the same reaction. It was a burning gaze. The intensity of it even made Zhou Tianfeng shiver. This is definitely abnormal. It can't be because of his special physique and status. Now Zhou Tianfeng is 100% sure. No way. Do I have a charming physique? But shouldn't this be something only women have? Wait. It seems like humans on Earth do have this function. No. Actually, all animals have this ability. It's just a matter of strength. This is also a hormone secreted by the body. It's called testosterone. Both males and females secrete this substance. If it is smelled by the opposite sex, that will make the other person very obsessed, and their good impression of you will be infinitely amplified. Scientists have studied this. To put it simply, love is actually just hormones at work. Although most humans scoff at this explanation, experimental data doesn't lie. Zhou Tianfeng recalled the time before he traveled. I saw a short video on Douyin that mentioned this case. Later, out of boredom and curiosity, I specifically searched for it online. Scientists have conducted experiments where they had several female college students enter a bar to see if any men would approach them. They recorded this data in detail. A few days later, subject these girls to hormone stimulation, causing their hormone secretion to increase, and then let them enter the bar again. As a result, this time they attracted more attention from the opposite sex, and more people approached them. For the sake of experimental rigor, the scientists later conducted the same test with a group of male college students, and obtained the same data. But the results of this experiment still raised doubts among many people, so they conducted tests on twin sisters and twin brothers. The sisters looked exactly alike. They also dressed similarly, but the younger sister underwent hormone secretion stimulation. The elder sister did not. Then they both entered a bar again. As a result, the younger sister received far more approaches than the elder sister. The probability is 80%, almost double. Because of this experimental data, many perfume companies immediately saw a business opportunity. They launched a male pheromone perfume and made a fortune. In reality, how do you stimulate your hormones? The answer is simple. It's super strong physical fitness and a healthy body. And, if I remember correctly, my adrenaline rush is actually a kind of hormone surge in a way. When I first started fighting with the leader in the long battle next year, this state of adrenaline hormone surge was used. When he first arrived at Yashui Tiangong to show off to the master's wife, so Zhou Tianfeng also had an adrenaline surge. This could have caused him to retain a strong male hormone scent. And the master's wife, and some of the other female disciples, all more or less directly or indirectly smelled this scent. And this scent will definitely make the opposite sex feel good about you. Later, senior sister Lin, when I met, was probably also attracted by this scent of mine. At the beginning, she had that teasing big sister vibe, but later it got more and more off. She even started to see me as her private property. So what is this? But this is so wrong. You are human beings. I am human. Can my hormonal scent attract you guys too? Or are certain things actually connected? What are you staring at? Ming Yansheng is looking at Zhou Tianfeng. She frowned and asked, what was that boy thinking about? After entering the inner hall with him, he was so lost in thought that he didn't respond even after I called him several times. The headmaster said, disciple, what were you thinking about? Zhou Tianfeng snapped back to reality, and quickly responded, what are you thinking about? Tell me. Ming Yansheng asked with a smile. I'm reflecting on my recent sparring with the sect leader, trying to find my weaknesses, so that next time, I can do better. Zhou Tianfeng said. I can't possibly tell you that I suspect I have a strong captivating charm, which has a devastating effect on you women, making you fall for me instantly, head over heels. If I were to say this myself, the master would definitely turn against me instantly, and might even suspect that his previous liking for me was because of this. It's due to body constitution, but actually, hormones only play an auxiliary role. If you see an ugly person, no matter how strong their scent is, you won't feel anything. So, after traveling through time, your body has undergone some kind of mutation. That's actually a good thing. At least you look much more handsome and masculine than before. Really? Actually, you fought very well just now. I only managed to suppress you because of my profound cultivation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have beaten you. Minji nodded and said, more than just good. At the beginning, this kid completely dominated me in terms of moves and counters. Every time, he could perfectly predict my attacks. In front of him, it was as if I was completely seen through. But later, after entering the Sky Rage Battle body mode, and I entered the Fire Spirit body mode, this kid's ability to predict attacks greatly weakened, and even completely disappeared. It's just relentless attacks that allowed him to seize the opportunity to defeat this kid. Otherwise, the outcome would be uncertain, unless he shamelessly boosts his cultivation to the peak of Hualan, or even the soul refining realm. So, you little brat, stop thinking about reflecting on the battle results. Your combat skills are almost unmatched among your peers. You must be joking, Master Uncle, Zhou Tianfeng said. I'm not flattering you. I'm just telling the truth. Your combat talent is really outstanding. Develop it well in the future. This is your strength. It is a gift from heaven. You must cherish it. As the saying goes, I will remember the teachings of the sect leader, Zhou Tianfeng said. Now, let's talk business. You've been in our sect for over half a year. Besides our sect's core techniques, Senior Sister Shuyan hasn't taught you anything else. At Senior Sister Shuyan's request, I plan to teach you some sword techniques and magic techniques. What do you want to learn? As the saying goes, what do you want to learn? Magic techniques or sword techniques? Hee. As long as my current cultivation can use it. If I see it once, it becomes mine. Reporting to the sect leader, Martial Uncle, what you teach, I will learn. I have no preferences, said Zhou Tianfeng. Then I will teach you a basic martial arts technique, and my unique skill, the flying flower sword technique. Minjian often said, the 5 elements technique varies in strength. It is one of the essential courses for all righteous disciples. As for the Feiwa sword technique, it is the signature skill of Yashui Tiangong. These two must be learned. I dare not hide it, master. These basic 5 elements techniques, and the Feiwa sword technique, even the advanced Luowa sword technique, absolute moon sword technique, remote water sword technique, Senior Sister Lin Wen has already taught them to me, Zhou Tianfeng said. Simply put, Senior Sister has revealed all her secrets to me. Whatever she knows, I know. She has passed them to you. Have you really learned everything? You've only been a novice for half a year. Even if someone is teaching you, learning all these techniques and sword forms is not something you can achieve overnight. You better not be bragging, kid. Ming Yan extended his hand and lightly touched Zhou Tianfeng's forehead. He said with a smile, in just half a year, you have mastered all the basic 5 elements techniques, and the flying flower sword technique, even several advanced sword techniques. You learned them all. Are you kidding me? I learned all these back then myself. It also took nearly 10 years to truly pass it on to the disciple, but they are still not very skilled. However, in terms of self-practice, the disciple has no issues anymore. Zhou Tianfeng said. It's completely mastered, but this seems quite sensational. Then I'll be a bit more low-key. Show me how you do it. If there's anything lacking, I'll guide you further. Ming Yansheng said. Disciple obeys. Zhou Tianfeng took his stance. He demonstrated the basic 5 elements technique to the sect leader, but when performing it, Zhou Tianfeng intentionally made some mistakes. 2 of the spells weren't even successfully cast. And he also slightly adjusted the power. Not bad. Not bad. Although still very unfamiliar, you have indeed learned it. Practice diligently in the future. These basic 5 elements techniques, you will master very quickly. Ming Yan often nodded and said. Regarding Zhou Tianfeng's progress, he was very satisfied. The headmaster's teachings are correct. The disciple said, I will definitely practice diligently in the future. The Fei Hua sword technique and the Luo Hua sword technique are my sexy unique skills. You try it out too. Yes. Master. Zhou Tianfeng soared into the air and released his flying sword. The sword slowly began to split apart in midair, transforming into countless flowers, creating a stunning spectacle. Then it turned into numerous colorful petals. To be honest, this move looks very elegant when performed, and its power is impressive too. But Zhou Tianfeng feels awkward using it himself. It's more graceful when used by a woman. When a man uses it, it feels like he's a transvestite. Not bad. Not bad. You've already successfully performed the flying flower sword technique. Next are the falling flower sword technique, noble sword technique, and Yashui sword technique. Zhou Tianfeng imitated it and used it successfully. However, the last 2 sword techniques were not successfully executed. After all, one has to make a show of it. It's already very good. Remember, the flying flower sword technique is the basic technique I filmed. All the remaining sword techniques evolved from this move. The disciples of the headmaster have something to say. The flying flower sword technique of our sect is very powerful, but when I use it, it doesn't look very good. It even feels somewhat awkward and out of place. I want to learn another technique. What do you think, Master? Zhou Tianfeng said. You think our sword technique is ugly? You brat, are you kidding me? Our sword technique is. The absolute sword technique is the best. Ming extended his hands and put them on his hips, and said angrily. That brat actually despises it. Do you know that the flying flower sword technique of our sect is top tier among the top 3 sects? Disciple knows, but precisely because it's so beautiful. When I perform it, it looks awkward. If a woman performs it, it is indeed gorgeous. But when I perform it, I'm afraid it will only become a laughingstock. Zhou Tianfeng said. What's wrong with that? Being able to kill the enemy and win is a good thing. No need to care about the opinions of other sects. Master Uncle, does our sect not have any other profound techniques? For example, other sword techniques. Zhou Tianfeng persisted in asking. Since you are determined to learn, then take the talisman I gave you, and go to the library to choose. Ming Yan said. Thank you, Master Uncle, but my talisman can only go to the 3rd floor. The more powerful techniques are on the 4th floor. Zhou Tianfeng said. Yashui Tiandong's library has 6 floors in total. First level, outer sect disciples, servant disciples, and ordinary disciples can all watch. Second level, outer sect disciples with merits and inner sect disciples who have reached the foundation establishment stage can watch. Third level, outer sect elders, inner sect disciples, and elite disciples who have reached the spirit merging stage can watch. Fourth level, only outer sect elders and inner sect elders who have reached the soul cultivation stage or above can enter and watch. Fifth level, only the sect master and the peak lords are qualified to enter and watch. As for the books on the 6th floor, only the headmaster and the elders can enter to view them. You may, but you can only enter for 1 hour. Choose one sword manual, and after that, you can only look at the catalog. You are not allowed to read the content. However, I will allow you to select from the 5th floor, but I have to go with you. Mingyan thought for a moment and said, Disciple, I obey. It seems, the idea of freely entering and exiting the 4th floor is still unrealistic. But you can enter the 5th level to select techniques. This is an unexpected surprise. Alright then, it's already late today. Go back to your room and rest first. Tomorrow I'll take you to the library. As the saying goes, disciple takes his leave. After bidding farewell to the sect leader, Zhou Tianfeng returned to his room. The strange effect produced by his hormone secretion. Zhou Tianfeng thought of a way to deal with the mysterious woman, but first he had to determine if it would be effective against her. Zhou Tianfeng couldn't help but sigh. He really was destined to be busy. Please, I just want to bide my time and develop cautiously, using my miraculous human body, a gift from Mother Earth, until I'm strong enough to come out. But sometimes, things don't go as planned. While Blood Shadow sect was growing stealthily, because the 3rd senior brother was captured, Master had to take me and the 2nd senior brother and flee overnight. Then I was handed over to the irresponsible mistress, and got a free entry into Yao Shui Tiangong. But that wasn't bad. After all, it's good to rely on a big tree for shade. Zhou Tianfeng originally thought that the giant tree of Yaoshui Tiangong could shelter him from the wind and rain. Give yourself enough time to grow up. But just as I had settled down, my second senior brother immediately brought a shock. An immortal level being was already eyeing me. Truly, life is unpredictable. Never mind. Now let's think about the real issue. How to deal with that mysterious woman. Zhou Tianfeng currently has two ideas. The first idea was to use my own saliva and blood to cultivate poisonous insects, flowers, and herbs in a goo-raising method, trying to create one or countless ultimate poisons, capable of taking down an immortal level being. This thing will be the secret weapon against that mysterious woman. It must be cultivated with extreme caution. And the second method is the phenomenon discovered by Zhou Tianfeng where an adrenaline burst leads to excessive hormone secretion, using one's own hormones to deal with this mysterious female immortal. Currently, my cultivation level is at the foundation establishment stage, but the hormones in my body can affect the sect leader at the transformation stage. However, to deal with an existence at the immortal level, my cultivation level shouldn't be too far off from theirs. I must at least become a low-level immortal for the hormones to have any effect on them. Otherwise, our life levels won't be on the same plane. How could it attract the other party? So, in the short term, Zhou Tianfeng really didn't have any good way to deal with this mysterious woman. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Zhou Tianfeng followed the master to the library of Yashui Tiangong. Compared to the library in Xing, theirs is much more luxurious, surrounded by pavilions and towers. It looks extraordinarily grand. Headmaster Meng Yancheng personally arrived, making quite a commotion. Besides the two disciples guarding the entrance, a woman in a blue robe also came out. Huaqing greets the headmaster. Elder Huaqing, no need to be so formal. Minjian smiled and replied, "Are you here to visit the library pavilion, master?" Elder Huaqing asked. In the library pavilion, there's always an elder guarding it at all times. The elders of Shifeng take turns on duty. Each person's guardian term is 3 years. When all the elders have rotated, it takes about 100 years. This is the new direct disciple of senior sister Shuyang. He has the legendary Sky Wrath battle body. This time I brought him here to go to the 5th level and select the supreme martial art. Using my sect's contribution is a hassle. For Elder Huaqing, Ming Yan pointed at Zhou Tianfeng and spoke. I see. So this is senior sister Shuyang's outstanding disciple? Elder Huaqing looked Zhou Tianfeng up and down, and nodded. Smiles and nods. Disciple Zhou Tianfeng greets Elder Huaqing. Zhou Tianfeng immediately steps forward and bows, saying, "No need for formalities. Train hard from now on. Bring glory to our sect." Well then, sect leader, let's break the seal together. Elder Huaqing said. Indeed. The two nodded to each other, each taking out a talisman. Then they each cast several spells. After a flash of light, the restriction on the 5th level of the library was lifted. Hurry inside. You have 1 hour. Choose a manual and take it out, Elder Huaqing said. In the library pavilion, there are no restrictions on the 1st floor, because all disciples can enter and read. Starting from the 2nd floor, you need a jade token to enter. You need the elder to personally come to access the 4th level. As for the 5th and 6th levels, they can only be opened together by the contemporary assistant elder and the sect leader. The jade talisman given by the sect leader only allows Zhou Tianfeng free access to enter the first 3 levels and then the 4th level, and select the supreme skill. One must contribute to the sect, or have a feudal lord personally cover the sect contribution. And as for the 5th level techniques, only the contributions of the sect leader or the grand elder can grant access. Obviously, Minjian often used his contributions to open a small back door for Zhou Tianfeng. After the restriction was lifted, Minjian and Elder Huaqing exchanged a few polite words. Then they led Zhou Tianfeng into the inner part of the library. Hurry up, kid. After you open the stillness, it can only last for 1 hour. After 1 hour it will automatically close, Ming Yan said. After 1 hour. If you want to open it again, it will be quite troublesome. Master Uncle, do you have any suggestions? Looking at the dazzling array of books, Zhou Tianfeng asked. What do you want to learn? To your left are some rare insights. Some were created by the masters of our sect. Others are peerless sword techniques passed down from extinct sects. You sit a few rows back. There are records of methods for forging swords and weapons. They shouldn't be of much use to you. The middle row of bookshelves has records of some violent type secret techniques. The row of bookshelves in the front left contains some forbidden techniques. However, using these will cause some damage to the body. I don't recommend you borrow books from that section. Yancheng patiently explained the contents of the 5th level's collection to Zhou Tianfeng. Zhou Tianfeng nodded slightly. He walked toward the bookshelves. All the books on the shelves were covered by a layer of yellow seal. These books recorded supreme arts. The paper was made of an unknown material. They emitted a faint golden light. Neither gold nor paper. This material, as Zhou Tianfeng recognized, was called golden thread platinum silk. It's an extremely rare material. It's made from the silk of a creature called the Jinling silkworm. When most sects obtain this material, They use it to make battle armor, or craft some soft-edged, spiritual treasures. But Lingbao Yashui Tiangong uses it directly as paper for records. Zhou Tianfeng flipped through it. All the books can only have their first page open to view the table of contents and summary. You can't see the actual content at all. They've done a great job with the anti-theft measures. Each book has a special restriction on it. You can only view the summary and some basic introduction. If you want to quickly jot down the contents, there's no way to do it for free. Zhou Tianfeng flipped through it, and instantly felt a bit overwhelmed. He wandered around for a full half hour, not knowing which one to choose, because they were all top-notch secret manuals or techniques. Zhou Tianfeng felt a strong desire to make them his own. So, have you decided yet? Minute Yan often asked. Master Uncle. Previously, our sect has accepted male disciples with special constitutions, right? Were any of them Heaven's Fury battle bodies? Zhou Tianfeng asked. If there are any, that would be perfect. Let's keep watching. I really can't resist robbing this place. That's quite a good idea. Just eating other people's food. But unfortunately, our sect has never accepted a Heaven's Wrath battle body disciple before. Ming Yansheng looked at Zhou Tianfeng and said, they don't have one here, but the main sect has such a secretary. Once, a Heaven's Fury battle physique received a favor from their Yashui Heavenly Palace. He even married a female disciple of Yashui Heavenly Palace to repay the Heavenly Palace at that time. This Heaven's Fury battle physique left several secret techniques he created at Yashui Heavenly Palace. But these secret techniques can only be cultivated by those with the same Heaven's Fury battle physique. However, they currently have no access to the library of the main sect. When this kid's cultivation improves in the future, the main sect will naturally summon him over. At that time, we can take the opportunity to ask for it. Both have the Heavenly Wrath battle physique. Only this kid can bring those secret techniques to their full potential. The main sect shouldn't refuse. Or I could just shamelessly ask the main sect directly. I'll find some time to talk to the main sect about it. Anyway, leaving it there is just a waste in the library. It's better to give it to this Heavenly Fury battle physique. I see. What about other male disciples with special constitutions? Are there any with combat-type constitutions? The techniques or sword techniques they create should be very suitable for me. Zhou Tianfeng asked. There's only one male disciple with an Earth Spirit body, and a male disciple with the Zhuanyuan Divine Physique. The Earth Spirit Physique is not very suitable, but it matches your Zhuanyuan Divine Physique. He created a set of Zhuanyuan Spear techniques. You can take a look at it. As the saying goes. Since that's the case, Master, I'll choose the Zhuanyuan Spear techniques. Zhou Tianfeng pondered for a moment, and then said, the Zhuanyuan Divine Body is also a combat-oriented physique. Although somewhat inferior to the Heavenly Wrath battle body, it's still a top-tier physique. The technique he developed shouldn't be too bad either. I understand. Ming Yansheng came to the bookshelf in the back. He pulled out a golden book from the lower shelf, and handed it to Zhou Tianfeng. Thank you, sect leader. Zhou Tianfeng respectfully received the golden book. Click. Honor with a character Xuanhuang execution. You're welcome. This senior is a figure from 7,000 years ago. He cultivated for over 3,000 years, and successfully ascended to the celestial realm. Cultivating his technique, you must not disgrace his name. In the future, you might meet him in person. It's often said. Zhou Tianfeng was shocked to hear this. It turns out this technique was created by a senior who has already ascended. It must be extraordinary. Master Uncle, rest assured, I will not tarnish this senior's name. When I meet this senior in the future, I wonder if they can handle that mysterious woman. Now that everything is set. Let's go with me. After saying the famous quote, he left the library pavilion with Zhou Tianfeng. After greeting Elder walking at the door, he took Zhou Tianfeng back to the sect leader's palace. This set of execution techniques created by the Zhuanyuan Divine Body is incredibly powerful. If you, with your Heaven's Fury battle body, use it, its power might be even greater. Just after returning, Ming Yansheng began teaching Zhou Tianfeng the spear technique created by the Zhuanyuan Divine Body. The Zhuanyuan Divine Body itself is also a powerful and dominant physique, endowed with Zhuanyuan energy, and blessed with special phenomena. In terms of power, it's even stronger than his innate fire spirit body. This senior created the spear technique. It is already extremely powerful and incredibly domineering, especially suitable for this kid's Heaven's Wrath battle physique. Even if Zhou Tianfeng had chosen another technique just now, he would have still advised him to finally choose this set of Zhuanyuan spear techniques. This set of spear techniques was created by our school's predecessors, and has the most complete inheritance. And these cultivation insights from the senior are currently the most suitable for Zhou Tianfeng's training. I understand, Master Uncle. I will definitely not disgrace this senior's gun technique, Zhou Tianfeng said. Let's see how many days it takes to learn this set of gun techniques. Now, for him, unless his cultivation and realm are not up to par, he shouldn't take too long to learn any technique. It's good that you have confidence. This spear technique records all the moves and skills, from the foundation establishment stage to the ascension stage. Study it well when you get back, Ming Yansheng said. This kid has decent talent, but at most he can only master the first two moves corresponding to the Pillar Foundation and Melting Forest stages. His own cultivation level is Pillar Foundation 7. Once he activates the Heaven's Wrath battle body, he'll be entirely at the Melting Forest stage, so mastering these two moves shouldn't be difficult. After that, he must proceed step by step. Disciple understands. By the way, Sect Master Uncle. Disciple wants to perform this spear technique. Shouldn't I have a treasure of spear type? Zhou Tianfeng asked. Do you want a treasure right now? It's not impossible, but first, you should learn the first two spear moves. After you learn them, I'll prepare a top-grade spiritual treasure for you. Ming Yan nodded and said. A superior spiritual weapon. Master Sect Leader. Are you kidding? Zhou Tianfeng said. Originally, Zhou Tianwen only wanted a mid-grade or low-grade spiritual weapon, but unexpectedly, the Master Sect Leader gave him a superior spiritual weapon. In the world of cultivation, magic tools are collectively called spiritual artifacts. They are classified as lower-grade spiritual artifacts, medium-grade spiritual artifacts, upper-grade spiritual artifacts, and supreme-grade spiritual artifacts. Above spiritual artifacts are the treasure artifacts. In the cultivation world, if you want to forge a treasure weapon, your cultivation level must at least reach the lifting cloud realm. Just give me a high-grade spiritual weapon. Previously, the best magic weapon from their Blood Shadow sect was just a high-grade spiritual weapon, and they treasured it like anything. Before, when their senior brother went out, the Blood Shadow Patriarch only gave him one. That inherited 100 poison immortal slaying blade. It's just a high-quality spiritual weapon. Rest assured, I personally crafted this for you. I provided all the materials. Just use it with confidence when the time comes, Ming Yan said with a laugh. Consider it an advanced investment in you. To craft a low-quality spiritual weapon, your cultivation must reach the spirit melting stage. To refine mid-grade spiritual energy, one's cultivation must reach the soul refinement stage. To refine high-grade spiritual energy, one's cultivation must reach the profound mortal stage. To refine top-grade spiritual energy, one's cultivation must reach the immortal transformation stage. So, for someone at the immortal transformation stage, refining a high-grade spiritual artifact is an easy task. To refine a high-grade spiritual artifact for you, I will need some time. During this period, you need to master the first two moves. Otherwise, if someone steals your spiritual weapon, it would be embarrassing, Ming Yansheng said. Master Uncle, rest assured, that will never happen. Zhou Tianfeng said. You're kidding. Who dares to steal my treasure? During this period, you practice executions. Start with an ordinary magic weapon to practice, Ming Yan said. Disciple accepts the order, Zhou Tianfeng said. Can I speak in the future? Ask the Master Uncle to upgrade my Poison/Immortal Blade. Give it an upgrade. The Poison/Immortal Blade is only a top-grade spiritual treasure. It's just been infused with various poisons. It can only deal with some soul refinement level beings. To deal with the immortal transformation level, besides cultivating powerful poisons, its quality itself needs some enhancement. But this matter is not urgent. Wait for an opportunity in the future to ask about it. You can go now. Practice this gun technique well. If you don't understand something, come find me. Remember, every morning at 10, come spar with me, as the saying goes. Zhou Tianfeng nodded and took his leave. After returning to his room, Zhou Tianfeng immediately opened the Xuanlong Spear Execution Manual and began to cultivate. The Xuanlong Spear Execution Manual was fully mastered by Zhou Tianfeng in just one night. After all, it wasn't difficult, except for the basic mental technique formulas. There are still 7 ultimate moves left. This is the difficult part. The first move is Soul Piercer. It requires an exquisite spear as a medium. Infuse it with one's own true essence to deliver a devastating attack on the opponent. To execute this move, at the very least, one must have the cultivation of a support strike. One must also have the highest level of physique. Of course, generally, special physical refinements can also be used. It's just that they don't have the same power as unique physiques. The second is Cold Star Blinding. This move is somewhat similar to the Flying Flower Sword technique. It also uses a magical weapon to draw countless cold stars to confuse the enemy and then attack. However, this move in terms of power can instantly surpass the Flying Flower Sword technique. To use this move, one's cultivation must reach the Wrongling realm, but my Heavenly Wrath battle body can execute it. The third form, Misty Sky Cold Snow, turns the spear into a cold light, attacking the enemy's vital points with lightning speed. In an instant, it can freeze the enemy completely. To perform this move, one's cultivation must reach the soul refining realm. The fourth move, Reverse Galaxy, soar into the sky. Whirl the spear and descend from above, attacking the opponent like a reverse galaxy. This move carries an unparalleled momentum, emphasizing overwhelming force. You need to reach the Transcendent stage to use this technique. The fifth form, Blood Moon in the Sky. This is a group attack technique. Throw the spear. In the sky, it transforms into countless spear shadows attacking the opponent. You need to reach the immortal stage to use it. The sixth form, Great Desolate Celestial Shadow. It condenses a giant phantom behind you. Coordinate your own attack on the opponent. The power is astonishing. This move requires the Shensha realm to be executed. The seventh form, the Gongshin form, is the most powerful move in the Zhuanglong Spear technique. It is powerful enough to kill a master in the Tian Ascension realm. It requires the Tian Ascension realm and the top-tier physique to be performed. This gun technique is very powerful. Moreover, the inventor considered various situations before creating it. Difficulty in training. The threshold is not too high, but not too low either. If you don't have a special constitution, then specialized physical training can also be practiced. You can barely use the fourth move. The first is execution and the second is execution. Zhou Tianfeng learned these two moves in just 2 days. These two moves correspond to Pillar Strike in the Melting Spirit realm. In his normal state, Zhou Tianfeng can use the first move anytime, anywhere. The second move requires activating the Wrath of Heaven battle body. The third move, Zhou Tianfeng has only memorized the technique, but haven't started practicing yet. This move corresponds to the soul refining stage. If I activate the Fury battle body and combine it with an adrenaline burst, I should barely be able to use it, but the damage to the body would be even greater. It's unnecessary and not worth it. In the coming period of time, Zhou Tianfeng started his routine life again. Every day, he practiced the basic cultivation methods of Yashui Tiandong and the Xuan Zen execution technique. Then he sparred with the sect leader. At the beginning, this sect leader was somewhat ladylike, but after they became familiar with each other, Zhou Tianfeng just discovered that this headmaster is top-notch when it comes to giving out benefits. First, their sparring venue was upgraded from the training ground to the headmaster's private room. Then, in terms of attire, Zhou Tianfeng noticed that the fabric on the headmaster's body was gradually decreasing. Spar with me. It's inevitable for the two of them to have some physical contact. That's perfectly normal. But every time, Zhou Tianfeng gets all fired up. But in the end, he has nowhere to vent his anger, so he feels miserable. And this leader only knows how to stir up the fire, but doesn't help put it out. During this time, Zhou Tianfeng felt like he was about to explode. Han Xing was busy. Zhou Tianfeng flung the silver spear in his hand, transforming into streaks of Han Xing attacking the leader. Ming Yansheng's delicate hand set up a fiery red barrier in front of him. He blocked Zhou Tianfeng's attack, then circled around to Zhou Tianfeng's back. A sly smile appeared on his lips, and he kicked Zhou Tianfeng's butt. Zhou Tianfeng pulled back his spear just to support himself, then used the force to swing backwards and turned to attack Ming Yansheng. Ming extended a smile. With a light touch, he deflected Zhou Tianfeng's attack. He even tore Zhou Tianfeng's shirt in the process, revealing his well-built upper body. As they continued fighting, Zhou Tianfeng's shirt was reduced to tatters. The elegant disciple's attire of Yashui Tiandong was greatly worn out by Zhou Tianfeng recently. Stop fighting, Ming Yansheng. What exactly do you want? Zhou Tianfeng stabbed his silver spear into the ground and said very dissatisfied. That's enough, damn it. I'm not here to be bullied by you. How dare you tease me like this? Hee hee. How come you're so familiar with me now? You just called me by my name, not even addressing me as Master Uncle anymore. Ming Yansheng covered his mouth, lightly chuckled, and said, Is this how you teach junior disciples? Is this how you act as an elder? I spar with you every day. Do I have to change my clothes again? What do you say? You've already torn several of my outfits. You tell me. Zhou Tianfeng gritted his teeth and said, Damn it. She usually acts like a lady, but once you get to know her, Zhou Tianfeng discovered that this leader is simply a little demon. Or rather, a little demon. Hee hee. The two sparred. Injuries are inevitable, I can avoid hurting you. Just cutting your clothes shows my control. Do you want me to beat you until you're covered in blood? Ming Yansheng said nonchalantly. Zhou Tianfeng. Damn, hee hee. Disciple requests guidance from martial uncle. Zhou Tianfeng's lips curl into a sneer. He spreads his arms and lunges at the sect leader. Can't stand it. I can't stand it. This sect leader, Ming Yansheng. His current attire is very alluring, isn't it? Low-cut top revealing white skin, a long skirt showing his belly, a pair of beautiful legs faintly visible under the skirt. But unfortunately, Zhou Tianfeng, who pounced, didn't get what he wanted. Instead, he was slapped away by the leader and crashed into the opposite wall. You little brat. Daring to show disrespect to me, the leader, Ming Yan said, pretending to be angry. I don't know why. Whenever this kid gets angry, that pleasant smell on him becomes stronger. That's also why he always tears Zhou Tianfeng's clothes and makes him extremely exhausted. Today I'm going to commit a great crime. Zhou Tianfeng got up and said his head was about to explode. But unfortunately, no matter how anxious Zhou Tianfeng is, gritting his teeth, pursuing with all his might, he still can't even touch the opponent's clothes. Instead, he gets toyed with by Ming Yansheng. Ming Yansheng looks at Zhou Tianfeng, who is gritting his teeth but can't do anything, and bursts out laughing. This guy is pretty funny. Several times, he made this guy's eyes flare up. Even now, this guy still wants to lunge at him. As for what he wants to do once he catches him, isn't it obvious? But the difference in cultivation levels is clear. It's not something you can do whatever you want about. The initiative is in my hands. I can tease you a little. I can flirt with you too. If you want to get serious. Then, forget it. Although I like you, kid. But if you want to be my partner, wait until your cultivation level is close to mine. However, dealing with this guy progressed more smoothly than I imagined. He surrendered much faster than I expected. He didn't even get to use his 2 ultimate moves. This guy couldn't hold out any longer. To deal with this guy, Ming Yan specially learned a few enchanting celestial dances, then pretended to be dancing alone. Unintentionally being seen by this guy. Or maybe when I was bathing in the forest behind the mountain, this kid saw something. In the end, I didn't even get to use these 2 ultimate moves. This kid already revealed his true form. As expected of a disciple of the demonic sect, he really has no resistance in this aspect. I need to train him more in the future. His determination is truly lacking. After half a day, Zhou Tianfeng lies weakly on the ground. He exhausted all his strength but couldn't even grab the hem of the master's clothes. Zhou Tianfeng is truly speechless now. What do you mean? This kind of teasing. I've already surrendered. But at the critical moment, you leave me hanging, right? So, do you want to or not? Do you want to or not? If you don't want to, why are you messing with me like this? Keeping me in suspense? If you want to, why did you let me have it? Are you trying to make things difficult for me? You little brat. You sure have some guts. You actually intended to commit an offense against me. Do you admit your guilt? I'm already lying down. Do whatever you want. I'll speak the truth as well. I just want to do something improper to you. What are you going to do about it? If you have the guts, arrest me and punish me. Zhou Tianfeng said. You think I don't dare? If I report this to the Grand Elder, your cultivation will be destroyed, and you will be expelled from the sect. Ming Yanchang pretended to be angry and said, Are you willing to? Are you willing to wear this in front of me? If you have the guts, wear this outfit and take a walk outside. Let's see what the outer disciples and inner disciples think of you. I'm not afraid. You can go ahead and tell the Grand Elder about this. At worst, I'll just lose my cultivation. Zhou Tianfeng said defiantly. He now saw everything clearly. The sect leader wasn't willing to lose him. Come on. Enjoy the scent of my hormones. Ming Yan glared, raised his right hand, and struck Zhou Tianfeng's head hard. Tao can't win. The difference in our statuses and cultivation levels is clear. If you want to be my Dao companion, I'll give you a chance. Reach the immortal transformation level within 300 years. I'll agree to anything you ask. Ming Yan came to Zhou Tianfeng's side, squatted down and began to speak. Within 300 years. You're underestimating me, the heavenly fury ladder. I won't need that long, at most 100 years. Maybe even less than 100 years. I'll surpass you. Zhou Tianfeng rubbed his sore shoulder and sat up, said, At my cultivation speed, at most 1 jiazi, I will break through to the soul refining stage, maybe even the immortal stage. The speed at which my body absorbs spiritual energy is now at the level of a supreme spiritual root. But my stomach's digestion ability, there are also various other abilities, which predestine my cultivation speed to become faster and faster. You are quite confident. Alright, then keep it up. For now, I will protect you. After you become immortal, you protect me. Mei Yan was very satisfied, and nodded. He said, Having ambition is a good thing. They chatted a bit more. After Zhou Tianfeng recovered his ferocity, he got up and put on new clothes, and returned to his room. Time passed without them noticing. In the blink of an eye, it's already been 5 years since Master and Mistress went into seclusion. Zhou Tianfeng has also been trained by the headmaster for 5 years. Silly sweet senior sister has also been in seclusion for 5 years. In these 4 years, Zhou Tianfeng's cultivation successfully broke through the foundation establishment stage, and entered the spirit fusion stage. His current cultivation is at the early spirit fusion stage. His cultivation speed once again shattered the sect leader's understanding. Now, the sect leader wants to take him down. To do so, the sect leader must elevate his own cultivation to the soul refining realm. Zhou Tianfeng's strength and the progress of his various abilities have far surpassed the sect leader's expectations. First, his adrenaline burst mode. Now, even if it's activated for half an hour, his body won't experience significant strain. The power of the Heaven's Wrath battle body is even greater. Activating the Fury body now, I can barely reach the late phase of Ronglin's combat power. It won't be like before where I could directly enhance by a major realm. But beyond that, if I add the adrenaline burst mode, I can barely maintain it for 5 minutes. With the double stacking, my combat power can match an early phase soul cultivator expert. But once time is up, he'll be like a lamb to the slaughter. But with an early Ronglin stage cultivation, when using all his trump cards, he can barely hold his own against the soul refining cultivator, and might even kill them. Zhou Tianfeng can be proud of himself. That's right. Now Zhou Tianfeng has the trump card to kill soul refining realm cultivators. If even an Asin soul realm cultivator gets it, they would face life or death. As for the reason, it's because his 100 venom immortal slaying blade has finally been successfully forged. Zhou Tianfeng successfully became immune to over 100 kinds of poisons. Then using these hundreds of poisons, he successfully fused them into the 100 venom immortal slaying blade. These past 5 years, besides cultivating the mysterious emperor's execution, and being teased daily by the headmaster, Zhou Tianfeng has devoted most of his energy to the outer sex herb fields. The poisonous flowers and grasses there have fully matured. Wang Xiaobao's cultivation has also reached the late stage of condensation. Those poisonous insects attracted by his toxic plants have made Zhou Tianfeng start the goo nurturing process. All the attracted poisonous insects have now been collected and have consumed Zhou Tianfeng's blood and saliva. Then, through a goo raising process, they were made to kill each other, producing a super poisonous insect. For this, Zhou Tianfeng even asked his second senior brother for help. Now he and Wang Xiaobao are helping him cultivate poisonous flowers and plants. And then there were these venomous insects that day. Zhou Tianfeng bid farewell to the sect leader and came to the medicinal field the next year. At the same time, a dark, blood-colored figure descended from the sky. His second senior brother also flew over. At this moment, his second senior brother was completely different from 5 years ago. With the cultivation of the Xuanti and Devil Codex, his current level was enough to rival late-stage soul cultivators, plus various secret techniques for soul cultivation. My second senior brother is absolutely unbeatable. Mr. Zhou and Mr. Ni, Xiaobao, following your instructions, has successfully created a poison pill. When Wang Xiaobao saw the two coming, he immediately came forward to greet them. He started speaking. A few months ago, Zhou Tianfeng gave him an alchemy furnace, and also provided him with some pill recipes. Then he began to try making poison pills. If the poison pills could be successfully made, he would give him some elixir recipes for him to refine. The spirit pills of the Blood Shadow sect and those of regular Orthodox sects are somewhat different. Orthodox sects purely use various spirit herbs to refine their pills. However, the Blood Shadow sect, due to limited resources, needs to use non-toxic parts of poisonous flowers and herbs to assist in refining these spirit pills. After all, once the toxic parts are removed from these poisonous flowers and herbs, they are highly nourishing. Can't let it go to waste. It's perfect for refining elixirs. So, when it comes to poisonous flowers and herbs, demonic sects like Blood Shadow are far superior to righteous sects. This kid can make good poison pills. He can also handle these poisonous flowers and herbs. Then he can try refining some elixirs. Zhou Tianfeng nodded. He stepped forward to take some poison pills refined by Wang Xiaobao. They all look good. There's no problem taking down a primary machine. Letting this kid follow the solo path was indeed the right choice. Wang Xiaobao is quite talented in this area, and he learns things diligently. Xiaobao, well done. Here are a few recipes for you. You can try refining these basic elixirs. Zhou Tianfeng handed a few low-level elixir recipes to Wang Xiaobao. Haha. This kid did a good job. He's very talented in using poisons. Junior brother, would you consider taking him as a disciple? Ni Yingji walked over and said. Wang Xiaobao, hearing this from the side, eyes lit up, looked at Zhou Tianfeng with anticipation. He indeed wanted to apprentice under Zhou Tianfeng. Second brother, you're joking. I'm only at the Ronglan stage of cultivation. How could I have the qualification to take on disciples? Let's talk about this later. Zhou Tianfeng shook his head and declined, saying it wasn't that simple to take on a disciple. Hearing Zhou Tianfeng's words, Wang Xiaobao was visibly disappointed. Still not possible? I've really tried hard. Why does Mr. Zhou still look down on me? Little Bao, you need to practice diligently. When my cultivation breaks through to the soul realm, I'll take you as my registered disciple, Zhou Tianfeng said. He couldn't just accept a disciple casually. First, his current cultivation level is not enough. You yourself are only at the fusion spirit realm. You haven't even trained properly. And you want to take in disciples. That's impossible. Second, and most importantly, Zhou Tianfeng is a disciple of the Yao Water Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace only takes male disciples. That requires meeting the conditions of a special constitution. And Wang Xiaobao is clearly far from meeting those special conditions. He can't become a personal disciple, but taking you as a ceremonial disciple isn't a problem. Really? It's truly like seeing a bright future ahead. Wang Xiaobao thought he had no chance, but unexpectedly, Mr. Zhou gave him a ray of hope. Haha, would I lie to you? It's not that I don't want to take you as a disciple, it's just because of the sect rules. To accept male disciples at Yashui Tianbong, they must have special cultivation physiques, and their spiritual roots must be at least of high quality. Zhou Tianfeng said. I see. It's not that Mr. Zhou is unwilling to accept you, it's because of the rules. However, becoming a nominal disciple is still good. Actually, there's nothing wrong with being an outer disciple. Look at those guest officials in the sect, and the guest elder. In terms of status, they are not much lower than the elders. Zhou Tianfeng patted Wang Xiaobao on the shoulder, and comforted him, saying, "The rules of Yao Shui Tiangong are really strict, but the benefits are indeed good. Outer disciples and guest elders are not treated badly at all. I even want to join here." The second senior brother nodded and said, "During this time, he has fully experienced the benefits of Yashui Tiangong. At least in terms of visual enjoyment, he's been well satisfied. Besides, with a group of beautiful women strolling in front of you every day, how could you not be tempted?" He is now a cultivator at the soul refining stage, considered a master outside. Naturally, it attracted the attention of some female disciples of the Celestial Palace. Recently, there have been many spirit realm cultivators, and even several soul refining realm elders who have been particularly kind to his younger sister. You could say, as long as he nods, he can immediately join the Yashui Celestial Palace, becoming an esteemed elder like the Blood Shadow Patriarch, standing on equal footing with his master. Or be more subtle, it's also fine to become a guest elder. If it weren't for the coercion of that mysterious woman, he really would have surrendered, become a guest elder, and married a beautiful wife. Actually, that's quite appealing, isn't it? But there's no way. The things the mysterious woman instructed, he doesn't dare not do them. But the other party didn't seem to say he couldn't join Yashui Tiangong. Maybe find an opportunity to test the waters. But if he really marries in, his master would be furious if he found out. The boss will definitely kill him in the future. We can't count on ourselves to join. The third member of Tiangong has gone missing. The Blood Shadow Sect's legacy is about to end. If senior brother wants to join Tiangong, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, you have a special constitution. The body of Taiyan is no joke. You don't have to start from the outer sect. Zhou Tianfeng leaned close to his second senior brother, revealing a mysterious smile, and said, "We're all men here." How could he not understand his second senior brother? Back when we were in Xing, there was no choice. It was all men. 2 women. One is his sister-in-law, one is his niece. Now he's in a place full of beautiful women. He, as the second senior brother, is also feeling romantic. Zhou Tianfeng has caught the second senior brother flirting with female disciples more than once. Besides liking the hormonal effect, this second senior brother has other excellent qualities, better than myself, at least at the soul refining level. That's already a huge advantage. If he really wants to join Yashui Tian Palace, then the sect leader can endorse him and let him enter the sect. That's possible. Mingyan also hinted to him privately and subtly expressed, if we can get second senior brother to join us, then there will be great rewards from above. By that time, he and Zhou Tianfeng, as the recommenders, can receive substantial benefits from above. Hey, master. Master will be angry. Ying coughed twice and said, this suggestion from junior brother really moved him. He's right, he's not just anybody now. In terms of cultivation, he's at the soul refining stage, and his physique is top-notch. The lunar body, he meets all the conditions to join the Yashui Tiangong. You don't need to start as an outer disciple at all. Right now, his only concern is the legacy of the Blood Shadow Sect, and the matter of the mysterious woman. Moreover, the current Shumantian demon tome he's cultivating won't lead to ascension to the immortal realm in the future, but to the black demon realm. Senior brother, should you consider it? After joining, there are many benefits. Zhou Tianfeng started a new round of inducements. I'll be honest with you, junior brother, I do want to join, but you also know, if I join, our Blood Shadow Sect might end up losing its heritage. This is easy to handle. Senior brother, just think about it. With our talents, we will definitely ascend to immortality in the future. Once our cultivation reaches the heavenly realm, we can easily tell 2 disciples to pass down the Blood Shadow Sect. Isn't that the same? Zhou Tianfeng said. Let me think about it carefully. I'll give you a reply in a while, Yingji said. He could tell that his junior brother was entrusted by the sect leader to come as a persuader. That mysterious woman hasn't appeared in 5 years. I don't know what's going on now. Wait for him to show up again, then I'll ask him. If he doesn't object, I'll listen to junior brother. Don't worry, senior brother, I'll help you with master. After all, master has joined us too, not qualified to talk about us. Wouldn't you agree? Zhou Tianfeng said. Zhou Tianfeng knew what his second senior brother was worried about. That mysterious woman wouldn't care about such trivial matters. When an important person asks you to do something, as long as you complete the task well, they won't bother about which sect you join. What are you going to do? Even if you go around killing and setting fires, as long as you complete the task assigned to you, would anyone care about anything else? Ha ha ha. Junior brother, you're right. Come, have a drink with me. It's been a long time since we brothers had a drink together. Yingji said. I will naturally accompany you to the end. Brother. The 2 brothers exchanged a glance and smiled slightly. They flew back to Yulan Peak together on their swords. Under Zhou Tianfeng's instructions, outer sect disciples quickly delivered a table of ingredients rich in spiritual energy, along with spirit wine brewed by Yashui Tiangong. They started to feast. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of dishes, Yingji finally spoke. Junior brother, I have a question for you. Have you successfully forged the sect's legendary weapon, the 100 Venoms Immortal Slayer? Ha ha ha. Nothing can be hidden from you, Senior brother. Just as you predicted, senior brother. I succeeded in forging this divine weapon a month ago. More than 100 kinds of mixed poisons. They are now successfully coated on the 100 poison immortal slaying blade, Zhou Tianfeng said. May I take a look, brother? Why not? Zhou Tianfeng circulated his true essence, and released his successfully refined 100 venom immortal severing blade from his palm. This was a knife, emerald green and curved, with blood-red lines on both sides. It was only 1 finger long, extremely small, a supreme treasure for ambushing enemies. Sure enough, it's this treasure. It said this treasure is small and exquisite. Once it's summoned, it moves extremely fast, making it hard to defend against. As long as it wounds someone, death is certain. It can kill without being seen. Ni Yingji watched the emerald green poison blade hovering in Zhou Tianfeng's palm. He spoke up. What a great treasure. I wonder if my Xuantian Demon Codex can withstand the power of this blade. Indeed. After all, it's a highly cultivated poison with over 100 types. If injured by it, unless your cultivation is at the immortal transformation stage, you won't have time to prepare an antidote. Zhou Tianfeng said proudly. These proportions and configurations of the deadly poisons were carefully prepared by Zhou Tianfeng. This treasure has just been refined. He doesn't know its exact power either. Previously, the master's wife said, experts in the transformation realm are definitely not afraid of this thing. How about letting Ming Yancheng test its power someday? Anyway, he has the antidote. Aren't you afraid of hurting him? If you manage to knock him down, won't you be able to do whatever you want? Since your poison blade is ready. What about the poison master? When will you start making the poison master? Ni Yingji asked obscurely. As a professional zombie player, he really wants to see the iron armor venom zombie. Hey. Actually, to be honest, senior brother, no matter what, I am now a disciple of Yashui Tiangong. Playing with zombies indeed tarnishes Tiangong's reputation, Zhou Tianfeng said. Junior brother, you're confused. If this venom master can succeed in his refining, its power is even greater than a poison blade. Senior brother, why don't I return that iron armor poison master to you? I can help you poison it and refine it successfully, but you can use it yourself. No, junior brother, I don't need it. What do you mean by that? Think about it. It's something senior brother gave you. There's no reason to take it back. Moreover, it can't be repaired. Senior brother, you couldn't use it before, but maybe now you can. The body of Taiyan. Plus you've acquired that peerless divine skill. Senior brother's resistance to poison should have increased significantly. Controlling such a poison master shouldn't be a problem. Zhou Tianfeng said. Not appropriate, not appropriate. This is a gift from me to you, so I'll pass it on to you, senior brother. Please don't be polite. Who knows when that blood demon ancestor will finish refining him. This poison master will be useful for the immortal descent, Zhou Tianfeng said. Hearing the words blood demon ancestor, Ni Ying suddenly changed his expression. Seeing his second senior brother's face suddenly change, Zhou Tianfeng was also shocked. Could it be that the snow demon ancestor we gave to second brother has some problem? Second brother's face suddenly turned very pale. Sigh. Junior brother, you don't know. That snow demon ancestor is best not mentioned. Ni Yingji shook his head and said with a speechless expression, is something wrong? Second brother, why don't you tell me? Zhou Tianfeng asked. Since you're asking, junior brother, I won't hide it from you. That snow demon ancestor, Brother Wei originally wanted to refine him into a blood corpse, but no matter what, Brother Wei just couldn't kill him without destroying his corpse. Here's what happened. Ni Yingji told Zhou Tianfeng the whole story in detail. Mentioning this, he still felt quite frustrated, wanting to refine him into a blood corpse. First, we must turn this blood demon ancestor into a corpse. Then, place the corpse in a yin converging location, and cultivate it for about 10 years. After that, refine it. That's the optimal timing. Now, he has the body of the Taiyan. He himself is the convergence point of extreme yin energy. There's no need to choose another place. So, Ni Yinjia made a move 5 years ago, planning to kill this blood demon first. Say goodbye to the master after he comes out of seclusion. Then leave Yashui Heavenly Palace, and refine a blood corpse. But then something speechless happened. The first step in refining a blood corpse is to turn this thing into a solid form. He can't do that. He wants to kill the progenitor of this blood demon. It seems very difficult. Even as a cultivator at the soul refining stage, he is completely unable to kill the progenitor of this blood demon without damaging the progenitor's body. Kill him. It's simply impossible. The regenerative ability of this snow demon progenitor is just too monstrous. What would be fatal to ordinary people for this snow demon progenitor is nothing at all. Twist his neck. Even if you take out its heart, or cut off half its head, this snow demon remains unscathed, missing arms or legs. To it. It's just a minor injury. It will heal in no time. As long as it has a blood supply, his recovery speed will only get faster. If you want to completely kill this blood demon ancestor, that's not difficult. Just cut him into countless tiny pieces, and then scatter them. He can do that. But that would be like destroying a top-quality corpse. It can't be turned into a zombie at all. I wanted to refine him into a perfect blood corpse. Not to kill him. No choice. Nijinji had to painfully extract the blood demon's soul. Separate the soul from the body to kill him this way. However, refining a blood lion, if his soul isn't nourishing his body from within, then the power of this blood lion will be reduced by at least half. Other similar zombies are the same. The power they can exert, with or without the soul inside, is completely different. After the zombie is fully trained, his soul and body will merge into one, and never be separated again. If the corpse ghost is killed, his soul will also scatter, never to reincarnate. Although this will reduce the power of the blood corpse, it's an unavoidable measure. Therefore, Nijinji directly used the soul-absorbing curse to extract the soul of this blood demon. As a result, he found out the soul of this blood demon progenitor was just like that of a zombie, completely fused with its body. It couldn't be separated at all. He tried various methods, even some secret techniques from Zhuanyuan magic. They couldn't separate the soul of the snow demon ancestor from its body. Sangman nails, soul-fixing makeup, all these things. Nijinji tried them all without exception. She wanted to first stabilize the soul of this snow demon ancestor, and then see if she could separate it from the body. But no matter what, no matter how hard Nijinji tried, she just couldn't separate the soul of this blood demon ancestor. No matter how we try to seal him, it's completely useless. His soul and body have fully fused together. Just like a ghoul. Nijinji confronted this blood demon ancestor on the spot, using the soul refining curse, trying to destroy his soul directly. After casting the soul refining curse, Nijinji can indeed kill him, but the body of this snow demon will also be harmed. If you kill his soul, it's equivalent to destroying his body. It's not worth it for you. During these 5 years, he tried every possible method, and found that, unless the body of this primordial snow demon is completely destroyed, or the soul is completely annihilated, it can only be sealed, and cannot be killed at all. Since this is the case, then, isn't this monster immortal? Zhou Tianfeng said. Why does it sound more and more like a vampire? He's not exactly immortal. I have ways to destroy his spirit, or damage his body. But doing so would indeed kill him. However, the material for the blood corpse would be ruined. What senior brother wants is his intact body. His current state is quite strange. The physical body and the soul are completely fused together. This is something only zombies exhibit. But he's clearly a living being, Ying remarked. Can't the soul be completely extracted, or destroyed separately? It's useless. Wei Xiang has already tried many times. I've tried every method I could think of. None of them worked. Yan Yinji said obediently. It seems that inadvertently, my second senior brother and I created this progenitor of the blood demons. The tenacity of its life force is simply outrageous. Since that's the case, second senior brother, why don't you just accept this venomous lion as your little brother? A pure blood demon. Let's not worry about him for now. Just keep him sealed. He can't cause any trouble anyway. Zhou Tianfeng said. If that's the case, then it's not a big problem. But, junior brother, you don't know. This blood demon is extremely bizarre. Brother Wei, I've wanted to destroy it completely several times. Yingji said. Second senior brother, can this blood demon break the seal on its own? Zhou Tianfeng asked. It's more than just breaking the seal on its own. Now, every few months, I have to check his seal. If I don't keep an eye on him all the time, this snow demon ancestor would have escaped long ago. Yingji said. This is a strange phenomenon he discovered earlier. The cultivation of this snow demon ancestor is actually continuously increasing. This discovery really gave Nijinji a big fright. Damn it, this guy was clearly sealed away. Logically, he shouldn't be able to wake up at all. But his cultivation is indeed increasing without us noticing. He's even automatically breaking through the seal. What's going on? Now, this evil demon ancestor, while sealed and unconscious, his cultivation has actually broken through to the soul refining stage, just like him. How is this possible? Second senior brother, are you joking? Sealed, but still able to increase his power on his own, and he's constantly breaking through your seal. Zhou Tianfeng's face changed. He asked in utter shock. Isn't that right? This incident scared me to death too. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed there could be such a terrifying monster in this world. Moreover, it was created by me, your senior brother, Yingji said. His soul was suppressed by himself, even torturing himself. His body is sealed by himself, unable to absorb any spiritual energy from the outside. Yet the cultivation of this snow demon ancestor is rapidly increasing. What exactly is he? Senior brother, should we quickly deal with this snow demon? I always feel, if we let him be like this, there will be big problems. Let's not worry about Shueishi's materials for now, Zhou Tianfeng said. It's not that serious. Do you think Brother Wei's cultivation will stagnate? Even if he breaks through to the transcendent realm, he will still be in a sealed state. Senior brother, I can still handle him. Such a magical thing. How can you be content? Without fully understanding it, Ying said. Brother, heed my advice. This thing exudes weirdness from every part. You'd better destroy it quickly, completely and thoroughly. Burn him to ashes, Zhou Tianfeng said. This thing called showing off. can let you and senior brother simultaneously gain two heavenly physiques and be sensed by the way of the world. It's definitely not an ordinary thing. Alright, junior brother, wait a little longer. Let 10 years be the limit. If after 10 years, I still can't find a way to kill him, then I'll completely destroy his soul. Crush his bones to ashes. You should remember this. Alright, senior brother, be careful, just in case. You should check his seal every night. Nothing can go wrong. Zhou Tianfeng said cautiously. I'm more concerned about this than you. Don't worry, junior brother, I understand. Yi Yingji said. Now this demon has 3 seals on its body. There are also 2 seals on its soul, and a soul-fixing pearl on its body, a soul-fixing needle on its head, and even the coffin holding it is sealed. It is absolutely impossible to break through so many layers of seals without being noticed. Zhou Tianfeng nodded. He silently took note of this. Just as Zhou Tianfeng and his second senior brother were discussing the peculiarities of the blood demon, senior sister Lin Wen, who had been in seclusion for 5 years at the main peak of Yao Mountain, also successfully broke through to the soul refinement realm. She woke up. Lin Wen was very happy after waking up, being able to break through to the soul refinement realm before the age of 100. She could now be considered a first-class genius. Senior sister woke up. Congratulations, senior sister, on reaching the soul cultivation stage. A female disciple at the door said to Ling Wen. No need to be so polite, junior sister. May I ask, junior sister, how long have I been in seclusion? It seems like a long time has passed. Lin Wen asked with a smile. Not long at all, senior sister. It's only been 5 years since you started your seclusion. I'll go inform the sect leader right away. The empress at the door said, then turned and left. Hearing that she had been in seclusion for 5 years, Lin Wen was stunned. What's going on? Breaking through the soul cultivation realm took a full 5 years? Oh no, junior brother. Lin Wen suddenly realized that the headmaster seems to have tricked him. He took the soul tranquilizing pill to break through to the bewitching realm, and shockingly, 5 years have passed. What was originally planned to take just 3 to 5 days has actually taken a full 5 years. Logically speaking, he should, the presence of the late stage of the melting spirit realm. Now with the help of a soul condensation pill, breaking through to the soul cultivation realm can be said to be a natural progression. Why did I unknowingly train for 5 years? It must be the master's doing. But the medicine indeed has no problem. But he must have secretly added something. Lin Wen thought of this. He immediately sat cross-legged on the bed and began nurturing his dantian. He checked his body. First, his spirit had successfully condensed into a yin spirit. His whole body was filled with immense power. His vital energy flowed endlessly within. His entire body was crystal clear. There were no issues. Not only is there no problem, but I'm also in a very good state, with a very solid foundation. Just then, the door to the room opened, and Ming Yansheng, dressed in red, walked in. He glanced at Lin Wan, and smiled slightly. Lin Shijian began to speak. You're awake. I just heard that you have come out of seclusion. I came over immediately. If anything happens to you, I wouldn't be able to explain it to senior sister Shuyun. Disciple Lin Wan greets master uncle. A trace of resentment flashed in Lin Wan's eyes, but she silently endured it. He bowed his head and said to the sect leader, it's like a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. A cat crying over a mouse's death, feigning compassion. Junior brother, could he have already taken him down? And what about himself? What about his path? What's wrong with that soul pill? Why, after breaking through, your magical power is exceptionally strong. Your foundation is very solid. Indeed, my temporary niece, you didn't let me down. Your cultivation is exceptionally strong. Your foundation is solid. It seems that my soul condensing pill has indeed helped you a lot. The headmaster often says, Headmaster Shishu, I have a question. With my cultivation level, breaking through the soul refining stage should take only 3 to 5 days. But why? Why did I sleep for 5 whole years? Lin Wen immediately questioned. Of course, Master Lin. Hello. Didn't you notice that after you broke through the soul refinement realm, the condensed spirit of your soul is incredibly vibrant, and your cultivation is also incredibly profound, with an exceptionally solid foundation, as the saying goes. That soul pill for Lin Wan, there's indeed no problem at all. Moreover, it's an exceptional pill. Its effect is about 3 to 4 times that of a regular soul pill, and I've added a waking liquid to it. It can better help stabilize one's foundation, achieving a yin spirit. Such a good thing, of course, comes with some cost. The prices at the retreat time will be slightly extended, but after the cultivation is over, the user's foundation will be extremely solid, and the cultivation level will be profound. The sect master's meaning is, this soul pill is a pill king. My foundation is so solid, and my true essence is extremely strong. It's all because of taking the king pill. These 5 years, I have been in seclusion for 5 years. Right? Lin Wen guessed the reason directly, and asked. Nephew, you guessed correctly. What I gave you was indeed a soul pill of king pill level. Nephew, you are senior sister Shuyun's eldest disciple. Your aptitude is also among the top of all the disciples. Naturally, I, as your uncle, must take good care of you. No need to be polite. Ming Yansheng revealed a proud smile, and said, he was playing an open strategy. I gave you the best things. But it's an exceptional pill, a true king of pills. If you spend a little more time to stabilize your cultivation, it will be a good thing. Can you really blame me, your martial uncle? Lin Wen immediately understood the actions of this sect master uncle. So formidable, truly formidable. He was being completely controlled. He had a lot of anger but couldn't express it. Could he really say, you made me train in seclusion for 5 years, only to steal my junior brother from me? If he said that, he would be the one losing face. Their elders gave him the best elixir. The medicine will help you break through your cultivation. It will help you consolidate your foundation. How can you blame others? Thank you for your great kindness, Uncle Sect Leader. I will repay you generously in the future. Uncle Sect Leader. Lin Wen lowered her head. She said through gritted teeth, this matter can't be let go just like that. You just wait and see. No need to be polite. Master, you've broken through to the soul cultivation stage. Among the current disciples, you can be considered one of the best. Our sect's future loyalty will rely on you, said Ming Yansheng. Master Uncle, you're joking. With junior sister Yao Guang being so exceptional, how could I dare to surpass her? Junior sister Yao Guang achieved the soul cultivation level over a decade ago. Lin Wen said, among this generation of disciples, there are many stronger than myself. Let's not talk about the junior brother. Even the head disciple of the sect leader couldn't possibly compare to him. This junior sister named Yao Guang entered the sect 2 years later than him, but her cultivation is far beyond her peers. She even has the legendary innate Dao physique. If it weren't for this junior brother suddenly appearing, the top person of this generation is that junior sister, not to mention the other main peaks. None of the peak lords are pushovers. They have all trained many outstanding disciples. I could only compare myself with them before, but now, due to good luck, I got a top-grade elixir, which allowed me to break through to the soul cultivation realm ahead of them. Became the second disciple of this generation to break through to the soul refining realm. Ha ha. You can just call him by his real name. I remember before that girl left the mountain, she was quite close with you. Why do you also call him Yao Guang? That's just his title under Tian Jun. Speaking of time, his term is about to end. Then he will return to the sect. We need to choose the next Yao Guang Star General. After saying this, he looked meaningfully at Lin Wan, as if saying, little girl, the next Yaoguang Star General of the Tian's army 7 stars will be you. Upon hearing the leader's words, Lin Wan's body trembled suddenly. This sect leader. Is this sect leader going to descend the mountain and become the new Yaoguang, one of the Beidou 7 stars of the Tian's army? His cultivation level has indeed reached the soul refining stage. But it seems against the rules. Time is also running out. Each generation's most outstanding disciple of Yashui Tiangong descends the mountain to serve as Yaoguang, one of the Beidou 7 stars. The minimum requirement for cultivation is the soul realm. If there are no disciples at this level, then an elder will be appointed. This term lasts for 60 years. If the Tianyu dynasty offers better conditions, and if Elder Yaoguang is willing to continue, the term can be extended appropriately, but it will not exceed 100 years. Since the establishment of the Tianyu dynasty until now, for hundreds of years, the position of Yaoguang Star has always been held by disciples of Yashui Tiangong. There has never been any deviation. This position is generally given to outstanding disciples. It not only hones their cultivation skills, but also allows them to receive rewards from the Tianyu dynasty. That junior sister with innate body, it only took him 60 years of cultivation to break through to the soul refining realm. Naturally, the responsibility of Yaoguang Starfall fell on his shoulders, but he has only been in charge of the Beidou 7 stars for just over a decade. He should have several decades left in his term, right? Why did the sect leader say this so suddenly? If junior brother hadn't gone up the mountain, he would have been very willing to accept this cushy job. But now for him, this is no cushy job. Master uncle, senior sister still has over 30 years left in her term, right? How could it be ending soon? Lin Wen asked. This headmaster, what does he really want? What? That junior sister's term still has a long way to go. It's not even halfway yet. Ah. Nephew, you don't know. Your junior sister's term in the Tian's army will be cut short. Ming Yan sighed softly and said. Cut short? Did something happen to your junior sister? Lin Wen asked. It's not that something happened to your junior sister. She's perfectly fine. It's just that this time, we do need to choose a new Yaoguang Star General, because your junior sister has to return. There are still 60 years left. The Zong sect is about to hold the Grand Assembly of the Heavens Chosen of the Cultivation World. This is a grand event held once every 600 years in the Cultivation World. Our Yao Shui Heavenly Palace has a total of 5 slots for participants. The main sect has chosen 3 candidates. Our branch has been allotted 2 slots. The candidates for these 2 slots have already been designated. One is your junior brother, the other is your junior sister, so we need to bring him back early for some training. In the last 10 years, we need to send both of them to the main sect for intensive training. So, we have no choice but to end his term at the Tian's army's Yaghuang Star early. We plan to send another disciple there, Ming Yan said with a smile. The Tianzhou Conference of the Cultivation World, which is held once every 600 years, allows young cultivators under the age of 200 who have not reached the Hoxine stage to participate. The competition includes individual and team events. This event is held for top cultivation sects to exchange and learn from each other. All young prodigies from nearby star regions who have emerged in the past 200 years will compete here. Winners will receive generous rewards. The winner sects will also receive substantial rewards. These prizes are directly distributed by the immortal realm. Every champion of the Heavenly Prodigy tournament can receive a quasi-immortal artifact as a prize. A quasi-immortal artifact alone. Even a cultivator at the Ascension realm would be envious if they obtained a quasi-immortal artifact. Even if you are only at the hero realm, cultivators at the Ascension realm would not dare to underestimate you. Moreover, the one who obtained this quasi-immortal artifact is a prodigy with a top-tier special constitution. Wielding a quasi-immortal artifact, you would be a formidable presence in the entire cultivation world. All young cultivators who consider themselves exceptionally gifted will eagerly sign up for the competition. Not to mention those truly outstanding prodigies. Their Yao Shui Tiangong only achieved third place once, 7,000 years ago. This is Yao Shui Tiangong's best result. In the subsequent tournaments, the disciples from Yao Shui Tiangong never made it into the top 10. At the last tournament, he was fortunate enough to participate as well, but the ranking we achieved wasn't very good. We didn't even make it into the top 20. This time, there appeared a heavenly wrath battle body and an innate reverse body. It seems the main sect plans to redeem their honor. If it weren't for my intervention, I guess the main sect would have come to take them by now. I persuaded them repeatedly, and the main sect finally agreed to take them away in the last 10 years. And there will be 2 elders accompanying them. Such a grand event naturally cannot be delayed by a small appointment in the Tian's army, so the main sect immediately issued an order to recall their senior disciple. As for the new Tian's army commander, the sect leader will decide on that himself. The main sect won't bother with such trivial matters. This master said that you don't mean to send a disciple down the mountain to become the Yaghuang Star General of the Tianqing army, do you? Little junior sister's term will end in a few decades. The Grand Assembly won't start for another year. There's plenty of time. Lin Wan, very anxious, said. She was really afraid of being sent out to become the Yaghuang Star General. Although the Tianyu dynasty will provide him with a salary, the sect will also reward me. But this means I have to leave my junior brother. I might not have any chance at all. This is unavoidable. Originally, we planned to send an elder to handle it, but the Tianyu dynasty insisted on us sending an outstanding disciple of the current generation. It just so happens that you've broken through the soul refining stage. This task can only fall on you. Prepare yourself. You will set off in half a month. Ming Yan said with a smile. Master, disciple, can a disciple not go? Can someone else go instead? Lin Wen knelt on the ground, saying, this sect leader indeed has this intention. What should I do? What should I do? Master happens to be in seclusion at this time. I can't ask the elders for help. What should I do? Currently, besides you, no contemporary disciple has broken through to the soul cultivation stage. This temporary task can only be handled by you. Ming Yan smiled and said, just accept it, Xiaoxi. This task can only be handled by you. Your uncle Shi has everything arranged. If you hadn't accepted that spiritual soul pill back then, your cultivation wouldn't have reached the soul level, and this wouldn't concern you. But you did. Then we have to get to work, and it's also a good thing for Lin Wan. She can gain a lot of experience in the Tian's army, and stay away from Zhou Tianfeng. Why wouldn't she be happy about that? When Lin Wan heard this, she was immediately anxious. How can this be? I should have never accepted the elixir from the sect leader. I shouldn't have recklessly advanced to the soul cultivation stage either. I knew the sect leader had bad intentions. Now I'm stuck in a difficult situation. Sect leader uncle, I've just broken through to the soul cultivation stage. I really can't handle it. It's okay. I will bestow a superior spiritual artifact upon you. Besides, it's just a nominal title. Now, the largest demonic sect, the Blood Shadow sect, is practically defunct. You don't need to worry about any danger. But Disciple Zhou Tianfeng greets martial uncle sect leader. Disciple heard that senior sister has finished her seclusion. I came specifically to visit her. Just when Lin Wen didn't know what to do, Zhou Tianfeng's voice came from outside the house. Junior brother is here. After Lin Wen heard Zhou Tianfeng's voice outside, her face changed. At the first moment of her awakening, the little junior brother rushed over. Ming Yansheng slightly frowned. Didn't that kid go to Yulun Peak? Why is he back so soon? But it doesn't matter if he's back. I'm the head here. Some things are decided by me. Since you've come, nephew Zhou, come on in. Your senior sister just woke up. Ming Yansheng began to speak. Thank you, Uncle Sect Leader. After Zhou Tianfeng finished speaking, he pushed open the door to his senior sister's seclusion room and entered the inner chamber. After entering the room, Zhou Tianfeng secretly observed the two women's expressions. His senior sister's face didn't look good, but after seeing myself, I can barely force a smile. As for the sect leader, haha, he is a typical lady in public, saint in private. Junior brother, congratulations senior sister, on breaking through the soul cultivation realm. It is truly a joyous occasion, Zhou Tianfeng said. Junior brother, you're too polite. With your aptitude, catching up to senior sister's cultivation level should be easy. I, senior sister, just had the help of a spiritual pill, and luckily broke through in soul cultivation. Lin Wen forced a smile, and said, so what if our junior brother comes back? An arm can't twist a thigh. Going to the Tian's army to become the new Beidou 7 stars. That's for the master to decide. He doesn't have a say in it. Sister, what are you saying? You're talented and smart. In the future, you will definitely ascending to the immortal realm. Lin Wanwen heard this, and smiled knowingly. Looking at Zhou Tianfeng, it was Yi Jing again. Junior brother, you've broken through to the Ronglin stage. Junior brother just came in. He hasn't looked closely yet. This junior brother, unexpectedly, without even realizing it, has broken through to the Ronglin stage. It took me over 10 years to break through to the Ronglin stage myself. Junior brother is indeed very gifted. I just broke through by luck. Senior sister, you don't look well. But what's the matter? Zhou Tianfeng asked. Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. Even if his senior sister woke up, the master had a second move to deal with her. But what could that move be? It looks like before I arrived, this master had put senior sister in a passive position. Indeed, the older, the wiser, in terms of mind, skills, and cultivation. This master is not someone my senior sister can match. My poor senior sister, completely at his mercy. And you still want to control her? I can't stand it. I really can't stand it. Zhou Shizi Lin Shizi. He has broken through to the soul refinement stage. According to our sex rules, he must go to the Tianqing army to take the position of Beidou 7 stars general for a full 60 years. In half a month, he will set off. Take this time to say a proper goodbye to your senior sister. The next time you meet might be after you both have families. Ming Yan Chang said. This is a good thing. Senior sister, why do you look so worried? Zhou Tianfeng said. After all this time, it turns out to be this. The sect leader has made a good plan for his senior disciple. He is determined to send her away. For an ordinary disciple, this would be a great opportunity to serve as one of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Not only can you receive the stipend from the Tianyu dynasty, temporary items like Lin Dan and such, your own sect will also have some compensation. But your senior sister serves in their blood shadow as a deadly enemy of the Tiansei army and one of the Beidou 7 stars generals. This makes Zhou Tianfeng extremely unhappy. Back then, I clearly said, we need to eliminate this generation of the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper. No. I can't let my senior sister leave. If it were a normal time, it would be fine for her to go out and gain experience as one of the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper. But the timing isn't right now. He can't go now. Outside, those 3 surviving snow demon ancestors will definitely cause trouble in the future. Their strength is unpredictable, but at the very least, Zhou Tianfeng is at the soul refinement level. He might even be an expert at the transcendence level, because even this sealed snow demon ancestor, without cultivating, unnoticeably broke through to the soul refinement level. I wonder what the situation is like with those 3 outside now. At the very least, their strength won't be any less than the ancestor we sealed. It looks calm outside now, but this is definitely the calm before the storm. It's absolutely dangerous for senior sister to go out now. Junior brother, Lin Wen was momentarily speechless. He didn't know what to say. I don't want to leave here because of you, junior brother. But how could he say that? As for finding another excuse, sorry. He couldn't come up with one. This was a flawless plan by the sect leader. He really couldn't think of a reason to argue. Sect leader uncle. Disciple seemed to have heard before that the senior sister who went to the Tian's army became the Beidou 7 stars general. He still has decades left in his term. Why the sudden change? Zhou Tianfeng asked calmly. Find a way to maneuver around this. At least figure out what's really going on. Your senior sister, who is serving as one of the Beidou 7 generals in the Tian's army, has some important matters to attend to recently. So I made the decision to call him back, then assign nephew Lin to take over this important task. A famous saying often goes, what important matter could it be? Could it be that the sect leader has discovered that those 3 blood demon ancestors are causing trouble, and feels his disciple is in danger, so he called him back, and then put his junior sister in charge? If that's the case, isn't that sending our senior sister to her death? No. Although Ming Yan Chang Zhen Yu is very assertive and quite cunning, he treats his fellow disciples very well. He would never do something so despicable. The previous plan against our senior sister was just an open scheme. Don't worry, Kid, the benefits and treatment from the Tiansei army are excellent. Your senior sister won't suffer any loss over there. The most powerful demonic sect here used to be your Blood Shadow sect. You also know the current situation of your Blood Shadow sect. What danger could he be in? He's just going to pass through a stage. He might even get some good stuff. Don't mess around, kid, Ming Yan said through voice transmission. He looked at Zhou Tianfeng's eyes shifting, and then looked at himself. He even showed a very suspicious look. Ming Yansheng immediately got furious. What kind of look is that, kid? Suspicion mixed with disdain. I've been so good to you and your senior sister, and you dare look at me like that? Just wait until we get back. I'll deal with you properly. I'll try Sister Shuyun's method. I'll use a whip on this kid. According to Sister Shuyun, Xuanfeng really enjoys but fears this trip. You two masters and disciples should have the same interest. Seeing Minjian's fiery eyes, Zhou Tianfeng immediately had a very bad feeling. What trick is she trying to use against me this time? With that look on your face, I definitely can't let senior sister leave. If she's here, I might suffer less bullying from you. Besides, I'm really angry right now. Senior sister might be very willing to help me out. Master Uncle, what exactly happened? Why must my senior sister leave? Is it because that senior sister has some physical condition? Zhou Tianfeng asked. This matter concerns you too. Since you've asked, I'll tell you. In 60 years, the Grand Assembly of the Cultivation World will be held. That's how it is. Minjian announced the details about the Tianzhou Conference of the Cultivation World. The sex instructions and all the arrangements for the competition were conveyed to Zhou Tianfeng. I see. It turns out they specifically named me and that senior sister I've never met to participate in the Tianzhou Conference of the Cultivation World. This is a good opportunity for me. So many Tianzhou arenas. By just watching the battle, he can learn quite a lot of good stuff. During these 5 years, his eyes and brain have been further enhanced. Now, activating adrenaline mode, brain overclocking, dynamic vision to copy opponent's moves. As long as he avoids intense combat, he can keep going for a long time. Competing is secondary. Going there for free is what really matters. I definitely have to go. It's like dozing off, and someone brings a pillow. I was worried about not having enough assistants, and now they're just coming to me. And win the championship. I can also get a quasi-immortal weapon. Zhou Tianfeng is no longer a rookie. He naturally knows what a quasi-immortal weapon represents. I'm quite confident I can compete for the championship. Experts in the immortal transformation realm can't participate. My unique blade is definitely a trump card. Master, rest assured. This time, I'll definitely win the top spot in the Heavenly Pride tournament. I've got it in the bag, Zhou Tianfeng said, patting his chest. Lin Wan, who was standing nearby, heard this, and frowned. She immediately understood what Zhou Tianfeng intended to do. This junior brother wants to steal and learn the secret techniques of other competitors. His kind of freakish ability to learn quickly. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's good that you're confident. If you can get into the top 3 this time, I'll burn incense and thanks. Not expecting you to get first place. Even though you have the Heaven's Wrath battle body and Poison Spirit body, the other talented geniuses aren't easy to beat either. This time, you will encounter many skilled peers. Even though you have the furious battle physique, you must not be careless. As the famous saying goes, Master Uncle, rest assured, disciple knows what to do. I have the poison blade in hand, and the boost from the furious battle physique's adrenaline overdrive. What genius isn't easily captured? Just do your best. It's because of this matter that you need to call back that senior sister Kai. Let junior nephew Ling take over. Minjian often said, Sect Master Uncle, I think this is inappropriate. Senior sister has just broken through to the soul refining stage. Her cultivation is still not very stable. You should immerse yourself in cultivation within the sect for a while. Besides, my master should be coming out of seclusion soon. By then, he'll definitely miss senior sister very much. Zhou Tianfeng said, don't worry. During the 5 years your senior sister was in seclusion, she was essentially consolidating her cultivation. As for senior sister Shuyun, I'll speak freely when the time comes. Famous saying, Master Uncle. I remember you said before that our disciples can go down the mountain to train. Once they reach the foundation establishment stage, I'm now at the spirit integration stage. I should be able to go down the mountain to train, right? How about I go with senior sister? Zhou Tianfeng said. Great, it's perfect for my junior brother to come with me. We are siblings. We can look out for each other. Lin Wanwen heard this, and immediately beamed with joy. No way. You can't leave the mountain gate this time. You need to train well. Prepare to participate in the Tianzhou Conference of the Cultivation World, Ming Yan said with a frown. What is this kid thinking? You are supposed to train together with Kaling. How could you leave? Master's book. The Cultivation World Conference won't be held for another 60 years. I think we have plenty of time. Zhou Tianfeng said. Don't mess around. This won't work. Ming Yansheng decisively refused. Then, how about Master Shishu? You choose someone else. For example, send an elder over. I believe the Tian's army won't say anything about it either. Zhou Tianfeng said. This matter was agreed upon between me and the Tian's army. How could we change the selection casually? Ming Yansheng said. This kid is dead set on keeping his senior sister here. You really got guts. Having your cake and eating it too. Still thinking about the pot. The three of them were deadlocked. No matter how Zhou Tianfeng persuaded, Ming Yansheng just wouldn't relent. Until it got late. As night fell, there was still no conclusion. Finally, Ming Yan simply quit. Yu Zhen flew away. Before leaving, he sent a secret message. He asked Zhou Tianfeng to come to his room at night. Junior brother, stop talking. Senior sister knows you mean well for me. Just stay at the sect and cultivate in peace. It will pass in a snap. It will be over soon. Lin Wen said. Senior sister, don't worry. I definitely won't let you go down the mountain this time. I'll come see you again tomorrow. After Zhou Tianfeng finished speaking, he turned and left. Mount Hiao Master. In the main hall, Ming Yansheng looked at Zhou Tianfeng with a resentful expression and said, Are you really determined to keep him here? Then what about our matter? I haven't done anything to you, right, my dear aunt? Things are not as you think. I have something to tell you. You know you need something like this? Zhou Tianfeng started to speak. Although very old, in terms of character, these fairies of the cultivation world are extremely willful one by one. Nian Hong Shui Yao. I've heard about this. This creature was mentioned in the letter Kaiping sent back earlier. It's said to be like both a living person and a zombie. It can also turn ordinary mortals into its kind. When my master returned, he captured a blood demon progenitor. There's a big problem. Zhou Tianfeng described the situation of the blood demon progenitor in detail to Ming Yansheng and shared his own speculations. There are still 3 such progenitors outside. They are likely 3 indestructible monsters. The weakest of them is at the soul cultivation level, and they might even be at the transcendent level. It's true. He, who is sealed, managed to break through and reach the soul cultivation level without anyone noticing. Ming Yansheng put away his playful attitude and said with a shocked expression, If you don't believe it, I can take you to see. The snow demon ancestor is with my second senior brother, Zhou Tianfeng said as he walked. Let's go take a look. If it is as you say, this is indeed a big deal, Ming Yan said, frowning. This snow demon ancestor. Ming Yan had also heard his eldest disciple mention it before, but according to his eldest disciple's report, this thing won't amount to much. The so-called 4 ancestors are merely a refinement of the spirit transformation realm. As long as the Tianyu dynasty is willing to send troops to eradicate them, these beings won't last more than a few days. But today, hearing this kid talk, these 4 blood demon ancestors are not inferior to those with special cultivation constitutions. They're not inferior at all. They might even be superior. First of all, this immortality is extremely troublesome to deal with. What a pity. To put it bluntly, this thing is a demon. It exudes a demonic and sinister aura. Otherwise, it could be put to good use. Let me show you. Sure, but I need to clarify something first. My second senior brother has the body of the Taiyan, extremely skilled in refining corpse puppets. If it weren't for wanting to refine him into a corpse puppet, my second senior brother would have already shattered him to pieces. So, don't think about targeting the blood demon ancestor, Zhou Tianfeng said cautiously. This is something we must guard against. This sect master, to put it nicely, it's recruiting talent. To put it bluntly, it's extremely scheming. He benefited from having you find a way to recruit the second senior brother. You bastard. What are you thinking? Would I steal something from your second senior brother? But speaking of it, the task I gave you, how's it going? Is your second senior brother showing any signs of relenting? Minjian often asked. The Taiyan body is also an extremely rare physique. Since it's been discovered, we can't miss this opportunity. Anyway, swirling brother-in-law and your little disciple have already joined our sect. Bringing in a second disciple shouldn't be too difficult, right? I have talked to second senior brother about this. He is somewhat willing to loosen up, but I'm afraid we won't get past master, Zhou Tianfeng said. As long as he yields, leave the rest to me. His cultivation is now at the soul refining stage. Joining our sect, he can't just casually choose a master. Just let him be an inner sect elder. I'll report this matter to the main sect. By the way, how old is he? Minjian often asks. If the age is about the same, he can report it to the main sect himself. This kid is also a candidate for the Tianzhou conference. You can forget about that. My second senior brother is already over 200 years old this year. In another 60 years, he will be around 260 years old. He can't participate in this year's Heavenly Talents Conference. Zhou Tianfeng immediately understood the headmaster's intentions and said, I see. That's indeed a bit unfortunate, but it doesn't really matter. If someone with a Taiyan physique could join our sect, the 2 of us would benefit a lot. It's best to settle this before your master and mistress return. Otherwise, senior sister Shuyan and your master will want to share too, Ming Yanlong said. He's quite adept at getting benefits from Hozong. Senior sister Shuyan already gained a huge advantage before. This time it's his turn. You keep talking about huge benefits. What's there? Let's hear it. Stop fooling me into doing things for you. Zhou Tianfeng rolled his eyes. He started to speak. What do you mean? You got huge benefits, kid. Still trying to play cute with me here. Aren't I your greatest benefit? The future head of my sect is committing to you, and you're still not satisfied. Minjian often stands with her hands on her hips, and says, you can eat recklessly, but you can't speak recklessly. You're trying to get something for nothing. I haven't gained any benefits yet. I brought my second brother in. You need to give me some substantial rewards. Otherwise, I absolutely won't help anymore. Zhou Tianfeng said. You bastard kid. Do you know how many resources you consume when you cultivate? Your bottomless appetite alone is like the consumption of a dozen personal disciples. Do you have any idea how much of our sect's resources you've consumed over the years? Do you have any idea yourself? Ming Yan said angrily. As a Heaven's Fury battle physique, you consume spirit pills for temporary cultivation. The amount is dozens of times more than an ordinary person. I've tolerated it. But you eat so aggressively. That's just ridiculous. Over the years, to satisfy this kid's appetite, several herb fields have been converted to growing spiritual fruits and vegetables. Originally, 2 mountain peaks were used for outer and regular disciples training. They were significantly redrawn to raise some spiritual beasts. Otherwise, it's not enough for this kid to eat 3 meals a day. Each meal is several times what ordinary disciples eat. No one else is like this. If it weren't for the sect leader covering for this kid, it would have caused public outrage long ago. However, the spiritual ingredients this kid consumed, it seems he can fully absorb it. Even if he's the Sky Fury, his battle body shouldn't be this extreme. Is it because he also has the poison transformation spirit body? Or does this kid have some other special trait? The more I interact with this kid, the more I find there's something really wrong with him. A pure Sky Fury battle body wouldn't have such defiant behavior. Hi, you said it too. The consumption of the Skywrath battle body is 10 times that of an ordinary physique. The higher the cultivation level, the more this increases. It's normal that I consume more resources when cultivating. Isn't this normal? Zhou Tianfeng said without batting an eye. He hadn't noticed before, but after a few years, he finally understood that something seemed to have changed in his stomach. The absorption and conversion of spiritual energy food had reached a terrifying level. The reason his cultivation improved so quickly was not unrelated to his physique. His stomach's ability to absorb spiritual energy was far superior to that of the humans in this world. But fortunately, there were no physiques like the devouring heaven here. Otherwise, it would cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. Oh, how dare you say that? Since you joined our sect, you haven't made any contributions. Yet you've consumed a large amount of cultivation resources, more than a dozen times that of an ordinary disciple. Doesn't that count as compensation? That's not how it works. What sect doesn't provide cultivation resources to its disciples in advance? When I achieve success in my cultivation, I will naturally repay the sect. It can't be rushed. Also, don't change the subject. Let's agree first that you can't take senior brother Snow Demon Ancestor. After second senior brother joins our sect, you won't miss out on any of my benefits. Zhou Tianfeng said. You ungrateful brat. Alright, I promise you. We'll see what the main sect says. Then you can make a request. As long as it's not too excessive. Minjian often said silently. This brat isn't ordinarily greedy, but his personality is quite similar to mine. We really are a match made in heaven. According to what that kid's dark personality theory says. Yes, that's right. We both have a dark side. Leave the matter of the second senior brother to me. Zhou Tianfeng immediately patted his chest and promised. Alright. Now take me to see your second senior brother, and the progenitor of the snow demon. Don't lose your mind. Zhou Tianfeng nodded. He led the sect leader, Ming Niangking, to the second senior brother's place, Yule Wanfeng. The second senior brother's room was surrounded by a purple barrier. A mysterious woman stood there. The second senior brother was kneeling on the ground, sweating. Honored one, long time no see. I wonder what brings you here this time. What are your instructions? First, to check your cultivation. Second, to ask for something from you. The mysterious woman spoke. Ask for something. You don't want my head, do you? I don't know what your excellency wants, but if I have it, I will offer it with both hands. The blood demon progenitor in your room. I want him. The mysterious woman said. That's a relief. Fortunately, it's not your own head. Wait. Why do you want this blood demon ancestor? Honorable one, you want my blood demon ancestor? It's just an ordinary human variant demon. Although it's a bit special. How can it catch your eye? Ni Ying asked. My business is none of your concern. Just leave it to me, said the mysterious woman. Bunny Angie was talking to the mysterious woman. 2 sword lights flew in from outside. It was the headmaster Ming Yansheng and Zhou Tianfeng. Second senior brother, are you there? Little brother is here to see you. Zhou Tianfeng shouted. Your excellency. Could you please step aside for a moment? Yi Yingji's face changed. Looking slightly embarrassed, glanced at the mysterious woman, and said, Humph. Just let them in. I don't want to be seen by them. You can't see through me. The mysterious woman snorted coldly and said. Yi Yingji nodded, then got up and opened the door. Let Zhou Tianfeng and Ming Niansang in. Greetings to the head of Yao Shui Tiandong. I've been chatting here for a while, and haven't had the chance to visit the head yet. Please be more understanding, master. Sir, there's no need to be polite. You can stay here as long as you want, sir. If you find the environment here pleasant, you can even join our sect as an elder. If there's any female disciple you fancy, just let us know. Ming Yan laughed heartily as he said this. Hi. The master is joking. Yi Yingji blushed and said a bit awkwardly, is the master always this direct? It made him a little embarrassed. Second senior brother, I brought the master over this time to take a look at the blood demon ancestor we captured. Zhou Tianfeng directly got to the point and said, there's no harm in letting you see this. Yi Yingji glanced subtly at the mysterious woman. Seeing that she had no objection, he then brought Zhou Tianfeng and Ming Yansheng into an inner room. Inside was a huge coffin. The snow demon ancestor was sealed inside. The brass coffin was covered with spell talismans. Yi Yingji cast a spell to open it. Inside lay a young man in his 30s. This man was the progenitor of the snow demons, Bei Zhan. Master, please look. This is the progenitor of the snow demons. He is currently sealed. However, his cultivation is continuously improving, Yi Yingji said. Ming Yansheng nodded slightly and approached the snow demon ancestor. He circled around and observed carefully. He even placed his jade hand on the snow demon ancestor's forehead and used his own true essence to investigate. Suddenly, Ming Yansheng's brow furrowed deeply. Even a slight sweat appeared on her forehead. At the same time, the mysterious woman's eyes glanced over at the little girl. Her aura should be from that guy's disciples. Their cultivation methods are identical, but with your vision alone, it's hard to gauge this guy. After glancing at Ming Yansheng, the mysterious woman looked at Zhou Tianfeng. At this moment, Zhou Tianfeng was fighting with his back to the mysterious woman, and he was looking at Ming Yansheng with concern. Did that kid's shoulder just twitch? When Zhou Tianfeng felt the mysterious woman's gaze, his whole body tensed up. Just after entering the second senior brother's room, he saw the mysterious woman standing aside. That's right, as soon as he entered the room, Zhou Tianfeng saw her. But strangely, Ming Yan, who walked in with him, seemed completely unaware of the mysterious woman. They walked into the second senior brother's room, and then had some conversation with his second senior brother. During this time, Zhou Tianfeng's whole body was tense, wearing a peculiar purple armor, with purple hair, and a stunning face. That's right, Zhou Tianfeng not only saw this mysterious woman, but also clearly saw her appearance. According to second brother's description, her face should have been blurry, but he clearly saw a mysterious woman about 20 years old. She had a few mysterious purple patterns on the right side of her face, and a pair of captivating eyes. Her pupils were purplish red, and there was a strange purple pattern on her forehead. How should I put it? The true appearance of this mysterious woman was very beautiful. It's truly beautiful. Moreover, it's an extremely enchanting and cold beauty. Among all the women Zhou Tianfeng has seen since traveling to the present, the mysterious woman's appearance is undoubtedly the best. But now is not the time to admire her beauty. The question is, why can I see her? It's not surprising that second senior brother can see her, because this woman is here to find second senior brother. Why can Dan see her? Could it be that Zhou Tianfeng suddenly had a bad feeling? He felt that this mysterious woman seemed to be planning to reveal something, and that's why she deliberately let herself be seen. But that doesn't make sense. Even if she was going to reveal everything to him, he definitely wouldn't reveal his true appearance. But I saw his true face with my own eyes. No. I can't give anything away. I have to act like nothing happened. He mustn't find out. Zhou Tianfeng forced himself to calm down. He pushed his brain to overclock, controlling various organs of the body, lowering his heartbeat as much as possible, not to arouse the slightest suspicion of this mysterious woman. Really, if he had known this mysterious woman would come tonight, Zhou Tianfeng would never have come. The master of this dark sect. What is so strange about this snow demon ancestor? Yi Yingji asked. Ming Yansheng heard this, and withdrew her jade-like hand, then solemnly said, this is so strange. He's clearly alive, but his body is filled with sinister energy, dampness, and blood fiend energy. Logically speaking, getting contaminated by this aura, and this aura is still continuously increasing. There is a strong power of blood evil within him. It seems to be uncontrollable, emanating endlessly. I just use my true essence to suppress it, but this power of blood evil is actually counterattacking my cultivation, as the saying goes. Indeed it is so. That's right. The evil energy within him. I don't know where it comes from. It continuously emerges from his body. If I hadn't thought of a way to absorb some of that evil energy, I'm afraid he would be even stronger, and might have broken the seal already. Yi Yingji said that the reason he was unwilling to destroy this blood demon ancestor was another reason. He was absorbing the strange blood fiend energy from this blood demon to increase his own cultivation. This blood demon ancestor had a mysterious blood fiend energy inside him, which seemed inexhaustible and endless in supply. It greatly aids in cultivating the Xuantian demon manual. But here's the problem. He's clearly a rootless being. His true form is sealed. He can't absorb the spiritual energy of the world. Moreover, Yashan is a mortal paradise, rich in spiritual energy, but there's no sinister energy for him to absorb. So that bloodthirsty power within him, where exactly did it come from? Myanyan asked persistently. You're asking me, but I don't know either. If I knew, I would have dealt with it long ago. You should remember too, to think of Master Ming. Since you can't see anything either, let's seal him for now. I'll figure out how to deal with him later, Yi Ying remarked. Originally, he wanted to keep this blood demon progenitor, so he could constantly absorb the blood fiend energy for his own cultivation. But now, the great-grandmother has taken a liking to this guy. You must hand it over. Mr. Ni, in my opinion, it would be better to hand over the progenitor of the blood fiend to me, and appoint me as an elder in your sect. What do you think? An inner sect elder, not just an outer sect elder. Ming Yan laughed and said, this thing is very peculiar. Some old relics from the general faction might be very interested. Hand it over. The reward won't be small. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianfeng rolled his eyes on the spot. This girl wants to freeload again. My second senior brother joining us could have already secured an inner sect elder position, and you used this promise to deceive him out of his blood demon ancestor. Are you kidding? That's unnecessary. This blood demon ancestor is still very useful to me. I don't want to hand it over for now. Thank you for your kind offer, Sect Master Ming. Yi Yingji shook his head and said, let's not even mention that lady wants this guy. Even if she didn't, I wouldn't hand him over. Just absorbing the murderous energy from his body for cultivation is immensely beneficial to me. Mr. Ni, why don't you reconsider? After joining our sect, there are many benefits. Our sect has 2 other leaders, but Yun Ying is still unmarried. You are a young talent, possessing an unparalleled Taiyan body, a contemporary prodigy. I can introduce you to them. My sisters will surely be impressed by your talent and demeanor. Ming Yansheng said. Ha ha. I appreciate your kindness, Master Ming, but let's leave it at that for now. Let's leave it at that for now. Yi Yingji cleared his throat and said, this indeed holds a great attraction for him. My master, the Blood Shadow ancestor, joined Yashui Tianbong, and married a lord. If I could also marry one, that would be wonderful. But there's no way. This blood demon ancestor is really impossible to give away. That lady is truly someone we can't afford to offend. So I have to bear the pain and let go. Won't you reconsider? If you have any difficulties, sir, or if you want any rare treasures, just feel free to speak up. As long as our sect to manage it, there's no problem, as the saying goes. Does this boy think the Wen Lord is a bit too old? I want young disciples. What should I do about this? How should I explain this to my 2 sisters? After learning that the second disciple of Blood Wen has a Taiyan body and is at the soul cultivation level, my 2 sisters set their sights on him. They even specifically asked me to inquire. After all, a Taiyan body has great future potential. Ascending to the celestial realm wouldn't be too difficult. You could say he's the best choice besides Zhou Tianfeng. The sect leader said, since my second senior brother doesn't want to resign, let's just forget it. The blood demon ancestor is sealed here. There shouldn't be any problem. Zhou Tianfeng said. This girl has the skill to get something for nothing. Even Zhou Tianfeng was shocked. And the 2 of you, the master of the Yun family actually has his eyes on my second senior brother. That's really something. Are you trying to completely take over our Blood Shadow sect? Saying you want to introduce a master to my second senior brother. You're lying to ghosts. Even though the sect master has a lot of power, but not enough to arrange the marriage of a Wen Lord freely. It must be those 2 Wen Lords who took a liking to second senior brother first. That's why the sect leader came to be the mediator. A Taiyan body plus soul cultivation level cultivation is still quite attractive to them. The mysterious woman next to them also frowned upon hearing this, and looked at Ming Nian saying with disdain.